Chapter 1: The Scapegoat. Lin, come to my office immediately. It's urgent. Understood, Secretary. I will be there shortly. A few minutes later, Lin Yi stood before the office door of the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Tian Qibin, adjusting the non-existent creases of his collar. His fingers hovered in the air, hesitating for a moment before gently tapping on the deep brown wooden door. Knock, knock. Come in. The distinctive, raspy voice of Tian Qibin resonated from within. As Lin Yi stepped inside, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Tian Qibin, whose face was usually shrouded in gloom, bore a hint of a smile, and seated on the office sofa were two individuals: Ma Guoqiang, the director of the first inspection office, and Lu Lifang, the deputy director. The trio's gaze converged upon him, sharp and scrutinizing, like three precise surgical blades poised to dissect him. Lin, take a seat. Tian Qibin gestured toward the chair opposite his desk, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Lin Yi felt his throat constrict slightly as he cautiously sat down, maintaining a rigid posture and only daring to occupy the front third of the chair. His eyes fell, fixated on his meticulously manicured hands resting on his lapa habit, cultivated over 2 years at the commission, a constant effort to uphold an impeccable image. Do you know why I called you here? Tian Qibin raised his teacup, leisurely blowing across the surface to disperse the floating tea leaves. I do not know. Please guide me. Leader. Lin Yi's voice tightened as he noticed a fleeting exchange of glances between Ma Guoqiang and Lu Lifang, a shared secret lurking within their eyes. Tian Qibin set down his teacup with a soft clink. A significant task has been assigned to you. Mayor Qin Shuang was invited this morning by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Team. We need someone to oversee her 24 hours a day, and the organization has decided this duty falls to you. Lin Yi's head shot up, his pupils constricting. Qin Shuang? The same woman who always appeared on television with a gentle smile, dubbed the most beautiful mayor by the citizens? The one rumored to refuse gifts, even returning a box of mooncakes from her subordinates? Me? Lin Yi's voice emerged almost as a strangled whisper. Secretary Tian, I am merely an ordinary staff member. Such an important task. Precisely because you are a junior staff member, you will attract less attention. Ma Guoqiang interjected, his eyes narrowing into slits. Moreover, you are diligent in your work and refrain from engaging in those chaotic cliques the organization trusts you. A wave of dizziness enveloped Lin Yi. He was acutely aware of what entailed double regulation, that a method of investigation employed for party members suspected of disciplinary violations, requiring them to account for issues within a specified time frame and location. But Qin Shuang? How could this be possible? Is there a problem? Tian Qibin's tone suddenly turned frosty. Lin Yi quickly shook his head. No, I will resolutely comply with the organization's arrangements. Excellent. Tian Qibin nodded in satisfaction. The case involving Qin Shuang is highly sensitive. She may be connected to many individuals. Your task is to closely monitor her, documenting her every word and action, especially, he paused meaningfully, especially if anyone attempts to approach her or she mentions any person or event. Everything must be meticulously documented. Yes, I understand, Lin Yi replied mechanically, his mind a tumult of confusion. Remember, Tian Qibin suddenly lowered his voice. This case is being directly supervised from above. Just carry out the task without asking questions and do not disclose a word to outsiders. Do you comprehend? Understood. Upon exiting the office, Lin Yi felt his shirt soaked through with sweat. In the corridor, Lu Lifang hurried to catch up with him, handing him a folder. This contains the basic information about Qin Shuang and the current situation. Familiarize yourself with it. Lu Lifang's voice was soft, almost a whisper. Lin Yi, this is an opportunity. If handled well, it might lead to a promotion within the department. Lin Yi accepted the folder, forcing a smile. Thank you, Director Lu. Lu Lifang cast him a significant glance before departing. Lin Yi stood still, feeling the weight of the folder in his hands, as if it were 1,000 pounds. Meanwhile, as the office door gently closed, the smile on Tian Qibin's face vanished without a trace. He rose and approached the window, drawing the blinds to ensure that the outside could not see into the room. Ma Guoqiang immediately sprang up from the sofa, striding to the desk in quick steps. Lowering his voice, Secretary Tian, is it too risky to assign Lin Yi to guard Mayor Qin? Tian Qibin did not respond immediately. Instead, He retrieved a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his drawer, leisurely unwrapping Team Guiqiang. Quick on the uptake, produced a lighter and lit his cigarette. Old Ma. Tian Shubin exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes. How long do you think Qin Shuang will be detained this time? Ma Guiqiang was taken aback for a moment before understanding dawned on him. Are you implying that someone from above will protect her? You ought to know better than to ask. Tian Shibin scoffed, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Then what about this double regulation? Ma Guiqiang stuttered. It's merely a formality. Tian Shibin flicked the ash from his cigarette. Someone reported that Qin Shuang accepted bribes from developers, and the evidence is irrefutable, forcing the provincial disciplinary committee to investigate. However, with the influence of her backer, she will be out in no more than a week. But these few days provide ample opportunity for us to distort the truth, tarnishing her reputation irreparably. Ma Guiqiang suddenly understood. So that's why you sent Lin Yi precisely. That a glint of coldness flickered in Tian Kibin's eyes. Once Qin Shuang is released, someone must be held accountable for this irregular double regulation. Lin Yi, a mere low-ranking officer without connections, is the ideal scapegoat. Ma Guiqiang swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. He recalled Lin Yi's youthful face, the one who always arrived at the office first and left last, the honest young man who insisted on footing the bill during colleague gatherings. But Lin Yi has always performed excellently. Wouldn't this? Ma Guoqiang's words were cut off by Tian Kibin's piercing gaze. Old Ma. Tian Kibin's voice took on a dangerous tone. When did you become so soft-hearted? Do not forget the property you acquired during that case in the development zone 3 years ago. Ma Guoqiang's face instantly turned pale, and he quickly waved his hand, saying, Secretary Tian, I understand. Lin Yi is indeed the most suitable candidate. Tian Chibi nodded in satisfaction, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed a number. Hello, is this the security office? Please prepare the small meeting room on the 3rd floor. Yes, the one on the north side. Set up a bed, a set of toiletries, and install a surveillance camera. After hanging up the phone, Tian Shibin instructed Ma Guiqiang, go prepare the dual regulation procedures. Remember, all documents must be signed by Lin Yi, especially that special surveillance application form. It must be signed by him personally. Chapter 1: The Scapegoat. Shaolin, please come to my office immediately. It's urgent. All right, Secretary, I will be there shortly. A few minutes later, Lin Yi stood before the office door of the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Tian Shibin, adjusting the non-existent creases of his collar. His fingers hovered in the air, hesitating for a moment before gently knocking on the deep brown wooden door. Knock, knock. Come in. The distinctive hoarse voice of Tian Shibin resonated from within. The instant Lin Yi entered, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. A faint smile graced the usually somber countenance of Tian Shibin, and on the office sofa sat 2 individuals: the director of the first supervision room, Ma Guiqiang, and Deputy Director Lu Lifeng. The trio's gazes converged upon him, sharp and scrutinizing, akin to 3 finely honed surgical instruments, poised to dissect him for examination. Shaolin, please take a seat. Tian Shibin gestured toward the chair opposite his desk, his tone surprisingly amiable. Lin Yi swallowed hard, cautiously settling into the chair, maintaining an upright posture, only daring to occupy the front third of the seat. His gaze fell, fixated on his meticulously manicured hands resting on his lap, a habit cultivated over 2 years of service at the commission, a relentless pursuit of an impeccable image at all times. Oh, you know why I called you here? Tian Shibin lifted his teacup, leisurely blowing across the surface to disperse the floating tea leaves. I do not know. Please instruct me, leader. Lin Yi's voice tightened as he noticed the exchanged glance between Ma Guiqiang and Lu Lifeng, a glance laden with unspoken secrets. Tian Shibin set down the teacup with a soft clink. An important task has been assigned to you. Mayor Qin Shuang was invited this morning. Personnel from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission are en route. For the time being, we need someone to oversee her 24 hours a day, and the organization has decided to entrust this task to you. Lin Yi's head jerked up, his pupils constricting. Qin Shuang? The same Qin Shuang who graced television screens with her warm smile, adored by citizens as the most beautiful mayor? The one reputed to refuse gifts, even returning a box of mooncakes presented by her subordinates? Me? Lin Yi's voice emerged almost as a strangled whisper. Secretary Tian, I am merely an ordinary staff member, such a significant responsibility. It is precisely because you're a low-ranking staff member that you will attract less attention, Ma Guoqiang interjected, his eyes narrowing into slits. Moreover, you consistently demonstrate diligence in your work and refrain from engaging in any unruly cliques. The organization has faith in you. A wave of dizziness washed over Lin Yi. He understood all too well what invited entailed double regulation, a method of inquiry within the party for officials suspected of misconduct, requiring them to account for issues at designated times and places. But Qin Shuang? How could this be possible? Is there a problem? Tian Kibin's tone suddenly turned icy. Lin immediately shook his head. No, I will resolutely comply with the organizational arrangements. Excellent. Tian Qibin nodded in satisfaction. The case involving Qin Shuang is highly sensitive. It may implicate numerous individuals. Your task is to keep a close watch on her, documenting her every word and deed. Particularly, he paused meaningfully, especially if anyone attempts to approach her, or if she mentions anyone or anything, it must be meticulously documented. Yes, I understand. Lin Yi replied mechanically, his mind a chaotic whirl. Remember, Tian Qibin suddenly lowered his voice. This case is directly supervised from above. Just execute your task without asking questions or divulging a single word to outsiders. Understood? Understood. Upon exiting the office, Lin Yi felt his shirt soaked through with sweat. In the corridor, Lu Lifeng hurried after him, handing him a folder. This contains the basic information and current situation regarding Qin Shuang. Familiarize yourself with it. Lu Lifeng's voice was soft, almost a whisper. Lin Yi, this is an opportunity. If you handle it well, you might be promoted to the official sequence. Lin Yi accepted the folder, forcing a smile. Thank you, Director Lu. Lu Lifeng cast him a meaningful glance before turning away. Lin Yi stood there, feeling the weight of the folder in his hands, as if it bore the burden of the world. On the other side, after the office door gently closed, the smile on Tian Kibin's face vanished without a trace. He rose and approached the window, drawing the blinds to ensure that the outside could not see within. Ma Guoqiang immediately sprang from the sofa, striding to the desk in hurried steps, lowering his voice. Secretary Tian, isn't it too risky to have Lin Yi guard Mayor Qin? Tian Qibin did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from the drawer, unhurriedly opening it. Guoqiang deftly produced a lighter, igniting it for him. Old Ma, Tian Qibin exhaled a ring of smoke, squinting. How long do you think Qin Shuang will be detained this time? Ma Guoqiang paused, then quickly grasped the implication. You mean someone from above will protect her? Humph. You know the answer already, Tian Qibin scoffed, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Then, this double regulation. Ma Guoqiang stammered. It's merely for show. Tian Qibin flicked the ash off his cigarette. Someone reported that Qin Shuang accepted bribes from developers, and the evidence is irrefutable. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee has no choice but to investigate. However, given the influence behind her, she will likely be released within a week. Yet, in these few days, we have ample time to twist the narrative and tarnish her reputation permanently. Ma Guoqiang's understanding dawned, so that's why you sent Lin Yi. Precisely. A glint of coldness flickered in Tian Kibin's eyes. Once Qin Shuang is released, someone must take responsibility for this violation of the double regulation. Lin Yi, a mere junior staff member without connections, is the perfect scapegoat. Ma Guoqiang swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. He recalled Lin Yi's youthful face, the one who always arrived first at the office and left last. The earnest young man who even insisted on footing the bill during colleague gatherings, but Lin Yi has always performed well. Won't this decision? Ma Guoqiang's words were abruptly cut off by Tian Kibin's piercing gaze. Old Ma. Tian Kibin's voice took on a dangerous tone. When did you become so soft-hearted? Don't forget the case from 3 years ago in the development zone, and the apartment you received at M8. Guoqiang's complexion turned pale in an instant, and he hastily waved his hand. Secretary Tian, I understand. Lin Yi is indeed the most suitable candidate. Tian Qibin nodded in satisfaction and picked up the telephone on the table, dialing a number. Hello, is this the security department? Please prepare the small conference room on the 3rd floor. Yes, the one on the north side. Set up a bed, a set of toiletries, and install a surveillance camera. After hanging up the phone, Tian Qibin instructed Ma Guoqiang, Please prepare the necessary procedures for dual regulation. Remember, all documents must be signed by Lin Yi, especially that special surveillance application form. It is imperative that he signs it personally. Chapter 2. The beautiful Mayor Ma Guoqiang nodded, yet a tempest surged within him. The application form was all too familiar. It explicitly stated that 24-hour surveillance of those under double regulation required the approval of the secretary of the disciplinary committee. However, Tian Qibin was merely the deputy secretary and lacked such authority. Tian's secretary, Ma Guoqiang, hesitated, realizing that the application form needed Secretary Xia's signature to be valid. Tian Qibin revealed a knowing smile. Secretary Xia is attending a conference in Yanjing and won't return until next week. Once Qin Shuang is out, who will question the application form? The responsibility will rest entirely on Lin Yi's shoulders for conducting surveillance on a double-regulated subject without approval. Sufficient grounds to expel him from the party and his official position. At last, Ma Guoqiang comprehended the full scope of the scheme, a chill creeping down his spine at Tian Qibin's cunning. He recalled Lin Yi's earlier astonished demeanor, a wave of guilt washing over him, only to be swiftly suppressed by self-preservation instincts. Ah, right, Tian Qibin suddenly recalled. What did Qin Shuang bring with her when she arrived? Ma Guoqiang promptly replied. In accordance with protocol, her phone, watch, and bag were confiscated. Only her medication was retained. Medication? What kind? A bottle of alprazolam, purportedly for insomnia. The medical office has verified it as a legitimate prescription from a formal hospital. Tian Qibin frowned. Confiscate the medication as well. Qin Shuang is quite shrewd. Who knows if she has concealed something within the bottle? Ma Guoqiang nodded in agreement, preparing to leave when the telephone on Tian Qibin's desk suddenly rang. Tian Qibin glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting slightly, signaling Ma Guoqiang to remain. He took a deep breath and answered, "Hello, old leader." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Ma Guoqiang retreated to a corner, though his ears were keenly attuned to the conversation. The voice on the other end was indistinct. Yet Tian Qibin's expression grew increasingly grave. "Yes, I understand. Everything is arranged. Yes, it's an insignificant clerk without connections. You can rest assured it won't implicate you." Good. After ending the call, Tian Qibin coldly addressed Ma Guoqiang. "Old Ma, if this matter is handled well, the position of Deputy Secretary of the District's Disciplinary Committee will be yours next year. If not," he paused meaningfully, "you know the consequences." Ma Guoqiang's legs weakened, and he managed a nod. It was at this moment he fully grasped that he had become embroiled in a perilous game far beyond his initial comprehension. And Lin Yi, that innocent young man, was destined to be a casualty in this struggle for power. Tian Qibin then glanced at his watch. "It's time. You should prepare. Remember, from this moment on, this matter is known only to you and me." Ma Guoqiang nodded stiffly and turned to exit the office. Meanwhile, in the adjacent office, Lin Yi was packing his belongings. How could Mayor Qin be subjected to double regulation? Was there some hidden agenda at play? Though Lin Yi was merely a minor official within the Municipal Disciplinary Committee, he was not oblivious to the intrigues and deceptions of the political arena. Furthermore, he had heard others mention that the current secretary of the municipal committee, Zhou Jingheng, was nearing retirement, leaving the position of secretary vacant. Mayor Qin Shuang and the municipal party committee's deputy secretary Shen Mingzhang are vying for the esteemed position. Following the recent allegations and investigations against Qin Shuang, it appears she may not only be disqualified from the role of party secretary, but could also face formal charges. Alas, it is a pity that such a promising official has emerged in Jiangxing City. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi could not help but lament the intricacies and treachery inherent in the political arena, recognizing that as a mere individual, he could not influence such matters. It was best to focus on performing his own duties diligently. After organizing his personal belongings, Lin Yi proceeded to the Discipline Inspection Commission's interview room. The commission's discussion chamber is located in a quaint courtyard behind the office building, deceptively resembling an ordinary bungalow from the outside, yet adorned within with simplicity and comfort. This design aims to mitigate undue psychological pressure on the subjects of investigation, facilitating a more forthcoming dialogue. Standing before the door of room 1, Lin Yi inhaled deeply before entering. The woman inside lifted her gaze at the sound, and in that instant of eye contact, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Qin Shuang was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Despite the dire circumstances, she exuded an astonishing elegance. Her long, dark hair was simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and exquisite features. Clad only in a plain white shirt, her curvaceous figure was unmistakably alluring, accentuating her undeniable presence even without any adornments. "Are you the new guard?" Qin Shuang's voice was calm, tinged with a gentle warmth, as if she were leading a meeting rather than being the subject of an inquiry. "Yes, Mayor Qin, I am Lin Yi from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission," he replied, unconsciously standing a bit straighter. Qin Shuang turned towards him, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Comrade Lin Yi, you have my gratitude." Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable strength. "May I inquire how long this investigation might take?" Lin Yi swallowed hard. "I am uncertain. The specifics are determined by the leadership." "I understand." Qin Shuang nodded, her gaze falling upon the folder Lin Yi held. "Is that my file?" Chapter 3. Taking risks. Lin Yi instinctively concealed the folder behind him. "It's merely some routine documents." Suddenly, Qin Shuang smiled, a smile that quickened Lin Yi's heartbeat. "Comrade Lin Yi, you seem a bit nervous." Sunlight filtered through the blinds, illuminating her profile and casting a gentle outline. Lin Yi noticed a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes, which did not diminish her allure, but rather added an air of mature sophistication. "Is there anything you require?" Lin Yi stammered. "Tea, or a glass of warm water will suffice. Thank you." Qin Shuang's tone remained composed, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Lin Yi hurriedly turned to fetch the water, his hands trembling slightly, nearly dropping the cup. He had never imagined he would find himself alone in a room with the most beautiful mayor of Jiangqing City under such circumstances. Upon returning with the cup, he found Qin Shuang gazing out at the plane trees, her profile appearing particularly soft in the sunlight, completely at odds with the image of a corrupt official under investigation. "Here." Lin Yi cautiously placed the cup on the table before her. "Thank you." Qin Shuang took the cup of water, her fingertips unintentionally brushing against Lin Yi's hand. In that fleeting moment, the sensation jolted Lin Yi, causing him to retract his hand as if shocked. Qin Shuang seemed oblivious to his embarrassment, slowly sipping the warm water. Lin Yi stood awkwardly to the side, uncertain whether to sit or remain standing, his limbs feeling misplaced. "Comrade Lin Yi, how long have you been in the Discipline Inspection Commission?" Qin Shuang suddenly inquired. "Almost 5 years." Lin Yi responded reflexively, then realized he may have divulged too much. "Mayor Qin, according to regulations, I cannot engage in extensive conversation with you." Qin Shuang set down the cup, gazing intently into Lin Yi's eyes. "I'm merely curious. Why would a young and accomplished cadre like you choose to undertake such oversight work?" A wave of heat flushed Lin Yi's cheeks. "It is an assignment from the organization. I comply with the allocation." "Indeed, a commendable comrade." Qin Shuang nodded, a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickering in her eyes. "You know, when I was younger, I too harbored immense trust in the organization and fervor for my work." Her voice suddenly turned somber. "Until one day, you realize that the so-called organization is merely a tool for certain individuals to pursue their own interests." Lin Yi felt a jolt of alarm. "Mayor Qin, please do not speak this way." "Call me Qin Shuang," she replied, shaking her head. "I am no longer a mayor, merely a woman wronged." Unsure how to respond, Lin Yi fell silent, the ticking of the clock echoing in the room. "Lin Yi," Qin Shuang suddenly called his name, her tone soft as a whisper. "Do you think I'm someone who would accept bribes?" Lin Yi jolted, meeting her penetrating gaze, which seemed to see through to his very soul. He recalled the television image of the mayor who refused gifts from developers, insisting on open bidding. He remembered the iron-willed woman who returned even a box of mooncakes given by her subordinates. I do not know," was all Lin Yi could muster in response. Qin Shuang smiled, a bittersweet expression gracing her features. "It is all right. I would respond the same way if I were in your position." She rose and walked to the window. "But you know, Lin Yi, sometimes being innocent is more important than anything else." Turning back, the sunlight created a halo around her figure. "I am wronged. There are those who do not wish for me to become a member of the municipal committee, hence they set this trap." A wave of dizziness washed over Lin Yi. He felt he should not be privy to such confessions, let alone respond to them. Yet, Qin Shuang's voice had an enchanting quality that held his attention captive. My Yorin, you should convey these thoughts to the investigation team. Lin Yi struggled to articulate. The investigation team? Qin Shuang scoffed. Do you think it is them investigating me? Tian Qibin? Ma Guoqiang? Do you know who is behind them? A chill crept down Lin Yi's spine as he recalled the mysterious phone call from Tian's office and the significant glance exchanged between Ma Guoqiang and Lu Lifang. I'm just a minor clerk. Lin Yi's voice was barely audible, squeezed out between his teeth. Qin Shuang returned to the desk, unexpectedly grasping Lin Yi's hand. Her touch was warm and soft, yet imbued with an irresistible strength. Lin Yi, do me a favor. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Help me make a phone call, just one. Lin Yi's hand recoiled as if electrified, his back pressed against the cold wall. Qin Shuang's request buzzed in his ears like thunder. Mayor Qin, you know this is impossible. Lin Yi lowered his voice, each word seeming to be squeezed through clenched teeth. I am a member of the Discipline Inspection Commission. I have my principles. Qin Shuang did not respond immediately. She slowly returned to the window. Sunlight filtering through the blinds, casting mottled shadows on her face. When she turned again, there was a flicker in her eyes that Lin Yi could not decipher. 3 years ago, Qin Shuang suddenly stated, during the bidding for the Zhongbin plot, a developer sent me a box of cash, which I returned unopened. Her fingers lightly tapped the windowsill. 2 years ago, during the urban renovation, someone placed a card worth $2 million in my car, which I handed over to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Lin Yi's breath quickened. He had heard of these deeds, which had earned Qin Shuang the reputation of an iron lady among the citizens. Do you think this is an act? Qin Shuang's voice suddenly turned sharp. If it were a performance, I would not have rejected the project from Deputy Secretary Zhang's nephew. Lin Yi's pupils constricted. Deputy Secretary Zhang was a powerful figure in the province, and offending him carried significant consequences, well understood by those within the system. My Yorin, Lin Yi's throat felt parched. Let me finish, she interrupted, her tone softening. Lin Yi, I know what you're thinking. Did Tian Qibin tell you this is an important task? Did he imply that completing it would lead to promotion opportunities? Lin Yi's heart raced. How could Qin Shuang know this? As if reading his thoughts, a bitter smile formed on Qin Shuang's lips. Because this is an old trick, finding a young person without connections to act as a pawn, then throwing them under the bus once the task is accomplished. She stepped closer. Did Tian Qibin have you sign any documents? A special surveillance application form? Lin Yi's hands began to tremble. He recalled the form that required Secretary Xie's signature to take effect. And indeed, Secretary Xie was out on a business trip. How could you? Because that application form should be signed by the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Tian Qibin does not have that authority. Qin Shuang's voice was like ice water poured over Lin Yi's head. Once this matter concludes, you will be the scapegoat for the violations. The office's air conditioning seemed to suddenly lose its effect, and Lin Yi felt a bone-chilling cold. The image of Tian Qibin's knowing smile and Ma Guoqiang's evasive gaze flashed before him. Everything began to make sense. Why are you telling me this? Lin Yi's voice was hoarse. Qin Shuang's gaze deepened. Because I can see you are a principled person. Lin Yi, help me make that phone call, and I assure you, I will not implicate you. The clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, each second striking Lin Yi's heart like a hammer. His gaze darting between Qin Shuang and the surveillance camera. 5 years in the Discipline Inspection Commission had made him acutely aware of the consequences of violations. Yet the depth of Tian Qibin's conspiracy sent chills down his spine. Just one phone call? Lin Yi heard himself ask, his voice sounding foreign. Just one, Qin Shuang replied, her eyes brightening. Once the call is made, I will take over. You won't need to do anything. Lin Yi's nails dug deeply into his palm. Reason dictated that he should refuse, yet the unwavering determination in Qin Shuang's eyes caused him to waver. What if she was indeed wronged? Ultimately, he croaked, why should I trust you? Qin Shuang met his gaze directly. Because of this, she delicately extracted a slender gold chain from her shirt collar, at the end of which dangled a small disc. Within this lies evidence that proves my innocence, as well as records of many officials in Zhao City accepting bribes. Lin Yi inhaled sharply. The disc glimmered coldly under the light, resembling a miniature dagger. Why not hand it directly to the investigation team? Chapter 4. Settling scores after autumn, because I do not know who among the investigation team might be one of them. Qin Shuang replied with a bitter smile. This call is to my university mentor. He is an advisor to the Provincial Disciplinary Committee and entirely independent from local factions. Sweat trickled down Lin Yi's temples as he took a deep breath and pressed the dial key. The few seconds before the call connected felt like an eternity. Hello. A voice, old yet robust, resonated. Teacher, it's me. Qin Shuang's tone was remarkably calm. I have encountered an issue. The disc is in the usual place, and the key is in the safe you are aware of. The password is my father's birthday. There was silence on the other end for several seconds. Understood. Take care. As the call ended, Lin Yi swiftly deleted the record, his hands trembling so much he could barely hold onto the phone. Qin Shuang exhaled deeply, her tension somewhat alleviated. Thank you, she whispered. I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, footsteps suddenly echoed outside, causing both he and Qin Shuang to freeze. The footsteps grew closer and finally halted at the door. Lin Yi, are you in there? It was Ma Guiqiang's gruff voice. Lin Yi's heart nearly ceased beating. He quickly gestured for Qin Shuang to be silent and composedly replied, Yes, Director Ma. Step out for a moment. I need to speak with you. Lin Yi glanced at Qin Shuang, who had resumed the demeanor expected of someone under scrutiny, as if all that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. Yet, her eyes still silently conveyed a message, both a warning and a promise. As Lin Yi turned toward the door, he realized he had crossed an irrevocable line. Regardless of Qin Shuang's innocence, he had become a pawn in this game of power. On the other side of the board, Tian Qibin and Ma Guoqiang awaited his self-entrapping move. Lin Yi clenched his fists, internally vowing that whether this gamble ended in victory or defeat, he would leave it to fate. Surprisingly, the provincial response was swifter than anyone had anticipated. The following morning, as Lin Yi entered the office, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Groups of people gathered in the corridor, dispersing the moment they spotted him. The air thick with an eerie silence. Have you heard? Mayor Qin is to be released. His colleague, Xiao Wang, pulled him aside, lowering his voice. We just received word that all investigation materials are to be sealed, and the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's investigation team is returning along the same route. The folder in Lin Yi's hand fell to the ground with a sharp sound, and he bent down to retrieve it, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. How could that phone call be so effective? In less than 12 hours, a mayor under double regulation regained his freedom. The office of Secretary Tian was practically in chaos. Xiao Wang added meaningfully, mentioning that a cup had just been smashed and Director Ma had been thoroughly reprimanded. Lin Yi felt a tightening in his throat as memories of Qin Shuang's mention of the disc resurfaced, along with thoughts of that enigmatic old professor. Just how deep was this murky water? Before he could sort through his thoughts, the internal phone rang sharply. Lin Yi, report to Secretary Tian's office immediately. Ma Guiqiang's voice thundered with suppressed fury. As he pushed open the door to Tian Qibin's office, Lin Yi's back was already drenched with sweat. Tian Qibin stood with his back to the door, gazing out the window, his shoulders taut like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Ma Guiqiang stood beside him, his complexion a grim shade of pale. Close the door. Tian Qibin's voice was eerily calm. Lin Yi gently shut the door, the metallic click echoing like the shackles of a condemned prisoner. Do you know why I've called you here? Tian Qibin suddenly turned, his eyes bloodshot and webbed with red veins. Lin Yi shook his head, cold sweat beading in his palms. The surveillance room lacked recording devices, and no one was privy to Qin Shuang's disc. They could not possibly have evidence. Mayor Qin was released at 6 this morning. Tian Qibin slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup to leap and tumble to the floor, a direct order from the provincial committee. Secretary Xie was summoned to Yanjing for an urgent discussion overnight. Lin Yi held his breath as the teacup rolled across the floor, finally halting at his feet. Tea leaves staining his trousers. I don't know anything about this, he stammered, his voice parched. Suddenly, Tian Qibin laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Lin Yi's spine. He stepped around the desk, advancing slowly until Lin Yi could smell the heavy scent of smoke emanating from him. Little Lin, Tian Qibin said, reaching out to adjust Lin Yi's collar. His touch as gentle as that of a predator caressing its prey. Do you know what I despise the most? Lin Yi's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Those who betray their own. Tian Qibin's fingers tightened suddenly, the tie constricting around Lin Yi's neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. What benefit did Qin Shuang offer you? Money? Or a promise to promote you? I didn't tease silence. Tian Qibin bellowed, saliva spraying onto Lin Yi's face. You are the one sent by the Discipline Inspection Commission to oversee Qin Shuang. Who else could it be? Lin Yi's mind raced. They indeed lacked concrete evidence. Otherwise, he would be facing the disciplinary committee rather than being questioned privately by Tian Qibin. Secretary Tian, he forced himself to meet the bloodshot eyes. I followed protocol during the handover. The surveillance records can verify that. If I had done something wrong, why hasn't the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission taken me away directly? These words struck Tian Qibin like a bucket of cold water. He released his grip, stepping back, his facial muscles twitching. Lin Yi knew he had gambled correctly. Tian Qibin himself was not entirely clean and dared not escalate the matter. The office fell into a heavy silence, while Ma Guoqiang anxiously rubbed his hands, his gaze darting between the two. Very well, very well. Tian Qibin suddenly regained his composure, returning to his chair. Comrade Lin Yi, since you were so diligent in adhering to procedure, I trust you will also be amenable to the organization's new arrangements. He opened the drawer and extracted a transfer order, sliding it across the table. Upon seeing the bold red letters, Lin Yi felt a heavy sinking in his heart. Notice regarding the work transfer of Comrade Lin Yi. The city archives happened to be in need of an archivist. He was to report there tomorrow. Tian Qibin wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. Aren't you fond of adhering to the rules? That place is the most leisurely, perfectly suited for a principled comrade like you. Lin Yi grasped the transfer order, the paper trembling slightly in his hand. The archives were akin to a graveyard for officials. Those who entered seldom saw the light of advancement again. Thank you for the organization's concern, he heard himself say, his voice feeling distant and foreign. After returning to his dormitory, Lin Yi waited for a long time, yet the anticipated turning point never arrived. He mused that perhaps Qin Shuang had already forgotten about him. In this political struggle among the elite, he had become a complete scapegoat and a victim of circumstance. Damn it, as Zhang Wuji's mother said, the more beautiful the woman, the less reliable she is. Chapter 5. The tiger falls in the plain as he cursed. Lin Yi began to pack his belongings, resembling a defeated soldier, leaving the disciplinary office with a look of dishevelment, heading towards the archives to report. The city archives were located on the outskirts of the old town of Zhaoning, housed in a grayish-white building from the 1980s, its exterior overrun with withered ivy, resembling a vast spider's web from afar. Standing before the archives, Lin Yi clutched the transfer order tightly. The cold morning wind stung his cheeks, yet it paled in comparison to the chill in his heart. The disparity between the core department of the city's disciplinary committee and the archives felt greater than plummeting from the clouds into a mire. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the weather glass door. The lobby was desolate, inhabited only by a white-haired old security guard who was dozing off, startled awake by Lin Yi's footsteps. Who are you looking for? The old guard squinted. I am Lin Yi, the newly transferred archivist, here to report. Lin Yi presented the transfer order. The guard slowly donned his reading glasses, scrutinizing it for a while, before suddenly breaking into a grin. Oh, come down for the disciplinary committee? Must have made a mistake. Huh? Lin Yi felt a flush of embarrassment, but refrained from responding. Third floor, turn right, Director Kong's office, the guard said meaningfully. Be careful. Director Kong dislikes parachute troops like you. As he ascended the stairs, Lin Yi noticed his palms were clammy with sweat. The corridor on the third floor was even darker and more humid than the first, with peeling walls revealing yellowed cement beneath. Counting the door numbers, he finally halted before a deep brown wooden door marked Director's office. The knock echoed sharply in the silent corridor. Come in, a hoarse voice beckoned from within. Upon entering, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him. The office was cramped, cluttered with files and books, leaving little room to maneuver. Behind the desk sat a man in his 50s, bald with a round face, small eyes hidden behind thick lenses. fixated on the computer screen without raising his head. Good day, Director Kong. I am Lin Yi, the newly transferred archivist. Lin Yi stood straight, attempting to keep his voice steady. Only then did Kong Yinshan lift his gaze, appraising Lin Yi from head to toe, a cold smirk curling his lips. Ah, so you're the young Lin from the disciplinary committee. Lin Yi felt a stiffness in his spine. Secretary Tian specifically called to instruct me to take care of you. Kong Yinshan emphasized the words take care with particular weight. Have a seat. Just as Lin Yi was about to sit down in the chair opposite, Kong Yinshan abruptly interjected. Who permitted you to sit? Stand and listen. Lin Yi immediately rose, his heart racing. Although our archives office is a straightforward institution, it adheres to certain regulations. Lighting a cigarette, Kong Yinshan leisurely remarked, especially for someone like you, who has erred in the past, strict standards must be upheld. Understand, Lin Yi murmured. Understand? Kong Yinshan suddenly raised his voice. What do you comprehend? After so many years in the Discipline Inspection Commission, you still fail to grasp the rules of the bureaucratic world. Otherwise, how could you have been demoted? Lin Yi shot his head up. Director Kong, I silence. Kong Yinshan slammed the table. Here, I am in charge. Effective immediately, you will sort materials in the underground archive room. Without my permission, you are prohibited from accessing any current files. The underground archive room is the most dismal workspace in the archive office, perpetually devoid of sunlight, damp and chilly, housing decades-old, neglected files. Understood. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. Kong Yinshan let out a cold laugh, tossing a set of keys onto the table. These are the keys to the basement. Off you go. Lin Yi picked up the keys and turned to leave. Wait. Kong Yinshan called him back. Hand over your phone. The underground archive is a confidential area, and no communication devices are allowed. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi relinquished his phone. Lunch is served at 2 o'clock. If you're late, you'll miss out. Kong Yinshan waved his hand dismissively. Now go. Stepping out of the director's office, Lin Yi realized that his shirt was already drenched with sweat. Following the directional signs, he descended the staircase. The further he went, the more humid and chilly the air became, the lighting dimmer. The second basement floor had almost no natural light, illuminated only by a few feeble incandescent bulbs. At the corridor's end stood an iron door marked with a sign indicating the file sorting room. Lin Yi knocked on the door but received no response. Attempting to unlock it, he pushed the door open, and a wave of mildew and dust rushed at him, prompting a series of coughs. The underground archive room was even worse than he had imagined. Under the dim lighting, mountains of file boxes lay covered in thick dust. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and the floor was damp enough to leave footprints. A rickety wooden table and a chair with a broken armrest constituted the entirety of the office equipment. They're truly making it difficult for me, Lin Yi muttered bitterly to himself, placing his backpack on the table, stirring up a cloud of dust. He surveyed the room and found it to be at least 300 square meters, with files piled according to year and department. The oldest documents dated back to the early days of the Republic, the paper yellowed and brittle. Kong Yinshan's request for him to sort these decades-old files was clearly a ploy to marginalize him completely. Rolling up his sleeves, Lin Yi began to clear his workspace. 3 hours later, he finally cleared a spot where one could sit. His shirt was now thoroughly soaked with sweat. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 12:40. If he didn't hurry to the cafeteria, he would miss lunch. The cafeteria is located on the first floor, offering little respite from the damp chill of the basement. As Lin Yi entered, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a brief silence, soon replaced by a flurry of hushed whispers. Ah, there he is, the one sent down by the Discipline Inspection Commission. I heard he offended the leaders of the commission. Serves him right, wanting to climb the ranks at such a young age. Lin Yi lowered his head, clutching his tray as he queued. The serving lady, upon noticing him, visibly trembled as she scooped the food, reducing the expected 2 pieces of braised pork to a solitary, greasy morsel. New here? She inquired with a slight curl of her lip. Yes, I just reported today. Lin Yi replied, Forgina simile. Well, be sure to eat plenty of vegetables. It's good for your digestion, she added, ladling a spoonful of greens onto his tray. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Yi sat down with his meal. The food was even more unpalatable than he had anticipated. Undercooked rice, bitter greens, and a solitary piece of braised pork was an oily disappointment. Yet he mechanically chewed, forcing himself to swallow, having consumed nothing but a glass of water since morning. Meanwhile, in the office of the director on the third floor, Kong Yinshan lounged back, delighting in the braised ribs he had brought from home. Humph. What does it matter if the Discipline Inspection Commission has sent someone? In my territory, dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. Savoring the meat, a smug smile spread across his plump face as he sent a message to Tian Qibin, reporting that Lin Yi had been adequately settled. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the desk phone pierced the air. Kong Yinshan frowned, wiped his hands with a napkin, and lazily answered, "Hello, who is this? Is this Director Kong? I am Wang Zhengjie, the head of the General Office of the Municipal Government." A serious voice resonated from the other end. Kong Yinshan immediately straightened, his jowls quivering. The General Office directly serves the city leaders and rarely interacts with peripheral departments like theirs. "Hello, Director Wang. How may I assist you?" Kong Yinshan's tone shifted to one of deference. "Has your unit recently transferred a comrade named Lin Yi from the Discipline Inspection Commission?" The question jolted Kong Yinshan, causing his chopsticks to clatter on the table. "Yes, there is such a person. He just reported today. You must notify him immediately. The General Office requires his temporary assignment for a key project. The transfer order has been sent to your unit's fax machine. He is to report to the conference room on the third floor of the General Office at 2:30 this afternoon." Wang Zhengjie's voice brooked no argument. This was a directive from Mayor Qin himself, and any delay would fall on him. As the call ended, the beeping sound echoed in Kong Yinshan's ears, and his corpulent body jolted upright as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Mayor Qin?" he exclaimed, crumpling the napkin in his hand. His mind raced. Wasn't Lin Yi sent here as a punishment for offending Secretary Tian? How had he suddenly become the favored choice of Mayor Qin? The beautiful mayor, who had recently been under investigation, had only just been released yesterday. He suddenly recalled the rumor he had heard this morning about an urgent meeting convened by the provincial authorities overnight, which not only reinstated Qin Shuang to her position, but also appointed her to temporarily oversee the work of the municipal committee. This is disastrous. Kong Yinshan slapped his forehead, the flesh on his face quivering violently. In a flurry, he grabbed his coat and dashed towards the door, neglecting even to tidy up the ribs on the table. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Lin Yi was preparing to rise and leave, while his colleagues continued to whisper and point at him. Several young female employees deliberately circumvented the table he occupied, as if he were carrying a contagion. It was said that he was unpopular with the leadership at the disciplinary committee. "Hush, keep your voice down. Such a person might have some issues." Lin Yi clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. At that moment, the cafeteria door was flung open with a bang, and Kong Yinshan appeared, panting, his suit askew and his tie askew. "Where's Comrade Lin Yi?" Kong Yinshan's voice was high-pitched and urgent, as if he were being choked. The entire cafeteria fell silent, all eyes turning in astonishment toward this usually arrogant director. Kong Yinshan hurried over to Lin Yi, his face contorted into an exaggerated grin. "Director Lin, what are you doing sitting here?" Kong Yinshan's voice suddenly escalated by an octave, deliberately ensuring everyone in the cafeteria heard him. "The municipal office just called. They want to assign you to participate in a key project. It was personally designated by Mayor Qin." This statement detonated like a bomb in the cafeteria. The female employees who had just been avoiding Lin Yi widened their eyes in shock, and the cafeteria lady's ladle clattered to the floor. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, his heart racing. Qin Shuang had not forgotten him. Kong Yinshan was already eagerly pulling out a chair for Lin Yi, his smile twisted into a near sycophantic grimace. "Look at this commotion. Secretary Tian only mentioned letting you gain some experience, but I didn't expect the municipal office to act so swiftly. I'll accompany you to collect your things." He reached for the tray in Lin Yi's hands, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. Lin Yi regained his composure and gently evaded Kong Yinshan's hand. "Director Kong, didn't you say this morning that the underground archive is a confidential area?" "My phone, oh dear. Look at my memory." Kong Yinshan slapped his forehead. "I'll retrieve it for you right away." "No, I'll have my secretary go fetch it immediately. You go rest in my office. I'll have someone brew you a nice cup of tea." The onlookers in the cafeteria were utterly astonished. The man who usually dared to berate even the deputy directors was now bowing and scraping to a newly arrived junior staff member. Lin Yi suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and calmly replied, "There's no need for the trouble. I can retrieve it myself. Furthermore, the transfer order has already been printed and stamped." Kong Yinshan quickly rummaged through his briefcase and produced a piece of paper. "Look, I printed it myself at the fax machine. The ink isn't even dry yet." Lin Yi took the transfer order. Noticing the bold letters Municipal Office Key Project Working Group along with the vivid red seal at the bottom, and finally confirmed that this was not a dream. "Thank you, Director Kong," he said lightly, deliberately softening the title. Kong Yinshan, however, appeared as if he had received an imperial decree, bowing even lower. "You are too courteous. Upon ascending the ranks within the city, do not forget our archives." As Lin Yi exited the canteen, he sensed an overwhelming multitude of astonished, perplexed, and envious gazes directed at him. The individual who had been shunned just half an hour prior had swiftly transformed into someone whom even the director sought to curry favor with. On the way back to his office, Kong Yinshan jogged closely behind Lin Yi, incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow. "Director Lin, please disregard the arrangements from this morning. It was all a misunderstanding. The basement archives indeed require organization, but how could we burden someone of your caliber with such tasks?" Lin Yi remained silent, methodically gathering his belongings. As he received his phone from the trembling hands of Kong Yinshan, he noticed 3 missed calls, all from the same unknown number. "The car is ready. I shall personally take you to the municipal government," Kong Yinshan said, rubbing his hands together. "No need for that," Lin Yi replied as he adjusted his tie. "I can take a taxi myself." Kong Yinshan's expression fell. That seems rather inappropriate. "Please, let Director Kong drive you." Lin Yi smiled faintly. "It won't be a bother." With that, he grasped his briefcase and strode confidently toward the entrance of the archives, leaving Kong Yinshan standing in bewilderment. The moment Lin Yi stepped out of the archives, he inhaled a deep breath of fresh air and then stood by the roadside. Hailing a taxi, the May's sunshine bathed him, yet it failed to dispel the chill that lingered within. He pulled out his phone, glancing at the 3 missed calls. His finger hovered over the redial button for a few seconds before he ultimately set it down. "First, I shall report in," he murmured to himself. A taxi halted before him. The driver rolled down the window, leaning out to inquire, "Where to?" "To the municipal government, please." The driver raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the young man in plain attire destined for the city's power center. "Attending a meeting?" Lin Yi offered a smile without responding, gazing out the window instead. As the vehicle traversed the older districts of Zhaoning, dilapidated residential buildings gradually gave way to sleek, modern office towers. When the magnificent municipal building came into view, Lin Yi felt his heartbeat quicken involuntarily. "Here we are, $15. Chapter 7. A reunion after paying the fare and disembarking. Lin Yi found himself in the plaza before the municipal building. This 20-story glass facade sparkled in the sunlight, starkly contrasting with the ivy-covered old archives. The plaza bustled with people, each individual appearing hurried, as if burdened with the important duties of the city's functioning. He adjusted the collar of his shirt, took a deep breath, and approached the main entrance. "Stop! What is your business here?" A gruff voice suddenly boomed. Lin Yi turned to find a burly security guard emerging from the kiosk, his uniform taut across his protruding belly, a scowl etched upon his face. "Good day. I am here to report for duty," Lin Yi replied courteously, producing his transfer order. "The municipal office has seconded me to participate in a key project." The guard squinted at the transfer order, scoffing. "Another one of those fake documents. We get a dozen like you trying to sneak in every day." He tossed the order back to Lin Yi. "Do you have an appointment? Who contacted you?" Lin Yi frowned it, sensing that it was a call from Director Wang of the municipal office. "Director Wang?" The security guard burst into exaggerated laughter, incredulous. "You? Director Wang would personally call you?" He gestured toward a small door nearby. "Go register over there and wait for verification." Lin Yi clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. This familiar sense of obstruction reminded him of his earlier experience at the archives. He suppressed his anger, stating, "The transfer order bears an official seal. You can verify it by calling." Do you think the municipal government is your family business? The security guard raised his voice, attracting the attention of those around them. I said, wait over there. Just as Lin Yi prepared to continue arguing, the sound of sharp high heels echoed through the hall. What's going on? Inquired a cool female voice. Lin Yi turned to see a young woman in a dark blue professional suit standing at the revolving door. She appeared to be in her late 20s, tall and elegant. Her long black hair neatly styled in a bun, with a fair complexion and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her sharp eyes glinted behind the lenses. The guard's demeanor shifted dramatically. Director Tang. This person insists on barging in, claiming to be assigned by Director Wang, yet refuses to register. The woman, identified as Director Tang, stepped out from the revolving door, her gaze landing on Lin Yi. Are you Lin Yi? Lin Yi nodded in surprise. Yes, do you know me? She smiled slightly and extended her hand. I am Tang Shui, Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department. Mayor Qin sent me to escort you. Turning to the guard, her tone turned icy. This individual is a seconded staff member personally requested by Mayor Qin. He does not require registration for entry or exit from the municipal office. The guard's face drained of color. Director, I didn't know. Now you do. Tang Shui interrupted. She turned to Lin Yi. Come with me. Mayor Qin is waiting for you. Lin Yi followed Tang Shui into the hall, where the guard's apologetic murmurs trailed behind them. The spacious and brightly lit hall bustled with staff, many nodding respectfully to Tang Shui while casting curious glances at Lin Yi. Don't mind the guard's attitude, Tang Shui said as they walked. There have been many petitioners recently. It's part of their duties. Lin Yi smiled in understanding. I comprehend. In the elevator, Tang Shui pressed the button for the 18th floor and suddenly asked, what is your relationship with Mayor Qin? She rarely personally requests someone. Lin Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the elevator's floor indicator. Tang Shui chuckled lightly. Keeping a secret? She leaned a bit closer, the faint scent of her perfume wafting toward Lin Yi's nose. In the municipal government, there are no true secrets. Lin Yi continued to maintain silence, merely smiling politely. Interesting. Tang Shui straightened up. You are the first person Mayor Qin has requested to meet since her return, yet you know nothing about her situation. Her words were laden with meaning. I hope you are aware of what you are doing. The elevator dinged as it arrived at the 18th floor. The corridor was adorned with thick carpeting, muffling footsteps entirely. Tang Shui led Lin Yi to a dark wooden door and gently knocked. Come in. A familiar female voice called from within. Tang Shui pushed the door open. Mayor Qin, Lin Yi has arrived. The office is spacious and bright, with a panoramic view of Jiaoning City visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind a large desk, a woman is engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon hearing a sound, she raises her head, causing Lin Yi's breath to catch in his throat. Qin Shuang appears even more radiant than when she was at the Discipline Inspection Commission. Her lustrous black hair elegantly styled into a simple bun, revealing her gracefully contoured neck. She dons a crisp white-collared shirt paired with a navy blue blazer, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. However, what quickens Lin Yi's heartbeat the most are her eyes, clear and profound like autumn waters. You're here? Qin Shuang sets down her pen, a slight smile gracing her lips. Tang Shui, sensing the moment, discreetly steps out, softly closing the door behind her with a barely audible click. Standing 3 meters away from the desk, Lin Yi can distinctly hear the rapid beats of his heart echoing in his chest. Qin Shuang rises from behind the expansive desk, sunlight streaming through the windows, outlining her ample and upright silhouette. She circles the desk, her high heels making no sound as they tread on the plush carpet. Please have a seat. She gestures towards the sofa in the meeting area, her voice colder than it was over the phone. Lin Yi cautiously perches on the edge of the sofa, his back straight. Although the temperature in the office is pleasant, he feels a wave of heat creeping up his neck. A delicate tea set rests on the coffee table beside an open document, prompting him to instinctively divert his gaze. Would you like some water? Qin Shuang inquires, picking up a glass kettle. No, thank you, Mayor Qin. Lin Yi's voice is slightly strained. Qin Shuang pauses in her motion, a faint smile playing on her lips. It's been a few days. Have we become so distant? When you handed me tissues in the interrogation room, you weren't this formal. That was merely, Lin Yi attempts to clarify. Just a trivial matter? Qin Shuang interjects, pushing the water glass towards him. Yet the phone you risked lending me was pivotal in altering the entire situation, though it has entangled you as well. Lin Yi abruptly meets her profond gaze. The weariness and defiance that once filled her eyes in the interrogation room have transformed into a complex emotion he cannot decipher. You are aware of everything? Of course. Qin Shuang chuckles lightly, her fingertips gently tapping against the cup. Tianqi Bean sensed something amiss the very next day. Your reassignment to the archives occurred even faster than I anticipated. Lin Yi swallows hard, beads of sweat forming on his palms. Qin Shuang's gaze lingers on his face for a few moments before she suddenly shifts the topic. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has confirmed that the materials used to report against me were entirely fabricated. Tianqi Bean was summoned for questioning yesterday and has already been suspended for investigation. Chapter 8. Rising to prominence, Lin Yi's pupils constrict. The news is so shocking that he is momentarily at a loss for how to react. It is worth noting that Tianqi Bean is the deputy secretary of the municipal committee, entrenched in Jiaoning for many years. How could he possibly fall so easily? Surprised? Qin Shuang takes a sip from her teacup. The provincial government has long been dissatisfied with the political ecosystem in Jiaoning. This is merely a convenient opportunity to act. She set down her cup, the porcelain clinking against the glass, producing a crisp sound. The secretary of the municipal committee, Zhou Jingheng, was about to retire. By convention, I would either take over or someone would be parachuted in from the province. However, now there was an unexpected variable, Shunming Zhang. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Shunming Zhang served as the full-time deputy secretary of the municipal committee and was known in the political arena of Jiaoning as an indomitable figure, having outlasted 3 municipal secretaries. Why are you telling me all this? Lin Yi finally voiced his lingering curiosity. Qin Shuang rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. From this vantage point, the entire city of Jiaoning lay before her, with traffic weaving through the towering buildings. Because I want you to be my secretary. She turned, the sunlight creating an aura behind her. Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness, as if a muffled gong had sounded in his ear. He understood all too well what the position of the mayor's secretary entailed within the municipal bureaucracy. It was a shortcut to the heart of power, a coveted springboard for many. I am just an ordinary staff member, lacking any experience in secretarial work. Lin Yi's voice trembled. Qin Shuang returned to the sofa and bent down to retrieve a dossier from the lower shelf of the coffee table. Lin Yi, 28 years old, Master S graduate from a political law university, recognized as an outstanding graduate at the provincial level during his studies. Over 4 years at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. He has participated in 17 cases and presided over 9, all concluded successfully. She closed the dossier. What I value is not merely your credentials, but your capabilities and the boldness you exhibited that night. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the dossier, marked with a red stamp of confidentiality. He suddenly realized that Qin Shuang's understanding of him ran far deeper than he had imagined. Although Tianqi Bean was temporarily suspended, his influence remained. Qin Shuang resumed her seat, her legs elegantly crossed. Shunming Zhang has supporters in the province as well. I need someone I can trust. Do you understand? The office fell into a brief silence. Mayor Qin, I'm just an ordinary staff member, without any connections, precisely because you lack connections, Qin Shuang interrupted him. In Jiaoning, everyone is backed by a faction, whereas you are untainted. She moved back to the sofa and fixed her gaze directly into Lin Yi's eyes. More importantly, you have experience in the Discipline Inspection Commission and are familiar with the case handling process. Your willingness to take risks demonstrates your courage, and most crucially, she paused. You possess the intelligence to know when to speak and when to remain silent. Lin Yi felt a tightening in his throat. Qin Shuang was too close, and he could detect the faint scent of her perfume mingling with a subtle hint of ink. This is a perilous path. Qin Shuang straightened up. Shunming Zhang will not relinquish easily, nor will those behind him. If you accept, you may face greater pressure than you did at the commission. The office fell silent once more. Lin Yi could hear the distant clamor of the city outside and the rapidity of his own breathing. Why did you choose me? He finally asked, voicing his doubt, given the abundance of experienced individuals in the municipal office. Qin Shuang returned to her desk and retrieved a folder from the drawer. Because they are either Shun Mingzhang's people or remnants of Secretary Zhou's old guard. She handed the folder to Lin Yi. "And you could only be mine." Lin Yi took the folder and opened the first page, with a bold title notification regarding the job transfer of Comrade Lin Yi was printed. The position listed was Secretary to the Mayor, Level 1, and a vibrant red official seal adorned the bottom. "Level 1, Lin Yi murmured, realizing that this equated to a remarkable promotion of 2 ranks, a feat that typically required at least 5 years under normal circumstances. Compensation is not an issue. Qin Shuang returned to her chair. "The question is, do you dare to accept it?" Lin Yi raised his head, meeting Qin Shuang's scrutinizing gaze. He understood that this decision would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his life. He could either ascend to great heights or plunge into the abyss. "I accept." The words slipped out, surprising Lin Yi with his own decisiveness. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Shuang's face. "Excellent. Starting today, you will move to the office next to mine. Tang Shui will familiarize you with the workflow." She pressed the intercom on her desk. "Director Tang, please come in." The door swung open, and Tang Shui entered, her gaze flitting between Lin Yi and Qin Shuang. "From today onwards, Comrade Lin Yi will serve as my secretary." Qin Shuang's tone reverted to a formal demeanor. "Take him to complete the necessary procedures, arrange his office," and then she cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yi, "Help him get acquainted with the workflow." A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Shui's eyes, but she quickly masked it. "Understood, Mayor Qin." Lin Yi stood and slightly bowed to Qin Shuang. "I shall proceed to handle the formalities." "Wait." Qin Shuang called him back, retrieving a new phone from her drawer. "This is your work phone. It contains essential contacts, including my personal number, which is available 24 hours a day." Lin Yi accepted the phone, feeling its weight. It was not merely a communication device, but a key to the core of power. "Thank you, Mayor Qin," he said solemnly. Qin Shuang nodded, already engrossed in her documents. Lin Yi followed Tang Shui out of the office, gently closing the door behind him. In the corridor, Tang Shui suddenly halted, turning to scrutinize Lin Yi. "I don't know what makes you special, but Mayor Qin never undertakes ventures without assurance." She lowered her voice. "However, being the mayor's secretary is no easy task. Every word and action of yours will be under scrutiny. You should be mentally prepared." Lin Yi tightened his grip on the folder. "Thank you for the warning, Director Tang." Tang Shui cast him a meaningful glance before turning to walk ahead. Lin Yi matched her pace, feeling as though the carpet beneath his feet had transformed into something softer, each step akin to walking on clouds. As they turned the corner of the corridor, several staff members were conversing. Upon seeing them, they immediately ceased speaking, casting curious glances. Lin Yi understood that from this moment on, he was no longer the inconspicuous junior staff member who could be easily overlooked. "That is your office." Tang Shui indicated a half-open door, "and mine is diagonally opposite. Should you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me." Chapter 9. Walking on thin ice, Lin Yi stepped into his own spacious office, featuring a brand-new computer and a window that offered a view of the cityscape. A potted plant adorned his desk, beside a neatly stacked pile of documents. These are materials and considerations regarding the workflow of a secretary. Tang Shui stood at the door, urging you to familiarize yourself promptly. She paused, "Welcoming you to the municipal office, Secretary Lin." After Tang Shui departed, Lin Yi closed the door, inhaled deeply, and approached the window, surveying the panoramic view of Zhaoning City. Just hours earlier, he had been in the dim basement of the archives, sorting through moldy documents. Now, he stood on the upper floors of the municipal building, having become a trusted aide to the mayor. He understood that he had entered a realm rife with both peril and opportunity, and the game was merely beginning. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Lin Yi arrived at the municipal building. In the elevator, he repeatedly adjusted the collar of his freshly ironed shirt, his briefcase filled with materials he had painstakingly organized late into the night. The elevator halted on the 16th floor, and Lin Yi proceeded to report to Director Ma Honyuan's office as per protocol. In the corridor, several staff members were already present, casting inquisitive glances in his direction upon seeing him. "Come in," a deep voice replied to his knock. Director Ma Hongyuan's office was half the size of Qin Shuang's. yet equally well appointed. A middle-aged man, perhaps in his early 50s, sat behind the desk, his sparse hair meticulously combed back, and round face adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Good day, Director Ma. I am Lin Yi, newly appointed to report to you. Lin Yi respectfully presented his documents. Ma Hongyuan accepted the papers, but did not immediately peruse them. Instead, he scrutinized Lin Yi with an appraising gaze. Have a seat. He gestured to the chair opposite him, his tone devoid of emotion. No sooner had Lin Yi settled down than Ma Hongyuan slid a form across the desk. Please fill out the personal information registration form. He tapped the surface of the desk, adding, though you have been specifically appointed by Mayor Qin, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Understood. Lin Yi acknowledged as he took the form, noting the slight twitch at the corners of Ma Hongyuan's mouth when he mentioned the term appointed. During the form-filling process, the only sound in the office was the scratch of the pen on paper, and Lin Yi could sense Ma Hongyuan's gaze fixed upon him, as if an invisible ruler were measuring him. I hear you previously worked at the Discipline Inspection Commission? Ma Hongyuan suddenly inquired. Yes, indeed. The commission is quite a commendable place, Lin Yi replied. Ma Hongyuan removed his glasses to clean them, continuing, however, the nature of work in the municipal government is entirely different. Here, coordination and communication are paramount. Lin Yi discerned the underlying implication. He would need to adapt swiftly to the new environment. Ma Hongyuan replaced his glasses, his eyes narrowing slightly behind the lenses. Mayor Qin's working style is rather distinctive. As a secretary, you must tread carefully. He paused, adding, especially someone like you, who has been promoted directly from a staff member, you must exercise prudence. Lin Yi's pen hesitated on the paper. Thank you for the reminder, Director Ma. No need to thank me. Ma Hongyuan's tone suddenly turned frigid. I simply do not wish to witness someone become complacent due to temporary success. In the municipal government, a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. The temperature in the office seemed to plummet. Lin Yi raised his head, meeting Ma Hongyuan's piercing gaze, which unmistakably conveyed a warning. I shall hold myself to the highest standards, Director Ma. Lin Yi responded with quiet confidence. Ma Hongyuan scrutinized him for several moments before abruptly shifting the subject. Mayor Qin has a special meeting on urban construction scheduled for 9 o'clock this morning. Have all the relevant materials been prepared? They have been prepared, Lin Yi replied, retrieving a folder from his briefcase. This contains the meeting materials and background information. I reviewed everything last night. Ma Hongyuan accepted the folder and casually flipped through a few pages. It is commendable that you have managed to prepare materials to this extent for your first meeting. However, his praise seemed somewhat reluctant, as the intricacies of urban development are profound, with many projects entangled in complex networks of relationships. Since you are new here and unfamiliar with the situation, please ensure that such materials are sent to me for review in the future. Understood. Lin Yi nodded, taking note of this detail in his mind. Ma Hongyuan closed the folder and suddenly inquired, have you known Mayor Qin prior to this? Lin Yi was prepared. We are not acquainted. We have only had professional interactions. Is that so? Ma Hongyuan smiled knowingly, remarking that it is quite a coincidence for Mayor Qin to become acquainted with you so soon after her arrival in Jiaoning. Lin Yi chose silence, aware that any explanation could easily be misconstrued. Very well, Ma Hongyuan stood, signaling the end of their conversation. Remember my words, in the city government, maintaining a low profile is far more important than anything else. As Lin Yi exited the office, he spotted Tang Shui leaning against the corner of the corridor, clutching a stack of documents, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon seeing him, Tang Shui approached briskly. Did you meet with Director Ma? She inquired in a hushed tone. Lin Yi nodded. Director Ma seems to have some opinions about me. Tang Shui chuckled lightly, pulling him towards the elevator. Don't take it to heart. Director Ma is like that with everyone. She pressed the elevator button, continuing, however, you did indeed take the position of someone he recommended. Recently, he has suggested several candidates for secretarial roles to Mayor Qin, all of whom were declined. The elevator doors opened to an empty cabin, and Tang Shui elaborated. Ma Hongyuan has managed affairs in the city office for over a decade, and since Mayor Qin's sudden appointment, many of his associates have been reassigned, which must be quite displeasing for him. Why does a Mayor Qin employ his recommended candidates? Lin Yi could not help but ask. Tang Shui smiled mysteriously. That is something you must ponder yourself. Since her arrival in Jiaoning, Mayor Qin has been exceedingly cautious, even bringing in her own driver from the provincial level. She cast a knowing glance at Lin Yi, adding that you are the first person she has actively sought. The elevator halted on the 18th floor, and they made their way towards Qin Shuang's office. Passing by the secretary's office, Lin Yi noticed his nameplate already affixed to the door. By the way, Tang Shui suddenly halted, reminding him that there is a meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon to host leaders from the Provincial Development and Reform Commission, and Mayor Qin has assigned you to handle the coordination. This will be your first time solely responsible for such an important reception, so do not falter. Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, the door to Qin Shuang's office swung open, revealing her standing at the threshold, holding a document. Lin Yi, come in for a moment. Tang Shui discreetly excused herself, and Lin Yi entered the office, noting that Qin Shuang was attired in a deep blue tailored suit, elegantly concealing her figure, her hair styled in a simple bun, exuding an air of competence and grace. Did you meet with Ma Honyuan this morning? What did he say to you? Chapter 10, Factional Divisions. Qin Shuang inquired directly. Lin Yi reported the details of their conversation, including Ma Honyuan's warnings and his particular interest in the urban construction project. Upon hearing this, a slight cold smile appeared at the corner of Qin Shuang's lips, as expected. She walked to the window, turning her back to Lin Yi. Ma Honyuan has a close relationship with Shen Mingzhang. I suspect he is assisting Shen Mingzhang in monitoring my every move. Lin Yi felt a jolt. He had not anticipated being embroiled in such a power struggle upon his arrival. The urban construction sector was Shen Mingzhang's territory. Qin Shuang turned to face him, her gaze sharp. Be particularly cautious during the afternoon reception. Director Liu from the Provincial Development and Reform Commission is an old classmate of Shen Mingzhang. Suddenly, Lin Yi comprehended why Ma Honyuan had emphasized the urban construction project. I will proceed with caution. Qin Shuang approached her desk and retrieved a small notebook from the drawer. This is a network of relationships among the main leaders in Jiaoning City that I have compiled. Familiarize yourself with it promptly. She paused, adding, also, if Ma Honyuan requests any materials from you in the future, inform me first. Lin Yi accepted the notebook, sensing its significant weight, understood. Very well. Qin Shuang's expression softened slightly. Now go prepare for the afternoon meeting. Remember, in the city government, what you see and hear may be precisely what others wish for you to perceive. As Lin Yi stepped out of Qin Shuang's office, he took a deep breath. He realized he had entered a power labyrinth far more intricate than he had imagined, with Ma Honyuan merely being the first obstacle to surface. Upon returning to his office, he gently closed the door and placed a small notebook on his desk. The sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the pristine desk, while the leaves of a potted green plant glistened in the light. Taking a deep breath, he opened the first page of the notebook. The words factional diagram of Jiaoning city politics caught his eye, accompanied by a complex web of relationships outlined in red, blue, and black lines. Lin Yi's pupils constricted suddenly, his fingers involuntarily tightening around the page. 3 major factions, he murmured, his voice barely audible. The notebook clearly delineated Jiangbei Gang, faction of Municipal Party Secretary Zhou Jingheng, core members, Zhou Jingheng, Municipal Party Secretary, Gu Minghui, Municipal Secretary, Yu Ruijia, Minister of the Municipal Organization Department. Background: members primarily hail from the Jiangbei region. A group of officials brought by Zhou Jingheng when he was transferred from Jiangbei City to Jiaoning. Current situation: signs of internal division have emerged as Zhou Jingheng approaches retirement. He hurriedly continued to read. Local faction, faction of Municipal Party Deputy Secretary Shen Mingzhang. Core members: Shen Mingzhang, Deputy Municipal Party Secretary, Qian Lidong, Executive Deputy Mayor, Wang Haifeng, Director of the Urban Construction Bureau. Background: a cadre group nurtured locally in Jiaoning, deeply rooted in the city for many years. Current situation: in recent years, their influence has been steadily expanding, poised to dominate Jiaoning's political landscape following Zhou Jingheng's retirement. Lin Yi's frown deepened. It was no wonder Qin Shuang had cautioned him to be vigilant regarding the urban construction projects, as Shen Mingzhang's faction controlled nearly all the lucrative departments. He continued to read, and among the list of local faction members, he was startled to recognize several names he had encountered during the disciplinary investigation. These individuals had all been reported for misconduct, yet ultimately, nothing had come of it. A chill crept up Lin Yi's spine as the truth dawned on him. The final section pertained to those whom Qin Shuang trusted, including several promising young leaders, notably the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Xin Chuan. However, within the political landscape of Zhaoning, the influence of these individuals was evidently insufficient, indicating that Qin Shuang's current situation was far from optimistic. The more Lin Yi read, the more alarmed he became. This information could not have been gleaned through superficial observation. Qin Shuang had undoubtedly established her own intelligence network in Zhaoning. By choosing to entrust him with these confidential details, she not only demonstrated her trust, but also bound him to her cause. Now, he was also an informed party, making it increasingly difficult for him to remain detached. In the middle of the notebook were several photographs depicting clandestine meetings among key members of various factions. Lin Yi picked up one photo showing Shun Mingzhang shaking hands with a man in a suit at the entrance of a high-end clubhouse. Written on the back were the date and a note regarding Shun's private conversation with Director Zhang from the Provincial Organization Department. Another photograph captured Ma Honyuan in discussion with Wang Haifeng, the director of the Urban Construction Bureau, both wearing serious expressions. This photo was taken at a tea house. Dated the previous week, Lin Yi's temples throbbed. These images indicated that Qin Shuang was not only gathering intelligence, but also surveilling the movements of other core faction members. Such tactics were exceedingly sensitive in the political arena, and if discovered, he suddenly realized that what Qin Shuang had given him was not merely a notebook, but a double-edged sword. With this information at his disposal, he had gained leverage in Zhaoning's political sphere, yet he had simultaneously placed himself in jeopardy if other factions were to learn that Qin Shuang's secretary held their secrets. The sound of footsteps approached from outside, prompting Lin Yi to instinctively close the notebook and tuck it away in the drawer. A knock followed immediately. "Come in," he said. Tang Shui entered, holding a stack of documents. "Secretary Lin, here are the materials for this afternoon's meeting. I need you to review them." "Thank you. Just place them here," Lin Yi replied, striving to maintain a steady voice. Tang Shui set the documents down, her gaze sweeping across the desk until it landed on the recently shut drawer. A faint smile graced her lips. "It seems that Mayor Qin has provided you with some introductory materials?" Lin Yi felt a pang of anxiety, but concealed it with a calm demeanor. "Director Tang, you jest. It is merely some work notes." Tang Shui chuckled lightly, opting not to pursue the topic further. "The meeting starts at 3 this afternoon. Be sure to prepare thoroughly." "Understood." Once Tang Shui departed, Lin Yi locked the door and retrieved the notebook once more. He needed to swiftly digest this information, particularly the section regarding Director Liu, whom he was to host later. Flipping to the chapter on provincial personnel, he soon located the details on Director Liu Zhibang, director of the Provincial Development and Reform Commission, a close university associate of Shun Mingzhang. He had obstructed the approval for the upgrade of Zhaoning's economic development zone on 3 occasions. Suspected to be a pawn in Shun Mingzhang's pressure tactics towards the provincial government. Arrogant in demeanor, fond of alcohol. With a notable vulnerability, he had previously accepted benefits during a project approval process, evidence archived. The last 4 words made Lin Yi's eyelids twitch. Qin Shuang not only possesses incriminating evidence against Liu Zhibang, but has also meticulously documented and archived it, suggesting that she may hold substantial proof in her hands. Lin Yi closed his notebook and rubbed his temples. Within a mere half hour, the political landscape of Zhaoning that he observed starkly contrasted with his prior understanding. During his time at the Discipline Inspection Commission, he believed that investigating corruption cases was the most complex task. However, he now realized that such investigations merely skimmed the surface of a much deeper and more intricate power struggle lurking beneath. He approached the window and gazed down at the bustling Zhaoning cityscape. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, a seemingly tranquil city concealed a treacherous power map, rife with overt and covert conflicts among 3 major factions. And he, a mere ordinary clerk just yesterday, had suddenly found himself thrust into the eye of the storm. Lin Yi recalled Qin Shuang's words. At the municipal government, What you see and hear may merely be what others wish for you to perceive. Chapter 11. Beneath the Mask. Now, he comprehended the weight of that statement. On this battlefield devoid of gunfire, everyone wore a mask, and every utterance could harbor hidden meanings. He returned to his desk, reopened his notebook, and began earnestly recording every pivotal name and relationship. With an afternoon meeting with Liu Zhibong approaching, he knew he had to prepare thoroughly. Simultaneously, he needed to reassess his position. As Qin Shuang's secretary, he had automatically aligned himself with the new faction, which implied that both the Jiangbei gang and the local faction would regard him as an adversary. The afternoon meeting proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. Lin Yi arrived at the conference room half an hour early, meticulously arranging the materials and refreshments at each seat. When Director Liu Zhibong of the Provincial Development and Reform Commission arrived, Lin noticed a flicker of unusual light in the eyes of the balding official in his 50s upon seeing Qin Shuang. Director Liu, welcome to Zhaoning for your guidance. Qin Shuang greeted with a smile, extending her hand. Liu Zhibong held onto Qin Shuang's hand for an extended moment, replying, Mayor Qin, you are too kind. Zhaoning's remarkable development under your leadership has not gone unnoticed by our province. Standing to the side, Lin Yi observed that Liu Zhibong's gaze lingered on Qin Shuang for an unusually long time. Once the meeting commenced, Liu Zhibong's demeanor further corroborated the description in Qin Shuang's notebook, arrogant and fond of controlling the narrative. Each time Qin Shuang introduced Zhaoning's development plans, he would interrupt with skepticism. Yet when Director Wang Haifeng of the Urban Construction Bureau spoke, Liu frequently nodded in agreement. Regarding the upgrade of the economic development zone, Liu adjusted his glasses and stated that the province considered the broader picture, not merely what Zhaoning desired. Qin Shuang remained unfazed. Director Liu, the infrastructure and industrial concentration of the Zhaoning economic development zone have reached provincial standards. We merely seek the policy support we rightfully deserve. Liu Zhibong chuckled meaningfully, suggesting that certain matters required extensive communication and coordination. Lin Yi noticed an exchange of glances between Shen Mingzhang and Wang Haifeng. The meeting concluded after 2 hours, with Liu Zhibong ultimately asserting that he would seriously consider Zhao Ning's application, though no substantive commitment was made. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Zhaoning Hotel had arranged a sumptuous banquet. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Qin Shuang quietly informed Lin Yi that he would accompany her throughout the event. Lin Yi nodded, yet a tension gripped his heart, for he understood that the true trial was only just beginning. The peony hall of the Zhaoning Hotel was adorned in opulence, with a grand crystal chandelier illuminating a round table set for 20. Lin Yi arrived early to inspect the seating arrangements. Qin Shuang was placed between Liu Zhibong and Shen Mingzhang, while he, as her secretary, occupied a seat near the entrance for easy access to the waitstaff. As guests began to arrive, Lin Yi noted the presence of several renowned local entrepreneurs in addition to city government officials, including the real estate magnate Zhao Guangxing, rumored to have close ties with Shen Mingzhang. Little Lin, Ma Hanyuan appeared behind Lin Yi. This is your first time at such an occasion? Isn't it? Remember, observe and listen more, speak less. Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, Qin Shuang and Liu Zhibong entered, prompting him to immediately greet them. As the banquet commenced, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant after several rounds of drinks. Liu Zhibong, evidently a heavy drinker, persistently toasted to Qin Shuang. Mayor Qin, you must drink this one, he insisted. His face flushed from the alcohol. Not drinking would be a slight to me. Qin Shuang smiled softly. Director Liu, my tolerance is limited. I would tea want to dampen your spirits. Ah, women who claim they cannot drink often have the greatest capacity, Liu Zhibong retorted, unwilling to relent. Besides, we're all in high spirits today. How can we not share a few drinks? Shen Mingzhang chimed in. Indeed, Mayor Qin, Director Liu has made a rare visit. Do indulge in a few drinks. Lin Yi observed a flicker of displeasure in Qin Shuang's eyes, yet she lifted her glass. At that moment, he rose to his feet. Director Liu, Mayor Qin has not been in good health lately. Her doctor has advised her to limit her alcohol consumption. Allow me to toast in her stead. With that, he downed the drink in one gulp. Liu Zhibong squinted at Lin Yi. And this is? My secretary, Lin. Qin Shuang introduced him, her voice carrying a note of gratitude that only Lin Yi could discern. "Oh, the young man possesses quite the courage," Lu Zhibong said, turning his attention to Lin Yi. "Very well, since you're toasting on her behalf, let's drink heartily." For the next hour, Lu Zhibong concocted various toasts to Qin Shuang, while Lin Yi repeatedly shielded her from the drinks. He felt the alcohol igniting within him, yet his mind remained remarkably clear. With every raised glass, he observed the exchanged glances between Shen Mingzhang and Ma Honyuan, as well as the complex emotions flickering in Qin Shuang's eyes. "Secretary Lin truly has an impressive capacity." Zhao Guangxing suddenly interjected. "Come, let me toast you as well. You have a bright future ahead." Lin Yi recognized that this marked the onset of a relentless barrage of toasts, yet he had no alternative. Another glass of potent liquor slid down his throat, and his stomach began to protest, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Qin Shuang gently pressed down on his hand as he prepared to raise his glass. "That's enough. Lin has already had quite a bit." Lu Zhibong laughed heartily. "Ah, Mayor Qin, are you concerned for your subordinate? Then here's an idea. You drink a glass, and he can rest." The atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted to a delicate tension. Lin Yi noted a barely perceptible smile tugging at Shen Mingzhang's lips, while Ma Honyuan feigned adjusting his napkin. "Very well, I shall drink." Qin Shuang raised her wine glass and downed it in one gulp. This action seemingly invigorated Lu Zhibong, who urged her to drink even more. Lin Yi continued to decline, but it was evident he was struggling. When Qin Shuang raised her glass for the third time, her gaze began to wander, and an unnatural flush crept onto her cheeks. Mayor Qin truly is a remarkable woman. Lu Zhibong, his tongue already tied, continued to pour more wine, urging, "Come, let us have another glass." Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness, but he noticed Ma Honyuan discreetly signaling to a waiter at the door. The waiter nodded and promptly exited the private room. Half an hour later, Qin Shuang could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the table in a stupor. Lu Zhibong, equally intoxicated, leaned back in his chair, mumbling for more to drink. "Mayor Qin has had too much." Ma Honyuan stood up, his expression one of concern. "Xiao Zhang, take Mayor Qin to the lounge to sober up." The earlier waiter immediately entered and, along with another female attendant, helped Qin Shuang to her feet. Lin Yi, fighting off his own intoxication, stood up. "I'll take care of Mayor Qin." "Hey," Shen Mingzhang interjected. "Director Lu isn't finished yet. How can you leave as her secretary? Besides, it's more convenient with a female attendant." Chapter 12. The Trap of Wine and Lust. Lin Yi watched as Qin Shuang was escorted out of the private room, a strong sense of unease washing over him. He excused himself to the restroom and, swaying slightly, followed them out. At the end of the corridor, he saw two waiters guiding Qin Shuang towards the elevator instead of the lounge on the first floor. His senses sharpened, and he quietly trailed behind, witnessing the elevator stop at the hotel's 8th floor guest room area. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he found the corridor deserted. He held his breath, listening at each door, and finally heard commotion outside room 805. "Bro, this Qin is quite the catch." A coarse male voice leered. "If we're going to take pictures, why not enjoy ourselves first? Are you crazy?" she asked the mayor. Another voice admonished in a hushed tone, "If you don't want to die, take the pictures and leave quickly." Lin Yi's blood ran cold. He took a step back and kicked the door lock with a swift sidekick. The door burst open with a loud bang. The sight within made his pupils constrict. Qin Shuang lay flat on the bed, her coat and shirt removed, leaving only black lace lingerie accentuating her curves. Her fair skin glistened like pearls under the dim light. Her long legs sprawled helplessly. Two masked men were poised with a DSLR camera, the lens aimed at her voluptuous form. "Damn it!" The taller man suddenly turned, drawing a spring knife from his waist. "Who dares to ruin my fun?" Lin Yi's gaze swept across the disheveled clothes scattered on the bedside table and a half-full glass of suspicious liquid, his temples throbbing. He had seen too many similar cases at the Discipline Inspection Commission, political adversaries destroying someone's career with scandalous photos. And now, this sordid scene was unfolding before his superior. Having received professional combat training, Lin Yi remained composed as he unbuttoned his suit jacket, assuming a ready stance. "You have 3 seconds to put down the camera and leave." Looking for death, A short-statured assailant suddenly lunged at Lin Yi, aiming a knife directly at his abdomen. He swiftly sidestepped, delivering an elbow strike to the back of the assailant's neck, causing the man to grunt and collapse to the ground. Observing this, the taller accomplice seized a table lamp to strike, but Lin Yi ducked, executing a precise whip-like kick that connected with the opponent's knee. The sickening crack of dislocated bone resonating along with a piercing scream throughout the room. The camera slipped from the assailant's grasp, and Lin Yi dashed forward to catch it. Their eyes met, and they simultaneously rushed toward the window. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered as they leapt out, escaping onto the fire escape. Lin Yi feigned a pursuit, yet a faint groan reached his ears from behind. Qin Shuang lay there, unconsciously twisting her body, her cheeks flushed with an unhealthy hue. Her fingers clutched the sheets, and her legs rubbed together, the straps of her black lingerie slipping down her arms, revealing an endless allure. Lin Yi's throat tightened as an unexpected heat surged from his lower abdomen. He quickly realized the troubling truth. That drink had undoubtedly been laced with aphrodisiacs. Wrapping a sheet around Qin Shuang's body, a jolt of electricity coursed through his arm as his fingers brushed against her feverish skin. "Mayorin, can you hear me?" He gently patted her cheek, only to be met with an enticing murmur. Qin Shuang's eyes fluttered open, her gaze misty and fixed upon him, and she abruptly encircled his neck with her arms. "Help me." Her breath, heavy with the scent of alcohol, wafted into his ear. Lin Yi's body stiffened, his reason and desire clashing violently within his mind. He took a deep breath, forcibly prying her vine-like arms apart. The sound of the bathroom door being kicked open echoed through the suite. Lin Yi turned on the cold water tap, and the bathtub quickly filled with crisp water. As he stepped into the bathroom, with Qin Shuang in his arms, she was already nuzzling his throat with her ruby-red lips. "I have offended Mayor Qin," he thought, shutting his eyes as he submerged her into the water. She let out a startled yelp akin to a kitten, splashing water that dampened his shirt, the translucent fabric clinging to his taut abdomen. Lin Yi averted his gaze from the graceful figure floating in the water, beginning to calm himself and contemplate the sinister scheme aimed at utterly dismantling Qin Shuang's political career. He needed to restore her to normalcy first. Qin Shuang's whimpering disrupted his thoughts. Under the influence of the drug, her pupils remained dilated, yet her body had ceased its writhing. Cold water dripped from her hair, sending a shiver through her, but her eyes gradually regained clarity. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, though he remained vigilant, maintaining a respectful distance while wrapping her tightly in a bath towel. "Mayor Qin, do you feel any better?" His voice was hoarse, his throat parched from the alcohol and tension. Qin Shuang nodded slightly, her lips still trembling. Lin Yi carefully lifted her from the tub, striving to avoid her exposed skin. When he laid her on the bed, she was already too exhausted to keep her eyes open, her damp lashes casting a shadow in the soft light. "Rest now. I will keep watch tonight," he murmured softly, tucking the covers around her. He turned toward the sofa, each step feeling as though he was walking on clouds. The alcohol and the earlier confrontation having drained his strength significantly. Lin Yi slumped on the sofa, loosening his tie, only to realize that his shirt was drenched, clinging to his skin. He offered a wry smile and shook his head, retrieving a notebook from his briefcase. By the faint light of the bedside lamp, he began to document the events of the night. Lu Zhibong, Shunming Zhang, Zhao Guangxing. Lin Yi sketched a web of relationships on the paper, the tip of his pen nearly piercing through the sheet. He needed to untangle these connections to discern who had orchestrated the trap that ensnared him tonight. Outside the window, the occasional sound of passing cars drifted in, and Lin Yi's gaze wandered to the sleeping Qin Shuang on the bed. Her breathing had steadied, though she occasionally stirred restlessly. Lin Yi stood to pour a glass of warm water, placing it on her bedside table, and then he checked the door locks and windows, ensuring their safety before returning to the sofa. At 3 a.m, exhaustion finally overwhelmed him, and the notebook slipped from his grasp as he slumped onto the sofa, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following day, as sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, Qin Shuang jolted awake. A sharp pain throbbed her head, akin to being struck by a hammer at her temples. She attempted to sit up, only to find her body aching all over, especially her wrist, which bore a distinct bruise. Her gaze swept across the unfamiliar room, finally resting on Lin Yi, who lay asleep on the sofa. Her pupils dilated in shock as she looked down to see her bath towel precariously wrapped around her, her undergarment askew, and the sheets in disarray. In an instant, fragmented memories from the previous night surged back. Glasses of liquor being passed around the table, Lu Zhibang's greasy smile, Lin Yi repeatedly shielding her from drinks. Followed by a blank void. Qin Shuang's complexion drained of color as she seized a pillow and hurled it at Lin Yi with all her might. Beast. Chapter 13. The dark scheme emerges. The pillow struck Lin Yi squarely in the face, jolting him awake. Before he could comprehend the situation, a second pillow came hurtling toward him. Ma Yoring, you are awake? Lin Yi instinctively caught the pillow, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What have you done to me? Qin Shuang's voice trembled with rage, her grip tightening around the edge of the towel, her knuckles turning white. I truly misjudged you. Realization dawned on Lin Yi, and he hastily stood to clarify. It's not what you think. You were drugged last night. Someone intended to take your photograph, and I intervened in time. Drugged? Photographs? Qin Shuang scoffed, her voice dripping with skepticism. How convincingly fabricated. Why then were you in my room? Why do I find myself in this state? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi forced himself to remain calm. After the banquet, you were escorted to a guest room on the 8th floor by 2 waiters. Sensing something amiss, I followed and discovered someone attempting to capture compromising images of you. He paused, opting to omit certain details. I used cold water to counteract the effects of a drug. And then you fell asleep. I spent the entire night on the sofa, doing nothing else. Qin Shuang's gaze remained skeptical as she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes landing on the glass of water on the bedside table and the damp floor of the bathroom. Fragmented recollections began to coalesce. Cold water, strong arms, and hurried breaths. Where are my clothes? She inquired, her tone softening slightly. Lin Yi pointed towards the wardrobe. I hung them up for you, though, Your jacket and shirt are somewhat wrinkled. His ears flushed slightly. In the urgency of the moment, I had no choice. Qin Shuang suddenly raised her hand to interrupt him. Wait. She closed her eyes, seemingly straining to recall. I seem to remember someone holding a camera. Yes, 2 masked men, one of whom had a DSLR. Lin Yi hastily added, they escaped through the window. I managed to seize the camera. He retrieved the camera from his briefcase and handed it to Qin Shuang, believing it should contain evidence. As she accepted the camera, her fingers trembled slightly. She began to sift through the photos inside, her complexion growing increasingly ashen. The images depicted her disheveled and in a haze of consciousness. Should these photographs circulate? I am truly sorry, Lin Yi. I misjudged you. Qin Shuang's voice was barely audible as she lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. You have saved me once again. Lin Yi shook his head. It is what I ought to do. However, Mayor Qin, this matter is far from simple. Those 2 assailants mentioned photographing and submitting. They are clearly being manipulated by someone. Qin Shuang's expression grew grave, and she tightened her bathrobe, rising to her feet. I need to take a shower first, and then we shall discuss this thoroughly. As she walked towards the bathroom, she suddenly halted, not turning back. Lin Yi, thank you for not taking advantage of my vulnerability. Lin Yi stood still, watching the bathroom door close, and finally exhaled deeply. He rubbed his temples, the throbbing headache from the hangover intensifying. Bending down, he picked up the pillow from the floor and noticed a corner of a piece of paper peeking out from beneath the sheets. Carefully extracting it, he found it to be a hotel notepad, hastily inscribed with a phone number and a line of text. Contact this number once the photos are secured. The final payment is 500,000. Lin Yi's pupils constricted. He quickly tucked the note into his pocket. This evidence was more crucial than the camera, as it could directly point to the puppet master behind the scenes. The sound of water ceased from the bathroom, and Qin Shuang emerged clad in a bathrobe, her hair still dripping, yet her gaze had regained its former sharpness. Lin Yi, I need you to recount in detail everything that transpired last night, leaving out no particulars. She seated herself at the edge of the bed, her tone restored to that of the authoritative mayor, yet her look towards Lin Yi bore a hint of warmth. Lin Yi nodded and began recounting the anomalies from the banquet. When he mentioned Shen Mingzhang's covert signals to the waitress, Qin Shuang's brow furrowed. Upon describing the scene he encountered upon bursting in, her fingers tightened around the edge of her robe. And when he detailed how he used cold water to alleviate her condition, the tips of Qin Shuang's ears flushed slightly. So, you stayed vigilant the entire night? Qin Shuang's voice held an unusual tone. Indeed, I remained on the sofa to ensure your safety. Lin Yi replied calmly, then produced the note from his pocket. I found this beneath the sheets. Qin Shuang took the note, her complexion instantly paling. 500,000 for my compromising photographs? Quite the extravagant offer. She scoffed. I will settle this score with them in due time. Mayor Qin, who do you suspect is the mastermind behind this? Lin Yi inquired cautiously. Qin Shuang's gaze deepened. It is quite evident that someone has orchestrated this scheme under the guise of Liu Zhibang's inspection. However, he himself likely lacks the audacity. Shunming Zhang is a strong contender. After his last failed attempt, he would relish the prospect of ensuring I never regain my footing. She paused for a moment, and I suspect Zhao Guangxing was involved. That real estate developer has harbored resentment towards me recently due to the land issue in the economic development zone. Lin Yi recalled Zhao Guangxing's gaze upon Qin Shuang at the banquet and could not help but nod. It is highly probable. However, the most pressing matter now is how you intend to address this situation. Qin Shuang stood up, walked to the window, and drew the curtains apart, allowing sunlight to flood the room. With her back to Lin Yi, her voice was resolute and calm. Since they have repeatedly conspired to frame me, they should not blame me for being ungracious. Standing before the window, the sunlight outlined her voluptuous silhouette. She took out her phone, her fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. Finally pausing at the name, Xinchuan. When the call connected, she offered no pleasantries, her tone as frigid as ice. Director Shun, I demand you arrest Zhao Guangxing immediately. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Mayor Qin, what has transpired? He is suspected of orchestrating personal harm and extortion against me. Qin Shuang unconsciously dug her nails into her palm. The evidence was irrefutable. Lin Yi stood by, observing Qin Shuang's silhouette, the sunlight filtering through her damp hair, casting fragmented light upon the carpet. He noticed her shoulders quivering slightly, not from fear, but from repressed anger. Very well, I will arrange it at once. Shun Chuan's voice turned serious. Do you require transportation to the bureau? No need. I shall arrive at the municipal office in half an hour. Lin Yi nodded, unable to suppress his scrutiny of Qin Shuang's expression. Her eyes resembled two unfathomable lakes, serene on the surface, yet turbulent beneath. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Guangxing Group on the other side of the city, Zhao Guangxing paced restlessly in his office, his expensive suit failing to conceal his protruding beer belly. He dialed the same number for the 3rd time and finally got through. Boss, there's been a bit of an unexpected turn of events. Zhao Guangxing lowered his voice, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That secretary surnamed Lin has disrupted our plans. A cold laugh echoed from the other end. Useless. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter? Chapter 14. The veil torn asunder, we have captured some photographs, but we were unable to shut up. The other party interrupted harshly. I care not for any photographs. How dare you make such a call? Clean up the mess you've created. Zhao Guangxing's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to explain, the office door was suddenly flung open, and 3 police officers strode in, the leader flashing his badge. Zhao Guangxing, you're suspected of organizing others to commit crimes. Please accompany us. Zhao Guangxing's phone clattered to the ground, the screen still lit, indicating the call had been disconnected. You've made a mistake. I am a representative of the city's People's Congress. You cannot. This is a detention warrant. The officer emotionlessly handed over a piece of paper. You have the right to remain silent. Zhao Guangxing's gaze swept across the signature on the detention warrant. Shun Chuan. His pupils dilated in shock, his plump lips quivering. I demand to see my lawyer. The officers ignored him, placing handcuffs on him. As Zhao Guangxing was escorted out of the office, employees on the entire floor peeked out, their whispers spreading like an epidemic. At that very moment, Ma Hongyuan set down the phone, slowly removed his glasses, and wiped the lenses with a soft cloth. The action appeared tranquil, yet it concealed the turmoil in his eyes. He should have anticipated that Qin Shuang would not relent. However, He was taken aback by the ferocity of her counterattack. Prepare the vehicle. I must meet with Secretary Shun. Ma Hongyuan donned his glasses once more, his voice regaining its former steadiness. Additionally, inform the office to cancel all my engagements for this afternoon. Once his subordinate had departed, Ma Hongyuan dialed a number. Secretary Shun, it's me. The situation has changed. Zhao Guangxing has been apprehended. Yes, that matter. I fear Qin Shuang possesses evidence. There was a prolonged silence on the other end, followed by a hoarse voice. Do not panic. I will suppress this matter for now. You need to find a way to contact Zhao Guangxing and ensure he keeps his mouth shut. After hanging up, Ma Hongyuan's fingertips trembled slightly. He retrieved a spare phone from the depths of his drawer and sent a brief message. Initiate the plan. Meanwhile, Lin Yi drove Qin Shuang towards the municipal police station. The atmosphere within the vehicle was tense, punctuated only by the mechanical prompts of the navigation system. Mayor Qin, are you certain you wish to take direct action against Zhao Guangxing? Lin Yi observed Qin Shuang's expression through the rearview mirror, noting that there was currently no concrete evidence linking him to the orders. Qin Shuang's gaze was fixed on the swiftly retreating streets outside. The testimonies of those two thugs will implicate him, but they have escaped. They will be caught. Qin Shuang's voice resonated with unassailable certainty. Shen Chuan's team was already retrieving surveillance footage from the hotel vicinity. She then produced a note from her bag. Has this phone number been investigated? Lin Yi nodded. I had the information department look into it. It's a satellite card. However, the last call record indicates the base station was near the Guangxing Group building. A cold smile crept across Qin Shuang's lips. That is sufficient. As the vehicle entered the precinct of the municipal police station, Shen Chuan awaited them at the entrance. He was tall, clad in a crisp uniform, exuding an aura of authority. Mayor Qin, Shen Chuan approached, lowering his voice. Zhao Guangxing is in the interrogation room, but he refuses to speak and insists on waiting for his lawyer. Qin Shuang inclined her head slightly. Take me to see him. Before the one-way glass of the interrogation room, Qin Shuang coldly scrutinized Zhao Guangxing within. This businessman, who usually carried an air of arrogance, now resembled a deflated balloon. Slumped in his chair, beads of sweat glistening under the harsh lights. Who just called him? Qin Shuang suddenly inquired. Shen Chuan gestured for his subordinate to retrieve the call records, an unregistered number. Lin Yi leaned closer to the glass. Observing Zhao Guangxing's expression, he appeared terrified, not out of fear of the police, but rather the person on the other end of the line. Qin Shuang's gaze sharpened. Leave him for now. Director Shun, do we have any leads on those two thugs? Shen Chuan handed her a document. The hotel surveillance captured clear images. We have identified them. One is Zhang Biao, a released convict, and the other is his accomplice, Wang Wenxiang. The SWAT team is currently in the process of apprehending them. Just then, Shen Chuan's phone rang. Upon answering, a look of delight spread across his face. They've been caught. In a rental apartment in the eastern part of the city. We also recovered the camera and drugs used in the crime. Qin Shuang's tense shoulders finally relaxed somewhat. I will personally interrogate them. Shen Chuan hesitated. My Yuring, this is not in accordance with protocol. Then let us follow the protocol. Qin Shuang's voice brooked no dissent. I am now filing a report as a victim and requesting the identification of the suspects. An hour later, in another interrogation room, Zhang Biao faced the evidence laid out before him, his psychological defenses crumbling swiftly. It was Boss Zhao who made us do it. He lamented, his face a mask of despair. He promised us $1 million if we got the photos. Qin Shuang stood behind the one-way glass, her expression impassive as she listened to Zhang Biao's confession. Lin Yi noticed her fingertips trembling slightly and discreetly offered her a cup of hot water. Thank you. Qin Shuang accepted the cup but did not drink. Instead, she held it tightly with both hands, as if drawing warmth from it. Shen Chuan emerged from the interrogation room, a transcript in hand. He confessed. Zhao Guangxing instructed them to drug and photograph you, planning to use the photos to coerce you into concessions regarding the land approval in the economic development zone. Qin Shuang closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Director Shun, please organize this statement and evidence immediately. Then continue interrogating Zhao Guangxing. He would not dare to act without support from someone behind him. Behind the one-way glass of the interrogation room, Qin Shuang's fingertips gently tapped the table, the rhythm quickening. Zhao Guangxing had been holding out for 3 hours, repeating that he wanted to see a lawyer, refusing to utter another word. He was waiting. Lin Yi stood beside Qin Shuang, his voice barely above a whisper. He is waiting for someone to bail him out. Qin Shuang scoffed. Does he think his backers have omnipotent influence? Her gaze swept over Zhao Guangxing, who was fidgeting uncomfortably in his expensive suit, now wrinkled and disheveled, his tie askew around his neck. Let me give it a try. Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. Qin Shuang turned her head, scrutinizing the young secretary. Under the stark light of the interrogation room, Lin Yi's eyes appeared particularly profound, his jawline taut, emanating an undeniable resolve. Are you confident? Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly. Lin Yi shook his head gently. No, but I noticed a detail. He pointed to Zhao Guangxing behind the glass. Every time someone enters or exits the interrogation room, his eyes brighten momentarily before dimming again. He is waiting for someone, but that person will not come. Chapter 15. A counterattack from desperation. Having spoken, Lin Yi leaned in close to Qin Shuang's ear and whispered something. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. All right, I will arrange this. You go ahead, and remember, we only need a name. Lin Yi adjusted his shirt collar, opened the door, and entered the interrogation room. Zhao Guangxing glanced up, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes before he resumed his indifferent demeanor. Mr. Zhao. Lin Yi pulled out a chair and sat down. His tone as composed as if in a business meeting. It seems we meet again. Zhao Guangxing snorted dismissively, his pudgy palm tapping on the table. Secretary Lin, what brings you here? I want to say a word without my lawyer. Lin Yi smiled, retrieving a stack of photographs from his briefcase and methodically spreading them across the table. Do you recognize these two individuals? Zhang Biao, Wang Wenxiang. In the photograph, two men are handcuffed to an interrogation chair. They're the assailants who attempted to capture compromising images of Qin Shuang last night. Zhao Guangxing's eyelids twitched momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He averted his gaze. Lin Yi leisurely produced another mobile phone. This belongs to Zhang Biao. The last call was made to a space card number. He paused briefly, noting that the base station was located at the Guangxing Group building. Zhao Guangxing's forehead began to glisten with fine beads of sweat, yet he stubbornly insisted, it's merely a coincidence. Zhao, may I change the subject? Lin Yi's tone softened. Your son is in the 3rd year of junior high at the Zhaoning four-language school. I hear he performs exceptionally well. Zhao Guangxing shot up his head, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. What do you mean? Nothing much, Lin Yi replied, casually tucking away the photograph. It's just that the security in the vicinity of the school has been rather poor lately. Just last week, a student was nearly kidnapped. Zhao Guangxing's complexion turned ashen in an instant, his fingers trembling involuntarily. Do you dare? You've misunderstood, Zhao. Lin Yi interrupted with a smile. We would never engage in such actions. On the contrary, we are the ones who can ensure your family's safety. After all, he paused meaningfully. You are in a precarious position, and some individuals may act out of desperation. The interrogation room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the hum of the air conditioning. Zhao Guangxing's Adam's apple bobbed as sweat soaked through the collar of his shirt. Observing his reaction, Lin Yi sensed the moment was ripe. He stood up and gently patted Zhao Guangxing's shoulder. Please consider it further. By the way, he retrieved a note from his pocket. This is a message from your wife. She is quite worried about you. Zhao Guangxing trembled as he accepted the note, which bore a phone number. He lifted his gaze to Lin Yi. Confusion etched across his features. Call her, Lin Yi suggested, gesturing toward the surveillance camera in the corner. I'm required to remain in this position, but I can turn away. Zhao Guangxing hesitated for a few seconds before finally picking up the desk phone and dialing the number. The moment the call connected, his expression froze. The voice on the other end was not his wife's, but rather a chilling male tone. Hello, is this Zhao Guangxing? The leader instructed me to inform you to watch your tongue, or else your family. The caller paused, you understand. The call abruptly ended, leaving Zhao Guangxing as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, the receiver slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor with a piercing sound. Lin Yi turned around, feigning surprise. What's the matter, Zhao? Is your family all right? Zhao Guangxing's gaze shifted from shock to despair, ultimately settling into a deadened calm. He slowly raised his head. his voice hoarse. I want to see Mayor Qin. Lin Yi nodded. I will convey your request, but he bent down to retrieve the receiver, gently placing it back on the desk. Are you certain you don't wish to share anything with me first? Zhao Guangxing's shoulders slumped, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He stared at the table, his voice barely audible. It was Ma Hanyuan from the municipal office who contacted me. He said that if we can bring down Qin Shuang, their the land in the development zone, along with our Group S future prospects. Lin Yi displayed neither surprise nor elation, merely nodding calmly. Thank you for your cooperation, Zhao. He turned and walked towards the door, pausing briefly to add, by the way, your wife and son are safe. That call earlier was arranged by us. Zhao Guangxing abruptly raised his head, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes, before he let out a bitter smile. What clever tactic. Lin Yi offered no response as he gently closed the door of the interrogation room, behind a one-way glass. Qin Shuang's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as she observed Lin Yi returning, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes. Well done. Lin Yi nodded slightly. He confessed. It's Ma Hanyuan. Qin Shuang's expression instantly turned frosty. As expected, it is him. She turned to the side, where Shun Chuan stood, and Director Shun immediately prepared to initiate the summons for Ma Hanyuan. Shun Chuan's face revealed hesitation. Mayor Qin, Ma Hanyuan is the director of the municipal government office, a cadre at the departmental level, and he lowered his voice. He is someone from Secretary Shin's faction. Qin Shuang's gaze became piercing. So what? Everyone is equal before the law. Shun Chuan hesitated, ultimately nodding. I will take care of it right away, but he paused. I suggest you first consult Secretary Xie from the Discipline Inspection Commission to rein him in before we proceed with our investigation. Standing by the window in the corridor of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Qin Shuang lightly tapped her fingers against her phone screen. Lin Yi stood half a step behind her, clearly observing the taut line of her jaw and the slight tremor of her eyelashes. Will Secretary Xie stand on our side? Lin Yi inquired in a hushed tone. Qin Shuang did not answer immediately. Her gaze traversed the window, settling on the distant outline of the municipal government building. Xie Qingheng is not Shun Mingzhang's person, she finally replied, her voice low and composed. But he is not mine either. He will only align himself with whichever side benefits him. Lin Yi nodded, watching Qin Shuang's slender fingers glide over the contacts until they halted at Xie Qingheng's name. Her fingertip hovered above the dial key, hesitating for a rare moment. Should I step aside? Lin Yi asked. Qin Shuang shook her head, took a deep breath, and pressed the dial key. The call connected promptly. Mayor Qin? Xie Qingheng's voice came through the receiver, tinged with surprise. What brings you to contact me at this hour? Secretary Xie. Qin Shuang's voice regained its usual steadiness. I have just encountered a serious case of illegal and disciplinary violations that requires the intervention of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. A brief silence lingered on the other end of the line. What case? Xie Qingheng's tone grew notably serious. Ma Hanyuan, the director of the municipal government office, is suspected of orchestrating the drugging of myself and filming indecent photos, intending to extort and blackmail. Chapter 16. The fog within the city. Qin Shuang articulated each word with precision, each syllable sharp as an icicle. Currently, Zhao Guangxing from Guangxing Group has already confessed, and the police possess irrefutable evidence. Lin Yi noted that the knuckles of Qin Shuang's hand gripping the phone had turned white, yet her expression remained remarkably tranquil. What? Xie Qingheng's voice abruptly escalated. Mayor Qin, such allegations are extremely serious. Do you have concrete evidence? The evidence is indisputable. Qin Shuang responded calmly, stating that she had instructed Director Shun to compile all the materials, including Zhao Guangxing's testimony, the assailant's confessions, the hotel surveillance footage, and the call records. Secretary Xie, this is not a mere disciplinary case. It is a criminal offense. The sound of a chair moving came through the phone, indicating that Xie Qingheng was deep in thought. Where are you now? He asked urgently. At the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I have arranged for Director Shun to prepare the summons for Ma Hanyuan. No, do not act hastily. Xie Qingheng's voice suddenly turned stern. Ma Hanyuan is the director of the Municipal Government Office, a cadre at the deputy level. Summoning him must follow due procedures. Mayor Qin, I understand your anger, but this matter must be handled with caution. Qin Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and Lin Yi could see she was straining to control her emotions. Secretary Xie, I was nearly drugged and photographed just now. How can you expect me to be cautious? Her voice remained steady, yet each word was as sharp as a blade. This was not an ordinary power struggle. It was a criminal act. If such matters could be approached with caution, then where would the party's discipline and the law stand? Silence fell on the other end of the line again, and Lin Yi could imagine Xie Qingheng's expression. The city's discipline inspection secretary, known for his prudence, despised unexpected events disrupting his rhythm. Mayor Qin, Xie Qingheng finally spoke, his voice low and serious. I will immediately send colleagues from the Discipline Inspection Commission to understand the situation. Until then, please refrain from taking any further actions. This is not a request. It is organizational discipline. Qin Shuang's lips tightened, yet she responded calmly. I understand, Secretary Xie. I will wait for the colleagues from the Discipline Inspection Commission to arrive. After hanging up, she clenched her phone tightly in her palm, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, her chest heaving violently as she struggled to suppress her fury. He wants us to wait. She scoffed coldly. Wait for what? For Ma Hongyuan to destroy evidence? Or for Shun Mingzhang to devise a countermeasure? Lin Yi cautiously observed Qin Shuang's expression. Secretary Xie's attitude does seem somewhat peculiar. Not at all. Qin Shuang took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. He simply does not wish to become embroiled in the conflict between Shun Mingzhang and me. Xie Qingheng has always been like this, invariably siding with the victors. She turned to Lin Yi, her eyes glinting with resolve. But now the evidence is irrefutable. Ma Hongyuan cannot escape. If we can take control of him, we can follow the leads to Shun Mingzhang. Lin Yi nodded, so we wait. Coldly waiting, Qin Shuang replied, but not passively. At that moment, Director Shun, who had been standing at the end of the corridor, approached quickly. Mayor Qin? What is Ma Hongyuan's movement? Our people have been monitoring him. Shun Chuan lowered his voice. He left the municipal government half an hour ago and went to a private club in the eastern part of the city. 10 minutes ago, he returned to the office, looking rather anxious. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. He is waiting for news from Zhao Guangxing. Do you need me to take people to detain him now? Shun Chuan inquired. Qin Shuang pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Xie Qingheng has explicitly requested to wait for the disciplinary committee's intervention. However, her voice suddenly lowered. Deploy a few plainclothes officers to closely monitor Ma Hongyuan's every move. If he attempts to leave the office. I understand. Shun Chuan nodded, turning to arrange personnel. Lin Yi gazed at Qin Shuang's top profile and softly inquired, Are you worried about Secretary Xie? What troubles me is time, Qin Shuang interjected. With each passing minute, Ma Hongyuan gains another opportunity to destroy evidence or collude with others. She suddenly turned to Lin Yi. Do you still have that note? Lin Yi retrieved the slip of paper bearing a phone number from his pocket. Here it is. Qin Shuang took the note and scrutinized the handwriting. This is not Ma Hongyuan's script. Do you recognize his handwriting? As the director of the municipal government office, I review a substantial number of documents daily. Of course, I recognize it. Qin Shuang's brow furrowed. The handwriting appeared deliberately disguised. She abruptly looked up. Lin Yi, you mentioned the base station for this number is located near Guangxing Group? Yes, that was discovered by the information department. A glint of sharpness flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. But Ma Hongyuan has been active between the municipal government and the clubhouse all day. It is implausible for him to personally make a call near Guangxing Group. Lin Yi immediately grasped her implication. Are you suggesting there's a third party involved? Indeed. Qin Shuang's voice turned icy. Ma Hongyuan has an accomplice. At that moment, Shun Chuan strode back. Mayor Qin, the personnel from the disciplinary committee have arrived. It's Director Wang Li Feng from the 3rd Supervision Office, personally dispatched by Secretary Xie. Qin Shuang's expression instantly regained its composure. Good, let us meet him. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of the municipal government building, in the office of the director of the municipal government office, Ma Hongyuan stood by the window, persistently wiping the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. He had dialed Zhao Guangxing's number over a dozen times, all going to voicemail. In his final attempt to reach the man, the call was abruptly terminated. It's over, he muttered to himself, his pudgy fingers trembling as he loosened his tie. It's all over. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and Ma Honyuan spun around as if jolted by electricity, nearly tripping over his own chair. "Who is it?" His voice was unnaturally shrill. "Director Ma, it's me, Xiaoli," came the secretary's voice from outside. "The tea you requested." Ma Honyuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. "Come in." The young female secretary entered, carrying a steaming cup of tea. She keenly noticed her superior's pallid complexion and the disarray of his once pristine redwood desk. "Director Ma, are you unwell?" The secretary inquired cautiously. "You look rather pale." Ma Honyuan managed a strained smile. "I'm fine, just a bit of headache." "Xiaoli, please cancel this afternoon's meeting for me. I need a rest." "Okay, I will arrange that right away." Chapter 17. The Fallen Prodigal. The secretary hesitated for a moment. "Oh, by the way, Director Wong from the Disciplinary Committee just called, saying he would be coming over shortly to discuss a few matters with you." Ma Hongyuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and the teacup in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. "The Discipline Inspection Commission? Wang Lifeng? What did he say?" "Nothing, just that you should wait for him." The secretary looked at her superior, puzzled by his suddenly pale visage. "Director Ma, are you truly all right?" Ma Honyuan forced a calm demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, you may go. By the way," he called the secretary, who was about to leave, "there is an important document in my drawer. Please help me deliver it to the archives for filing." The secretary nodded, moving towards the drawer indicated by Ma Honyuan. As she pulled it open, his gaze fixated intently on her back, the veins on his forehead prominently visible. "Is this it?" The secretary lifted a manila envelope. "Yes, that's the one." Ma Hongyuan's voice quivered slightly. "Go now, directly hand it to Xiao Hu in the archives, and inform him it's a confidential document that must be filed immediately." The secretary nodded and exited the office. Once the door closed, Ma Honyuan slumped into his chair, resembling a deflated balloon. Trembling, he retrieved his passport and a ticket for a flight departing at 4 o'clock that afternoon. "Only 2 hours left," he murmured, glancing at his watch, and dialed a number, but it remained unanswered. Rising to his feet, he frantically began to organize his desk, shoving several documents into a shredder. He hesitated before removing a disk from the safe, ultimately deciding to take it with him rather than destroy it. Just as he tucked the disk into his suit pocket, a knock echoed at the office door. "Who is it?" Ma Hongyuan's voice betrayed a clear panic. "City Discipline Inspection Commission, Wang Lifeng." Ma Hongyuan's legs buckled beneath him, nearly collapsing to the floor. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to approach the door while adjusting his tie. Upon opening the door, he was met by 3 individuals. Wang Lifeng, the director of the first inspection room of the City Discipline Inspection Commission, accompanied by 2 uniformed staff members. To Ma Hongyuan's dismay, he noticed 2 police officers stationed at the end of the corridor. "Director Wang, what brings you here?" Ma Honyuan managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Wang Lifeng, expressionless, presented a document. "Comrade Ma Honyuan, based on directive from the city's main leadership and the decision of the City Discipline Inspection Commission as Standing Committee, we are initiating an investigation into your alleged severe disciplinary violations. Please cooperate with our work." Ma Hongyuan's complexion drained of color. "This must be a misunderstanding. Whether it is a misunderstanding will be clarified post-investigation." Wang Lifeng's tone was icy. "Now, please accompany us." Ma Hongyuan's gaze swept over the 2 burly discipline inspectors behind Wang Lifeng and then to the police officers at the corridor's end, realizing that escape was futile. "May I make a phone call?" he asked, trembling. "You may, but not at this moment." Wang Lifeng stepped aside, gesturing for him to proceed. Suddenly, Ma Honyuan grasped at a lifeline, exclaiming, "I want to see Secretary Shun. I am the director of the municipal government office. You cannot just—" "Secretary Shun is already aware of this matter," Wang Lifeng interrupted him. "He has agreed to your being placed under double regulation." The statement struck Ma Honyuan like a heavy hammer, causing his lips to tremble and extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in his eyes. "I need to collect some personal belongings," he weakly uttered. "No need," Wang Lifeng replied, shaking his head. "Your office is sealed from this moment on. No items may be taken." Suddenly, Ma Hongyuan's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. 2 staff members from the Discipline Inspection Commission immediately rushed to assist him. "Director Ma, please remain calm. Wang Lifeng said in a steady tone. If you are indeed innocent, the organization will restore your honor. As Ma Honyuan was half dragged and half carried out of the office, the corridor of the municipal government was already filled with onlookers. All stood in silence, witnessing the scene, some in shock, others in confusion, while a few displayed a flicker of satisfaction in their eyes. At the moment the elevator doors closed, Ma Honyuan finally broke down. He grasped Wang Lifeng's sleeve with trembling hands. Director Wang, may I see Mayor Qin? I have something to convey to her. Wang Lifeng coldly withdrew his sleeve. Whatever you wish to say, discuss it with the commission later. As the elevator descended, Ma Honyuan slumped against the corner like a puddle of mud. His eyes filled with despair. He realized he had become a discarded pawn. The news of Ma Hongyuan's removal by the Discipline Inspection Commission detonated like a bomb, creating a stir within the municipal office building. The instant the elevator doors closed, the previously silent corridor erupted into chaos. Heavens, what is happening? Exclaimed Xiao Yang from the comprehensive department, the first to break the silence, before quickly covering his mouth in embarrassment, yet the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. Xiao Li from the secretariat adjusted his glasses and lowered his voice. I warned you all along that Director Ma would eventually face trouble. That renovation fund he forced the finance department to approve last month was clearly suspicious. Sure, cautioned Lu Guangming, the deputy director of the office, glancing around warily. Let us keep our voices down. Who knows how extensive this matter is? Despite his words, a smile crept onto his lips. As he had endured much frustration over the years while serving under Ma Honyuan. At the end of the corridor, Xiao Hu from the archives clutched a brown paper bag. Her face ashen. She had just witnessed the commission sealing Director Ma's office, and now that confidential document felt like a hot potato. Xiao Hu, what is wrong? Inquired Sister Zhou from the administrative department, noticing her distress. Trembling, Xiao Hu raised the paper bag. What should I do about the files that Director Ma ordered me to archive immediately? Sister Zhou's expression changed, and she swiftly pulled her into the archives, closing the door behind them. Keep this under wraps for now. Let us place it here until the commission arrives to investigate. In the archives, Xiao Hu finally broke down in tears. Sister Zhou, will I be implicated? I was merely following orders from my superior. Sister Zhou patted her shoulder reassuringly. Do not fear. You are only executing commands. However, she gazed at the unsealed paper bag, hesitating for a moment. We must see what is inside. Inside the bag lay a stack of photographs and several bank transfer receipts. Sister Zhou gasped upon a brief glance. The images depicted Ma Honyuan toasting with several developers in a luxurious club setting, while the transfer receipts displayed staggering amounts followed by a string of zeros. Xiao Hu's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse onto the floor. Sister Zhou swiftly tucked the materials back into the paper bag, her hands trembling slightly. Remember, you know nothing, have seen nothing. This paper bag remains here until the Discipline Inspection Commission arrives. Chapter 18. The Commission Surprise Inspection. Meanwhile, in the restroom on the 7th floor, Director Wang of the Publicity Department was crouched in a stall, speaking on the phone in a barely audible voice. Secretary Shun, Director, Ma has been taken away. Yes, it was Wang Lifeng himself who came. I understand. After hanging up, Director Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, murmuring, this Zhaoning city is about to undergo a transformation. Outside the municipal government building, a black sedan quietly parked beneath the shade of the trees. Inside, Lin Yi lowered his binoculars and spoke to Qin Shuang beside him. Mayor Qin. Ma Honyuan has already been taken away. Qin Shuang nodded, a flicker of coldness crossing her eyes. Xie Qingheng certainly acts swiftly. Perhaps a bit too swiftly, Lin Yi frowned. From the moment we reported the case to Ma Honyuan being placed under investigation, it was less than 3 hours. According to standard procedures, there should have been an initial inquiry first. This indicates that Xie Qingheng must have already grasped the issues concerning Ma Honyuan. Qin Shuang sneered. He has merely been biding his time, and now that the winds have shifted, he leaps forth as the harbinger of justice. Lin Yi pondered, what about Secretary Shun? Shen Mingzhang is undoubtedly in a frantic attempt to extinguish the fire. Qin Shuang replied, glancing at her watch. Let us go to the commission. I wish to confront Ma Honyuan personally. At the Municipal Commission S case handling point, in the third-floor interrogation room, the buzzing fluorescent lights hummed ominously. Ma Hongyuan sat in a specially designed chair, 10 centimeters lower than a standard seat, ensuring that the interrogated maintained a subordinate posture. The beads of sweat on his forehead glistened under the harsh light, resembling a melting cream cake. Comrade Ma Hongyuan, Wang Lifeng opened the case file, tapping the cap of his pen lightly against the table. Zhao Guangxing has already confessed. It was you who instructed him to arrange for unlawful actions against Mayor Qin. That's slander. Ma Hongyuan suddenly grew agitated, the metal cuffs on his wrists clanging against the table. Zhao Guangxing is seeking revenge. Last year, that project from our group. His voice abruptly faltered, his eyes darting nervously. Wang Lifeng exchanged glances with his assistant. They had witnessed this reaction many times before. Corrupt officials often believed they could fabricate a perfect lie from fragmented memories, neglecting the mountain of evidence that the commission had already amassed. Then explain this. Wang Lifeng slid a base station positioning map across the table. On the afternoon of March 28th at 3:00 p.m., you contacted Zhao Guangxing using the number ending in 7429 from near Guangxing Building. The conversation content aligns closely with the case. Ma Hongyuan's pupils dilated sharply. He vividly recalled that day, the black Santana, the tinted windows, and the man in the back seat who had never revealed himself. The man had handed him a way-too-off phone still warm to the touch, its surface faintly scented with sandalwood. Now, the memory sent shivers down his spine. That is not my number, he stammered, his throat tightening. I was at Mingyue Mountain Villa, accompanying Secretary Shan to host foreign guests. Wang Lifeng interjected, pulling out a receipt from his folder. Surveillance footage shows you left the restroom alone at 3:07 p.m., absent for a full 28 minutes. Ma Hongyuan's nails dug into his palms as he suddenly realized that the disciplinary committee had grasped even such minute details, indicating that someone had provided internal information. Perhaps it was that waitress who had always cast him flirtatious glances, or even something he dare not fathom. I wish to see Secretary Shan. He clung to this thought like a drowning man grasping for driftwood. This was a political entrapment. Qin Shuang, mind your words. Wang Lifeng interjected sharply. Disclosing the mastermind behind this can still be considered a meritorious act. He deliberately let the term mastermind linger in the air for an extra 2 seconds. The atmosphere in the interrogation room thickened, almost palpable enough to wring water from it. Sweat beads rolled down Ma Hongyuan's forehead, leaving tiny circular imprints on the metal table. He fixated on the base station location map in Wang Lifeng's hand, his throat tightening as though an iron wire were constricting his windpipe. I shall say it once more. This is not my number. His voice was hoarse, rasping like sandpaper. Someone is framing me. This is Qin Shuang's political maneuver. Wang Lifeng closed the case file and exchanged a glance with his young assistant, who comprehended the unspoken cue and quietly pressed the pause button on the recording device. Such accusations must not be documented without irrefutable evidence. Director Ma, Wang Lifeng's tone suddenly softened. Do you know why Secretary Xie personally signed the document for your double regulation? Ma Hongyuan froze, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. It was well known that Xie Qinghen would not easily offend Shenming Zhang, and now his decisive action against Ma meant that the political landscape of Zhao City had shifted. This detail pierced him like an ice pick into his spine. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, growing closer. Wang Lifeng rose to open the door, revealing Qin Shuang and Lin Yi standing in the cold light of the corridor. Qin Shuang was adorned in a deep blue suit, a small party emblem gleaming coldly at her collar under the lights. Mayorin. Wang Lifeng nodded slightly, still resisting. Qin Shuang's gaze transcended Wang Lifeng, landing upon the hunched figure in the interrogation room. Allow me to speak with him. Lin Yi stepped forward, quietly informing Wang Lifeng. The base station data has been verified. That number is indeed not registered under Ma Hongyuan's name, but his voice is present in the call recording. Wang Lifeng frowned. Voice print comparison will take time. No need, Qin Shuang interrupted, her voice calm as tempered steel. I know who provided him with the phone. She entered the interrogation room, her high heels clicking crisply against the marble floor. Ma Hongyuan looked up, and upon seeing Qin Shuang, A complex mix of fear and loathing flickered in his eyes. Qin, Mayor Qin, his voice suddenly weakened. This is a misunderstanding, I swear. Qin Shuang did not sit but stood before him, towering over him with a commanding presence. Ma Honyuan, do you know what I despise the most? Her voice was soft yet seemed to lower the room's temperature by several degrees. It is betrayal. Ma Honyuan se lips trembled. About to speak, when a phone rang sharply, interrupting the moment. Lin Yi retrieved Qin Shuang's work phone from his pocket, the screen flashing the name Shun Mingzhong repeatedly. All eyes in the interrogation room were fixated on the mobile phone. A barely perceptible cold smile graced Qin Shuang's lips as she took the phone and pressed the speakerphone button. Secretary Shun. Her voice returned to an official calmness. Mayor Qin, came the gentle and resonant voice of Shun Mingzhong, imbued with the concern of an elder. I heard that Comrade Ma Honyuan has been placed under double regulation. Indeed, it was just an hour ago. Qin Shuang's gaze remained locked on Ma Hongyuan's face, observing his expression shift from despair to hope, only to rapidly revert to despair once more. Isn't this a bit hasty? Shun Mingzhong's tone remained amiable, yet an imperceptible tension crept into his voice. After all, Comrade Ma is the director of the municipal office. Wouldn't this handling affect the normal operations of the government? The interrogation room fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing became faint. Ma Honyuan stared intently at the phone, as if it were his last lifeline. Qin Shuang chuckled softly. Secretary Shin's concern for Director Ma is truly touching. She paused momentarily, her voice suddenly turning frigid. However, did you not know beforehand that he would encounter trouble? There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Even breathing ceased for a second. What does Mayor Qin mean by this? Shun Mingzhong's voice finally lost its composure. As the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, it is my duty to care for subordinate officials. Is it? Qin Shuang's fingers lightly tapped the table. Then can you explain why, 30 minutes before the disciplinary inspection's actions commenced, your secretary called Ma Honyuan? This bombshell inquiry made everyone in the interrogation room hold their breath. Ma Honyuan's face turned ashen. His mouth opened in a silent gasp. Comrade Qin Shuang. Shun Mingzhong's voice suddenly escalated. Please watch your words. Such baseless accusations. Base station records indicate that at 9:47 this morning, a call lasting 2 minutes and 18 seconds was made from a number ending in 8803 to Ma Hongyuan's mobile. Qin Shuang interrupted calmly. 8803 is your office's dedicated line. Secretary Shun. A profound silence enveloped the other end of the line. Ma Honyuan suddenly trembled violently, clutching his head and emitting a whimper. I do not know what you are speaking of. Shun Mingzhong's voice turned dry. My office handles a multitude of official calls daily. Of course, Qin Shuang's voice softened again. I am merely curious as to why, following that call, Director Ma immediately deleted all call logs and messages from his phone. She turned to Ma Honyuan. What do you say, Director Ma? What did Secretary Shin say on the phone that left you so flustered? Ma Honyuan appeared as if struck by lightning, suddenly raising his head, terror evident in his eyes. No, Secretary Shin said nothing. It was I acted on my own. Enough. Shun Mingzhong's voice rose sharply from the other end. Comrade Qin Shuang, you are openly violating organizational procedures. Without solid evidence, to speculate in such a manner about a deputy secretary of the municipal committee. Do you understand the consequences? The smile faded from Qin Shuang's face. Secretary Shun, I am merely stating the facts. Her voice was as cold as ice. If you're truly innocent, why the need for such agitation? A heavy breath resonated from the other end of the line, followed by Shun Mingzhong's strained response. Very well. Since Mayor Qin is so confident, let us proceed according to protocol. However, I must remind you that Jiaoning is not a dictatorship. The call was abruptly severed, leaving the interrogation room in profound silence. Ma Honyuan slumped in his chair, as if all the bones in his body had been extracted. Qin Shuang handed her phone to Lin Yi and turned to Wang Lifeng, stating, from now on, I will personally oversee this case. All interrogation records and evidence must be reported directly to me. Wang Lifeng hesitated. Mayor Qin, this is not in accordance with protocol. I will take responsibility if something goes awry. Qin Shuang interrupted him, her gaze fierce. Ma Honyuan is implicated not only in corruption, but also in murder. The word detonated in the interrogation room like a bomb, causing Ma Honyuan to jerk his head up. Nonsense. I did not kill anyone. 3 years ago, the collapse of Jiaoning Bridge resulted in the deaths of 12 workers. Qin Shuang articulated each word with precision. The investigation report at the time claimed it was due to substandard construction materials, but the truth is, someone intentionally cut corners for personal gain. She leaned closer to Ma Honyuan, and the one responsible for that project was Zhao Guangxing. Ma Hongyan's pupils suddenly constricted, the color draining from his face entirely. This has nothing to do with me. I was just what? Qin Shuang pressed. Just helping him cover up the crime? Just accepting his money? Or do you consider those workers' lives insignificant? Ma Honyuan broke down, tears mingling with sweat. It wasn't me. It was Shun. His voice faltered abruptly, as though someone had seized his throat. Lin Yi keenly noted this detail, quickly jotting it down in his notebook. Qin Shuang straightened and instructed Wang Lifeng. Arrange for someone to guard him around the clock. No one is to have contact with him, including members of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee. As she turned towards the door, she paused and, without looking back, declared, Ma Honyuan, you have one last chance. By 8 a.m. tomorrow, I want to know the entire truth, or prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison. Exiting the interrogation room, Lin Yi hastily caught up with Qin Shuang, Mayor Qin. Regarding the Jiaoning Bridge incident you mentioned earlier, 3 years ago, upon my arrival in Jiaoning, I suspected there was something amiss. Qin Shuang's voice was somber. At that time, Shun Mingzhang held absolute power. The investigation was left unresolved. She stopped, gazing out at the darkening sky now. It is time to lift the veil on this matter. Meanwhile, in the office on the top floor of the municipal building, Shun Mingzhang violently hurled his teacup to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. His face was ashen, muttering to himself, "Well played, Qin Shuang. Since you insist on escalating this issue, do not blame me for being ruthless." Outside, dusk descended, and the lights of Jiaoning City began to twinkle. An unseen war was just beginning. Dingling. At 6:15 a.m., Lin Yi was jolted awake by the shrill ring of his phone. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten, and Jiaoning City was still shrouded in a thin mist. Secretary Lin, there has been an incident. On the other end of the line was a staff member from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, their voice tinged with panic. Ma Honyuan has committed suicide. Lin Yi's drowsiness vanished in an instant as he threw off the covers and sat up. When did this happen? It was discovered just half an hour ago during the shift change by the guards. He was frothing at the mouth and was already lifeless. Lin Yi's fingers instinctively tightened, his knuckles paling. Secure the scene. I will arrive immediately. After hanging up, he swiftly dialed Qin Shuang's number. The phone rang once before being answered, indicating that Qin Shuang was already awake. Mayor Qin, Ma Honyuan is dead. Lin Yi stated gravely. They say it was suicide. There was a 2-second silence on the other end before Qin Shuang's voice emerged, chillingly calm. Suicide? At the critical moment when we issued him the ultimatum? Chapter 20. The Cloud of Death, I find it suspicious as well. Notify Director Shun. You all should head to the scene. Qin Shuang ordered decisively. Remember, do not overlook any details, particularly the time and manner of death. I will deal with Shun Mingzhang on my end. He will undoubtedly take action. Lin Yi quickly finished his morning routine, grabbed his suit jacket, and dashed outside. The morning breeze of May carried a chill as he stood by the roadside. Attempting to hail a taxi, he noticed a black sedan parked at the street corner, its windows tinted, obscuring the occupants within. As he glanced at the vehicle, it began to move away slowly, leaving behind a wisp of exhaust. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the case site of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. It was a gray and white 5-story building located on the outskirts of Jiaoning City, shrouded by tall sycamore trees, rendering it particularly secluded. The vehicle of the Municipal Public Security Bureau Chief, Shun Chuan, was already parked at the entrance. This seasoned detective in his 40s stood on the steps, frowning as he smoked a cigarette. Secretary Lin. Shun Chuan extinguished his cigarette and approached. Something feels off. Lin Yi nodded. Mayor Qin has ordered a thorough investigation. Together, they followed the staff of the Discipline Inspection Commission, hastening towards the temporary detention room on the 3rd floor. The corridor was permeated with the scent of disinfectant, and several forensic experts in white lab coats were busily working at the scene. Ma Hongyuan's body lay on the single bed in the position he died, his mouth foaming white, his complexion a ghastly shade of purple, and his eyes wide open, as if he had witnessed something horrifying before his demise. The preliminary assessment indicated cyanide poisoning. The forensic expert looked up to report the time of death was approximately between 3 and 4 this morning. Lin Yi crouched down to examine the body closely. Ma Hongyuan's right hand was clenched into a fist, and something seemed to glimmer between his fingers. Donning gloves, he gently pried open the stiffened hand, revealing a small brown glass vial that tumbled out. "What is this?" Shen Chuan inquired with a furrowed brow. The forensic expert picked up the vial for inspection. It appears to be a container for poison. Traces of cyanide remain. Lin Yi's brow furrowed deeper. Ma Hongyuan was searched thoroughly during his detention. How could he possibly conceal poison? Even more perplexing was Shen Chuan's indication towards a cup on the bedside table. He must have dissolved the poison in the water before drinking it. However, according to regulations, the food and drink of detainees are managed by designated personnel, leaving no opportunity for him to access poison. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings and suddenly asked, "What about the surveillance footage? This room should indeed be under constant surveillance." Little Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Commission appeared troubled. Last night, the monitoring system malfunctioned, resulting in the complete loss of recordings from 2 to 5 in the morning. Such a coincidence? Lin Yi and Shen Chuan exchanged a knowing glance and led me to the surveillance room. Located on the first floor, the room was equipped with seemingly new technology, and technicians were urgently working to rectify the system. Upon their entrance, the technicians promptly stood to explain. The system unexpectedly rebooted last night, causing a portion of the data to be lost. An automatic reboot? Lin Yi astutely seized upon this keyword. Does the system typically undergo maintenance at this hour? The technician hesitated. No, that's not the case. Maintenance is scheduled for weekends during the day. Shen Chuan scoffed. That means someone remotely manipulated the system. Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone vibrated. It was a message from Qin Shuang. Shen Mingzhang just convened an emergency meeting, accusing us of unlawful interrogation that led to Ma Hongyuan's suicide. Have you uncovered any leads? Lin Yi quickly replied with their current findings and then said to Shen Chuan, "We must ascertain the origin of this poison vial." The two proceeded to the storage room to examine the personal items submitted by Ma Hongyuan during his detention. The inventory indicated that a thorough search was conducted at the time, including an inspection of the soles of his shoes. It was impossible to conceal anything. Unless Shen Chuan pondered, it was later provided to him by someone. Suddenly, Lin Yi had a revelation. Check the duty log and visitor list from last night. The duty log revealed that apart from the regular staff of the Discipline Inspection Commission, only one doctor, Deputy Director Liu from the municipal hospital, had visited, claiming it was for a routine health check. Dr. Liu? Lin Yi recalled that Ma Hongyuan had just undergone a physical examination upon his arrival. Little Zhang nodded. Yes, but Dr. Liu stated he received a directive from above to conduct a more detailed examination. From above? Which authority? He mentioned a call from Municipal Party Committee office. Lin Yi and Shen Chuan's expressions darkened simultaneously, and Shen Chuan immediately pulled out his phone. "I will dispatch someone to apprehend Dr. Liu." Just then, Lin Yi's phone rang again. It was Qin Shuang. "Return immediately. Shen Mingzhang is making accusations at the standing committee meeting, claiming you have unlawfully participated in the discipline inspection case and intends to suspend your position." Lin Yi gritted his teeth. "Mayor Qin, we have discovered a significant lead. Ma Hongyuan was likely murdered. I am aware." Qin Shuang's voice was low yet firm. "But the situation is currently unfavorable for us. You must return and allow Shen Chuan to continue the investigation. Remember, do not alarm the snake in the grass." After hanging up, Lin Yi glanced reluctantly towards the detention room and said to Shen Chuan, "I must return to the municipal government. You handle things here. Rest assured." Shen Chuan patted his shoulder. "I have worked in the public security system for over 20 years. I know how to deal with these individuals." "That doctor, Liu wanted to escape." Lin Yi nodded, turned, and departed. As he exited the Discipline Inspection Commission building, he noticed the black sedan parked beneath the nearby shade. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace, feigning interest in his phone, and caught a glimpse of the slightly lowered window, revealing the lens of a long-focus camera. Someone was tracking him. Lin Yi, maintaining a facade of tranquility, hastened his steps to the main thoroughfare, where he hailed a taxi. Once inside, he promptly sent a coded message to Qin Shuang. "I am being watched. Our movements may be under their surveillance." Qin Shuang responded swiftly. "Come directly to my office. Use the side entrance." At the municipal government building, reporters had already set up their cameras, and Lin Yi entered through the side door, taking the private elevator straight to the 9th floor. The door to Qin Shuang's office was ajar, and, as he pushed it open, he was met with a fervent debate within. "Mayor Qin, you must provide an explanation for Ma Hongyuan's death." Shen Mingzhang's voice seethed with repressed anger. "The disciplinary committee has strict procedures. Why was your secretary present at the interrogation site?" "Secretary Shen," Qin Shuang responded with a calm yet incisive tone. "I would like to inquire why the municipal party office alerted Ma Hongyuan prior to his double regulation. Why did a doctor from the city hospital visit him unexpectedly in the dead of night?" Lin Yi gently knocked on the door, and the argument ceased abruptly. Upon entering, he observed Shen Mingzhang standing before Qin Shuang's desk, his expression ashen. The typically affable deputy secretary now bore a glint of menace in his eyes. "Secretary Lin," Shen Mingzhang turned to him, his tone suddenly amiable. "I heard you visited the disciplinary committee's case site this morning." Chapter 21. A Veil of Mystery. Lin Yi replied, "Neither subservient nor arrogant. Indeed, Secretary Shen. I am assisting Mayor Qin with the investigation into Ma Hongyuan's case." "Assisting?" Shen Mingzhang scoffed. "Since when can a secretary from a municipal government interfere in a disciplinary case? This is a serious breach of protocol." Rising to her feet, Qin Shuang interjected, "Secretary Shen, it is premature to discuss procedural matters. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the cause of Ma Hongyuan's death." "The cause is quite clear: suicide." Shen Mingzhang raised his voice, aware of his deep transgressions. "To atone for my sins, why must Mayor Qin persistently press this issue? Are you intent on tarnishing my reputation?" Lin Yi noted that as Shen Mingzhang spoke, his left hand unconsciously rubbed his watch on his right wrist, a telltale sign of his anxiety. "Secretary Shen," Lin Yi suddenly interjected, "did Ma Hongyuan make any contact with you prior to his death?" The air in the office grew tense, and Shen Mingzhang's gaze sharpened. "Secretary Lin, what do you mean by that?" "Just a routine inquiry," Lin Yi replied calmly. "After all, you have worked alongside Director Ma for many years." "That's enough." Shen Mingzhang slammed the table, his fury palpable. "Qin Shuang, manage your personnel. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, he stormed out, leaving the office in silence, save for the hum of the air conditioning. Qin Shuang approached the window, watching Shen Mingzhang's retreating figure below, and murmured, "He is flustered." Lin Yi nodded. "There is undoubtedly something amiss with Ma Hongyuan's death. We have discovered." He detailed the reports of the poison bottle, the malfunctioning surveillance, and Dr. Lu's involvement. Qin Shuang's eyes glinted coldly upon hearing this. Shen Mingzhang is cornered. He fears that Ma Hongyuan may reveal the truth behind the bridge incident from 3 years ago. Yet the clues all point to him. It is too conspicuous. Lin Yi frowned, noting that this was not in keeping with Shen Mingzhang's typically cautious demeanor. Qin Shuang turned to him, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "I suspect that someone is deliberately directing attention towards Shen Mingzhang, aiming for our mutual destruction." Lin Yi analyzed, noting that Dr. Lu is pivotal and must be swiftly apprehended. Just then, Shen Xuan's call came through. Lin Yi activated the speakerphone, and an urgent voice rushed forth. "Secretary Lin, Dr. Lu is missing. The hospital reports he took leave this morning, and his home is deserted. Strangely, his office computer and medical records have been entirely wiped clean." Qin Shuang and Lin Yi exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Moreover, Shen Xuan continued, "I investigated the poison bottle. It is a rare foreign pharmaceutical container, utilized by only 2 foreign-funded hospitals in Jiaoning." Qin Shuang's fingers gently tapped the table. "Shen Xuan assigned several detectives to investigate those 2 hospitals. Lin Yi, accompany me to the municipal bureau." As Lin Yi reached the elevator, a city office staff member hurriedly approached. Mayor Qin. An urgent call from the provincial office. They require your immediate response. Qin Shuang's expression shifted slightly. Lin Yi. Proceed to the municipal bureau to find Xin Chuan. I will join you as soon as I handle this call. Lin Yi descended alone in the elevator. Upon exiting the municipal government building, the black sedan reappeared in his sight. This time, it slowly approached, and the rear window lowered halfway, revealing a familiar face, the municipal secretary Gu Minghui. Secretary Lin. Gu Minghui's voice dripped with feigned concern. Where are you off to in such haste? Need a ride? Lin Yi stepped back. Thank you, Secretary Gu, but I can take a taxi. Gu Minghui's smile remained unchanged. I heard Ma Honyuan has passed away? Quite unfortunate. He knew too much, didn't he? Lin Yi's body tensed. What do you mean by that, Secretary Gu? Nothing significant, Gu Minghui waved dismissively. Merely a reminder that Jiaoning's waters run deep. Be wary of drowning. By the way, send my regards to Mayor Qin. The window rose, and the black sedan sped away. Lin Yi stood frozen, a chill creeping up his spine. Gu Minghui was a trusted aide of Secretary Zhou Jingheng, and his appearance was far from coincidental. He pulled out his phone, hesitated for a moment, then dialed Xin Chuan. Director Shun, the municipal secretary Gu Minghui, just approached me, and his words were laden with implications. Lin Yi lowered his voice, scanning his surroundings. Regarding Ma Hongyuan's case, it seems there may be more at stake than just Shen Mingzhang. A few seconds of silence followed on the other end before Shen Chuan's tone turned cautious. Do you suspect Secretary Zhou? Gu Minghui is his right-hand man. He wouldn't appear without reason. Lin Yi briskly walked to the roadside to hail a taxi. I'm heading to the municipal bureau to meet you for a detailed discussion. After hanging up, Lin Yi entered taxi. In the rearview mirror, the black sedan reappeared in the distance, maintaining a close yet distant presence. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang stood by the office window, gripping the red confidential phone. Outside, the skyline of Jiaoning was bathed in sunlight, reflecting blinding rays off the glass facade. Leader, I understand your intent. Qin Shuang's voice remained calm and steady. Yet the circumstances surrounding Ma Hongyuan's death were riddled with uncertainties. Concluding the case in such a manner would likely fail to satisfy the public. A low, authoritative male voice resonated through the phone, unyielding in its command. Comrade Qin Shuang, politics demands a delicate equilibrium. Ma Honyuan is deceased. The deceased must be treated with utmost respect. Further investigation would not bode well for the stability of Jiaoning. Qin Shuang's nails unconsciously dug into her palm. She was acutely aware of what this balance entailed. The grievances of those 12 workers from years past were being dismissed with alarming nonchalance. I understand. She compelled her voice to remain steady. Yet the voice on the other end interrupted her. Comrade Shinming Zhang is the deputy secretary of the municipal committee. You must foster unity. The provincial authorities will soon assess the Jiaoning leadership. At this critical juncture, stability must prevail above all. The window glass reflected Qin Shuang's taut expression, and she suddenly realized that this call was not a discussion but a directive. The individual on the other end had evidently struck an accord with certain powers. Understood, leader, she finally replied. I will handle it. After disconnecting, Qin Shuang inhaled deeply and dialed Lin Yi's number. When the call connected, she uttered a single phrase, 8 o'clock tonight. At the usual place, in the office of the Criminal Investigation Division, Shen Chuan pushed a file across the table toward Lin Yi. We've uncovered something. That black sedan is registered under the Jiaoning Urban Construction Group. Urban Construction Group? Lin Yi Fronit. Isn't that Zhao Guangxing's company? On the surface, yes, Shen Chuan replied, lighting a cigarette. However, the actual controlling interests are quite intricate. After last year's restructuring, the Municipal State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission holds a 30% stake, along with several enigmatic individual shareholders. Lin Yi perused the file, his gaze landing on a particular shareholder's name. Zhou Hai? That name rings a bell. Zhou Jingheng's nephew. Shen Chuan noted, exhaling a puff of smoke. He returned from studying abroad last year and suddenly acquired a 5% stake in this company. Lin Yi's pupils constricted as all clues began to intertwine. Ma Honyuan, Shinming Zhang, Zhao Guangxing, and now Zhou Jingheng. The web of individuals entangled in this case was far more profound than he had anticipated. And there's something even more peculiar. Shun Chuan continued, pulling up a segment of surveillance footage. Last night, after Dr. Liu left the disciplinary committee, he proceeded to the Banshui mountain villa in the eastern part of the city, a frequent venue for Secretary Zhou to host guests. On the screen, a man donned in a mask and a cap hurriedly entered the villa's side entrance. While his face remained obscured, his gait and physique bore a striking resemblance to Dr. Liu. Can we confirm it's him? Not at this moment. Shun Chuan shook his head. The villa's surveillance conveniently malfunctioned during that time frame. However, the taxi driver at the entrance recalled that the individual received a call upon disembarking, addressing the other party as Director Zhou. Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone vibrated. It was a text from Qin Shuang. After reading it, he promptly deleted the message and informed Shun Chuan. Mayor Qin is facing pressure from the province to halt the investigation. Shun Chuan's cigarette ash fell onto the table. As expected, it seems Ma Hanyuan knows more than we imagined. Mayor Qin has arranged to meet with me tonight. Lin Yi lowered his voice. Director Shun, I need your assistance in uncovering two matters. First, the origin of that poison vial, and second, Zhou Hai's financial transactions abroad. Shun Chuan nodded, suddenly lowering his voice. Be cautious. There may be people within the bureau. This morning, when I retrieved Dr. Liu's records, I discovered someone had deleted his files before I could. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled Gu Minghui's enigmatic smile and the black sedan that shadowed him. This contest was no longer merely a struggle between Qin Shuang and Shen Mingzhang. Upon leaving the municipal bureau, Lin Yi deliberately took the back exit. He meandered through several alleys, ensuring he had evaded any pursuers before hailing a cab to the city government. Qin Shuang stood by the window, observing the sunset stain Zhao Ning City a shade of crimson. The secure telephone on her desk rang again, yet she hesitated to reach for the red receiver. The phone persisted for 7 rings before falling silent. Qin Shuang understood this was the last warning from the other party. As night descended, the city's neon lights flickered to life. Changing into plain clothes, she stealthily exited the underground garage. After circling the city 3 times to confirm she was not being followed, she drove towards an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Lin Yi awaited Heraruad. Under the moonlight, his expression was unusually grave. Mayor Qin, who called from the province. He inquired candidly. Qin Shuang shook her head. There isn't just one person involved. She paused. They intend to use Ma Hongyuan's death case to protect Shen Mingzhang. Not only Shen Mingzhang. Lin Yi handed her the information Shun Chuan had uncovered. Secretary Zhou from the municipal committee may also be implicated. Gu Minghui's appearance today was no coincidence. Qin Shuang swiftly scanned the documents, her eyes glinting with cold intensity in the moonlight. So Zhou Hairui's Swiss account is implicated, she remarked, lifting her gaze to Lin Yi. 3 years ago, the bidding for the bridge project was suddenly altered, presided over by Zhou Jingheng at the standing committee meeting. What shall we do now? Lin Yi asked. The province has already issued orders. Qin Shuang replied with a cold smirk. On the surface, we must comply. However, behind the scenes, she retrieved a disc from her bag. This contains materials sent to me by Ma Hanyuan before his double detention, revealing the dark dealings surrounding the bridge project. The originals are securely hidden. Lin Yi took the disc, feeling its weight akin to 1,000 burdens. If Zhou Jingheng is indeed involved, we face more than just Shen Mingzhang. Thus, we must explore alternative routes. Qin Shuang's gaze sharpened as she tucked her damp hair behind her ear, the sound of raindrops pelting the tin roof of the abandoned factory echoing around them. The 7th inspection team from the disciplinary committee is conducting an undercover investigation into state-owned enterprise restructuring in the provincial capital. The team leader, Zhong Yi, is a classmate of mine. She lowered her voice as rainwater trickled down the rusted ventilation pipe onto her shoulder. If we leave now, we can deliver the materials directly to him before dawn. I will arrange for a vehicle immediately. Lin Yi responded without hesitation, swiftly pulling out his phone. Upon connecting the call, the response from the municipal vehicle service sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. Master Zhang? His daughter suddenly developed a high fever and left for the hospital an hour ago. Qin Shuang frowned slightly and turned to Lin Yi. You drive. We must leave at once. As they exited the city, torrential rain poured down, the wipers on the windshield flailing desperately, struggling to keep pace with the deluge. Lin Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly, glancing occasionally at the rearview mirror, noting that the unmarked black car had followed them for 3 intersections. "Shake it off," he urged. Qin Shuang's voice was chillingly calm. Lin Yi abruptly pressed the accelerator, the car skidding on the slick road as it veered into a narrow county lane. In the rearview mirror, their path was obstructed by a truck that had suddenly crossed their route. For the moment, they were safe. Lin Yi eyed it, yet his fingers remained tightly clenched around the steering wheel. Qin Shuang retrieved a brown paper bag from her purse, carefully placing an item inside before sealing it with tape. Should any misfortune befall us, you must ensure this reaches Director Zhong of the Discipline Inspection Commission, she instructed. Lin Yi cast a glance at her, the rain distorting her profile against the window, rendering her seemingly more vulnerable than ever. "There will be no misfortune, Mayor Qin," he replied tersely, though an inexplicable unease gnawed at him. The mountain road steepened, and the rain intensified. Lin Yi slowed the vehicle, cautiously navigating a sharp turn, when suddenly he felt the brake pedal yield unnaturally underfoot. The brakes had failed. His voice was unnaturally calm, yet the veins on his temples throbbed. Qin Shuang gripped the armrest tightly. "What?" Lin Yi did not respond, his focus entirely on the steering wheel as they accelerated down the incline, the speedometer climbing to 80 kilometers per hour. Ahead loomed a near 180-degree hairpin turn, beyond which was a sheer cliff. "Hold on," Lin Yi bellowed, yanking the handbrake while sharply turning the wheel. The tires screeched against the slick surface, the rear of the car skidding perilously close to the guardrail. Yet the out-of-control vehicle launched off the road, tumbling down the mountainside. The world spun violently in Lin Yi's vision. As the airbags deployed, he was assaulted by the acrid scent of chemicals, the metallic crunch of distortion, the shattering of glass, and Qin Shuang's muffled groans all converging into a cacophony. Time became a blur, and eventually, silence enveloped them. Lin Yi struggled to open his eyes, discovering himself suspended in the crumpled cabin, the seat belt digging painfully into his shoulder, blood from a wound on his forehead trickling into his eyes, obscuring his vision. Mayorin? Chapter 23. Life and Death. His voice was hoarse. No response. Lin Yi fought to unbuckle his seatbelt, crashing heavily onto the deformed roof of the car. He endured the sharp pain in his ribs as he crawled towards the back seat. Qin Shuang lay askew, a gruesome gash on her forehead, blood streaming down her cheek, staining the collar of her white shirt. "Mayor Qin, wake up," Lin Yi urged, slapping her face, the scent of gasoline permeating the cramped space. Qin Shuang's eyelids fluttered, finally opening to reveal a moment of disorientation before her gaze focused on Lin Yi. "Are we still alive?" "For now, we are safe." Lin Yi gritted his teeth, tearing at the seatbelt that trapped Qin Shuang. But the fuel tank was leaking, and the car could explode at any moment. "We must get out immediately." Qin Shuang attempted to move, but cried out, "My foot seems to be trapped." Lin Yi looked down to find a mangled door frame pinning her right ankle. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the metal frame with both hands, straining with all his might to pry it upwards, his muscles quaking under the pressure, sweat mingling with blood dripping from his forehead. With a crack, the frame began to give way. With a piercing sound of twisted metal, the frame finally loosened. Lin Yi swiftly lifted Qin Shuang, using his shoulder to crash through the deformed car door, stumbling out into the open. They had scarcely run a dozen meters when a deafening explosion reverberated behind them. The shockwave knocked them to the ground, and instinctively, Lin Yi shielded Qin Shuang beneath him. The flames painted half of the hillside crimson, and burning debris fell like rain. As the aftershock subsided, Lin Yi struggled to rise, noticing Qin Shuang's pallid complexion, her right pant leg saturated with blood. "Can you still walk?" Lin Yi inquired, surveying their surroundings. The rain-soaked forest resembled a vast labyrinth, and they found themselves deep within its confines. Qin Shuang attempted to stand, but gasped in pain. "No, it hurts too much." Without hesitation, Lin Yi crouched and hoisted her onto his back. For a moment, Qin Shuang's body stiffened, the commanding mayor evidently unaccustomed to being carried like this. "Put me down. This is inappropriate," she stammered, a hint of panic in her voice. Lin Yi ignored her, adjusting his hold to avoid her injured leg. "This is urgent, Mayor Qin. If those individuals discover the accident scene devoid of bodies, they will soon commence a search of the mountains. Qin Shuang fell silent, rain cascading from their hair. And Lin Yi felt her breath brush against his neck, warm and hurried. "Let's move forward," she finally murmured, her tone imbued with a softness Lin Yi had never encountered before. "There should be a farmhouse that way." Lin Yi nodded and set off, finding Qin Shuang's body lighter than he had anticipated, yet the treacherous terrain made each step perilous. The rain washed away the bloodstains, leaving faint red marks on his face. "This wasn't an accident, was it?" Qin Shuang suddenly asked, her lips nearly grazing Lin Yi's ear. A shiver crept up Lin Yi's spine. The brake line was deliberately severed, with only a thin layer remaining. It would take time to completely break. He paused. "They know we are heading to the provincial city. Shenmingjiang or Zhoujingheng?" Qin Shuang's voice turned cold. "Both are possibilities." Lin Yi labored to step over a fallen tree trunk, but more critically, they were aware that they possessed evidence. Qin Shuang trembled slightly, whether from cold or anger was uncertain. "Is the disc still with us?" Lin Yi halted, gently placing Qin Shuang on a relatively dry rock. He retrieved the brown paper bag from his pocket. Though dampened by the rain, the sealed tape remained intact. "Here," he said softly. Qin Shuang gazed at the small paper bag, raindrops cascading from her eyelashes like silent tears. In the instant, lightning split the night sky. Lin Yi glimpsed something in her eyes, something he had never seen before. Not the steadfast determination of Mayor Qin Shuang, but the vulnerability and resolve of an ordinary woman. "We must keep moving," Lin Yi said, lifting Qin Shuang on his back once more. "We need to find a sheltered spot to tend to your wound." This time, Qin Shuang offered no resistance. Her arms encircled Lin Yi's neck, her head gently resting on his shoulder. Amidst the torrential downpour, two figures trudged forward, each step taking them further from the site of the accident and closer to a perilous truth. Behind them, on the distant mountain road, beams of headlights pierced through the rain, akin to the eyes of a hunter seeking its prey in the enveloping darkness. Raindrops cascaded from Lin Yi's eyelashes, blurring his vision as he bore Qin Shuang upon his back. Her body grew heavier with each passing moment, her breath warm against the nape of his neck, fluctuating between urgency and calm. Ahead lay a house. Lin Yi squinted, discerning the faint outline of a structure nestled in the hillside through the curtain of rain. Qin Shuang lifted her head, her damp hair clinging to her pale cheeks. "It's a farmhouse, but it appears abandoned," she observed. Lin Yi adjusted his stance, careful to avoid jostling Qin Shuang's injured right leg, her pant leg saturated with blood, the dark crimson stains spreading in the wake of the rain. "Hold on, we're almost there." The farmhouse was even more dilapidated than he had envisioned. The wooden door hung askew on its hinges, and with a gentle shove of his shoulder, it swung open. The air inside was thick with the musty scent of mildew and dust, yet it offered shelter from the relentless storm. Moonlight filtered through the shattered windows, sketching the indistinct contours of the interior. A wooden table, two chairs, and a corner piled with hay. Lin Yi carefully laid Qin Shuang upon the relatively dry hay, then swiftly turned to examine the door and windows. The latch was rusted shut, and, after a firm kick, he confirmed that it would withstand the wind for the time being. Though this place was not entirely secure, it provided a temporary refuge. He removed his coat, wrung it out, and retrieved a first aid kit from his backpack, a habit cultivated during his years of service at the Discipline Inspection Commission. Leaning against the wall, Qin Shuang's complexion was as pale as parchment. Raindrops trickled from her hair tips, pooling on the hay beneath her. Her shirt clung to her form, outlining her delicate silhouette. "Your leg requires attention," Lin Yi stated, crouching down to gently roll up her pant leg. Qin Shuang inhaled sharply. Her ankle was swollen to the size of a bun, a deep wound visible to the bone, still seeping blood. "It may hurt a bit. Bear with it," he reassured her, producing antiseptic cotton. His movements, however, were far gentler than his words. Qin Shuang bit her lower lip, her fingers digging into the hay, and as the antiseptic made contact with her wound, her body tensed involuntarily, yet she stifled any sound. Lin Yi glanced up at her. Under the moonlight, this normally formidable mayor appeared as fragile as a fallen leaf. Yet she resolutely retained her dignity. He softened his actions, swiftly dressing the wound. The bone should be intact, but the laceration is deep and will require suturing. Chapter 24. The Inferno Escape. Lin Yi continued, his gaze sweeping across the room. We need to start a fire to dry your clothes. Otherwise, you risk hypothermia. He discovered some dry firewood in the corner and soon kindled a small flame in the fireplace. The warmth gradually dispelling the chill within the room while casting flickering shadows upon the walls. From the farmhouse-esque cupboard, he retrieved a tattered blanket and handed it to Qin Shuang. Remove your wet clothing to dry it. Otherwise, you may catch a cold. Qin Shuang accepted the blanket, her fingers trembling slightly. The firelight danced upon her face, and Lin Yi noticed an unnatural flush creeping up behind her ears. You should turn around, he suggested. The voice of Qin Shuang was so low that it was almost inaudible. Lin Yi paused for a moment, then quickly turned to face the wall. As the sound of rustling fabric reached his ears, followed by Qin Shuang's suppressed gasp as she inadvertently brushed against her wound while removing her clothing. Do you need assistance? Lin Yi inquired, his gaze fixed on a crack in the wall. No, I can manage. Qin Shuang replied hastily, her tone softening as she added, I can do it myself. Lin Yi then heard the sound of a blanket unfurling, followed by the soft thud of her wet clothes being discarded on the floor. The flickering firelight cast Qin Shuang's shadow upon the wall, revealing a slender silhouette awkwardly attempting to wrap herself in the blanket. All done, she announced after a brief moment. Lin Yi turned around to see that Qin Shuang had enveloped herself snugly in the blanket, with only her pale face and damp hair visible. Her wet clothes were neatly draped over the back of a chair, close to the fire to dry. Your shoulder is bleeding, Qin Shuang suddenly remarked. It was then that Lin Yi noticed the wound on his left shoulder, likely a result of glass shards from the accident. The blood had begun to congeal, but the friction of his clothing had reopened the wound. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about, he replied casually. Yet he observed Qin Shuang stubbornly extending her hand. Please give me the gauze and disinfectant. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi handed her the medical kit. Qin Shuang gestured for him to sit down and began to clean his wound with a clumsiness that belied her earnestness. Her fingers were icy, yet surprisingly steady. Have you studied first aid? Lin Yi asked. My mother was a military doctor, Qin Shuang replied tersely, her fingers gently gliding along the edges of his injury. Recalling how she often watched her mother dress the wounds of injured soldiers when she was a child. Lin Yi noticed a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes when she mentioned her mother. The room fell silent, save for the crackling of the burning firewood, and Lin Yi's gaze landed on Qin Shuang's calf, which was exposed from the blanket. There was a long scar there, reminiscent of an old injury. Following his line of sight, Qin Shuang instinctively recoiled her leg. I fell while climbing during university, she explained. Lin Yi nodded, refraining from probing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, especially someone like Qin Shuang, who resided at the epicenter of power. Suddenly, the distant roar of an engine pierced the air. Lin Yi sprang to his feet and hurried to the window. Through the shattered glass, he spotted the flickering lights of vehicles at the base of the hill. At least 3 cars were slowly making their way along the mountain road. They're coming. Lin Yi's voice tightened. Qin Shuang clutched the blanket more tightly. Are they searching for us? In this weather, and in this place, there would be no one else. Lin Yi swiftly packed the medical kit. We need to leave. As Qin Shuang attempted to rise, she stumbled due to her foot injury, and Lin Yi steadied her. His eyes scanning the room for any usable weapons, but all he found was a rusty iron rod. The headlights drew nearer, and the sound of engines became increasingly distinct. Lin Yi's mind raced. With Qin Shuang's limited mobility, they wouldn't be able to run far in the rain-soaked woods. The back door, he suddenly exclaimed. This farmhouse should have a back door. Qin Shuang pointed to the opposite side of the room. Over there. Lin Yi hurried over, clearing away a pile of debris, and indeed discovered a small door, though the latch was rusted shut. He kicked the wooden door with all his might, producing a groan of distress. Yet it remained steadfast and unmoving, firmly nailed shut. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. The car headlights had illuminated the front yard, their blinding light streaming through the windows into the room. Lin Yi heard the sound of the car door opening, accompanied by the shouts of men. Search every house. alive or dead. We must see them. Qin Shuang's face turned pale. Lin Yi's gaze swiftly scanned the room, finally resting upon the fire. A wild plan began to take shape in his mind. Mayor Qin, can you still walk? Qin Shuang nodded, her eyes glimmering with determination. Yes. Lin Yi hastily stuffed her half-dry clothes into a backpack, then guided her toward the back door. Wait for my signal, then run with all your might. Do not look back. Qin Shuang grasped his arm. What are you going to do? Lin Yi did not respond. Instead, he dashed towards the fire, seizing the burning wood and igniting the dry grass and wooden furniture within the house. Lin Yi, Qin Shuang gasped. The flames spread rapidly, thick smoke beginning to fill the room. Lin Yi rushed back to Qin Shuang, handing her the backpack. The clothes are inside. Once the wood of the back door heats up and expands, kick it open. And you? Qin Shuang's voice was strained from the smoke. I will hold them off. Lin Yi picked up an iron rod, counted to 30, then kicked the door. Qin Shuang wanted to say something, but the sound of kicking at the front door echoed. Lin Yi cast her one last glance before turning towards the thick smoke. 1, 2, 3. Qin Shuang began to count, tears streaming from her eyes due to the smoke. She heard the front door crash open, followed by the sounds of men cursing and fighting. 15, 16. Her heart raced like a drum, her fingers digging deep into the straps of the backpack. A muffled thud was followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. 25, 26. The heat wave hit her face, and the wood of the back door creaked under pressure. Qin Shuang kicked against the door with all her strength. The wooden door finally loosened. She rammed into it with her shoulder. Once, twice, thrice, accompanied by a resounding crash, the door finally fell outward. Qin Shuang tumbled into the mud, but immediately struggled to rise. She glanced back at the cottage. The entire front hall was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing skyward. Lin Yi, she murmured, her heart feeling as though gripped by an invisible hand. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the inferno, rolling on the ground to extinguish the sparks on his body. Lin Yi's face was smeared black with smoke, yet his eyes shone brightly in the firelight. Go, he coughed, rising to his feet and hoisting Qin Shuang onto his back, dashing into the rain. Behind them, the cottage had been wholly consumed by flames, illuminating half the hillside. Qin Shuang lay against Lin Yi's back, feeling his muscles taut with exertion, his heartbeat resonating through their bodies, quick and powerful. Will they pursue us? Qin Shuang inquired. Not for now, Lin Yi gasped. I ignited their fuel tank. Qin Shuang suddenly laughed. You set fire to the vehicle of those sent after us? Chapter 25, The Wandering Glimmer. What about the evidence? Lin Yi grinned in the rain, his white teeth gleaming against his soot-blackened face. There will be nothing left at the scene of the fire. The rain fell increasingly harder, gradually extinguishing the distant glow of flames. Lin Yi carried Qin Shuang on his back, treading cautiously into the depths of the forest, her head resting against his shoulder, damp hair clinging to his neck. The contact information for Team Leader Zhong, she abruptly said, was in my phone, but I lost it in the accident. What should we do then? Lin Yi adjusted his posture, ensuring her injured leg would not brush against the branches. I remember the address of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee's guest house. We can head there directly. Qin Shuang replied. The rain washed away the soot and blood from their bodies, leaving a faint reddish trace on the mountain path, which was soon dispersed by the downpour. In the distance, the faint sound of sirens could be heard, but they were moving in the opposite direction. Lin Yi understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. A greater tempest was brewing. Yet at this moment, he needed to focus solely on one task, safely delivering the woman on his back to their destination. Raindrops trickled down Lin Yi's chin, his legs numb as he mechanically stepped forward, the weight of Qin Shuang growing heavier. Her breath was warm against his nape, varying between urgency and languor. There are lights ahead. She weakly raised her hand, pointing toward the edge of the woods. Lin Yi squinted through the rain-soaked haze. Indeed, through the layers of rain, there was a glimmer of light, car headlights on the road. He took a deep breath, adjusting the way he supported her leg. Just a little longer. We'll be able to flag down a car soon. Qin Shuang did not respond, but her arms tightened around his neck. Lin Yi felt her tremors, uncertain whether they stemmed from cold or pain. The pant leg of her right leg was soaked with blood, the dark crimson stain spreading under the relentless rain, resembling a wilting flower. After navigating through the last thicket, they finally stumbled to the roadside. This was a county road, nearly devoid of vehicles amidst the torrential rain. Lin Yi cautiously placed Qin Shuang against a milestone at the roadside while he stood in the middle of the road, vigilantly watching the darkness at both ends. "A car is coming," Qin Shuang suddenly said. In the distance, two beams of yellow headlights pierced through the rain curtain. Lin Yi rushed into the center of the road, waving his arms. The truck screeched to a halt, barely half a meter away from him. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" the driver shouted, rolling down the window. He was a man in his 40s, with a round face, a scruffy beard, and eyes wide as saucers. Lin Yi quickly approached the window. "Sir, please help us. We were in an accident, and my girlfriend is injured. Could you give us a lift?" At the mention of girlfriend, Qin Shuang's face flushed instantly. She shot Lin Yi a glare, understanding his intention to ensure their safety, and refrained from expressing her irritation. The driver scrutinized the drenched and mud-stained Lin Yi, then glanced at Qin Shuang sitting by the roadside. Upon seeing the gruesome bloodstains on her leg, his expression changed immediately. "Oh dear, that looks serious. Get in quickly." The driver swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped out to assist Lin Yi in supporting Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang gasped sharply when her injury was touched, yet she stifled any sound. Lin Yi noticed blood seeping from her tightly clenched lip. "Thank you, sir," Lin Yi said sincerely. "Do not mention it. Everyone faces their own hardships when out in the world." The driver waved his hand dismissively. "My surname is Wang. I drive long-distance freight. You see, we set out for a self-driving tour, but in this rainy weather, the road became slippery and our vehicle tumbled down the slope." Lin Yi smoothly wove this tale while cautiously observing the driver's reaction. Master Wang shook his head. "Young people today are so bold to venture into the mountains in such weather. Your girlfriend is quite injured. We must hurry her to the hospital." "No need for the hospital," Qin Shuang interjected suddenly, her voice weak yet resolute. "Just take us to the provincial city. We have friends there who are doctors." Lin Yi cast a surprised glance at Qin Shuang. It was her first time actively participating in the fabrication. She averted his gaze, her pale face betraying no expression. "All right then, you decide," Master Wang responded, opening the front passenger door. "The young lady can sit in front. It's more comfortable. Young man, I'm afraid you'll have to squeeze in the back." The cab was not spacious, cluttered with various items and a small sleeping berth. Lin Yi fastened Qin Shuang's seatbelt before climbing into the rear. As the truck roared back to life, he noticed Qin Shuang instinctively gripping the door handle, her demeanor tense. "Is this your first time in a freight truck?" Master Wang inquired with a smile. Qin Shuang nodded, her eyes fixed on the windshield, where the wipers rhythmically swept away the rain. "Relax. I've been driving for 20 years. I assure you it's steady," Master Wang reassured, patting the steering wheel. "Where are you two from?" "Jiaoning City," Lin Yi answered. "Jiaoning? That is a fine place." Master Wang's eyes sparkled. "I heard you recently acquired a formidable female mayor?" Lin Yi sensed Qin Shuang's body stiffen momentarily. "Yes, she's indeed impressive," Lin Yi replied vaguely, glancing at Qin Shuang's reflection in the rearview mirror. Her profile appeared particularly pale under the dim dashboard light, droplets of water lingering on her eyelashes. "I've transported goods through Jiaoning a few times. My colleagues say that the mayor has dealt with quite a few corrupt officials." Master Wang continued enthusiastically. "But I wonder what she looks like. I've heard she is quite beautiful." Lin Yi hurriedly coughed to mask his discomfort. "Oh yes, it seems so. What do you two do for a living?" Master Wang abruptly shifted the subject. "I'm an office worker, and she is..." Lin Yi faltered it. "A teacher," Qin Shuang calmly interjected. "No wonder you seem so refined," Master Wang nodded. "You two are quite well matched." Qin Shuang's ears flushed crimson, and Lin Yi awkwardly cleared his throat in the back seat. "Master Wang, we are not..." "Oh, come now, what is there to be shy about?" Master Wang laughed heartily. "When I was young and pursued my wife, I was just as bashful. The girl has suffered an injury, yet remains composed. Young man, you are fortunate." Qin Shuang's face had turned as red as her neck, and she turned to gaze out the window, feigning interest in the rain-soaked scenery. Lin Yi, feeling the awkwardness, could only manage a few nervous chuckles. The truck advanced steadily through the rainy night, the engine's roar intertwining with the patter of raindrops on the roof. Lin Yi's gaze unconsciously fell upon Qin Shuang's profile. Without the mayor's facade, she appeared so young and fragile, her eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. Her lips pressed together in a slight grimace from the pain. Ahead lies a service area. Should we pause for a moment? Master Wang inquired, suggesting the young lady might need a change into dry clothing. Chapter 26. Dawn of Peril. No need. We are pressed for time. Qin Shuang replied softly. Lin Yi retrieved a half-dry shirt from his backpack and offered it to her. Put this on for now. It's better than being wet. Qin Shuang hesitated briefly before accepting the shirt and draping it over her shoulders. Lin Yi noticed her fingers slightly trembling, uncertain whether it was from the cold or excessive blood loss. Master, how long until we reach the provincial capital? Lin Yi asked. About another hour, Master Wang replied, glancing at the navigation system. Where precisely are you headed? I'll see if it's on my route. To the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's guest house. Qin Shuang blurted out. A sudden silence enveloped the vehicle. Master Wang exchanged a glance with Lin Yi through the rear-view mirror. The guest house of the Discipline Inspection Commission? Do you have a friend working there? Lin Yi quickly chimed in. Yes, my cousin works at the commission. He mentioned there's a medical room there. Oh. Master Wang elongated his tone, refraining from further inquiries. Yet Lin Yi sensed a subtle shift in his demeanor, now tinged with caution. As the rain lessened, the sky began to lighten. By the time the truck entered the outskirts of the provincial capital, Qin Shuang had already leaned against the window, drifting into slumber. Lin Yi genti patit herschulde. We're almost there. Startled, Qin Shuang awoke with a flash of alertness, quickly realizing her surroundings. She rubbed her temples, attempting to shake off the drowsiness. Just ahead is the guest house of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Master Wang indicated a junction. I want to drive in, you understand. Understood. Thank you so much, Lin Yi sincerely expressed, retrieving a few damp bills from his wallet. A small token of appreciation. Take it back. Master Wang replied sternly. Though I, old Wang, may be a simple man, I do not assist others for monetary gain. Reluctantly, Lin Yi returned the money, unfastening Qin Shuang's seatbelt. As they exited the vehicle, her injured leg gave way, nearly causing her to fall. Lin Yi quickly caught her. Be careful. Qin Shuang nodded, using his support to steady herself. Turning to Master Wang, she earnestly said, Thank you, Master Wang. Your kindness will be rewarded. Master Wang waved his hand dismissively. Hurry and find your friend to tend to your wounds. All right. Thank you, Master Wang. Lin Yi reiterated his gratitude. After watching the truck depart, Lin Yi promptly hailed a taxi. Once inside, Qin Shuang could no longer hold on and leaned against his shoulder, slipping into unconsciousness. Is she all right? The driver asked with concern. She is simply exhausted. Lin Yi replied tersely. To the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's guest house. Please hurry. The taxi meandered through the morning streets of the provincial capital. The rain-soaked city enveloped in a veil of mist, appearing hazy and surreal. Lin Yi gazed out at the fleeting architecture, his mind racing with thoughts. They carried evidence potent enough to shake the political landscape of Zhaoning, and it was evident that some would go to the lengths of murder to prevent its exposure. Qin Shuang stirred slightly on his shoulder, emitting a faint moan. Lin Yi glanced down at her, noticing her brow furrowed, seemingly trapped in a nightmarish reverie. Unconsciously, he reached out, gently brushing aside a damp strand of hair from her forehead. We're almost there, he murmured, unsure whether he was comforting Qin Shuang or reassuring himself. As the taxi rounded a corner, the gray edifice of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's guest house came into view. Lin Yi's heart raced. The true battle was only just commencing. The solemnity of the gray building was accentuated by the morning light. Supporting Qin Shuang, who had just stepped onto the staircase, a uniformed security guard swiftly emerged from the booth, raising a hand to halt their progress. Please present your identification, he demanded, scrutinizing the two uninvited guests. Drenched and covered in mud, Qin Shuang's lips were pale from blood loss, yet she straightened her back, declaring, I am Qin Shuang, the mayor of Zhao City. I urgently need to see Group Leader Zhong Yi. The guard furrowed his brow in suspicion, asking, Group Leader Zhong, do you have an appointment? No, but this matter is urgent, Qin Shuang replied, her voice soft yet resolute. Please help me contact him. Just say it's an old classmate, Qin Shuang. After a moment's hesitation, the guard pointed to the booth. You can use the internal phone. Lin Yi assisted Qin Shuang toward the booth, sensing her body trembling slightly, as rainwater dripped from their clothing, leaving a dark trail on the polished marble floor of the guest house. Qin Shuang picked up the phone, her fingers quivering from the cold. She misdialed twice before finally connecting. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Please transfer me to Group Leader Zhong. Just say Qin Shuang is looking for him." After hanging up, Qin Shuang leaned against Lin Yi's shoulder, her breath quickening. "He will be out shortly," she whispered. In less than 3 minutes, a tall man strode out of the elevator. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, with thick brows framing a pair of sharp eyes. Dressed in a crisp dark blue shirt adorned with a discipline inspection badge. "Qin Shuang?" Zhong Yi's gaze swept over Qin Shuang's disheveled appearance, then to Lin Yi's vigilant expression, finally resting on her blood-stained pant leg. "Good heavens, what happened to you?" "Zhong Yi, we need a safe place to talk," Qin Shuang interjected in a hushed tone. "Someone is trying to harm us." Zhong Yi's expression sharpened instantly. He scanned the surroundings and nodded to the guard. "These two are my guests. I will handle their registration." He supported Qin Shuang on her other side, and the trio hastened towards the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, Qin Shuang could no longer maintain her strength and slumped down. Lin Yi reacted swiftly, catching her and feeling her forehead, which was burning with fever. "She has lost too much blood and has been soaked in the rain. She may be at risk of infection," Lin Yi stated gravely. Zhong Yi pressed the button for the top floor. "I have a first aid kit in my room, along with clean clothes." Upon reaching the top floor, Zhong Yi led them down a quiet corridor, using a key card to unlock the innermost room, a spacious suite that offered a panoramic view of the provincial capital. "First, we need to tend to the wounds," Zhong Yi said, retrieving the first aid kit and 2 sets of clothing from the wardrobe. "The bathroom is over there. You can take turns cleaning up." Lin Yi carefully helped Qin Shuang onto the sofa, while Zhong Yi expertly cut open her blood-soaked pant leg. The moment the wound was exposed, Lin Yi gasped. An ugly laceration stretched from above her knee down to her calf, having turned white and swollen from being soaked in rainwater. "This requires stitching," Zhong Yi frowned. "I have received first aid training, but this is not an ideal medical environment. We must first disinfect and bandage it." Qin Shuang gritted her teeth and declared that they would go to the hospital once it was safe. Zhong Yi nodded, deftly beginning to tend her wounds. The instant the alcohol made contact with her injury, Qin Shuang seized Lin Yi's hand, her nails digging deeply into his flesh. Lin Yi allowed her to grip him, gently brushing aside the damp strands of hair that clung to her forehead. "All done." Zhong Yi wrapped the final layer of bandage around her injury, then inquired, "Now, tell me what transpired." Qin Shuang accepted the warm water Lin Yi offered, cradling the cup in her hands to absorb its comforting heat. "I must lodge a formal complaint against Shunming Zhuang, the Deputy Secretary of the Zhao City Committee." Chapter 27. The Fall of Power in Zhong Yi's Room. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. The knuckles of Qin Shuang's fingers turned white as she took a deep breath, recounting the shocking underbelly she had uncovered since her arrival in Zhao City. "It is utterly lawless." Upon hearing her account, Zhong Yi sprang to his feet, the taut lines of his shoulders beneath his suit betraying his suppressed fury. Right under our noses, his voice was frigid, incredulous that a deputy secretary of a municipal level could act with such impunity. He strode towards his desk, seizing the red phone. "I will contact the Provincial Party Committee of Tianhai immediately to request dual regulation procedures." Qin Shuang leaned wearily against the sofa, her tense nerves finally beginning to ease. Lin Yi handed her a warm towel, and as their fingers brushed together briefly, he noted how cold her hand felt, like ice. "Mayor Qin, please rest for a moment," he said softly. "You are safe now." Qin Shuang shook her head, her gaze following Zhong Yi as he argued fervently on the phone. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to speak, but a fit of violent coughing interrupted her, causing Lin Yi to notice the unnatural flush on her face. "You have a fever," he remarked, reaching to check her forehead, only to be gently rebuffed by Qin Shuang. Let us discuss this once everything is settled. Her lips pursed stubbornly. A familiar expression to Lin Yi, one she wore whenever someone questioned her decisions during city council meetings. Zhong Yi ended the call, his eyes glinting with sharp determination. The procedures will arrive in half an hour. Shunming Zhuang will have nowhere to escape this time. Hours later, in Villa number 3 of the Zhao City family compound, Shunming Zhuang was adjusting his tie in front of a mirror. The man, in his early 50s, had a well-maintained visage that exuded sophistication. Yet the eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses flickered with unease. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and he frowned as he answered, hearing an urgent voice on the other end. Secretary Shun. We have just received reliable information. Qin Shuang may not be dead. The tie in Shun Mingzhuang's hands tightened as his complexion drained of color. Are you certain? Absolutely. Our people searched the accident scene and found no body. They escaped. Before the call concluded, Shun Mingzhuang dashed towards the safe. His trembling fingers misentered the code twice before finally succeeding on the third attempt, revealing bundles of cash, 5 passports under different names, and 3 overseas bank cards hastily stuffed into a suitcase. Xiao Lu, prepare the vehicle, he bellowed towards the door, simultaneously dialing another number. Old Wu, activate Plan B immediately. What? Someone has already entered my office? The phone slipped from his grasp, falling onto the carpet. Shun Mingzhuang stood frozen in place, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Outside the window, the screech of car brakes echoed. He rushed to the window to see 2 black sedans halting below, and a figure clad in a dark jacket striding briskly towards the entrance. It's too late, Shun Mingzhuang murmured to himself, suddenly frenzied as he tore open the mattress and extracted a satellite phone from its hidden compartment. Just as he pressed the first button, the doorbell rang. Comrade, Shun Mingzhuang, please open the door, came a calm yet authoritative voice from outside. The satellite phone slipped from his fingers. Shun Mingzhuang understood that such a tone signified a singular reality. The disciplinary committee had secured irrefutable evidence against him. He mechanically adjusted his suit, attempting to maintain a semblance of dignity, yet found his hands trembling so violently that he could not even fasten his buttons. Creaking, the door swung open, revealing 4 members of the disciplinary committee. The middle-aged man at the forefront presented his credentials. Comrade Shun Mingzhuang, he stepped closer and introduced himself. I am Zhao Jigang, Director of the 3rd Supervision Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. By order of the Provincial Committee, we are here to conduct a dual regulation inquiry. Please cooperate and accompany us. Shun Mingzhuang's trousers visibly quivered. Instinctively, he took a step back, colliding with an open suitcase, causing bundles of cash to spill onto the floor. Zhao Jigang's gaze swept over the scattered bills, his lips tightening further. It seems we have arrived at the opportune moment. This is, Shun Mingzhuang stammered, his lips quivering, his eyes darting in panic behind his gold-rimmed glasses. I need to make a phone call. Unnecessary, Zhao Jigang interrupted, his voice chilling as ice. The provincial committee has already signed off on your inquiry. Now, please surrender your phone and personal belongings. A young disciplinary officer stepped forward, offering a transparent evidence bag. Shun Mingzhuang stared at the bag, feeling a dizzying rush. For 20 years, he had navigated the political landscape of Zhaoxing City, ascending from a mere clerk to the position of deputy secretary of the municipal committee, weaving an intricate web of connections. How could it all unravel so swiftly? Comrade Shun Mingzhuang, Zhao Jigang raised his voice. Please cooperate with the investigation. Shun Mingzhuang trembled all over, as if awakened by that command. He mechanically drew out his phone, but in the instant he extended it, he suddenly erupted, shoving aside the nearby officer and bolting towards his study. Stop him. 2 disciplinary officers reacted swiftly, one lunging forward to grasp Shun Mingzhuang's shoulder. The usually poised deputy secretary now resembled a cornered beast, struggling wildly, his tie askew, hair disheveled, issuing garbled cries. Let me go. Do you know who I am? I demand to see a lawyer. Zhao Jigang furrowed his brow, extracting a document from his briefcase and unfolding it before Shun Mingzhuang. Look closely. This is the notice for dual regulation. Shun Mingzhuang, you are suspected of serious violations of discipline and law. The organization is now conducting an inquiry into your case. if you still possess even a modicum of party consciousness. Maintain your final dignity. Upon seeing the stark black text on white paper and the bold red seal, Shen Mingzhang's struggles abruptly ceased, as if his spine had been wrenched from him, collapsing in defeat. Two disciplinary officers supported his arms, preventing him from crumpling to the ground. "Take him away," Zhao Jigang instructed, folding the document and nodding to his colleagues. "Ensure his safety." When Shen Mingzhang was escorted out of the family compound, several neighbors returning from their morning exercises stood by the roadside, dumbfounded. Some quickly pulled out their phones to capture the moment, while others whispered amongst themselves. Shen Mingzhang was shoved into the back seat of a black sedan, its windows obscured by dark tint. Yet he could still feel the piercing gazes of those around him, some filled with shock, others with schadenfreude, slicing through him like daggers. The dull thud of the car door closing seemed to punctuate the end of his two-decade political career. Simultaneously, at the city government building in Zhao City, at precisely 9 in the morning, Deputy Secretary Hu Guoping had just entered his office when a subordinate rushed in, flustered. "Secretary Hu, something grave has happened. Secretary Shen has been taken away by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee." Chapter 28. A crisis looms. The teacup in Hu Guoping's hand clattered to the floor, scalding tea splattering onto his shoes, but he remained oblivious. "When did this happen?" "Just an hour ago." The news is spreading like wildfire in the family compound. "They say he's under double regulation." The subordinate lowered his voice, adding that someone had captured photos, which were already circulating within a small circle. Hu Guoping's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He waved his subordinate out, closed the door, and immediately dialed a number, which rang for an eternity before being answered. "Old Hu." The voice on the other end was taut with tension. "Old Gu, is it true about Secretary Shen?" Hu Guoping's voice trembled. "Absolutely true." The other party took a deep breath, explaining that the Provincial Disciplinary Committee had acted without even notifying the city committee. It is said that Qin Shuang reported him. Hu Guoping felt darkness closing in and steadied himself against his desk to avoid collapsing. "Qin Shuang? But she's not dead." As if reading his thoughts, the voice on the other end let out a bitter laugh. "Not only is she alive, but she also went to the province with evidence." "Old Hu, you have leaked quite a bit of confidential information regarding Qin Shuang. They are likely preparing to investigate you. I advise you to make plans early." Hu Guoping hung up the phone, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He opened his drawer, where a passport and a plane ticket to Singapore lay quietly, insurance that Shen Mingzhang had given him just last week. He never anticipated that he would need it so soon. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and a cacophony of voices echoed in the hallway. Hu Guoping hastily shut the drawer, adjusted his tie, and forced himself to regain composure. Yet, upon seeing the city disciplinary committee secretary accompanied by two unfamiliar officials at his door, he realized that it was all over. At Zhao City First Hospital, in the intensive care unit, Qin Shuang's fever had finally subsided somewhat, yet her complexion remained as pale as paper. Leaning against the headboard, she listened intently as Zhong Yi shared the latest news. Shen Mingzhang had been detained and was undergoing an investigation. Zhong Yi sat beside the hospital bed, his voice barely above a whisper, revealing that the Provincial Disciplinary Committee had conducted a surprise search of Shen's office and residence, uncovering over 20 million in cash, along with numerous property deeds and information regarding foreign accounts. Lin Yi stood by the window, seemingly admiring the garden below, yet eavesdropping on every word. He noticed a complex emotion flicker in Qin Shuang's eyes upon hearing this news. Not only the joy of victory, but also a profound weariness and sorrow. "What is the extent of the implications?" Qin Shuang inquired softly. "Significant." Zhong Yi stated solemnly that measures have already been taken against 12 department-level officials in Zhaozhou City, including Deputy Secretary General Hu Guoping and Finance Bureau Director Wu Hai, with the list still growing. Qin Shuang closed her eyes and exhaled deeply, acknowledging that a special task force has been established by the provincial committee to address these issues appropriately. Zhong Yi reassured her, saying, "Qin Shuang, you have made a significant contribution this time. The provincial committee has specifically instructed the secretary to commend you." Qin Shuang shook her head and replied with a bitter smile, "I do not seek accolades. I merely hope that the citizens oppressed by Shenming Zhang and his ilk can genuinely attain justice. Lin Yi turned around just in time to catch a glimmer of tears in Qin Shuang's eyes. In that moment, he suddenly realized that this seemingly unyielding female mayor possessed a heart far more tender than her exterior suggested. Zhong Yi's phone rang abruptly. Glancing at the caller ID, he stood up and said, "I must return to the Discipline Inspection Commission. I will inform you of any new developments at once. Please rest well." He turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Secretary Lin, I entrust Mayor Qin to you." Lin Yi nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, Director Zhong." A gentle breeze lifted a corner of the hospital curtains, casting dappled sunlight on the floor. Leaning against the headboard, Qin Shuang unconsciously traced the wrinkles of the blanket with her fingers. Although her fever had subsided, clarity returned to her thoughts, yet her body still felt utterly drained. "Mayor Qin, with Shun Mingzhang apprehended, are we safe now?" Lin Yi asked quietly, his gaze resting on the patients strolling in the hospital garden, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility. Qin Shuang did not respond immediately. She turned her head toward the window. The sunlight illuminated her profile, outlining a soft contour. Yet it could not conceal the fatigue and vigilance in her eyes. Although Shan Mingzhang has been captured, there may still be a larger network behind him. She finally spoke, her voice low yet resolute. These individuals will not relinquish their vested interests easily. Lin Yi turned around, his brow slightly furrowed. "Are you implying that Secretary of the Municipal Committee, Zhou Jingheng, is involved?" "Lin Yi," Qin Shuang raised her voice suddenly, only to lower it again. "Do not make wild speculations. We shall wait for the investigation results." Her gaze flickered as if words hovered on the tip of her tongue but were swallowed back. The room fell into silence, the beeping of the monitoring device resonating sharply. Lin Yi approached the bedside, pouring a glass of water for Qin Shuang from the kettle. "I will fetch some daily necessities for you. The doctor mentioned you would need to stay a few more days." Qin Shuang accepted the cup, her fingertips accidentally brushing against Lin Yi's hand, causing both to instinctively withdraw slightly. She lowered her head to drink, masking the slight awkwardness that surfaced on her face. "Thank you. Please be careful on your way." Lin Yi nodded, taking his coat and exiting the ward, the door closing softly yet inexplicably tugging at Qin Shuang's heart. The sunlight outside the hospital was blinding, and Lin Yi squinted for a moment to adjust. He pulled out his phone to check the location of nearby supermarkets, deciding to visit a large chain store across the street to purchase some supplies for Qin Shuang. The sidewalk was sparsely populated, and as he walked, he pondered Qin Shuang's earlier reaction. Her evident avoidance of Zhou Jingheng only deepened his suspicions. If such matters involve even the municipal party secretary, it undoubtedly becomes all the more intricate. Suddenly, a piercing horn disrupted his thoughts. Lin Yi looked up to see a truck laden with goods speeding towards him from the opposite lane. Initially, he paid it no mind until he noticed the truck veering off course, barreling directly towards him. Time seemed to elongate as Lin Yi caught a glimpse of the driver's contorted face, eyes gleaming with madness. This was no accident. The driver was targeting him. Lin Yi's adrenaline surged instantaneously, and he instinctively leapt aside, his body tracing an arc through the air. A sharp pain coursed through him as his right shoulder collided violently with the roadside barrier, but he had at least evaded a direct impact. However, the truck was traveling far too swiftly. Even though Lin Yi had dodged, the rear of the vehicle still swept past him. The world spun chaotically, and he felt himself soaring before crashing heavily to the ground. In his fading consciousness, he heard the sound of twisted metal and the screams of the crowd. Someone was trapped beneath the vehicle. Hurry, save them. Chapter 29. The Hidden Hand Call 120. Quickly, darkness engulfed Lin Yi's awareness. In the hospital room, Qin Shuang was perusing the documents left by Zhong Yi when her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Miss Qin Shuang?" A frantic female voice inquired. "I am a nurse from the emergency department of the Provincial First Hospital. What is your relationship with Lin Yi? He has been in a car accident and is being rushed to our hospital. We found you listed as his emergency contact." Qin Shuang's fingers tightened reflexively, crumpling the paper in her grasp. Her voice was eerily calm. "How serious is it?" Preliminary assessments indicate multiple fractures and internal bleeding. His condition is critical. Are you a family member? Yes, I am at the hospital. I will be there immediately. Qin Shuang hung up, yanking the 4-needle from her hand. Blood trickling down her fingers, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. A nurse in the corridor saw her staggering out and attempted to stop her. Mayor Qin, you cannot get out of bed yet. Qin Shuang brushed her hand away. My colleague is downstairs undergoing emergency treatment. Her voice was hoarse, her eyes burning with a terrifying resolve. When the elevator doors opened on the ground floor, Qin Shuang witnessed a throng of medical staff rushing past with a stretcher. The blood-soaked figure on the gurney made her heart nearly cease. Lin Yi. She dashed forward but was halted by a doctor. Please stand back. The patient requires immediate surgery. Qin Shuang could only watch helplessly as the stretcher disappeared towards the operating room, her legs weakening, forcing her to lean against the wall for support. Are you a family member? A nurse approached her. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shuang replied, I am Qin Shuang, the mayor of Jiaoning. He is my secretary. What has happened? The nurse handed her a transparent plastic bag containing Lin Yi's personal belongings, his wallet phone, and a grocery list that included Qin Shuang's preferred shampoo brand and other essentials. Witnesses reported that a runaway truck collided with him, and the driver fled the scene. But someone had noted the license plate number, and the police were pursuing the case. Qin Shuang took the bag, her fingers trembling slightly. It was too coincidental that Shun Mingzhang had just been apprehended while Lin Yi faced an unfortunate incident. Her phone buzzed again. It was Zhong Yi. Qin Shuang, I just heard about Lin Yi. Are you all right? I'm fine. Qin Shuang's voice was as frigid as ice, but this was no mere accident, Zhong Yi. They intend to silence him. There was a pause on the other end of the line. I have already contacted the Provincial Public Security Bureau. They will dispatch personnel to protect you and Lin Yi. Additionally, there has been new progress in Shun Mingzhang's interrogation. Qin Shuang interrupted him. I want to see Shun Mingzhang. What? No, that's against protocol. Zhong Yi. Qin Shuang's tone was low and menacing. Lin Yi is someone I brought out. If anything happens to him, she did not finish her sentence, but her implication was clear. Zhong Yi sighed. All right, I will arrange it, but not now. You need to rest. And Lin Yi requires surgery. I will notify you as soon as there are results. After hanging up, Qin Shuang gazed at the red light above the operating room. Her expression grew increasingly cold and sharp. Regardless of who the puppet masters were, she vowed to make them pay. The surgery lasted 4 hours. And by the time the doctor finally emerged, Qin Shuang's legs had begun to numb from standing. The patient is temporarily out of danger, but there is intracranial bleeding and further observation is required. The doctor removed his mask, fatigue etched on his face. The next 24 hours are critical. Can I see him? Yes, but only for a brief visit. He is currently in the intensive care unit. Through the glass window, Qin Shuang saw Lin Yi lying on the hospital bed. Tubes inserted all over his body, his head wrapped in thick bandages. The monitor's lines faint yet steadily pulsing. She pressed her hand against the cold glass, suddenly recalling the expression on Lin Yi's face when he handed her his half-dry shirt that night. At that moment, they were blissfully unaware of the perilous events that would soon unfold. Do not worry, I will uncover the truth. She murmured softly, as if Lin Yi could hear her, regardless of who lurked in the shadows. At the end of the corridor, a figure in a white coat quietly slipped away, pulling out a phone to send a brief message. Operation failed. Target is alive. A week later, in the hospital ward, the scent of disinfectant became increasingly pungent in the afternoon. Lin Yi leaned against the bed. The wound on his forehead had scabbed over, but the cast on his right leg would remain for another 2 weeks. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the book in his hand, yet failing to penetrate his somber mood. The police had just visited that morning, informing him that the truck involved in the accident had been abandoned at a deserted factory on the outskirts of the city, and the driver had vanished without a trace. The surveillance footage only captured a blurred silhouette, indistinguishable as male or female. Another thread of investigation had snapped. Lin Yi closed the book with a sigh. Just as he was about to ring the nurse for a change of dressing, the ward door was gently pushed open. A young girl with a ponytail and clad in a bright yellow coat peeked in, cradling a bouquet of sunflowers. Excuse me, are you Secretary Lin? Her voice chimed like wind chimes. Lin Yi furrowed his brow warily. Who are you? The girl bounded in, placing a bouquet on the bedside table, and casually pulled a chair to sit down. I am Jiang Sini, a reporter from the provincial newspaper. I wish to interview you about Mayor Qin's efforts in combating organized crime. Her eyes sparkled as if stars had fallen within them. However, Lin Yi immediately turned cold. I do not accept interviews. Please leave. Don't be so aloof. Jiang Sini waved her press credentials from her bag. I am a legitimate journalist, not one of those gossip tabloids. Lin Yi glanced at the credentials, confirming her identity as a reporter from the provincial newspaper, yet he shook his head. Mayor Qin is quite busy at the moment, and I am recuperating from an injury. I cannot accommodate an interview. Jiang Sini pouted, suddenly producing a thermos from her bag, as if performing a magic trick. At least try my homemade bone broth. It's particularly beneficial for fractures. Lin Yi was taken aback. This girl was unpredictable, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Jiang Sini had already twisted open the lid, and a rich aroma instantly filled the hospital room. This bone broth is made using my grandmother's secret recipe, she said proudly, winking and assuring him it was 100 times better than the hospital cafeteria's offerings. Lin Yi instinctively took the cup and sipped. To his surprise, it was quite delectable. What do you think? Jiang Sini inquired eagerly. Not bad, Lin Yi conceded reluctantly. But the interview was still off the table. Jiang Sini exaggeratedly sighed. All right, then I'll come back tomorrow to ask. Don't come tomorrow either. Then the day after, she cheerfully packed her bag, adding, by the way, I heard the driver responsible for your accident hasn't been apprehended yet? Lin Yi's expression sharpened. How do you know? This news has spread far and wide, Jiang Sini replied innocently, shrugging her shoulders. Our circle of reporters is well informed. She stood up, suddenly lowering her voice. Actually, I have some exclusive information regarding Shen Mingzhang that might be useful to you. Chapter 30. Joining forces to investigate. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. What information? I'll tell you next time. Jiang Sini had already bounced to the door, turning back to make a face. Remember to finish the broth. Once the door closed, Lin Yi stared at the bouquet of sunflowers for a long time. The timing of this reporter's appearance was too fortuitous. Was it mere professional enthusiasm? Or did she harbor ulterior motives? He picked up his phone, hesitating whether to inform Qin Shuang. Ultimately, he set the phone down, deciding to ascertain Jiang Sini's true intentions first. Over the next 3 days, Jiang Sini indeed came every day, each time bringing different soups and snacks, attempting various tactics to pry information from Lin Yi. On the 4th day, he could no longer endure her relentless persistence. What exactly do you want? He asked helplessly. Jiang Sini set down the apple she was carving into a rabbit shape for him. The truth. There must be bigger fish behind Shen Mingzhang. Don't you want to uncover them? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Why do you say that? Jiang Sini smiled mysteriously, pulling up a photo on her phone. Do you recognize this person? The image depicted a middle-aged man toasting with Shen Mingzhang at a private club. Lin Yi's pupils constricted. It was Zhou Jingheng, the municipal party secretary. Where did you get this photo? He asked, his voice tense. I have captured the events over the past 3 months. Jiang Sini put away her phone. Every time Shen Mingzhang met with Zhou Jingheng, the following day a developer would acquire a prime piece of land. Such coincidences are no longer mere happenstance. Lin Yi remained silent for a considerable time before finally picking up his phone. I need to consult Mayor Qin. Once the call connected, Qin Shuang's voice conveyed weariness. Lin Yi, how is your health? Much improved, Mayor Qin. Lin Yi glanced at Jiang Sini, informing her of a provincial reporter who wished to interview them, possessing materials that might pertain to the Shen Mingzhang case. There was a pause on the other end. Is it credible? Uncertain, but the photographs appear authentic. Another silence ensued, and then Qin Shuang said, let her come, but restrict the discussion to publicly available case details. Matters concerning Shen Mingzhang will wait until I meet her in person. After hanging up, Lin Yi turned to the expectant Jiang Sini. The mayor agrees to meet you, but there is a condition. What condition? You must first explain why you are so determined to pursue this case. Jiang Sini's smile dimmed slightly as she gazed out at the sunlight filtering through the window. My father is a small contractor. 5 years ago, he undertook a government project in Jiaoning City. After completion, he was unable to receive payment. When he sought his dues, he was brutally assaulted and has since been confined to a wheelchair. She turned back, her eyes glinting with resolve. The assailant was a security guard from a construction company owned by Zhou Jingheng's nephew, yet the case ultimately faded into obscurity. Lin Yi suddenly comprehended her tenacity, nodding, "Tomorrow, Mayor Qin will visit the hospital, and you may converse face to face." Jiang Xinyi's eyes brightened. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Thank you." Lin Yi froze, his ears flushing crimson as Jiang Xinyi laughed and exited the ward. "See you tomorrow." The following morning, Qin Shuang arrived at the hospital half an hour early. Clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, dark circles were evident beneath her eyes, clearly indicating her lack of rest over the past few days. "What is the background of that reporter?" she inquired directly. Lin Yi recounted Jiang Xinyi's story, and Qin Shuang pondered. "Has a background check been conducted? I had a friend at the police station look into it. She is indeed a provincial reporter, and her father's situation is legitimate." Qin Shuang nodded, suddenly reaching out to adjust Lin Yi's misaligned collar. "You still look unwell. Did you not sleep well last night?" This unintentional gesture made Lin Yi's heart skip a beat, prompting him to clear his throat. "My wound is a bit painful, preventing me from sleeping." Just as Qin Shuang was about to respond, the ward door was knocked upon. Jiang Xinyi peeked in. "Excuse me." Today, she had transformed from her usual vibrant attire into a more formal ensemble, wearing a crisp shirt and a tailored skirt, her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, exuding professionalism. "Good morning, Mayor." She respectfully presented her business card, expressing gratitude for the mayor's time. Qin Shuang accepted the card, her piercing gaze scrutinizing the girl before her. "Lin, you mentioned you possess crucial leads?" Jiang Xinyi nodded, retrieving a folder from her briefcase. "This contains the evidence I have gathered, along with a timeline of several suspicious land transactions." As Qin Shuang perused the documents, her brow furrowed deeper. Lin Yi observed her fingers tremble, not from fear, but from suppressed fury. "These materials are exceedingly perilous." Qin Shuang closed the folder, inquiring whether she was certain about continuing, given that her father had already paid the price. Jiang Xinyi straightened her posture, resolutely replying, "Precisely for that reason, I cannot falter." "Mayor Qin, please allow me to assist you." Qin Shuang exchanged glances with Lin Yi and nodded slowly. "Very well. But you must adhere strictly to our arrangements and refrain from acting independently." "Understood." Jiang Xinyi responded with enthusiasm, her lively demeanor returning. "As for the interview, I can write about the publicly disclosed case details." Qin Shuang stated, "However, regarding other matters, not a word must be mentioned." Jiang Xinyi gestured for silence. "I understand. We must avoid alarming the snake in the grass. I will abide by the rules." A week later, in the hospital ward, since Lin Yi consented to the interview, Jiang Xinyi began to frequent his room, gradually infusing the previously somber space with vitality. "How are you feeling today?" she asked as she entered, carrying a thermos and a bag of fruit. Her ponytail swayed gently with her movements, and she wore a light blue dress that accentuated her fair complexion. Lin Yi set down the documents in his hands, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Much better. The doctor said I could be discharged in 2 days." "That's wonderful." Jiang Xinyi placed the thermos on the bedside table, expertly unscrewing the lid, allowing the rich aroma of chicken soup to fill the air. "I specifically made ginseng chicken soup to replenish your energy and blood." Lin Yi accepted the bowl, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Jiang Xinyi's hand, causing both to retract quickly. As if jolted, Jiang Xinyi's ears turned slightly red, yet she feigned calmness as she turned to arrange the fruit she had brought. "You come every day. Isn't your job at the newspaper busy?" Lin Yi asked, sipping the soup to mask the flush on his cheeks. Jiang Xinyi skillfully peeled an apple, replying, "I've combined the interview assignment with taking care of you. Besides," she winked mischievously, "this is an exclusive story. The editor would be thrilled for me to come daily." Lin Yi shook his head in resignation. Ever since Qin Shuang had permitted Jiang Xinyi to participate in the investigation a week ago, she had almost become his dedicated caregiver. Initially hesitant, he gradually lowered his guard due to her sunny disposition and persistent spirit. "Do you need to change your bandage today?" Chapter 31. Beneath the Dangerous Wall. Jiang Xinyi cut the peeled apple into small pieces and inserted toothpicks. Lin Yi glanced at the cast on his right leg. "No need. The change is scheduled for tomorrow. However, he hesitated. I would like to take a shower. I've been in this hospital gown for 2 days. Jiang Sini paused momentarily, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Shall I call the nurse to assist you? There's no need to trouble them. Lin Yi replied awkwardly. I can manage on my own. Don't be stubborn, Jiang Sini said, setting down the fruit knife and taking a deep breath as if making a firm decision. Let me help you. A healer's heart is akin to that of a caregiver. Lin Yi's ears instantly flushed crimson. Isn't that inappropriate? Why be shy? Jiang Sini responded lightly as she approached the wardrobe, retrieving a clean hospital gown. Just think of me as your sister. She gently assisted Lin Yi in rising, cautiously avoiding his casted right leg. Lin Yi towered over her by a considerable margin, and as he stood, his breath brushed against the crown of her head, infused with a faint scent of antiseptic and a distinctly masculine aroma. Jiang Sini's heart raced uncontrollably, her fingers trembling slightly. I'll manage on my own. Lin Yi attempted to take the clothes, yet inadvertently lost his balance, leaning forward. Instinctively, Jiang Sini reached out to catch him, the proximity between them becoming intimate. Lin Yi's chest pressed against her cheek, and she could distinctly hear the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. Yes, I'm sorry, Lin Yi stammered, using his hands to steady himself against the wall, inadvertently trapping Jiang Sini between him and the wall. Jiang Sini looked up, meeting Lin Yi's profound gaze. Sunlight streamed in from the side, casting a golden halo around his silhouette. Their breaths intertwined, and time seemed to stand still in that moment. Just as this delicate moment unfolded, the hospital room door swung open. Lin Yi, I found out. Qin Shuang's voice abruptly ceased. The three of them froze. Qin Shuang standing at the doorway, a stack of documents in hand, her gaze fixed on the nearly embracing pair. Dressed in a formal navy suit, her hair meticulously arranged, she appeared both competent and serious. Jiang Sini jolted away from Lin Yi's embrace, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Major Qin, I was just helping Secretary Lin. Lin Yi, awkwardly steadying himself against the wall, asked, Major Qin, what brings you here? For a fleeting moment, Qin Shuang's expression hardened, but she quickly regained her usual composure, entering the room and shutting the door behind her. Am I interrupting? No. Jiang Sini hurriedly waved her hands, flustered as she adjusted her crumpled clothing. I was just about to leave. I have work at the newspaper. Qin Shuang placed the documents on the bedside table, her gaze sweeping over the thermos and the cut fruits. It seems you are recovering well. Lin Yi cleared his throat, attempting to shift the conversation. I'm doing all right. What did you find out? Qin Shuang's expression turned grave. Regarding your accident, the police discovered a male corpse downstream of the Zhaoning Reservoir, preliminarily confirming it to be the driver of that truck. What? Both Lin Yi and Jiang Sini exclaimed simultaneously. The forensic examination determined death by drowning, but the time of death was the day before the accident. Qin Shuang's voice was somber. Not long after the collision with you, the truck driver died. Lin Yi's complexion turned pale. Did they silence him? It's very likely. Qin Shuang nodded. The trail ends here. The atmosphere in the hospital room became instantly tense, and Jiang Sini unconsciously moved closer to Lin Yi, her fingers lightly gripping her sleeve. Were there any other clues on the corpse? Jiang Sini inquired, her journalistic instincts prompting her to seize on the essential details. Qin Shuang glanced at her, seemingly surprised by the girl's professional acuity. There were binding marks on the corpse's wrist and fibers under the nails, possibly left from struggle. The police are currently analyzing them. So, the driver was kidnapped and then killed? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. This method seems too professional. It doesn't resemble the work of an ordinary gang. Qin Shuang's gaze deepened, revealing the gravity of their situation. Thus, their adversaries were more perilous than anticipated. The trio fell into a contemplative silence, the sycamore trees outside rustling softly, as if lamenting this harsh reality. Suddenly, Jiang Sini spoke up. Mayor Qin, I have an idea. After a brief hesitation, she continued, I have connections to some local gangs. Perhaps I could uncover some leads. Qin Shuang's eyes sharpened with intensity. Are you certain? Not entirely, Jiang Sini admitted, shaking her head, but I can attempt to gather information through my journalistic channels. That is exceedingly dangerous, Lin Yi interjected promptly. especially if they are willing to resort to murder to silence us. I will exercise caution, Jiang Sini asserted resolutely, and my status as a journalist provides the perfect cover. Qin Shuang contemplated for a moment. It's worth a try, but it must be conducted under the supervision of Lin Yi and me. Any discoveries must be reported to us immediately. No independent actions are permitted. Jiang Sini nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Understood. Observing the two women reach an agreement, Lin Yi suddenly felt a pang of exclusion. He instinctively shifted his injured leg, the pain causing him to frown. You should rest, Qin Shuang remarked, noting his discomfort. We can discuss these matters once you are discharged. She turned to Jiang Sini. Could you please escort me to the elevator? I wish to discuss a few matters privately. Jiang Sini hesitated momentarily before replying. Of course, Mayor Qin. As Lin Yi watched the two women exit the ward, an inexplicable unease welled up within him. What could Qin Shuang possibly want to discuss with Jiang Sini? Was it related to the case, or was something else entirely? In the corridor, Qin Shuang walked at a measured pace, her high heels clicking crisply against the marble floor. Journalist Jiang, she began suddenly, her voice calm and devoid of emotion. What is your opinion of Lin Yi? Jiang Sini's heart raced. Secretary Lin? He is a good man, very honest and quite brave. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Qin Shuang halted, turning to meet Jiang Sini's gaze directly. Do you harbor personal feelings for him? Jiang Sini's face flushed crimson. We are just. No need to be nervous, Qin Shuang said, her expression softening somewhat. I merely wish to remind you that we are in a precarious situation. Personal emotions may cloud judgment and even pose threats. Jiang Sini, blushing, stammered. I understand, Mayor Qin. Qin Shuang regarded her silently for a few seconds before letting out a gentle sigh. Youth is truly a blessing. As the elevator arrived, she stepped inside. Take care of him, and also of yourself. Contact me immediately with any findings. Just before the elevator doors closed, Jiang Sini glimpsed a fleeting complexity in Qin Shuang's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Returning to the ward, Lin Yi was lost in thought against the headboard. Upon seeing Jiang Sini enter, he immediately inquired, What did Mayor Qin say to you? Chapter 32. Fleeting moments feigning nonchalance, Jiang Sini shrugged. Just work-related matters, you know? Reminding me to stay safe. She avoided Lin Yi's probing gaze, picking up the thermos, noting that the soup had gone cold. I'll go heat this up. Lin Yi grasped her wrist. Jiang Sini, look at me. Jiang Sini had no choice but to turn to face him. Lin Yi's eyes glimmered with an amber hue under the sunlight, filled with concern at that moment. Did she ask you to keep your distance from me? Lin Yi inwarded softly. Jiang Sini shook her head and suddenly smiled. What? Do you think Mayor Qin is jealous of you? Lin Yi's face flushed once more. That is not what I meant. Don't worry. Jiang Sini patted his hand. Mayor Qin is merely concerned for our safety. Lin Yi was taken aback. But Jiang Sini had already turned to walk toward the microwave. A few days later, in the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the hospital room in warmth. Lin Yi stood by the window, taking a deep breath. The doctor had just announced his discharge, and after nearly a month in the hospital, he felt as if he might turn a mold. There was a familiar knock at the door, and he knew instantly who it was. Come in, he said, turning around with an involuntary smile. Jiang Sini entered, wearing a pale yellow dress with her hair tied in a high ponytail, radiating a brightness akin to a beam of sunlight. Congratulations on your discharge, she exclaimed, shaking a paper bag in her hand. I brought some change of clothes, thinking you might need them. Lin Yi took the bag, which contained a light blue shirt and casual pants. Thank you, how did you know my size? He asked. The nurse has your medical records, Jiang Sini replied, winking mischievously. Am I clever or what? Lin Yi shook his head in exasperation. She always found various reasons to justify her uncanny abilities. He picked up the clothes and entered the restroom to change out of the hospital gown he had worn for days. The reflection in the mirror revealed that he had slimmed down since his admission, and the cast on his right leg had been removed, leaving only faint bruising. You're as slow as a snail. Jiang Sini's voice called from outside the door. I'm starving. Just a moment, Lin Yi replied, adjusting his collar before stepping out. Jiang Sini was seated on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs, and her eyes lit up upon seeing him. Indeed, Clothes do make the man, she declared, jumping up to circle around him, her energy far surpassing that of the hospital gown. Lin Yi felt a slight heat rise to his ears. Where do I go for the discharge procedures? I already took care of it, Jiang Xinyi said proudly, waving the paperwork in her hand. Come on, I'll take you somewhere nice. The air outside the hospital was exceptionally fresh. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, the long-awaited feeling of freedom lifting his spirits. Jiang Xinyi hailed a taxi, announcing a destination he had never heard of. What place is so mysterious? Lin Yi asked curiously. The most famous snack street in the provincial capital, Jiang Xinyi replied, her eyes sparkling. You must be tired of those bland hospital meals. I'm taking you to savor some authentic delicacies. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a bustling district. As soon as they exited, a medley of aromas enveloped them. The charred scent of grilled meat, the spicy fragrance of mala tang, and the sweet aroma of candied chestnuts intermingled, igniting their appetites. How about that? Jiang Xinyi asked proudly. Much better than the hospital cafeteria, right? Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Indeed. He looked around. The streets were lined with various stalls, throngs of pedestrians jostling past, and the vibrant sounds of vendors filled the air, brimming with the vitality of urban life. Jiang Xinyi expertly guided him through the crowd, suggesting they start with some takoyaki to whet their appetites, followed by trying the stinky tofu from a nearby stall. Crispy on the outside and tender within, absolutely divine. Lin Yi allowed her to grasp his hand. Jiang Xinyi's palm was warm and soft, a stark contrast to the slightly cool sensation he felt with Qin Shuang. The thought of Qin Shuang brought a peculiar feeling to Lin Yi's heart. Following the awkward incident in the hospital room, Qin Shuang seemed to have distanced herself from him, her bureaucratic demeanor leaving him with an unsettling feeling. What are you daydreaming about? Jiang Xinyi handed him a skewer of grilled squid, insisting he try it, as it was accompanied by a special sauce. Lin Yi took a bite, and the fresh, spicy flavor exploded in his mouth. Delicious. He couldn't help but exclaim with genuine delight. Jiang Xinyi's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Right? My recommendation is always spot on. Suddenly, she leaned in, using her finger to wipe the sauce from the corner of Lin Yi's mouth, inadvertently causing both to freeze in surprise. She quickly retracted her hand, her cheeks flushing slightly, pretending to focus on the next stall, which also offered delightful candied fruits. Lin Yi observed her profile. Unlike Qin Shuang's mature and composed beauty, Jiang Xinyi's allure was vibrant and lively, reminiscent of a delicate bird ready to take flight. As they continued their culinary journey, Jiang Xinyi recounted the specialties of each stall with enthusiasm, while Lin Yi took on the roles of both paying the bills and finishing the food she could not consume. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi realized how long it had been since he felt such light-hearted joy. Ever since he had followed Qin Shuang in investigating the Shunming Zhang case, he had been perpetually tense. Even smiling had become a rare luxury. Look at that. Jiang Xinyi suddenly pointed excitedly at a ring toss game stall. Tugging at Lin Yi's sleeve, I want that bunny plush. A crowd of young people surrounded the stall with various prizes displayed. And in the farthest corner sat an adorable round blue stitch plush. Let me give it a try. Jiang Xinyi purchased 10 rings, positioning herself outside the line. The first ring flew out, narrowly missing. The second grazed the plush's ear and bounced away. The third soared over entirely. So close. Jiang Xinyi stomped her foot, her frustrated expression eliciting a smile from Lin Yi. Can I get a shot? Lin Yi took the last ring. Jiang Xinyi looked at him skeptically. Do you think you can do it? Lin Yi did not respond, merely squinting his eyes, his wrist flicking gently as the plastic ring traced an elegant arc through the air, landing perfectly around Stitch's neck. Wow! Jiang Xinyi leaped up. You're amazing. She rushed to the stall owner, eagerly claiming her prize, bouncing with the plush in her arms. Lin Yi watched her with a smile as she returned. Holding Stitch up to him, look how cute it is. I'm going to name it Lin Zai. Why Lin Zai? Lin Yi asked, bemused. Because you helped me win it. Jiang Xinyi stated matter-of-factly, then unconsciously looped her arm through his. The abrupt gesture left Lin Yi momentarily frozen, and Jiang Xinyi quickly realized her action. Retracting her hand and lowering her gaze to fiddle with the plush's ear, avoiding his eyes. There's a stall selling iced jelly over there. Would you like to try some? Lin Yi awkwardly shifted the topic. Sure, Jiang Sini replied softly, still keeping her head down. They purchased the iced jelly and settled on a bench by the roadside. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it cast a golden hue over the entire street. Jiang Sini took delicate bites of her ice powder, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Yi. How did you become so adept at the ring toss? She finally broke the silence. I used to play often as a child, enjoying the thrill of it, Lin Yi replied. Jiang Sini nodded, carefully arranging the clothing of her plush toy. As night fell, the lights of a snack street flickered to life, illuminating the area as if it were midday. Embracing her Lin's eye plush, Jiang Sini licked her spoon of ice powder with lingering delight. Where to next? Lin Yi glanced at his watch. It was nearly 9. Shall I escort you home? Home? Jiang Sini's eyes widened in surprise. It's only this early. Suddenly, she leaned in with a conspiratorial air. I know of an amazing bar nearby. Let me show you. Lin Yi frowned. A bar? I'm not really. Don't even think about declining. Jiang Sini interrupted, already tugging at his arm as she stood. You just got out of the hospital. You need to unwind. Besides, I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Reluctantly, Lin Yi followed her lead, shaking his head in exasperation. Jiang Sini's boundless energy seemed inexhaustible. Time always flew by and felt rich in her company. At the bar's entrance, neon lights flickered, and the deafening sound of music wafted out. Lin Yi hesitated. Jiang Sini, this kind of place, don't worry, it's perfectly safe, she assured him, flashing a wink over her shoulder. I come here often, the owner knows me. Upon entering, the powerful waves of sound hit them, and under the dim lights, the dance floor was teeming with writhing figures, the scent of alcohol and perfume mingling in the air. Lin Yi instinctively tensed, the chaotic atmosphere igniting his instinctual caution. Yet, Jiang Sini seemed at home, pulling him to a seat at the bar. 2 mojitos, she called to the bartender, then turned to Lin Yi. Have you ever tried this? It's minty and refreshing. Lin Yi shook his head. I don't usually drink. Today is an exception. Jiang Sini grinned as she accepted the drinks and handed him one. Cheers to your recovery. Lin Yi took a hesitant sip. The icy liquid, infused with mint, slid down his throat, proving to be more palatable than he had anticipated. Jiang Sini had already downed half her drink, her cheeks flushed with a light rosiness. Look over there, she suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a small stage in the center of the dance floor. Someone's about to perform. A girl clad in a shimmering short dress leaped onto the stage, swaying to the music, prompting a wave of applause from the audience. Jiang Sini's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to dance too. What? Lin Yi was taken aback, but Jiang Sini had already set her drink down and squeezed into the throng on the dance floor. The music shifted to a pulsating electronic beat, and Jiang Sini nimbly ascended the stage, joining the girl. She shed her outerwear, revealing a fitted tank top, swaying to the rhythm. Lin Yi stood, mesmerized, his expression one of astonishment as Jiang Sini danced with a boldness and sensuality that starkly contrasted with her usual lively and charming demeanor. The crowd below erupted in cheers, some whistling in approval. A wave of inexplicable unease washed over Lin Yi as he tightened his grip on his drink. Noticing several flamboyantly dressed young men crowding at the front of the stage, their gazes unabashedly roaming over Jiang Sini. A beautiful woman danced with exuberance. One man, with dyed blonde hair, called out, reaching for Jiang Sini's hand. She evaded him with a smile, continuing to dance, but he was persistent, climbing onto the stage. Lin Yi immediately set down his drink and navigated through the crowd toward the stage. Don't be shy. Share a drink with your brother. The blonde attempted to wrap his arm around Jiang Sini's waist, while his 2 companions cheered him on, also climbing onto the stage. It was then that Jiang Sini realized the gravity of the situation. She tried to retreat, but found herself encircled. The blaring music drowned out her cries for help. Let her go. Lin Yi's voice, though not loud, rang out with clarity as he seized the blonde's wrist, exerting enough force to elicit a pained yelp, causing him to release Jiang Sini. Who the hell are you? The blonde sneered, shaking off Lin Yi's grip with a menacing glare. Her friend, Lin Yi replied, positioning himself protectively behind Jiang Sini, his voice calm yet firm. Please, keep your distance. The 3 ruffians exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Oh, The pretty boy wants to play the hero, does he? One tattooed man shoved Lin Yi, taunting him to leave them alone with the lady. Lin Yi remained unmoved, his gaze sharpening. I will say it once more. Keep your distance. Oh, getting a bit cocky, are we? The blonde suddenly swung a fist at Lin Yi's face. Lin Yi's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He sidestepped the blow and retaliated with an elbow strike to the blonde's abdomen, causing him to grunt and collapse. The other two, witnessing this, lunged at Lin Yi simultaneously. What unfolded next left Jiang Xini wide-eyed in astonishment. Lin Yi's movements were precise and fluid. He executed a flawless shoulder throw that incapacitated the tattooed man, followed by a spinning kick that sent the third assailant tumbling off the stage. The entire exchange lasted no more than 10 seconds, and the three thugs lay groaning on the ground. The crowd in the dance hall screamed and dispersed, and the music abruptly ceased. The bar's security rushed in, but wisely chose to observe upon seeing the downed ruffians and Lin Yi's composed demeanor. Do you know martial arts? Jiang Xini's voice trembled slightly with shock. Lin Yi shook his head gently. I practiced Sanda in the past. He took Jiang Xini's hand. We should leave. Leave? The blonde, clutching his stomach, rose with a look of malice in his eyes. Do you know who we are? Lin Yi cast him a cold glance. Not important. Huh. The blonde sneered, pulling out his phone. Wait, I'll call for reinforcements. If you have the guts, don't run. Lin Yi's pupils constricted as he tightened his grip on Jiang Xini's hand. Quickly, let's go. He pulled Jiang Xini through the back door of the bar. The frigid night air hitting them. Jiang Xini stumbled slightly on the slick ground in her high heels, and Lin Yi deftly caught her waist. Can you run? He asked softly, his eyes scanning the dimly lit alley with vigilance. Jiang Xini gritted her teeth, tearing off her high heels. Yes. As they turned the corner of the alley, blinding headlights abruptly illuminated from 3 directions. Lin Yi squinted, seeing 4 black sedans encircling them in a fan shape. The doors swung open simultaneously, and over a dozen burly men wielding clubs poured out, led by a towering man nearly 6'3", his bare arms adorned with a dragon tattoo. Run. Why have you stopped? The tattooed man grinned widely, revealing a gold tooth. Who dares to act against my people on my turf? Are they tired of living? Jiang Xini tightened her grip on Lin Yi's arm, and he could sense her slight trembling. Without a change in demeanor, Lin Yi shielded her behind him, stating, "It was your men who first harassed my friend." His voice was calm, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The tattooed man erupted into exaggerated laughter, spitting onto the ground. That girl dresses so provocatively. Isn't it just for others to play with? His expression suddenly darkened. Break one of his hands, and take the girl away. A dozen thugs began to close in. Lin Yi tensed every muscle in his body, swiftly assessing his escape routes. Just then, the piercing sound of sirens grew louder as 3 police cars raced toward them, their red and blue lights casting flickering shadows across the street. Don't move. Police. Chapter 34. A clash of black and white. The lead officer barked with authority. Lin Yi looked up to see a middle-aged man in his 40s with a serious demeanor. The tattooed man's expression shifted between fear and defiance before he raised his hands in mock surrender, a sardonic smile on his lips. Captain Shun, long time no see. Chen Wei glanced at him impassively. Fan Biao, it's you again. It's all a misunderstanding. Fan Biao spread his hands innocently, though his gaze turned menacing as he fixed it on Lin Yi. We were just having a bit of fun. Surrounding an ordinary citizen with weapons is just fun. Chen Wei retorted with a cold laugh, turning to his subordinates and commanding, "Take them all back for questioning." Fan Biao's expression darkened considerably as he leaned closer to Chen Wei, lowering his voice. "Captain Chen, you know who I work for. Don't disregard the rules, or you'll find someone else wearing that uniform by tomorrow." Chen Wei's gaze flickered between Fan Biao and Lin Yi, finally settling on Fan Biao's arrogant face. "Rules?" He scoffed, raising his voice. "You think that surrounding an ordinary citizen with weapons in my jurisdiction is your rule?" With a swift motion, he ordered, "Take them all away. Not one left behind." Fan Biao's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. "Chen Wei, do you know what you're doing? Do you want to be handcuffed by tomorrow?" Chen Wei interrupted him directly, as two officers swiftly approached and efficiently placed handcuffs on Fan Biao. Lin Yi observed Chen Wei's right hand trembling slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. This officer clearly understood the stakes he was facing, but still chose the most perilous path. In the police station's interrogation room, the harsh fluorescent lights were blinding. Lin Yi had just completed his statement and was rubbing his temples to alleviate a throbbing headache. Jiang Sini sat beside him, clutching a disposable cup. The hot water long since cooled. That Captain Shin seems to have some unspoken burdens, Jiang Sini whispered. Lin Yi nodded, having noticed the mixed expressions of admiration and concern in the officers' gazes towards Chen Wei, who appeared to be a tightly coiled spring, ready to snap at any moment. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a portly man in a crisply pressed police uniform entered, the 3 stars on his epaulette gleaming under the light. "Oh, Mr. Lin, good day to you." The man's face was adorned with a forced smile, his voice boisterous and exaggerated. "I am the director of this bureau, Hao. My subordinates have been inconsiderate, and I apologize for the distress caused to you." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Hao's smile seemed painted on, devoid of any warmth. "Director, sure," Lin Yi replied calmly. "We are merely cooperating with the investigation." Hao dragged a chair over and sat down, his corpulent frame causing the chair to creak under the strain. "I have grasped the situation. It is merely a misunderstanding." He rubbed his hands together. That rascal Fan Biao had too much to drink and offended Miss Jiang. Therefore, I will take charge and have him apologize and compensate for emotional damages. How's that sound? Lin Yi's spine stiffened slightly as he observed that Hao's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Sini rather than on him, the party concerned. Director intends to settle this privately? Lin Yi's tone grew icy. "Oh, let us not be so harsh with our words." Hao chuckled awkwardly. "Young people can be hot-headed. A bit of brawling is quite normal. Besides," he lowered his voice conspiratorially, "you may not be aware of who stands behind Fan Biao. If this escalates, it will benefit no one." Jiang Sini abruptly stood up, spilling water from her cup. "It was those people who harassed me first. Lin Yi is only here to protect me." "Miss Jiang, please calm down." Hao waved his hand, his smile unwavering. "I am doing this for your sake. If we were to file a case, Mr. Lin, the charge of provoking trouble would be firmly established, resulting in a detention of 10 to 15 days. What a waste that would be." Suddenly, Lin Yi comprehended Hao's intentions. He slowly rose to his full height of 6 feet, allowing him to look down upon the seated director. "Director Shi," he pronounced each word deliberately, "I do not accept a private settlement." Hao's smile froze, and the room fell silent, the only sound the hum of the air conditioning. "Young man, do not be ungrateful." Hao's voice turned frigid. "Who do you think you are?" He slammed the table in anger, his jowls quivering. "Arrest him. Provoking trouble. With irrefutable evidence." 2 officers entered hesitantly, glancing at Lin Yi. Lin Yi offered no resistance, simply extending his hands. As the cold handcuffs clicked around his wrists, he subtly shook his head at the panicked Jiang Sini. "Lin Yi." Jiang Sini attempted to rush forward, but was intercepted by a female officer. "Miss Jiang, please step back." Hao had already resumed his authoritative tone. Otherwise, it will be considered obstructing official duties. As Jiang Sini was escorted from the police station, dawn was breaking. She stood on the steps, the morning breeze tousling her hair. With trembling fingers, she retrieved her phone and promptly dialed Qin Shuang's number. "Mayor Qin, it's me, Jiang Sini." Her voice choked as she continued. "Lin Yi has been taken into custody." On the other end, Qin Shuang was reviewing documents. Upon hearing Jiang Sini's words, the nib of her pen left a long, inky trail across the paper. "Take your time. What has happened?" Qin Shuang's voice remained steady, though her knuckles whitened from gripping the pen tightly. 10 minutes later, Qin Shuang ended the call and immediately dialed another number. "Director Liu, this is Qin Shuang." Her voice carried a rare urgency, indicating that she required assistance. In the office of the Deputy Director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, Liu Yuanshan was enjoying his breakfast when he heard Qin Shuang's account, causing him to snap his chopsticks in fury. "That bastard Hao," Liu Yuanshan cursed, his voice reverberating through the glass of the office. "Mayor Qin, rest assured, I will handle this matter personally." He hung up the phone and pressed the intercom button. "Prepare the car." Bring the members of the disciplinary inspection team. We must head to the Southern Sub-Bureau immediately. Meanwhile, in the detention room of the police station, Lin Yi sat against the wall, eyes closed in meditation. The iron door creaked open, and Chen Wei entered silently. Why refuse to settle privately? Chen Wei asked softly, his voice laced with confusion. You cannot compete with them. Lin Yi opened his eyes under the dim light. His pupils resembled two unfathomable depths. Because compromise will only embolden them, Lin Yi replied calmly. Isn't that what you think too, Captain Chen? Chen Wei let out a bitter laugh, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. I am different. I have been in this system for 20 years and know how to navigate it. He exhaled a puff of smoke. You, a naive youth, cannot outplay them. Lin Yi soudain s'immédiat. Captain Chen, you're a good police officer. Chen Wei's hand trembled slightly, ash falling onto his polished shoes. Just as he was about to respond, urgent footsteps and shouts echoed from outside. Director Liu, why have you come personally? Where is Sure Hao? Bring him out to see me at once. Chen Wei's expression changed, quickly extinguishing his cigarette. What is happening? I will go check. Chapter 35. Clash of the Powerful. 5 minutes later, Lin Yi was escorted to the conference room. Lu Yuanshan sat at the head of the table, in his 50s, with graying hair but a straight posture. The olive branches and national emblem on his shoulder insignia gleamed. Sure Hao stood to the side, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the harsh lights. Sure Hao, please explain how this case unfolded. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze as Sure Hao stood before Lu Yuanshan, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead, soaking the collar of his uniform. El alu directo. This is all a misunderstanding, Sure Hao stuttered, his gaze wavering. It was merely a bar brawl. Both sides share responsibility. Share responsibility? Lu Yuanshan slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea in the cup to splash. I have seen the surveillance footage clearly. Fan Biao's men brandished weapons to surround ordinary citizens. And you call that shared responsibility? Sure Hao's face turned a deep shade of red, his lips moving silently. Lu Yuanshan turned to Lin Yi, his fury giving way to regret. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the distress you have endured. Lin, he shook his head slightly. Director Liu, you're being too harsh. Sure Hao. Lu Yuanshan's voice boomed like thunder. Effective immediately, you are suspended pending investigation. Surrender your badge and firearm. Sure Hao looked as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing to the ground. Director Liu, you cannot do this. I was following procedure. Procedure? Lu Yuanshan scoffed. Harboring criminal elements and threatening victims. This is your procedure? He turned to the accompanying disciplinary inspection officers and commanded them to initiate a comprehensive investigation of the South City branch, particularly focusing on the relationship between Sure Hao and the Fan Biao gang. 2 inspectors promptly stepped forward, deftly removing Sure Hao's police badge and epaulets. Sure Hao's face turned ashen, and as he was led out of the conference room, he cast a venomous glare at Lin Yi. Lu Yuanshan approached Lin Yi and solemnly extended his hand. Mr. Lin, I apologize on behalf of the public security system. I will personally oversee this case and ensure that you receive an explanation. Lin Yi grasped the calloused hand firmly, saying, Thank you, Director Liu, but I'm more concerned about the forces backing Fan Biao. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Lu Yuanshan's eyes. Rest assured, we will uproot this issue completely. In a lowered voice, he added, Mayor Qin has already briefed me on your situation. Please feel free to contact me directly with any further discoveries. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze shifting to Chen Wei, the upright officer standing in the corner, who was observing the departure of Sure Hao with a complex expression. Director Liu, this Captain Chen Wei is an exemplary police officer. He apprehended Fan Biao and his accomplices despite immense pressure, Lin Yi remarked to Lu Yuanshan. Following his gaze, Lu Yuanshan smiled. Comrade Chen Wei, we need more individuals like you in our public security system. He beckoned Chen Wei over. From this moment on, you will serve as the acting director of the South City branch, collaborating with the Special Task Force to thoroughly investigate this case. Chen Wei stood tall and saluted. I guarantee the completion of the task. As they exited the police station, daylight had fully arrived. Jiang Sini awaited anxiously at the entrance and rushed over upon seeing Lin Yi. Lin Yi, are you all right? She scrutinized him, her eyes reddening. Lin Yi shook his head. I'm fine, thanks to your connection with Mayor Qin. Jiang Xini sighed in relief, then indignantly remarked, that sure how is utterly detestable. He actually attempted to shield those scoundrels. He's been dismissed, Lin Yi replied, glancing at his watch. Let us head back. After all the commotion last night, you need to rest. Jiang Xini nodded, suddenly recalling something. Oh, right. Mayor Qin asked you to call her back once you were out. The two hailed a taxi back to the hotel. During the ride, Lin Yi made a brief call to Qin Shuang, succinctly outlining the situation. Qin Shuang instructed him to return to Zhao City immediately after resolving matters and informed him that Shun Mingzhang had been placed under investigation, leading to significant political shifts in Zhao City. She now required Lin Yi's assistance. Upon returning to the apartment, Lin Yi took a hot shower, washing away the fatigue. He stood by the window, gazing at the morning cityscape, yet his thoughts drifted back to the conflicts of the previous night. The arrogance of Fan Biao and the complicity of Shi Hao underscored the formidable protective umbrella shielding this criminal organization. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Yi received a call from Chun Wei, who reported that Fan Biao had divulged some crucial leads, prompting the Special Task Force to broaden their investigation. Mr. Lin, please exercise caution. Chun Wei's voice conveyed concern. I've heard that Fan Biao's sister, Fan Meilin, is not an ordinary adversary. She wields considerable influence through the Huanyu group in the provincial capital. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yi ended the call, resolving to return to the city the following day to continue his investigation. The following morning, Lin Yi meticulously packed his modest belongings in preparation for his journey to the bus station. As he stepped out of the apartment building, a gray Bentley glided to a quiet halt before him. The door swung open, revealing a pair of long, elegantly clad legs enveloped in silk stockings, followed by a figure adorned in a perfectly tailored Chanel ensemble. The woman removed her sunglasses, unveiling a visage as exquisite as a work of art. Mr. Lin, I have long admired your reputation. She spoke, her voice as smooth as silk, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I am Fan Meilin, the chairwoman of Huanyu Group. May I have a moment of your time? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the woman who had so unexpectedly appeared. She appeared to be in her early 30s, her figure impeccably maintained. Though her features bore a slight resemblance to Fan Biao, the disparity in their demeanor was stark. If Fan Biao was akin to a street thug, then Fan Meilin represented the epitome of high society, save for the fleeting glint of coldness in her eyes. What brings Chairwoman Fan here? Lin Yi inquired, remaining steadfast in his position. With a subtle smile, Fan Meilin replied, I wish to personally apologize to you regarding my wayward brother. She gestured invitingly. My car is right here. Perhaps we could find a quieter locale to discuss this matter in detail? There's no need for that, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Any matters can be addressed here. For a brief moment, her smile faltered before regaining its composure. Mr. Lin speaks with admirable directness, she remarked, taking a step closer. The scent of her expensive perfume wafted toward Lin Yi. My brother, in his youthful ignorance, has offended you. I shall ensure he is corrected in the future. She produced an envelope from her Hermes bag and extended it towards Lin Yi. This is a token of goodwill. I hope you might speak favorably on my behalf to Director Liu. Lin Yi did not accept the envelope. Chairwoman Fan, I believe you are mistaken. I am merely an ordinary citizen, incapable of influencing judicial proceedings. A shadow flickered in Fan Meilin's eyes, but her professional smile quickly returned. Mr. Lin, you are far too modest. Who is unaware of your connection with Mayor Qin? If you are willing to assist, any conditions can be negotiated. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Huanyu Group has numerous projects in Jiaoning. If you're interested, we could collaborate. I am sorry, but I am powerless to assist. Lin Yi stepped back, creating distance between them. In the eyes of the law, all are equal. Your brother has broken the law and must face its consequences. At last, Fan Meilin's smile faded completely. She stared at Lin Yi with icy intensity, her voice dropping several octaves. Mr. Lin, one must leave a thread of connection for future encounters. Are you certain you wish to be so resolute? I am merely a law-abiding citizen, Lin Yi responded calmly. If Chairwoman Fan has no further matters, I must be on my way. Fan Meilin's expression fluctuated between various emotions before she donned her sunglasses once more. Very well, Mr. Lin. You truly are as unyielding as the rumors suggest. She turned to her car, but paused to glance back, leaving him with a parting remark. I hope you do not come to regret today's decision. The gray Bentley sped away, leaving behind a trail of exhaust fumes. Lin Yi watched the vehicle disappear into the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Lin Yi, the familiar sound prompted him to turn around, and he saw Jiang Xini jogging towards him, her cheeks flushed from exertion, and the wisps of hair on her forehead slightly dampened by perspiration. Today, she donned a light blue dress that accentuated her fair complexion, and she slung a bulging little bag over her shoulder, appearing as if she had hastily packed. What brings you here? Lin Yi instinctively stepped forward a couple of paces, his brows lightly furrowed. Jiang Xini, breathless, halted and leaned her hands on her knees for a few seconds before straightening up. Me? Of course, I came to see you off. As she lifted her gaze, however, it drifted beyond Lin Yi's shoulder, directed towards the departing Bentley, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Who was that just now? That car looked quite impressive. Lin Yi subtly shifted to obscure her line of sight. Nothing much, just someone asking for directions. Someone asking for directions? Jiang Xini tilted her head in skepticism, evidently unconvinced by his explanation. Yet, noticing Lin Yi's reluctance to elaborate, she pouted and muttered under her breath, "You're keeping things from me." In the sunlight, the way Jiang Xini pouted appeared particularly vivid, prompting Lin Yi to glance at her a moment longer. She seemed to have made an effort to dress up today, with a subtle pink gloss on her lips and her eyelashes more curled than usual. Realizing Lin Yi's gaze upon her, Jiang Xini awkwardly touched her ponytail. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing." Lin Yi quickly averted his eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Xini appeared to recall something, rummaging through her small bag to produce a thermos. "Here, I made ginger tea for you. You must not have rested well last night. Drink some to warm your stomach on the way." Lin Yi accepted the thermos, the warmth radiating from it into his palms. Unscrewing the lid, a rich aroma of ginger intertwined with the sweetness of red dates wafted towards him. He inclined his head and took a sip. The sweetness was just right, with the spiciness of the ginger harmoniously balanced by the brown sugar. "Is it good?" Jiang Xini looked at him expectantly, her eyes sparkling. "Yes, it's good." Lin Yi nodded, taking another generous sip. For some reason, this simple ginger tea felt more comforting than any exquisite beverage he had ever tasted. "Hee, I added extra red dates on purpose." Jiang Xini beamed, revealing her adorable dimples, then suddenly clapped her hands. "Oh right, I called a taxi for you. It should be arriving shortly." Just as she spoke, a yellow taxi slowly came to a stop before them. Jiang Xini took the initiative to open the door, directing the driver like a diligent little stewardess. "Driver, please take us to the long-distance bus station. This gentleman needs to catch his bus." Watching her bustling demeanor, a corner of Lin Yi's heart quietly softened. He boarded the vehicle with his modest luggage, but Jiang Xini followed suit, slipping inside as well. I'm seeing you to the station," Jiang Xini asserted matter-of-factly, fastening her seatbelt before turning to the driver. "Driver, you may proceed." The car began to move steadily, and Lin Yi gazed out at the rapidly retreating streets, while Jiang Xini chattered animatedly about how she hurriedly prepared the ginger tea that morning and almost forgot her phone. These trivial details, for some reason, brought him a sense of long-lost tranquility. So Mayor Qin is truly remarkable. With just one call, he managed to settle things with Director Shi. Jiang Xini waved her tiny fists, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I want to become just like her in the future." Lin Yi turned to her and asked, "Do you admire Mayor Qin that much?" "Absolutely. She's my idol," Jiang Xini exclaimed, cupping her face with both hands, her expression filled with admiration. "She is not only beautiful and capable, but also incredibly reliable in critical moments." Lin Yi nodded. Mayor Qin was indeed an exceptional leader, yet at that moment, he was more concerned about the girl before him. It was evident that she had risen early to see him off, perhaps even skipping breakfast. With this in mind, he retrieved a sandwich from his bag. "Have you eaten?" At that moment, Jiang Xini's stomach audibly protested, and her face flushed with embarrassment. "Well, I was busy making ginger tea, so..." Lin Yi handed her the sandwich. "Here, eat this." "What about you?" she asked, accepting the sandwich but hesitating to unwrap it. "I've already eaten," Lin Yi replied, offering a kind lie. Only then did Jiang Xini cautiously unwrap the sandwich, taking small bites as the car fell into a comfortable silence, punctuated only by her gentle chewing. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a warm glow on her profile and highlighting her delicate features. 20 minutes later, the taxi came to a stop in front of the long-distance bus station. Jiang Xini insisted on accompanying Lin Yi to the waiting hall, trailing behind him like a dutiful shadow, occasionally reminding him to check his documents and tickets. The station was bustling with noise, announcements echoing about various departures. After purchasing his ticket, Lin Yi noted that there were still 30 minutes until the bus departed, and they found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. "When will you come back?" Jiang Xini asked casually, fiddling with her bag strap. "Uncertain. It depends on Mayor Qin's schedule," Lin Yi replied, glancing at his watch. "Be careful here alone." Although Fan Biao has been apprehended, his sister? Jiang Xini's ears perked up at this information. Is she the one from that Bentley earlier? Realizing he had let something slip, Lin Yi faced her determined gaze and succinctly explained. "Her name is Fan Mei-lin, the chairwoman of Huanyu Group. She came to see me today, asking me to retract the charges against Fan Biao." "What? How dare she?" Jiang Xini's eyes widened in shock. "So what did you say?" "I refused," Lin Yi replied calmly. "But this woman is not to be underestimated. When I'm not around, try not to act alone. If anything arises, contact Director Chun." Jiang Xini nodded solemnly. Then her eyes lit up. "When I have time, can I come visit you in Jiangning City?" Chapter 37. A new journey begins. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a request from her. Logically, he should not involve outsiders in his work. But seeing the hopeful glimmer in Jiang Xini's eyes made it difficult to utter a refusal. "All right," he finally conceded, "but do let me know in advance. I may not always have time to accompany you." "That's wonderful." Jiang Xini clapped her hands joyfully, like a child who had just received a candy. "I promise I won't disturb your work. Indeed, I am curious to see the place where you reside." Her voice dwindled, and a faint flush graced her cheeks. Lin Yi feigned ignorance of her unusual demeanor and rose to organize his luggage. "It is time to check in," he declared. Jiang Xini followed suit, suddenly grasping Lin Yi's sleeve. "Wait a moment." She retrieved a small box from her bag. "This is for you." Lin Yi unlatched the box to reveal a delicate car ornament, a finely crafted wooden eagle, intricate and lifelike. "What is this?" he inquired. "A talisman," Jiang Xini replied earnestly. "My grandmother says that eagles can ward off evil and ensure safety. You often find yourself in peril, so..." As Lin Yi gazed at the small gift in his hand, warmth surged within him. He solemnly tucked the ornament away. "Thank you. I shall carry it with me." The announcement for Lin Yi's train began to echo through the station. Jiang Xini bit her lip, then stepped forward to embrace Lin Yi swiftly, releasing him before he could react. "Safe travels. Message me when you arrive." She retreated a couple of steps, waving vigorously, her eyes slightly reddened. Lin Yi nodded, lifting his luggage as he made his way toward the ticket gate. Upon reaching the corner, he couldn't resist glancing back. Jiang Xini remained rooted in place, sunlight streaming through the station's glass ceiling, casting a golden hue upon her. Upon noticing his gaze, she instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, raising her arms to wave. Lin Yi lifted his hand in a gentle farewell and turned to enter the corridor. The wooden eagle nestled in his pocket swayed gently with his stride, reminiscent of a girl's fluttering heartbeat. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi stood before the bus, inhaling deeply. With his modest belongings in hand, he joined the throng boarding the bus back to the city. The scenery outside the window rushed past, yet his thoughts lingered on Fan Mei-lin's frostbitten gaze. This woman was formidable. Her brother had been apprehended, and she intervened personally, yet she refrained from mentioning legal avenues, opting instead for direct attempts at bribery. Such brazen audacity surely indicated some form of backing. "Huanyu Group," Lin Yi murmured as he whispered the name, quickly retrieving his phone to search. The screen was inundated with glitzy headlines. "Huanyu Group, named among top 10 enterprises in the province. Ms. Fan Mei-lin donates millions for educational funds." On the surface, it appeared to be a law-abiding, illustrious enterprise. As Lin Yi scrolled through the screen, an inconspicuous old article caught his eye. The renovation project of the old town in Zhao City awarded to Huanyu Group. The publication date was 2 years prior, precisely when Shun Mingzhong was still in power. The bus gradually entered Zhao City, and Lin Yi stowed his phone, his gaze deepening. Beneath the city's tranquil facade, turbulent undercurrents flowed. In front of the municipal government building, Lin Yi adjusted his shirt collar and lifted his gaze toward the familiar structure. More than a month of sick leave had dulled his memory of the daily rhythm of entering and exiting this place. Previously, security guard Lao Zhang had recognized him at the entrance, his face lighting up with surprise as he poked his head out of the small kiosk. "Secretary Lin, you have finally returned. How is your health?" Lin Yi smiled and nodded. "Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern." As he entered the hall, several colleagues paused to greet him. "Secretary Lin, you're back. How wonderful. Mayor Qin has been shorthanded these past few days. You look well. Your recovery seems to be going smoothly." Amidst the chorus of greetings, Lin Yi responded to each one, yet his pace remained unbroken. In the elevator, he pressed the button for the 7th floor, catching a glimpse of his slightly pale reflection in the metallic door. Indeed, this month of recovery had taken a toll on his figure. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, and upon stepping into the bustling corridor of the 7th floor, the civil servants, upon seeing Lin Yi, displayed expressions of surprise followed by delight. Sister Wang from the secretary's office hurried past, clutching a stack of documents, nearly colliding with him. "Oh my goodness." Wang steadied herself, looking up with wide eyes. "Shaolin, you're back? Why didn't you give us a heads up?" "I wanted to surprise everyone," Lin Yi replied, taking the precariously balanced documents from her hands. "Are these meant for the mayor's office?" "Indeed. Mayor Qin has 3 meetings today and an overwhelming amount of materials to handle." Wang wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Your return is quite timely. Hurry and report in. Mayor Qin has been asking about you for several days." Lin Yi nodded, clutching the documents as he proceeded toward the grand mahogany door at the end of the corridor. Before the door stood the newly appointed assistant secretary, Xiao Li, who was engrossed in organizing the schedule. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and was instantly filled with excitement. "Senior Lin, you finally returned," Xiao Li exclaimed, his voice rising an octave. "Mayor Qin is inside. I'll notify him immediately." "No need." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "I can go in myself." He gently knocked 3 times on the door, and Qin Shuang's familiar voice called from within. "Come in." Pushing the door open, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious desk. Qin Shuang was reviewing documents when she heard the door and looked up, her sharp gaze flickering with a hint of surprise upon seeing Lin Yi. "You're back." Qin Shuang set down her pen, her tone calm, yet her lips slightly curling upwards. Lin Yi placed the documents on the desk, standing tall. "Yes, Mayor Qin, I have fully recovered and am here to report for duty." Qin Shuang rose, walked around the desk, and scrutinized him from head to toe. "You've lost weight." Those simple words were laden with deep concern. "I'm fine now," Lin Yi replied softly. "Thank you for your concern, Mayor." Qin Shuang returned to her seat, gesturing for Lin Yi to sit down. "I've heard about the situation in the provincial capital. You handled it well." Lin Yi sat across from her, resting his hands on his knees. "It was merely a coincidence. I didn't anticipate it would draw Director Lu's attention. Director Lu and I are old acquaintances. He's a man of integrity." Qin Shuang took a sip from her teacup. This time he took matters into his own hands. "The protective umbrella behind Fan Biao will soon be unsettled." The office fell into a moment of silence, broken only by the faint hum of the air conditioning. Lin Yi noticed a document marked as confidential on Qin Shuang's desk, titled Investigation Report on Shun Mingzhong's Serious Violations of Discipline and Law. Following Lin Yi's gaze, Qin Shuang gently flipped the document over. Shun Mingzhong has already been dismissed from his position, and the disciplinary inspection team withdrew last week. Chapter 38. Undercurrents in the political arena? So soon? Lin Yi expressed his astonishment, recalling that not long ago, there had only been a suspension for investigation. The evidence is irrefutable. A glint of coldness flickered in Qin Shuang's eyes as she continued. Corruption, bribery, abuse of power, and the most severe moral decay stems from collusion with criminal forces acting as a shield for them. The atmosphere in the office suddenly grew tense. The sun continued to shine brightly, yet the air between the two seemed to solidify. Mayorin. Lin Yi met his superior's gaze directly. Is my car accident connected to Secretary Zhou? Qin Shuang's expression remained unchanged. Yet Lin Yi noticed her fingers hesitated for a moment before resuming their rhythmic tapping on the desk. Now is not the time for such discussions. Qin Shuang's voice was low and resolute. Following Shun Mingzhang's downfall, the political landscape of Jiaoning City has undergone significant changes. Zhou Jingheng is still the city's secretary. We must proceed with caution. Lin Yi refrained from probing further, yet he understood that Qin Shuang's evasion had already provided a certain answer. Your current task is to fulfill your duties as a secretary. Qin Shuang shifted the topic, her tone returning to its usual decisiveness. In the coming month, we will prepare for the Urban Development Forum while advancing several livelihood projects. Your experience and capabilities are vital to the team. I understand. Lin Yi nodded. Is there anything you need me to commence immediately? Qin Shuang retrieved a folder from her drawer. Here is the preliminary plan for the forum. Familiarize yourself with it. Next Friday at 9 in the morning, there will be a preparatory meeting, and you will attend alongside me. Lin Yi accepted the folder, opening the first page, which bore the title Jiaoning City Urban Development and Cooperation Forum, prominently featuring the city government and several large enterprises as the organizers. He closed the folder. All right, I will begin my preparations at once. Excellent. A faint smile of satisfaction graced Qin Shuang's lips. By the way, your office is still reserved. Xiaoli has merely been acting in your stead, and now that you are back, you can resume your position. Lin Yi rose. I will go tidy up and reacquaint myself with the recent work progress. Stepping out of the mayor's office, Lin Yi took a deep breath. 2 months had passed, and the atmosphere within the city government had transformed remarkably. Most of Xin Mingzhang's confidants had been reassigned or investigated, and the corridors were now populated with unfamiliar faces. The office door of the secretariat was ajar, and Xiaoli was busily engaged at the computer. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he immediately stood. Senior Lin, I have kept your desk as it was, only adding some necessary documents. Lin Yi entered the familiar room. The greenery on the windowsill remained vibrant, clearly nurtured with care. The documents on his desk were neatly arranged, and the computer screen was spotless. Thank you. You have done well. Lin Yi patted Xiao Li's shoulder, acknowledging his hard work over the past days. Xiao Li bashfully scratched his head. I was a bit flustered at first, but thanks to Sister Wang and other colleagues' assistance, now that you are back, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yi smiled, settling into his chair. He powered on his computer, entered his password, and successfully logged in. His inbox was overflowing with unread emails, mostly routine reports from various departments. Are there any particular matters that require my immediate attention? As Lin Yi perused his emails, he inquired. Xiaoli pondered for a moment. The most crucial task is the preparation for the Urban Development Forum, which Mayor Qin is personally overseeing, along with the progress reports of several key projects, all of which I have marked. Lin Yi nodded and opened an email marked as urgent. It was a venue arrangement plan for the forum sent by the Planning Bureau. He swiftly skimmed through the content when suddenly a familiar name caught his eye. Fan Mailin, the chairwoman of Huanyu Group, would attend the opening ceremony and deliver a speech. Who is Huanyu Group sending to the forum? Lin Yi asked nonchalantly. Oh, it is said that the chairwoman herself will lead the delegation. Xiaoli responded, but the specific arrangements are still in flux. Secretary Zhou places great importance on this. And last week, he convened a coordination meeting specifically for it. Lin Yi's fingers paused momentarily on the keyboard. The connection between Zhou Jingheng and Fan Mailin stirred a sense of unease within him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi resolved to discreetly monitor the movements of Huanyu Group, curious to discover what schemes Fan Mailin might be orchestrating behind the scenes. Following the protocols of the Municipal Government Office, Lin Yi decided to pay a visit to his direct superior, the newly appointed director of the Municipal Government Office, Ding Yansong. A few minutes later, Lin Yi stood before the office door of the director, gently knocking on the new mahogany door. Following the dismissal of the former director, Ma Hongyuan, the office had acquired a new occupant. Come in, a smooth, mature male voice resonated from within. Pushing the door open, Lin Yi saw the new director, Ding Yinsong, reclining in a genuine leather chair while on the phone. Upon noticing Lin Yi's presence, he promptly ended the call, rising with a warm smile. "Ah, isn't this Secretary Lin? How is your health recovering? Please have a seat." Ding Yinsong, in his early 40s, sported a meticulously styled back hairstyle and donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his round face, with a finely crafted cufflink adorning his shirt collar, exuding an air of seasoned professionalism. He personally poured Lin Yi a cup of tea, the fragrant aroma wafting throughout the office. "Thank you for your concern, Director Ding. I am fully recovered," Lin Yi replied, accepting the teacup and noticing the few whole tea leaves settled at the bottom, indicating it was premium Longjing tea. Ding Yinsong resumed his seat, his hands clasped on the desk, his eyes narrowing slightly behind the lenses. "Xiao Lin, your assistance in solving a major case in the provincial capital has certainly brought honor to our Mayor Zhao Ning. Mayor Qin even commended you specifically at the standing committee meeting." Lin Yi took a sip of tea, observing his new superior with subtle scrutiny. Ding Yinsong had been transferred from the municipal party office and was rumored to have a close relationship with Zhou Jingyang. "It was merely my duty." Lin Yi placed the teacup down. "I am here today to report to the director. I have officially resumed work." "Excellent, excellent." Ding Yinsong's smile widened, his fingers lightly tapping the table. "There's a matter I need to discuss with you. According to the new regulations, the daily work arrangements for the mayor's secretary must first be reported to me, especially regarding Mayor Qin's travel itineraries." Lin Yi's brow slightly furrowed. "Is this Mayor Qin's directive?" Lin Yi inquired directly. Ding Yinsong's smile momentarily froze before he chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing, just the usual work process. Given that you are just recovering as the office director, I must show concern for my subordinates' work conditions, right?" Chapter 39. Deception and duplicity. The atmosphere in the office subtly shifted. Lin Yi noticed a folder labeled City Development Forum on Ding's desk, accompanied by relevant preparatory plans. "Rest assured, Director Ding, I will report any significant matters promptly." Lin Yi's tone was calm, yet he knew Mayor Qin preferred to have his schedule arranged directly by him. Any sudden changes could be problematic. "Oh, but this is a special circumstance." Ding Yinsong suddenly lowered his voice, leaning forward. "The political situation in the city has become quite complex recently, and the higher-ups are concerned about the safety of the leadership. You may not be aware, but Shen Mingzhang's case has implicated quite a number of individuals." Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Ding Yinsong's words, though seemingly caring, carried an implicit threat. "I understand," Lin Yi replied as he stood. "If there is nothing else, I will prepare for today's tasks." Upon returning to his office, Lin Yi had barely sat down when Xiao Li hurriedly pushed the door open. "Director Lin, several department heads are already waiting outside to see Mayor Qin." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Who are they?" "Director Zhao from the Finance Bureau, Director Sun from the Transportation Bureau, and the newly appointed Director Liu from the Education Bureau," Xiao Li recounted, counting on his fingers. "They have been queuing since 8 this morning." A faint, almost imperceptible smile crossed Lin Yi's lips. These department heads, who usually displayed arrogance, had been regular guests at Shen Mingzhang's side during his rise. Now that Shen had fallen and Qin Shuang had emerged victorious in the power struggle, they were eager to shift their allegiance and demonstrate their loyalty. "Have them wait a moment. I need to organize some materials before I receive them." Lin Yi opened his computer, pulling up the recent work schedule. Xiao Li hesitated briefly before lowering his voice. "Director Lin, ever since your return, they have been quite cordial with me. Just the usual dynamics of the political sphere," Lin Yi replied without looking up. "Prepare some tea. I will be there shortly." 10 minutes later, Lin Yi entered the reception room with a notepad in hand. The previously noisy room fell silent in an instant as the dozen or so department heads stood in unison, their faces adorned with smiles. "Secretary Lin, you have finally returned. How is your recovery? I brought some supplements especially for you." "Secretary Lin, I heard you accomplished great things in the provincial capital. Truly impressive for someone so young." The enthusiastic greetings poured in, and Lin Yi maintained a professional smile as he shook hands with each one. The department heads, who had often disregarded him as a mere secretary, now greeted him as if he were a long-lost relative. "Please, everyone take a seat." Lin Yi gestured for them to sit. Mayor Qin's schedule is quite full today. I would like to first understand the purpose of your visit to arrange the order of meetings. The deputy director of the Finance Bureau, Zhang Jiahao, was the first to rise, his corpulent figure stretching his suit taut. Secretary Lin, I am here to report on the fiscal income and expenditure for the first half of the year. Some critical decisions require Mayor Qin's approval. Not to be outdone, Director Sun of the Transportation Bureau interjected. The planning proposal for our Metro Line 3 urgently needs the mayor's review, as it pertains to the special funds from the province for the latter half of the year. Director Liu Weidong of the Education Bureau hastily chimed in regarding the long-overdue adjustment plan for educational staff. Lin Yi swiftly documented their remarks in his notebook, yet his mind was as clear as glass. These so-called urgent matters were largely routine documents that could be submitted through the normal channels. The bureau chief's personal appearances were merely attempts to seize the initiative in the new power dynamics, seeking to make their presence known before Qin Shuang. Understand. Lin Yi closed his notebook. Please wait a moment. I will consult Mayor Qin. Upon exiting the reception room, Lin Yi took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. Such superficial social engagements were far more exhausting than a continuous work grind. He straightened his tie and gently knocked on Qin Shuang's office door. Come in. Qin Shuang was reviewing documents and looked up upon seeing Lin Yi setting down her pen. How is the situation outside? The heads of various bureaus have gathered. It is quite lively, Lin Yi replied as he handed over his notebook. Here are the matters they wish to report. Who would you like to see first? Qin Shuang glanced at the list, a slight smile gracing her lips. They are all seasoned maneuvers. She pointed to several names. These individuals had previously been staunch supporters of Shenming Zhang, but had swiftly changed their tune. Lin Yi nodded. I recall Zhang from the Finance Bureau openly opposing your livelihood proposal at the last meeting. Perhaps we should meet Director Liu Weidong from the Education Bureau first. Qin Shuang made her decision. He is newly appointed and has a relatively clean background. The others can follow the normal procedures. The documents requiring signatures can stay with me. There's no need for a special meeting. Understood. Returning to the reception area, Lin Yi adjusted his expression and announced to the eagerly awaiting directors, Mayor Qin will meet with Director Liu from the Education Bureau now. For the reports from the other leaders, please submit written materials through the regular channels, and Mayor Qin will address them as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of disappointed sighs filled the room. Zhang Jiahao's face turned particularly grim as he swiftly approached Lin Yi. Lowering his voice, Secretary Lin, could you make an exception? This matter is truly urgent. Lin Yi maintained a smile, his tone firm. Director Zhang, the financial report you submitted last week has already been reviewed by Mayor Qin, who believes some data requires re-verification. Perhaps it would be best for you to address that matter first? Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Jiahao's forehead, and he awkwardly retreated. Liu Weidong followed Lin Yi toward the mayor's office, unable to resist commenting. Secretary Lin, since your return, the efficiency of the entire municipal office has markedly improved. Lin Yi smiled, but refrained from responding. He understood that in this reshuffling of power, as Qin Shuang's most trusted secretary, he had become the target of various factions seeking to curry favor. Yet, the more attention he garnered, the more cautious he needed to be. After introducing Liu Weidong into the office, Lin Yi returned to his workstation, commencing the arduous task of managing the mountain of documents before him. The glow of his computer screen illuminated his face, etching a determined silhouette. Lin Yi absent-mindedly touched the wooden eagle sculpture in his pocket, the innocent smile of Jiang Sini vividly appearing in his mind, starkly contrasting with the insincere faces prevalent in the political arena. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Jiang Sini. How was your first day back at work? A subtle smile graced Lin Yi's lips as he replied that it was relatively smooth, before immersing himself back into his tasks. At 6:30 in the evening, the bustling day finally approached its conclusion. Lin Yi rubbed his aching temples and filed away the last document. Outside, the city lights began to twinkle, and the number of people in the municipal government building gradually dwindled. He stood up, stretching his stiff shoulders from prolonged sitting, preparing to gather his belongings for departure. At that moment, his gaze landed on a black plastic bag tucked away in the corner of his desk, an unremarkable sight as if carelessly discarded. clashing with the otherwise tidy office environment. Chapter 40. Being schemed against Lin, he furrowed his brow, recalling that there had been nothing there when he organized his desk that morning. He cautiously picked up the plastic bag. It felt heavier than expected, suggesting it contained some solid object. As he untied the sturdy knot and opened the bag, a stack of brand-new 100 yuan bills came into view, neatly arranged and exuding a faint scent of ink. Lin Yi's heart sank. His fingers instinctively tightened around the bag as he estimated that there was at least 200,000 yuan within. His first instinct was to assume someone had misplaced it, but he quickly realized that such a significant sum could not possibly be left behind in a municipal government office. Cold sweat trickled down his back. This was a trap, an intricately devised snare. Lin Yi's mind raced. Who could be behind this? What was their intention? Did they seek his favor, or were they attempting to frame him? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Having navigated the treacherous waters of politics for many years, he understood all too well the sinister nature of such tactics. Accepting the money would leave him vulnerable, while rejecting it could lead to accusations of having already taken more. As seconds ticked away, Lin Yi's thoughts began to crystallize. He retied the plastic bag and strode purposefully towards the mayor's office. Regardless of who was pulling the strings behind the scenes, he knew he must report this incident to Qin Shuang immediately. The light in Qin Shuang's office still burned brightly as Lin Yi gently knocked on the door, hearing the familiar invitation to enter. Upon opening the door, he found Qin Shuang reviewing documents. She looked up at Lin Yi, her gaze falling on the black bag in his hand, her brow furrowing slightly. What is it? Lin Yi placed the plastic bag on her desk, his voice steady yet grave. Mayor Qin, I just found this on my desk. Qin Shuang pulled the bag open for a glance, her expression sharpening instantly. When did you discover this? 10 minutes ago. I'm certain it was there during my earlier tidying up. Qin Shuang scoffed lightly, pushing the bag aside. It seems someone can no longer contain themselves and wishes to test you. A chill ran down Lin Yi's spine. Who do you think it is? Let us not rush. First, let us dispose of this hot potato. Qin Shuang picked up the landline and dialed a short number. Director Ding, please come to my office immediately. After hanging up the phone, she turned to Lin Yi and said, You were right. Such matters must be reported at the earliest opportunity. Remember, in the realm of politics, any funds of uncertain origin are akin to a ticking time bomb. In less than 3 minutes, Ding Yinsong hurried in, a sheen of perspiration on his forehead. Upon entering, he noticed the black plastic bag on the desk, and a fleeting look of alarm crossed his face. Mayor Qin, you summoned me? His voice was a pitch higher than usual. Qin Shuang pointed directly at the bag. Director Ding, this contains 200,000 yuan found in Secretary Lin's office. Its origin is unclear. As the director of the office, what is the proper protocol for handling this? Ding Yinsong's complexion drained of color, and his lips trembled slightly. According to the integrity regulations, this should be reported to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Then you will accept it, write a receipt for Secretary Lin, and deliver it to the commission first thing tomorrow morning, Qin Shuang commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. Ding Yinsong's hands fidgeted nervously. Mayor Qin, this might not adhere to protocol. It should be handled directly by the involved party. Ding Yinsong. Qin Shuang suddenly slammed her hand on the desk, her voice echoing like thunder. As the director of the city government office, do you lack even this minimal sense of responsibility? Or do you know the origins of this money? Ding Yinsong recoiled in fear, his glasses askew. And no, Mayor Qin, you've misunderstood. I will handle this immediately. He hastily pulled out a receipt book from his briefcase, trembling as he wrote the receipt, then gingerly accepted the black plastic bag as if it were a bomb. Make sure the amount is clear, the date is accurate, and your signature and the official seal are both included, Qin Shuang added coldly. Ding Yinsong nodded repeatedly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yes, I will comply. Once Ding Yinsong had awkwardly exited after completing the receipt, silence returned to the office. Qin Shuang's expression softened as she handed Lin Yi a glass of water. Were you frightened? Lin Yi shook his head and accepted the glass. I just didn't expect them to act so swiftly. The investigation into Shen Mingzhang had led to a cascade of revelations. Qin Shuang moved to the window, gazing at the city shrouded in night. They needed to devise a strategy for retaliation, and their capable aide would inevitably become a target. I will proceed with caution, Lin Yi affirmed, and then recalled something. By the way, Director Ding, a mere opportunist, Qin Shuang scoffed lightly. Nonetheless, I can use him to convey a message. Those who wish to meddle with me will find it far from easy. A warm feeling surged within Lin Yi. In the treacherous world of politics, receiving such steadfast support from a superior was truly rare. Additionally, there is another matter. I have received numerous reports recently concerning the urban renewal project in the Northern District. Qin Shuang's voice dropped, her fingers lightly tapping the desk. There are allegations of illegal demolitions, inadequate compensation, quality issues with the construction, and even claims of gang involvement in forced evictions. Lin immediately grasped his superior's intention. Do you wish to inspect it personally? Qin Shuang nodded, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. Tomorrow morning at 7. Wait for me by the side entrance of the city government. Dress in plain clothes and do not inform anyone. Understood. Lin Yi noted the time, his mind already calculating the necessary preparations en route. That will be all for today. You should return and rest early, Qin Shuang remarked, picking up her pen to signal the conversation's conclusion. As Lin Yi rose to bid farewell, he felt his heart race inexplicably faster than usual. It is noteworthy that the Northern Urban Renewal Project is a flagship initiative championed by the Municipal Party Secretary, Zhou Jingheng. If the allegations prove true, this covert investigation may not unfold smoothly. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Yi arrived at the appointed location half an hour early. The early summer breeze carried a hint of coolness, prompting him to tighten his jacket collar as he frequently checked the time. At 6:50, a familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette appeared around the corner of the side entrance. Today, Qin Shuang had transformed entirely, shedding her austere business attire for a tailored light blue blouse and white cropped trousers, complemented by simple white sneakers. The blouse elegantly accentuated her slender waist and ample curves, while the cropped pants revealed a glimpse of her fair ankles, shimmering like pearls in the morning light. She had even removed her signature black-rimmed glasses, her long hair casually tied into a ponytail, making her appear at least 5 years younger. Good morning, Qin Shuang greeted, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Lin Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze lingering on her longer than intended. He had never encountered this side of Qin Shuang. Indeed, no one in the entire Zhao Ning municipal government had witnessed such a transformation in their mayor. What's the matter? Don't recognize me? Chapter 41. The storm of urban renewal. Qin Shuang chuckled lightly, her voice imbued with an unusual playfulness. Lin Yi snapped back to reality, his ears flushing. Mayor Qin, you look remarkably different today. Remember, from now on, just call me sister. There's no Mayor Qin today. She spun around, asking, how do I look? Like an ordinary citizen? Very much so, Lin Yi managed, swallowing hard as he struggled to maintain his composure. Indeed, she looked exceedingly like one. Satisfied with his response, Qin Shuang retrieved a pair of non-prescription glasses from her bag. Now, no one will recognize me. Let's go. At that moment, Lin Yi recalled their objective and pointed to a location not far off. The car is ready over there. To his surprise, Qin Shuang frowned. Didn't I mention the need for discretion? A government vehicle entering the urban renewal area would be tantamount to announcing the mayor's arrival. But what about safety concerns? Lin Yi interjected. What danger could there possibly be in broad daylight? Qin Shuang interrupted, striding towards the street to hail a taxi. Lin Yi hurriedly followed, but the environment in the urban renewal area is complicated. What if, Comrade Lin, Qin Shuang suddenly turned, nearly colliding with him. The faint scent of jasmine wafted from her, enveloping Lin Yi's senses. Do you really think we need a throng of people accompanying us for a covert investigation? Not at all. I merely, Lin Yi stammered in his defense. Qin Shuang had already flagged down a taxi driver to Chongbei New Village. As she entered the vehicle, Lin Yi instinctively reached for the front passenger door, only to be halted by a single glance from her. She took her seat in the back, leaving Lin Yi no choice but to follow suit, carefully maintaining a distance of 20 centimeters. The taxi gradually pulled away, heading towards the Northern District. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yi caught a glimpse of Qin Shuang gazing out the window, the morning light casting a soft glow around her silhouette, rendering her a stark contrast to her usual decisive demeanor. "Hand me your phone," Qin Shuang suddenly commanded. Lin Yi complied, watching as she deftly disabled the location services. "Remember, from this moment forth, we are siblings here to view a house." Her voice lowered. "You're a recent graduate, and I am your sister, seeking an affordable property in the northern district for your future marriage." Lin Yi nodded, yet could not restrain his curiosity. "Why siblings?" Qin Shuang shot him a sidelong glance. "What else could we be?" She chuckled lightly. "Or do you wish to masquerade as a married couple?" Lin Yi's face flushed instantly, prompting him to redirect the conversation. "What do you know about the conditions in the housing redevelopment area? If you're not well informed, why come in person?" Qin Shuang's expression turned serious again. The report had mentioned that some residents were deprived of water and electricity for refusing to sign, and even faced threats. If true, she left her thought unfinished, but Lin Yi grasped the gravity of her words. The taxi navigated through the bustling city center, gradually making its way into the northern district. The road became increasingly bumpy, tall buildings giving way to low, dilapidated houses. In the distance, a vast construction site came into view, cranes towering and dust swirling. "We arrived," the driver announced as he halted at an intersection. The road ahead too narrow for the vehicle to proceed. After paying the fare, the two stood by the roadside. Qin Shuang retrieved a miniature camera from her bag, hanging it around her neck, and handed Lin Yi a small notebook. "You will document everything while I take photographs. Remember, we are merely ordinary house hunters. Observe and listen more, speak less." Lin Yi nodded, suddenly noticing the low neckline of Qin Shuang's shirt, revealing a hint of her collarbone from this angle. He quickly averted his gaze, only to hear a soft laugh. "Lin Yi." Qin Shuang leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his cheek. "You are rather unprofessional today." Lin Yi's ears flushed crimson. "I apologize, Sister Qin." She ceased her teasing and stepped forward. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi matched her pace. The sun growing ever more intense, illuminating Qin Shuang's figure and sculpting an alluring silhouette. The air in the housing redevelopment area was thick with dust and tension. Following closely behind Qin Shuang, they traversed a narrow dirt path flanked by low, decrepit houses, their walls emblazoned with large, alarming red characters announcing demolition. "Sister, slow down," Lin Yi whispered, his gaze vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. He noted that many homes were abandoned, windows shattered, and doors hanging askew, as if violently forced open. Qin Shuang nodded, but quickened her stride. The distant roar of machinery and the clamor of a crowd reached their ears. A glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. It seemed something has happened ahead. Turning a corner, the sight before them halted both in their tracks. A yellow bulldozer thundered towards a still-occupied house, surrounded by a dozen burly men wielding clubs. Blocking the path of the bulldozer were 7 or 8 villagers, including the elderly and women, linked arm in arm, their faces resolute and defiant. "Let me make this clear. Anyone who dares to intervene today is opposing Lord C." A bald man, his face adorned with excess flesh and a gold chain dangling from his neck, bellowed from atop a bulldozer. "Lord C has decreed that this area must be demolished by the end of the day. Those who wish to live, step aside." Lin Yi sensed Qin Shuang's body tense up instantly. She removed her glasses, her eyes igniting with fury. "In broad daylight, is there no law left to uphold?" "Sister, don't act rashly," Lin Yi urged, gripping her wrist. Her skin was soft yet icy. "We must assess the situation first." Qin Shuang shrugged off his hand. "What is there to assess? Can't you see they're forcibly demolishing homes?" She strode forward, compelling Lin Yi to follow closely behind. Before the bulldozer, an elderly man with white hair knelt on the ground, pleading, "Please, I beg you. My son has gone to the city to petition. The compensation has yet to be negotiated. This house has been passed down through generations." "Old fool, you're overstepping." The bald man leaped down from the bulldozer and delivered a kick to the old man. "The compensation set by Lord C is akin to a divine mandate. Who dares defy it?" The elderly man fell to the ground, and the villagers stirred restlessly, yet none dared to step forward. At that moment, Qin Shuang rushed forward. "Stop!" Everyone froze, their gazes fixated on the unexpectedly stunning woman. The bald man narrowed his eyes, appraising her from head to toe. Well, where did this beauty come from? It's unwise to meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Lin Yi swiftly positioned himself in front of Qin Shuang, feeling her rapid breath against his neck as he whispered urgently, "Sister, be careful." Yet Qin Shuang stepped out from behind him, locking her gaze onto the bald man. On what grounds do you assault others? Is demolition not subject to legal procedures? The bald man laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. My dear, seeing how lovely you are, I'll offer you a piece of advice. Best to leave quickly. In this part of the northern city, Lord C's word is law. He turned to his lackeys. What are you waiting for? Continue with the demolition. The bulldozer roared to life once more, and several burly men roughly dragged villagers away. Qin Shuang pulled out her phone to take pictures, but the bald man, noticing her, changed his expression. Damn it, you dare take pictures? He charged over and shoved Qin Shuang forcefully. She stumbled backward, her high heels tilting precariously, on the verge of falling. Lin Yi reacted swiftly, pivoting to catch her securely while his right hand clamped down like a vice on the bald man's wrist. The bald man cried out in pain, feeling as if his wrist were caught in a machine. He was horrified to discover the seemingly frail youth possessed extraordinary strength. Lin Yi's gaze was icy, yet his tone remained eerily calm. Try touching my sister again. The atmosphere froze, the roar of the bulldozer ceasing entirely. All the thugs gathered around, tension palpable in the air. Qin Shuang gazed up at Lin Yi in his embrace, noting the taut line of his jaw and the rare fierceness in his eyes, her heart skipping a beat. Everyone stand down. A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. The thugs immediately parted to create a path, bowing their heads in deference. Unbeknownst to them, a black Maybach had silently parked at the roadside. The door swung open, revealing a man of around 50, clad in an exquisite tang suit. As he strode forward with measured grace, his hair was slicked back, hands delicately holding 2 jade walnuts, his smile betraying a cold glint in his eyes. Lord C, the bald man, as if seeing a savior, broke free from Lin Yi's grasp and scrambled away. These two were meddling in affairs that did not concern them, and even resorted to violence. Xiao Si raised a hand to halt the bald man's complaints, his gaze lingering on Qin Shuang for a few seconds, a hint of a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He strolled leisurely toward the two, the jade walnut in his palm producing a crisp sound as it struck against itself. The two appeared unfamiliar to him. Xiao Si's voice dripped with condescension, asserting that in the northern district, no one dared obstruct his endeavors. Lin Yi sensed Qin Shuang's body tense up even more, her breath quickening, yet her expression remained composed. He slightly turned to the side, positioning himself to protect Qin Shuang while remaining ready to respond swiftly. Endeavors? Qin Shuang scoffed. Is violent demolition and assaulting the elderly what you term an endeavor? Xiao Si's smile faltered for a moment before he burst into laughter. My dear lady, you seem well dressed, yet your words lack propriety. He stepped closer. I, Xiao Si, have thrived in the northern district for 20 years, and no one has dared speak to me in such a manner. Lin Yi immediately positioned himself between them, his gaze sharp as a blade. Speak as you wish, but do not encroach too closely. Xiao Si narrowed his eyes, sizing up Lin Yi, then suddenly chuckled derisively. Kid, you're quite protective of your girlfriend. But his expression darkened abruptly. In the northern district, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must crouch. Do you know who I am? The district chief, Sun Zhongda, is my blood brother. Laughter erupted from the surrounding thugs, escalating the tension. The elderly man, who had been kicked down, struggled to rise, trembling as he grasped Qin Shuang's sleeve. Dear girl, you must leave. You cannot contend with these people. Qin Shuang steadied the old man, her fury almost palpable. She locked eyes with Xiao Si. The district chief, Sun Zhongda, is your brother? Very well. She pulled out her phone and quickly dialed a number. Upon noticing this, Xiao Si shook his head dismissively. What a charade. You're claiming to be Qin Shuang. Why not say you're the mayor? He turned to his subordinates, brothers. This woman is impervious to reason. What shall we do? Teach her a lesson. The thugs chuckled as they closed in. Lin Yi tightened his muscles, lowering his voice to Qin Shuang. Sister, I'll count to 3, and we make a run for that alley to the east. However, Qin Shuang remained unmoved. Raising her chin defiantly, Xiao Si, I give you one last chance. It's not too late to cease your actions now. Oh, still putting on a show? Xiao Si sneered, waving his hand. Make sure to treat these two properly. The bald man charged forward first, reaching for Qin Shuang's shoulder. In a flash, Lin Yi's eyes glinted coldly as he seized the bald man's wrist with lightning speed, executing a clean and decisive shoulder throw that sent the hefty man crashing to the ground. The bald man howled like a slaughtered pig. Seeing this, the other thugs brandished their clubs, and Lin Yi positioned himself protectively in front of Qin Shuang, adopting a fighting stance. At the precipice of conflict, a jarring screech of brakes reverberated from afar. A government-licensed Passat hurtled into the construction site at a perilously reckless speed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before the vehicle had even come to a halt, a stocky middle-aged man hastily leapt from it, neglecting to close the door as he rushed towards them. District Chief, son? The expression on Xiao Si's face froze. Sun Zhongda, drenched in sweat with his suit and tie askew, was oblivious to his disheveled appearance as he stumbled towards Qin Shuang, bending at a 90-degree angle. My Yorin, why have you come in person? I received the call and rushed over immediately. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The jade walnut in Xiao Si's hand clattered to the ground, his face draining of color as the thugs exchanged glances and instinctively took a few steps back. Qin Shuang coldly regarded Sun Zhongda. District Chief Sun, this gentleman Xiao Si claims you are sworn brothers. Is this true? Sun Zhongda looked up, finally noticing Xiao Si, his complexion turning ashen. Nonsense. Mayor Qin, I do not know these social miscreants at all. Xiao Si's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Qin? His voice trembled uncontrollably. I did not recognize the mountain. Ignoring them, Qin Shuang turned to the forcibly displaced residents. Dear citizens, I am Qin Shuang, the mayor of Jiaoning City. The government will provide an explanation for today's events. The elderly looked at the young woman in casual attire with disbelief, some already wiping away tears. An elderly man who had been kicked down trembled as he knelt. Oh, great lord. Qin Shuang quickly assisted the elder, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. She turned to Sun Zhongda, her voice as cold as ice. District Chief Sun, immediately halt all demolition work. Notify the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, the Public Security Bureau, and the Discipline Inspection Commission. I expect to see all relevant officials in the conference room of the North City District Government within 1 hour. Yes, I will arrange it at once. Sun Zhongda fished out a handkerchief, persistently wiping his brow. Qin Shuang then cast a glance at the ashen-faced Xiao Si. As for these individuals. Chapter 43, The Unveiling of Darkness. She paused for a moment. They are implicated in violent demolition, intentional harm, and organized crime with a gang-like nature. Detain them all and prosecute them in accordance with the law. Lin Yi observed that as Qin Shuang uttered these words, she was no longer the casually dressed beauty, but had transformed back into the decisive Mayor Qin. Sunlight illuminated her resolute profile, casting a silhouette that commanded respect. Soon, the wail of police sirens grew nearer, and several police cars rushed onto the scene. Xiao Si and his henchmen were forcibly subdued by the police and handcuffed. Before being ushered into the police vehicle, Xiao Si glanced back at Qin Shuang in disbelief, muttering, "She truly is the mayor. How could this be?" Once the police cars departed, leaving only government officials and displaced residents behind, Qin Shuang's expression softened slightly. She approached Lin Yi and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Lin Yi shook his head, realizing his back was drenched in sweat. "I'm fine, Mayor Qin, but what you did was incredibly risky." A faint smile graced Qin Shuang's lips. "As long as you are well." She glanced at her watch. "Let us go. We still have a tough battle ahead." Lin Yi nodded, following Qin Shuang towards Sun Zhongda's vehicle. He observed that, despite the recent perilous encounter, Qin Shuang's stride remained steady, her silhouette as upright as a pine tree. Just before entering the car, Qin Shuang suddenly turned back, gazing at the dilapidated house covered in demolition notices. a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. Lin Yi followed her gaze. The sunlight illuminated the weathered walls and the distant skeletal frames of newly erected skyscrapers, creating a glaring contrast. Lin Yi, Qin Shuang softly spoke. Remember what you see today. This is why we must undertake all of this. Lin Yi solemnly nodded, etching this moment deeply into his heart. He understood that today's covert investigation was merely the beginning. Behind Xiao Si, there was surely more than just Sun Zhongda acting as a protective umbrella. What awaited them would be a tempest of greater magnitude. A few hours later, in the interrogation room of the municipal police department, Xiao Si sat dejectedly on an iron chair, the handcuffs on his wrists gleaming coldly. Lin Yi observed through the one-way glass this once arrogant leader of a criminal syndicate, now resembling a defeated rooster. Secretary Lin, remarked Zhang He, the head of the municipal criminal police unit, as he approached with a record of the proceedings. Xiao Si had admitted to the violent demolitions today, but remained tight-lipped regarding other allegations. Lin Yi took the document, quickly scanning its contents. Xiao Si's testimony was evasive, acknowledging today's violent actions as impulsive while refusing to comment on the existence of any protective umbrella behind him. Captain Zhang continued to dig deeper. Lin Yi closed the file, recalling Mayor Qin's specific instructions to clarify all unlawful activities of the Qiao Group over the years in the northern city, particularly their dealings with government officials. Zhang Yi nodded, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Secretary Lin, this case might. Before he could finish, Lin Yi's phone vibrated in his pocket. The name displayed on the screen caused his brow to furrow involuntarily. Municipal Secretary Gu Minghui. I need to take this call. He signaled to Zhang Yi and swiftly walked to the corner of the corridor before answering. Good day, Secretary Gu. Lin Yi's voice maintained an appropriate level of respect. Lin, I heard you made quite a move in the Northern District today. On the other end, Gu Minghui's voice carried the distinctive smoothness of political discourse. Mayor Qin personally led the team and apprehended Xiao Si. Lin Yi's back tensed instantly. The news had spread faster than he anticipated. It had only been 3 or 4 hours since the incident, and Gu Minghui was already informed. Indeed, Secretary Gu, Xiao Si is suspected of violent demolition and intentional injury, and Mayor Qin instructed the police to detain him on the spot. Oh, Mayor Qin truly acts with decisiveness. Gu Minghui's laughter echoed through the receiver, yet left Lin Yi feeling somewhat uneasy. But Lin, the Qiao Group, is a significant taxpayer in the city. Shouldn't we approach this matter with caution? Lin Yi tightened his grip on the phone, his knuckles turning pale. Gu Minghui's words, though seemingly concerned, concealed ulterior motives. He recalled Qin Shuang's words in the car on the way back. Xiao Si has been rampant in the Northern District for so many years. There must be others behind him. Secretary Gu, the case is still under investigation. The specific handling will depend on the results of the inquiry, Lin Yi replied cautiously. The phone fell silent for a few moments. Then Gu Minghui's voice lowered slightly. Shaolin, we are all on the same side, so I shall speak plainly. Although Xiao Si has some shortcomings, he has contributed to the economic development of the city. Please advise the investigators to be mindful of the implications and avoid making the situation too rigid. Lin Yi felt a throbbing in his temples. Gu Minghui was overtly interfering with the judiciary. He took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady. Secretary Gu, I am merely the secretary to Mayor Qin. I fear I lack the authority to make such decisions. Ha ha, Shaolin. Gu Minghui's laughter suddenly turned frosty, working by Mayor Qin's side. Your words naturally carry weight. Besides, the municipal party committee and the government are essentially one entity. Some matters do not require constant consultation, do they? A chill crept up Lin Yi's spine. Gu Minghui was insinuating that he should bypass Qin Shuang and directly handle the case, even testing his allegiance. Secretary Gu, I understand your point. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, but reiterated, Mayor Qin has specifically instructed that she wishes to personally oversee this case. Shall I first consult with Mayor Qin? A faint sound came from the other end, akin to a teacup being set down with force. Lin Yi. Gu Minghui's tone suddenly grew stern. Do you think that by aligning yourself with Mayor Qin, you can disregard the municipal party committee? Sweat beaded on Lin Yi's forehead. Gu Minghui, as the secretary of the municipal committee, had operated within the political sphere of Zhaojin City for years with deep-rooted connections. Offending him would undoubtedly hinder his future career. Yet, recalling the elderly man who had been kicked down during the redevelopment, and the fury in Qin Shuang's eyes as she helped him up, Lin Yi's resolve solidified. "Secretary Gu, I assure you that is not my intention." Lin Yi's voice was firm, yet respectful. "It is merely my duty to adhere to the proper procedures." Silence lingered on the line for a considerable time, before Gu Minghui's icy voice finally broke through. "All right, very well, Lin Yi. Remember what you have said today. Since you wish to consult Mayor Qin, please convey to her that the municipal committee is quite concerned about this matter and hopes she can handle it appropriately." The call abruptly ended, and Lin Yi set down his phone, discovering his palms had become drenched. Leaning against the wall, he exhaled deeply. "Secretary Lin, are you all right?" Zhang Yi approached with concern. Lin Yi shook his head. "I'm fine, Captain Zhang. Please expedite the interrogation process. I shall meet with Mayor Qin shortly." Stepping out of the police station, the early summer sun forced Lin Yi to squint. He took out his phone, hesitated briefly, then dialed Qin Shuang's private number. "Mayor Qin, Secretary Gu just called me." Upon connecting, Lin Yi got straight to the point, hinting at letting Qiao Si off, citing that the Qiao Group was a significant taxpayer. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by Qin Shuang's calm voice. "How did you respond?" "I stated that I must consult you first." Lin Yi reported honestly. Secretary Gu seemed rather displeased. "Huh." Qin Shuang chuckled lightly, a familiar sharpness lacing her laughter. "Of course, he is displeased. The benefits Xiao Si has funneled to Gu Minghui over the years could easily afford him 10 villas abroad." Lin Yi felt a jolt of apprehension. "Mayor Qin, you have long been aware that not everything can be discussed over the phone." Qin Shuang interrupted him. "Come directly to my office and bring the case materials." After hanging up, Lin Yi signaled for a taxi. As the cityscape outside the window rapidly receded, his thoughts drifted back to a few months prior, when he had just been appointed as the mayor's secretary. At the inaugural staff meeting, Gu Minghui had set traps at every turn, posturing as the veteran while dictating terms to the new mayor's policies. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang remained unfazed, countering each point with data and facts. Following that meeting, Lin Yi realized that the political landscape of Zhaoning was far more intricate than he had imagined. "Driver, please speed up," Lin Yi urged. Glancing at his watch, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Upon arriving at the government building, he hurriedly crossed the lobby. In the elevator, he adjusted his tie, attempting to present himself in a more composed manner. Qin Shuang's office was on the top floor. As he pushed open the door, he found her standing by the window, her back to him, her posture as upright as a pine tree. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a distinct silhouette around her. "Mayor Qin," Lin Yi called softly. Qin Shuang turned around, her expression devoid of any smile. "Whilst did Gu Minghui say?" Lin Yi recounted their conversation in detail, including Gu Minghui's final threat. Upon hearing it, Qin Shuang's lips curled into a cold smile. "The municipal committee is quite concerned? Since when has Gu Minghui represented the committee?" She approached her desk and pressed the intercom. "Xiao Chun, please notify everyone that an emergency standing committee meeting will be held tomorrow at 9 in the morning, with the agenda focusing on a crackdown on organized crime and the optimization of the business environment." After placing the call, Qin Shuang turned to Lin Yi. "You tell Gu Minghui that I will personally report on the Qiao Si case at tomorrow's meeting and that his valuable opinions are welcome." Lin Yi nodded, but couldn't help but ask, "Mayor Qin, Secretary Gu has deep roots in Zhaoning, and he has the backing of Secretary Zhou. Are we really prepared to confront him directly?" Qin Shuang interrupted him, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Remember, there is no room for compromise on matters of principle. Qiao Si has oppressed the people for years. It is impossible that he lacks a protective umbrella. Since Gu Minghui has chosen to step forward, you should not blame me for being unyielding." Her voice was not loud, but each word was as resolute as iron. Suddenly, Lin Yi understood why Qin Shuang had been able to attain the position of mayor at such a young age. She possessed a rare courage and decisiveness. "I understand," Lin Yi replied solemnly. "I will call Secretary Gu back right away." Yet Qin Shuang waved her hand dismissively. "No rush. Let him stew a little longer." A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. First, take a look at this. She handed Lin Yi a folder. Lin Yi opened it to find the tax records and land transaction documents of the Qiao Group from the past 5 years, with numerous suspicious points circled in red ink. This is what I had retrieved from the Tax Bureau and the Land Bureau, Qin Shuang explained softly. Not only is the Qiao Group guilty of tax evasion, but more critically, they acquired 3 prime plots of land in the northern part of the city at a price 1/3 below market value. Moreover, the approval documents bear Gu Minghui's signature. Lin Yi gasped in shock. This is no longer merely a matter of collusion between officials and businessmen. It borders on the realm of occupational crime. Mayor Qin, the evidence we possess is still insufficient. Qin Shuang shook her head, aware that Gu Minghui, being cunning and shrewd, would not personally accept bribes. We require the testimony of Qiao Si. She approached the window, gazing towards the northern part of the city. Lin Yi, do you understand why I insist on conducting the investigation myself? Lin Yi shook his head. Because some matters can only be resolved through first-hand observation. Qin Shuang's voice lowered, and upon witnessing the plight of those forcibly displaced, I realized that this battle must be fought, and victory is imperative. The sunlight illuminated her profile, and Lin Yi discerned a sense of almost tragic solemnity in her expression. He suddenly recognized that the burdens carried by this young female mayor were far greater than he had imagined. Mayor Qin, I shall fully cooperate with you, he heard himself declare. Qin Shuang turned, a hint of a smile finally gracing her face. I knew you would. Now, return the call to Gu Minghui and relay my instructions as I taught you. Lin Yi retrieved his phone and dialed Gu Minghui's number, activating the speakerphone upon connection. Secretary Gu, this is Lin Yi. I have reported to Mayor Qin. Oh, what did Mayor Qin say? Gu Minghui's voice was laced with palpable anticipation. Lin Yi glanced at Qin Shuang, who nodded in affirmation. Mayor Qin stated that an urgent standing committee meeting will be convened at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, where she will personally report on the investigation of the Qiao Si case and welcomes your valuable insights. A violent coughing fit erupted from the other end, as if he had choked on tea. What? A standing committee meeting? Gu Minghui's voice abruptly escalated. Is it necessary to escalate such a trivial matter to the standing committee? Mayor Qin believes that the Qiao Si case involves 2 significant issues: combating organized crime and improving the business environment. Hence, it warrants discussion at the standing committee. Lin Yi replied with unwavering composure. Lin Yi, Gu Minghui nearly shouted. Do you realize what you are doing? Mayor Qin has only just arrived in Jiaoning. What does she comprehend? Have you considered the ramifications of your reckless allegiance to her? Lin Yi's hands trembled slightly, yet his voice remained steady. Secretary Gu, I am merely conveying Mayor Qin's directives. Very well. Gu Minghui gritted his teeth. Lin Yi, do not regret your decision today. The call was abruptly terminated. Silence enveloped the office. Qin Shuang chuckled softly. It seems our Secretary Gu is genuinely anxious. Lin Yi set his phone down, realizing that his back was already drenched with sweat. He understood that from this moment forward, he had unequivocally positioned himself in opposition to Gu Minghui. Afraid? Chapter 45. The true colors of the dying vat. Qin Shuang regarded him with a probing gaze. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, a bit, but more so a sense of liberation. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow. Oh, after spending considerable time in the political arena, one can occasionally forget the reason for choosing this path. Lin Yi candidly confessed. Today, in the redevelopment area, witnessing the expressions of those people reminded me that we are meant to serve them. Qin Shuang's gaze softened. Remember this feeling. The political sphere is akin to a vast dying vat, yet someone must uphold their true colors. She returned to her desk and picked up a document. By the way, has there been any progress in the interrogation of Qiao Si? Not yet. Lin Yi shook his head. He is quite obstinate, only admitting to today's incident. To be expected, Qin Shuang scoffed. However, it matters not. With the conflict that transpired today, Gu Minghui will surely take action. Ensure that the city bureau dispatches personnel to monitor Qiao Si around the clock, documenting any visitations. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, but suddenly recalled something. Mayor Qin, when you identified yourself in the redevelopment area today, Qiao Si had an unusual expression. He seemed quite shocked that you would personally visit such a place. A glimmer of sharp insight flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. This indicates that the protective umbrella behind him has afforded him sufficient confidence. Believing the mayor would never uncover the truth, she paused, or rather, even if he were to know, he might choose to turn a blind eye. Outside, the sun descended, casting a golden hue upon the entire office. As Lin Yi observed Qin Shuang amidst the play of light and shadow, an unsettling premonition gripped him. The political arena of Jiaoning was on the brink of an unprecedented storm. In this tempest, he had already made his choice. Meanwhile, in the uppermost level of the municipal party building, within Gu Minghui's office, heavy curtains were drawn halfway, keeping the last rays of the setting sun at bay and leaving only a dim light. Gu Minghui hung up the phone, his expression dark enough to drip water. With a sudden motion, he swept the teacup from his desk to the floor, the porcelain shards shattering in the stillness of the office with a harsh sound. "Ingrate," he muttered through clenched teeth, his fingers tapping an urgent rhythm on the desk. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Minghui picked up the red secure phone and dialed a familiar number. Once connected, he deliberately lowered his voice. "Secretary Zhou, it's me. The situation has changed. Qin Shuang intends to convene a standing committee meeting to discuss Qiao Xi's case." There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhou Jingheng's hoarse voice replied, "Come to my office. We shall speak in person." 10 minutes later, Gu Minghui stood before Zhou Jingheng's office door, adjusting his tie before knocking. Unlike his own office, Zhou Jingheng's space was spacious and bright, adorned with landscape paintings and lined with an array of political theory books. Seated behind a large desk, Zhou Jingheng, with meticulously combed silver hair and wrinkles etched with decades of political wisdom, was reviewing documents. Upon noticing Gu Minghui's entrance, he merely lifted his eyelids. "Seat." Gu Minghui, however, did not take a seat but instead approached the desk swiftly, his voice laced with barely concealed anxiety. "Secretary Zhou, Qin Shuang is targeting our Jiangbei faction. Qiao Xi knows too much. What if he can't withstand the pressure?" Zhou Jingheng set down his pen and removed his reading glasses, methodically polishing the lenses with a cloth. "Minghui, how many years have you been with me?" Gu Minghui hesitated before responding, 23 years, Secretary Zhou." 23 years, Zhou Jingheng sighed. "Why are you still so impatient?" He replaced his glasses, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Gu Minghui. "Qin Shuang has been in Jiaoning for less than a year and has already toppled Shenming Zhang. Do you think she would act against Qiao Xi recklessly?" Gu Minghui's forehead was beaded with fine droplets of sweat. "Are you suggesting that after she deals with Shenming Zhang, I will be next?" Zhou Jingheng's voice was eerily calm. However, he glanced at the desk calendar, noting that there were less than 6 months until his official retirement. "Secretary Zhou, we cannot simply wait idly," Gu Minghui urged. "Should we contact the old leaders from the province?" Zhou Jingheng raised his hand to interrupt. "I am about to retire. I seek only a smooth landing." He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Gu Minghui. "Qin Shuang is young and ambitious. Her desire to achieve political merit is understandable. If she is willing to talk, we should engage in a constructive dialogue, rather than resorting to destructive tactics." Gu Minghui gazed incredulously at Zhou Jingheng's back. "Secretary Zhou, if Qiao Xi speaks up, what about the incident with Jiang Feng? Have we resolved that matter?" Zhou Jingheng suddenly inquired, still not turning around. Gu Minghui's pupils contracted sharply, his voice involuntarily lowering. "It has all been dealt with. All evidence has been destroyed, and no one will suspect us." "That is good." Zhou Jingheng turned around, a hint of fatigue in his smile. "Minghui, politics is not about conflict. It is about human relationships. If Qin Shuang seeks achievements, we shall provide them. As for Qiao Xi," he walked back to his desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a manila envelope. "There are many ways to silence him." Gu Minghui took the envelope, opened it, and discovered a stack of photographs, all featuring Qiao Xi with various government officials, including provincial leaders. A realization dawned upon him. "Secretary Zhou, you are astute. If these photographs were to be made public..." Zhou Jingheng shook his head. "They are for Qin Shuang to see, to make her understand that there are lines that must not be crossed." He sat down again, his tone softening. "At tomorrow's standing committee meeting, do not rush to oppose her. Observe how much she truly knows. Remember, Our objective now is to withdraw unscathed, not to engage in a temporary struggle. Gu Minghui reluctantly nodded. I understand, but Secretary Zhou, what if Qin Shuang insists on pursuing this matter? Zhou Jingheng's gaze suddenly sharpened. Then let her discover just how deep the waters of Zhaoning City truly run. He opened another drawer and handed a document to Gu Minghui. Take a look at this. As Gu Minghui perused the document, his expression gradually shifted to one of intrigue. This concerns Qin Shuang? Zhou Jingheng smirked. It was suppressed at the time. If Qin Shuang proves to be unwise, I would not hesitate to let this matter resurface. Gu Minghui closed the document tightly, exclaiming, Secretary Zhou, you truly are well prepared. After 40 years in the political arena, one must always have a backup plan. Zhou Jingheng replied, picking up his pen again. Go now. And remember, act according to my cues tomorrow. Gu Minghui respectfully exited the office. Once the door was closed, his demeanor shifted from deference to cunning. He hurried towards the elevator, already devising strategies to leverage his newfound assets to dissuade Qin Shuang. As the elevator descended, Gu Minghui's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately answered, How is it? Chapter 46. A clash of blades. A deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. Secretary Gu, Qiao Si is being held in solitary confinement, under the watchful eye of dedicated personnel. Our people cannot reach him. Useless. Gu Minghui hissed, his voice laced with frustration. Keep thinking of ways. We must ensure he remains silent. As he hung up the phone, Gu Minghui furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had not anticipated Qin Shuang's swift actions. It seemed she was resolutely intent on dealing with Qiao Si. Although Zhou Jingheng claimed to have everything under control, Gu Minghui remained uneasy. After all, he had been the one to handle the dirty work for Zhou all these years. Zhou's current desire was merely to coast along and land smoothly. But if he were to retire and Qin Shuang resurrected old grievances, even divine intervention might not save him. As Gu Minghui exited the municipal building, darkness had fully enveloped the city. He stood on the steps, gazing at the illuminated silhouette of the government building in the distance, his expression ominous. Mayor Qin, he murmured to himself, since you insist on poking this hornet's nest, do not blame me for being ungracious. Meanwhile, within the government building, Qin Shuang stood by the window, surveying the outline of the municipal office across the way. Lin Yi stood behind her, holding neatly organized case materials. Mayor Qin, all the materials are ready, Lin Yi reported, including evidence of Qiao's group's tax evasion and the approval documents for their land acquisition at a bargain price. Without turning, Qin Shuang inquired, Lin Yi, do you know how many people in that building are currently discussing us? Following her gaze, Lin Yi noticed that most of the windows in the municipal building were aglow, making it particularly conspicuous against the night. Quite a few, I presume. Gu Minghui must be busy moving around. Qin Shuang chuckled softly, but that is of no concern. Let them stir. Turning to face him, her eyes sparkled with determination. At tomorrow's standing committee meeting, I intend to make it abundantly clear who holds the reins in Zhao City. Lin Yi nodded, but couldn't help but ask, Mayor Qin, what if Secretary Zhou intervenes? Approaching her desk, Qin Shuang picked up a document. Zhou Jingheng is on the verge of retirement. His foremost desire is a smooth landing. She handed Lin Yi a list, indicating, here is the list of attendees for tomorrow's meeting. Those marked in red are Zhou Jingheng's allies, those in blue are moderates, and the unmarked ones are potential supporters we can sway. As Lin Yi scrutinized the list, noting that over half were marked in red, a weight settled in his heart. Secretary Zhou's influence remains formidable. On the surface, it may seem so, Qin Shuang replied confidently, but these individuals are adept at shifting allegiances. Once we present irrefutable evidence, they will be the first to distance themselves. Glancing at her watch, she noted, it is getting late. You should return and rest. We have a challenging battle ahead tomorrow. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Mayor Qin, you should also rest early. I will prepare some more in the morning. Qin Shuang had already buried herself in the documents once more. By the way, at 7 tomorrow morning, go directly to the Public Security Bureau to confirm the status of Qiao Si's interrogation. Notify me immediately of any developments. Lin Yi nodded and quietly left the office. gently closing the door behind him. As he walked down the empty corridor, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. On one hand, he felt exhilarated to partake in such a righteous struggle. On the other hand, he was acutely aware that failure would spell dire consequences for both him and Qin Shuang. Stepping out of the municipal government building, the night breeze dissipated some of Lin Yi's anxieties. He gazed up at the starry sky, recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier in the housing redevelopment area, and his conviction solidified once more. No matter the challenges, he was determined to deliver justice to the citizens of Jiaoning. Lin Yi murmured to himself as he strode towards the parking lot. Meanwhile, at the far end of the city, within a luxurious villa, several individuals huddled under dim lighting, conspiring in secrecy. Scattered across the table lay several photographs, prominently featuring Qin Shuang and Lin Yi during their activities in the redevelopment zone earlier that day. The boss has ordered that at all costs. We must prevent Xiao Si from speaking, whispered a man with a scarred face. The arrangements have been made at the Public Security Bureau. We will act tonight. Another man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted his spectacles and remarked, "Isn't this too risky? Qin Shuang is surely on guard. The Secretary General has issued a death order." The scar-faced man scoffed. "Besides, Xiao Si knows too much. His survival serves no one's interests." The group exchanged glances, silently acquiescing. The man with the glasses retrieved a black briefcase from beneath the table, revealing bundles of cash and several disposable phones. "We'll split up, remember. Regardless of success or failure, we must vacate Jiaoning before dawn." As he distributed the phones and cash, he assured them that the boss had already arranged an escape route. As the night deepened, the streets of Jiaoning gradually fell silent. Yet beneath this calm facade, turbulent currents swirled. Tomorrow's standing committee meeting would determine not only the fate of the city, but also the destinies of many individuals. In a special detention center of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Xiao Si sat alone on an iron bed, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the small window. The expression on his face shifted from initial arrogance to palpable fear. He seemed to sense that he had become a pawn poised to be discarded. Hours later, as darkness enveloped the city, the Jiaoning Public Security Bureau remained illuminated by a few solitary lights. Lin Yi rubbed his tired eyes, finalizing the last interrogation record for filing. The clock on the wall signaled 1 in the morning, and the entire office was so quiet one could hear their own heartbeat. "Secretary Lin, aren't you going to take a break?" inquired a weary young officer, approaching with a cup of tea. Lin Yi shook his head, his gaze landing on the case files concerning Xiao Si. "I need to review this once more. It's required for tomorrow's standing committee." He took a sip of the now-cold coffee, grimacing at the bitter taste. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a text from Qin Shuang. "How is the preparation for the materials?" "Tomorrow at 9, there must be no mistakes." Lin Yi promptly replied, "All is prepared. I am conducting the final checks. Mayor Qin, please do rest early." After sending the message, he looked out the window, noticing a light still on in the direction of the municipal building. Qin Shuang was indeed still awake. "Secretary Lin, would you like something to eat? I can heat up a bun for you in the cafeteria," the young officer kindly offered. "No, thank you," Lin Yi smiled, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, what is the situation with Xiao Si? As per your instructions, the detainees are to be kept in solitary confinement, with 2 officers taking turns to guard them, changing shifts every 2 hours. The young officer stood upright to report, stating that he had conducted a patrol and everything was normal. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, but felt an unsettling apprehension in his heart. The threats from Gu Minghui over the phone earlier echoed in his mind. Given Gu's extensive influence cultivated over many years in Jiaoning, he would undoubtedly not remain passive. "Take me to see him," Lin Yi commanded. Chapter 47. The Crisis of Silencing. Suddenly standing up, Lin Yi grabbed his coat. The detention center was housed in an isolated building within the police station's courtyard, surrounded by surveillance cameras and infrared alarms. Following the on-duty officer, Lin Yi passed through 3 iron gates to reach the special monitoring room at the far end. "Secretary Lin." The 2 officers stationed at the entrance immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Thank you for your hard work," Lin Yi said, peering through the small window in the door to see Xiao Si curled up on the narrow bed, seemingly asleep. "Is there anything unusual tonight?" "Report," Everything is normal, replied the older officer. Aside from delivering water at 10 o'clock, no one has approached the monitoring room. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the officers' faces. The younger one briefly averted his eyes, an unnatural flicker crossing his expression. What is your name? Which department are you from? Lin Yi inquired, fixing his gaze on him. Report. My name is Wang Ji, from the criminal investigation team. The young officer stammered slightly. Lin Yi nodded, refraining from further questioning. Yet a seed of doubt had already been planted in his mind. He turned to the on-duty officer and said, "Retrieve the surveillance footage from tonight at the detention center." The on-duty officer hesitated. Secretary Lin, the key to the monitoring room is with Captain Shun. He has gone home to rest. Then call him back, Lin Yi insisted firmly. Now, immediately. 10 minutes later, a bleary-eyed Captain Shun hurriedly arrived. Upon understanding the situation, he quickly led Lin Yi to the monitoring room. Pull up all the footage from Xiao Xi's monitoring room for tonight, Lin Yi commanded. The footage played in fast forward, revealing everything as usual. But Lin Yi keenly noticed a subtle frame skip occurring between 10:05 and 10:20. This segment of the recording has been edited. Lin Yi pointed at the screen. 15 minutes of content is missing. Shunhao's expression changed drastically. Impossible. The detention center surveillance is an independent system. It cannot be tampered with without internal access. As he was speaking, he suddenly halted, exchanging a shocked glance with Lin Yi. Investigate who accessed the monitoring system tonight. Lin Yi's voice was grave. The results came swiftly. Wang Ji had entered the monitoring room around 10 o'clock under the pretense of inspecting the equipment. Immediately detain Wang Ji, Lin Yi ordered sharply, pulling out his phone to dial Qin Shuang. Mayor Qin, the situation has changed. Xiao Xi may have already been transferred. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted from the direction of the detention center. Lin Yi dashed out, only to see several officers escorting a struggling Wang Ji toward him. Secretary Lin, Shenhao rushed over, panting. Wang Ji has confessed. He took money to hand Xiao Xi over to several individuals posing as provincial officials. They left less than half an hour ago. Lin Yi's mind raced with urgency. Gu Mingwei was intent on silencing him. He needed to act swiftly, seal off all roads out of the city, especially the highway exits. Lin Yi, while issuing orders, dialed another number. Zhang team, this is Lin Yi. Immediately bring your team to the North Highway entrance and set up a checkpoint to intercept a black Buick commercial vehicle. The license plate number, he glanced at Shunhao, who quickly relayed a series of digits. This is the plate number assigned by Wang Ji. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi instructed Shunhao, you stay behind to continue interrogating Wang Ji and extract more clues. I will pursue that vehicle. Secretary Lin, it's too dangerous. Shunhao urged, restraining him. Those individuals are desperate criminals. Lin Yi broke free from his grip, his gaze resolute. Xiao Xi is a key witness. We cannot allow him to come to harm. At the North Highway entrance, a black Buick commercial vehicle slowly approached the toll station. Inside, Xiao Xi was bound hand and foot, tape covering his mouth. His eyes filled with terror. In the passenger seat, a scar-faced man toyed with a glinting dagger. The boss has instructed us to resolve this in a secluded place, he said with a chilling smile. Mr. Qiao, don't blame us. Blame yourself for knowing too much. Xiao Xi thrashed violently, muffled sounds escaping him. Be still. The bespectacled man in the back seat pressed him down. If only you had foreseen this day when you were making money with the boss. As the vehicle entered the toll booth, the scar-faced man rolled down the window to present the toll card. Suddenly, police sirens blared, and several police cars encircled from both sides, their blinding searchlights piercing into the vehicle. Police, shut off the engine and exit the vehicle with your hands on your head. The scar-faced man's expression changed dramatically. Damn it, it's a trap. He slammed the accelerator, and the vehicle roared forward, crashing through the barriers. Bang! A gunshot rang out, shattering a tire and causing the commercial vehicle to veer uncontrollably into the roadside guardrail, airbags deploying, creating chaos inside. Lin Yi dashed out from behind a police car, shouting through a megaphone, "Listen inside. You are surrounded. Release the hostage and surrender immediately." The car door swung open with force, and the scar-faced man yanked Xiao Xi forward as a human shield, pressing the blade against his neck. "Step back, or I'll slit his throat." Lin Yi calmly assessed the situation. Xiao Si was bloodied, but appeared to have only superficial injuries. The bespectacled man and the driver exited from the other side. Weapons in hand. You cannot escape, Lin Yi declared slowly. Gu Minghui has abandoned you. Why sacrifice yourself for him? The scar-faced man's hand trembled slightly. Stop the nonsense. Prepare a vehicle for us, or, before he could finish, a sharp gunshot echoed, and the dagger fell to the ground. The sniper positioned on the high ground having accurately struck his wrist. Go, Lin Yi commanded, and the SWAT team pounced like tigers, swiftly subduing all the criminals. Xiao Si collapsed to the ground as Lin Yi approached and tore off the tape from his mouth. Gasping for air, Xiao Si's eyes reflected the horror of his near escape. Xiao Si, you saw it. Gu Minghui intends to eliminate you to silence you. Lin Yi crouched down, locking eyes with him. The only one who can save you now is Mayor Qin. Speak out about everything you know. This is your sole chance for survival. The defenses of Xiao Si have completely collapsed. He trembles as he nods, confessing that over the years, they have laundered more than 200 million through him, with Gu Minghui taking at least half. At 3 in the morning, in the interrogation room of the municipal police department, the scar-faced man and the bespectacled man are being held separately, while Lin Yi personally interrogates the bespectacled man. Name, occupation, Lin Yi inquires coldly. The bespectacled man adjusts his already shattered glasses, feigning calmness. They made me do it. I know nothing. Lin Yi slams a stack of photographs onto the table. Wang Ji has already confessed everything. It's clear how you bribed him, how you forged documents from the provincial department, and how you plan to eliminate Xiao Si. Cold sweat beads on the forehead of the bespectacled man. I was just hired to do a job. By whom? Lin Yi presses. The bespectacled man falls silent. Lin Yi changes his approach. Do you know how many years one gets for attempted murder? It starts at 10 years. And if you were merely following orders, he deliberately elongates his tone. The instigator is the principal offender. The bespectacled man's psychological defenses begin to crumble. Lin Yi seizes the moment. Gu Minghui is currently in dire straits. Do you think he will protect you? Think of your family. This remark becomes the final straw, causing the bespectacled man to collapse, covering his face in despair. It was Secretary Gu. His secretary contacted me, saying Xiao Si knows too much and must be dealt with. The money also came from him. How exactly was the contact made? How was the money delivered? Lin Yi demands further details. The bespectacled man divulges the entire process, including the secretary's phone number, transfer records, and the meeting location, among other crucial information. Exiting the interrogation room, Lin Yi exhales deeply and calls Qin Shuang. Mayor Qin, we have apprehended the suspect. Xiao Si is safe, and the assailant has revealed that Gu Minghui is the mastermind. On the other end, Qin Shuang's voice carries a hint of fatigue, but is primarily resolute. Excellent work, Lin Yi. Now, immediately secure all evidence and prepare for tomorrow's standing committee meeting. Understood, Mayor Qin. Lin Yi hesitates for a moment. Have you had a chance to rest? I am reviewing materials. Qin Shuang replies softly. Tomorrow's meeting will not be easy. We must be thoroughly prepared. After hanging up, Lin Yi gazes out the window. The eastern horizon is beginning to brighten, heralding the dawn of a new day, while the storm in the political arena of Zhao City is just beginning to unfold. By 7 in the morning, vehicles have begun to arrive at the Zhao City Committee building. Lin Yi stands before the window of the municipal government building, holding the freshly printed interrogation transcripts. His fingertips slightly pale from the pressure. A sleepless night has caused his temples to throb, yet his mind remains exceptionally clear. Secretary Lin, the car is ready. Xiao Li gently reminds him at the door. Lin Yi nods, placing the transcripts into his briefcase. This document is sufficient to ensure Gu Minghui's destruction. But he understands that the true battleground lies in today's standing committee meeting. Qin Shuang's earlier words about the challenges of tomorrow's meeting echo in his ears. He takes a deep breath and strides confidently toward the elevator. In the committee meeting room, staff members are making final preparations. The elliptical mahogany conference table gleamed with a polished sheen, with each standing committee member's nameplate positioned before a stack of today's meeting materials and a cup of freshly brewed tea. Outside, the sun bathed the deep red carpet in light, yet it could not dissipate the palpable tension that was gradually accumulating within the room. Lin Yi arrived half an hour early, taking his place behind Qin Shuang's seat by the window. This vantage point allowed him to discern the subtle shifts in the expressions of each committee member. He noted that Gu Minghui's seat was vacant, while the Minister of Organization, Yu Ruijie, engaged in hushed conversation with the Minister of United Front Work, Ji Dequan, their glances occasionally darting toward the entrance. At 8:50, Qin Shuang entered the conference room with measured steps, her navy blue suit accentuating her professional demeanor. She nodded in acknowledgement to several committee members already present, her gaze lingering momentarily on the vacant seat of the municipal party secretary. Mayor Qin arrived quite early, Yu Ruijie remarked with a smile. "So did you, Minister?" Qin Shuang replied with a smile of her own, her fingers lightly tapping the table. Today's agenda was significant, necessitating early preparation. A flicker of something unusual crossed Yu Ruijie's eyes, which he quickly masked. Indeed, the renovation of shantytowns is a matter of great importance. Lin Yi observed Yu Ruijie's fingers subconsciously grazing the edge of his teacup. This municipal organization minister, having been promoted by Zhou Jingheng, rarely spoke in meetings but always aligned his votes with Zhou's. Across the table, the municipal secretary, Gu Minghui, kept glancing at his wristwatch, his tie knot being subconsciously adjusted as he loosened and tightened it repeatedly. After his third unsuccessful attempt to reach someone by phone, beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. His gold-rimmed glasses had been out of reach for over 6 hours. "Olgu doesn't look too well," remarked the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, Xie Qingheng, as he settled down with a thermos cup, his eyes behind the lenses holding a semblance of amusement. What was troubling him? Gu Minghui's hand trembled, causing his pen to roll onto the floor. Nothing at all. Just stayed up a bit late yesterday," he stammered. The conference room door swung open once more as Zhou Jingheng entered, accompanied by his secretary. Although his hair was graying, he emanated an air of authority that commanded respect. "Thank you all for your patience," Zhou Jingheng said as he took his seat at the head of the table, surveying the attendees. "Is everyone here? Then let us begin." Lin Yi noticed Gu Minghui adjusting his tie incessantly, his right index finger tapping rhythmically on the table at an unnaturally rapid pace. "First on the agenda, we will study the latest directives from the provincial committee." Zhou Jingheng opened the document, his voice steady and powerful as he read aloud, emphasizing the importance of leadership among cadres. Lin Yi's attention strayed from the document study. He observed the dynamics within the room. The Minister of Propaganda, Feng Tui, doodled in his notebook. The Executive Vice Mayor, Qian Lidong, sat upright. Yet his gaze frequently wandered towards Qin Shuang, and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Gu Huiwei, maintained a solemn demeanor, his expression grave. These were the individuals whose votes warranted close scrutiny. After the document study concluded, Zhou Jingheng sipped his tea. "Next, we shall discuss the progress of the Shantytown renovation project, which has been stalled for 3 years, with the provincial authorities having urged us multiple times. Mayor Qin, as the project commander, please share the current situation." Qin Shuang composedly opened her folder. "Thank you, Secretary Zhou. The Shantytown renovation has indeed been delayed for too long. Our investigations have revealed that the issues lie within the compensation process for relocation." She presented a report to the staff, detailing the latest audit results from the Audit Bureau, which revealed that the Qiao Group had misappropriated over 30 million in demolition compensation funds, leading to the residents' refusal to relocate. The conference room fell into a sudden silence as Lin Yi observed Gu Minghui's fingers suspended midair, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "Is this true?" Zhou Jingheng frowned, questioning the reliability of the audit results. "Absolutely reliable," Qin Shuang asserted firmly. "We possess a complete chain of evidence. More alarmingly, the Qiao Group has forged signatures of the displaced residents to illicitly obtain over 20 million in compensation." Her gaze swept across the assembly. Ultimately, this money has flowed into the pockets of certain high-ranking officials. The atmosphere in the room seemed to thicken. Minister of Organization Yu Ruijie abruptly coughed, raising his teacup to mask his expression, while Gu Minghui's complexion turned ghostly pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "My Yorin," Zhou Jingheng's voice grew somber. asserting that such accusations required concrete evidence and could not rely solely on the audit report. Qin Shuang was prepared, of course. There is more than just the audit report. She signaled to Lin Yi, who promptly stepped forward to distribute copies of the evidence he had organized overnight to each standing committee member. The documents included Qiao Ci's testimony, bank statements, and the interrogation record of Jin Xinjing. As the files reached Gu Minghui, his hands visibly trembled. Chapter 49. Power Transition Political and Legal Committee Secretary Gu Huiwei perused the documents, his expression increasingly grave. This is the testimony of Qiao Ci and the criminal suspects who attempted to murder him last night. Qin Shuang's voice rang clear. They confessed that they were instructed by Secretary Gu, intending to commit murder to silence him. The conference room erupted in chaos. Gu Minghui sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Slander! This is blatant defamation." His voice was shrill and abnormal. "Secretary Zhou, someone is trying to frame me." Zhou Jingheng's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve, his gaze darting between Qin Shuang and Gu Minghui. Lin Yi could sense his rapid strategizing. Gu Minghui was his most capable assistant, yet the evidence before them was indisputable. "Everyone, remain calm." Zhou Jingheng finally spoke. "These materials require verification. We must not jump to hasty conclusions. I propose the establishment of a dedicated investigative team." Secretary Zhou. Qin Shuang interrupted. "The evidence from last night's attempted murder is conclusive. The Municipal Public Security Bureau has already filed a case. More importantly," she paused, "Qiao Ci has detailed every bribe received by Gu Minghui through the Qiao Group over the past 5 years. Time, place, and amount, all meticulously documented." Gu Minghui's complexion shifted from pale to a sickly green as he suddenly seized his briefcase. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." In that very moment, the conference room door swung open and 3 men in dark suits entered. The leader displayed his identification. "We are officials from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Comrade Gu Minghui, please accompany us for an investigation." Gu Minghui staggered back, colliding with the conference table, spilling tea everywhere. He turned to Zhou Jingheng, his eyes pleading, "Secretary Zhou." Zhou Jingheng's expression crystallized in shock. Lin Yi noted his fingers tightening beneath the table, yet his voice remained composed. "Officials from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Is there some misunderstanding?" Secretary Zhou, the cadre of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, stated with utmost formality, "We possess irrefutable evidence implicating Gu Minghui in serious violations of discipline and law. Approved by the Provincial Committee for Double Regulation Procedures." The conference room fell into a profound silence, with all standing committee members holding their breath. Gu Minghui's face turned ashen. His legs weakened as he nearly collapsed to the ground, only to be steadied by 2 discipline inspection officials. "Secretary Gu," Qin Shuang suddenly spoke, her tone devoid of any triumph, instead laced with a hint of pity. "Had you not sent someone to eliminate Qiao Ci last night, we would not have acquired such a complete chain of evidence." This statement struck Gu Minghui like a final straw, and as he was led out of the conference room, he appeared as a mere shell of a man. Once the door closed, a stifling silence lingered for a full minute. Zhou Jingheng slowly sat down, his complexion drained, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. He could hardly fathom that Gu Minghui had secretly conspired against him to discreetly deal with Qiao Ci. Lin Yi recognized that this was the moment the city party secretary truly grasped that Qin Shuang had already laid her plans, and his people had been uprooted. The meeting resumed. Zhou Jingheng eventually spoke, his voice hoarse. "Regarding the Shantytown renovation project, Secretary Zhou," Qin Shuang gently interrupted, "I propose we temporarily adjourn for 10 minutes to allow everyone to collect their thoughts. After all, Secretary Gu has been present for many years, and this unexpected situation has impacted us all." This suggestion, seemingly considerate, effectively provided Zhou Jingheng with an escape route. Lin Yi silently admired Qin Shuang's political acumen. She had delivered a lethal blow to her opponent while leaving room for retreat. Zhou Jingheng cast a deep glance at Qin Shuang and nodded. "Let's take a 10-minute recess." The standing committee members trickled out of the conference room, engaged in hushed conversations. Lin Yi approached Qin Shuang, and offered her a cup of freshly brewed tea. Zhou Jingheng must be calling for assistance from above, Qin Shuang remarked softly, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Unfortunately, the actions of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission signify that the Provincial Committee has already taken a stance. He is beyond saving. Lin Yi nodded. Xiaoxi's testimony also involves several other departmental leaders. Shall we address them simultaneously? Not yet. Qin Shuang sipped her tea. Politics is akin to chess. One cannot capture all the pieces in a single move. Today, securing Gu Minghui is sufficient to instill fear in others. Outside, sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the flagpole in the center of the Municipal Party Committee courtyard, where the red flag fluttered in the wind. Lin Yi suddenly recalled the dilapidated houses in the shanty town and the hopeful gazes of the residents. What did today's victory signify for them? 10 minutes later, the meeting reconvened. Zhou Jingheng's expression had regained its composure, though the sharpness in his gaze had noticeably diminished. The subsequent agenda proceeded surprisingly smoothly. The proposal concerning the illegal activities of Qiao's real estate was unanimously approved, and the resolution for the retendering of the Shantytown renovation project also passed without issue. As the meeting concluded, Zhou Jingheng was the first to rise and depart, his posture appearing somewhat stooped. Qin Shuang methodically organized her documents, and once everyone had exited, she turned to Lin Yi and said, "Inform the Municipal Public Security Bureau to enhance protection for Xiaoxi. Though Gu Minghui has fallen, his network remains intact." Lin Yi nodded. Taking note, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission will conduct an in-depth investigation. Qin Shuang closed the folder, knowing that Gu Minghui would soon reveal everything. However, she cast a significant glance at Lin Yi, realizing that halting certain matters here would ultimately benefit Zhao Ning's development. Lin Yi comprehended her meaning. Although Zhou Jingheng had retained his position, his political life was already on borrowed time. Zhao Ning was on the cusp of a new era. As they exited the municipal building, Qin Shuang paused on the steps, gazing toward the city government edifice. Lin Yi followed her gaze, where the sunlight glimmered, illuminating the glass curtain wall. Lin Yi, Qin Shuang suddenly inquired, "What do you believe is the most crucial aspect of a city?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi replied, "It is the people who inhabit it." A smile spread across Qin Shuang's face, one that Lin Yi recognized as her most genuine expression. Indeed, hence our work holds such significance. She stepped down the stairs, urging, "Let us proceed. There is much to be accomplished." On the afternoon, when Gu Minghui was taken away by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the Zhao Ning Municipal Committee building. In the corridors, officials huddled together in small groups, only to disperse quickly, their eyes conveying unspoken messages. In the break room, what had once been lively chatter transformed into cautious whispers. Lin Yi stood by the window, observing the solitary black Audi A6 parked in the lot below, Gu Minghui's official vehicle, now abandoned, never to be driven again. He gently traced the scar on his left arm, a remnant of the car accident that had occurred months prior. "Secretary Lin, the Secretary of Zhou has just called, requesting Mayor Qin to come over," Little Li announced, entering with a subdued voice. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "Now?" "Yes, they mentioned an urgent matter for discussion." Little Li made a gesture of quotation marks, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. Lin Yi nodded, picking up the internal phone to dial Qin Shuang's office. On the other end, her voice was remarkably calm. "Understood. I will be there in 10 minutes." After hanging up, Lin Yi approached Qin Shuang's office door and gently knocked. "Come in," she replied. Qin Shuang was organizing documents. A new plan for the renovation of the shantytown spread across her desk. She glanced up at Lin Yi, a slight smile gracing her lips. "It appears Zhou Jingheng can no longer remain idle. He has called for you, presumably to negotiate," Lin Yi assessed, noting that Gu Minghui, his most capable aide, had been taken under investigation, significantly diminishing his influence in Jiangbei. Qin Shuang closed the folder and stood to adjust her blazer collar. He seems to believe he can once again obfuscate the truth with a few flattering words. A glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. "Let's see what this old secretary has in store." The two proceeded toward the elevator, evoking respectful avoidance from the staff in the corridor, who regarded Qin Shuang with newfound reverence. The current Qin Shuang was no longer the inexperienced mayor constrained by the whims of others. As the elevator ascended, Lin Yi noticed Qin Shuang's fingers rhythmically tapping the handrail, a habitual gesture when she was deep in thought. How do you plan to respond? He inquired softly. Qin Shuang smiled faintly. One must act according to the circumstances. However, she turned her gaze towards Lin Yi, her eyes softening. There is something I must inquire of him in person. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, vaguely sensing her meaning but refraining from voicing it. The elevator came to a halt on the top floor, and Zhou Jingheng's office awaited at the end of the corridor. The secretary, already stationed at the door, bowed slightly upon seeing them and gestured for them to enter. Mayor Qin, Secretary Zhou is waiting for you inside. Qin Shuang nodded and exchanged a glance with Lin Yi, signaling for him to wait outside. Zhou Jingheng's office was spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the entire Jiaoning city. At that moment, the once formidable mayor stood with his back to the door, gazing out the window, his posture slightly stooped. Secretary Zhou, Qin Shuang announced from the doorway, her tone respectful yet firm. Zhou Jingheng slowly turned around, a strained smile adorning his face. Mayor Qin, welcome. Please take a seat. His complexion appeared even more haggard than during the morning meeting, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes and a few more strands of white hair. Qin Shuang noticed the overflowing ashtray on his desk, the air thick with the pungent scent of tobacco. Did you summon me for something? She asked, settling into the sofa in the meeting area, her demeanor relaxed yet commanding. Zhou Jingheng languidly took a seat opposite her, sipping from his teacup. Comrade Qin Shuang, the events of this morning were indeed unexpected. The law is vast and all-encompassing. Qin Shuang replied calmly. Gu Minghui's issues have been brewing for some time. They were bound to come to light eventually. Zhou Jingheng absently traced the rim of his teacup with his fingers, his gaze wandering. Indeed, I have been negligent in my oversight of personnel. He sighed, acknowledging that while Jiaoning had developed well over the years, it had also accumulated certain problems. Qin Shuang remained silent, watching him intently as she awaited his next words. I am growing old. In a few months, I will retire. Zhou Jingheng suddenly shifted the conversation, his voice low. I only hope for a smooth transition, providing the organization and the people of Jiaoning with a satisfactory conclusion. He raised his head, a hint of plea in his eyes. Mayor Qin, you are young and talented, with a boundless future ahead of you. The destiny of Jiaoning rests in your hands. Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly. This was a signal of reconciliation, an indication that Zhou Jingheng was hinting at a willingness to relinquish power in exchange for a peaceful retirement. The atmosphere in the office seemed to freeze, the ticking clock on the wall resonating distinctly. Secretary Zhou, your words carry weight. Qin Shuang eventually spoke, her voice soft yet sharp. As mayor, I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. The future of Jiaoning requires collective leadership from the municipal committee. Zhou Jingheng's facial muscles twitched, clearly taken aback by her response. He set his teacup down, intertwining his hands on his lap. Comrade Qin Shuang, let's speak plainly. Shall we put an end to the matter of Gu Minghui here? That is not within my authority to decide. Qin Shuang maintained her steady gaze upon Zhou Jingheng's eyes. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has already intervened. Everything must proceed according to protocol. Zhou Jingheng's countenance darkened. Comrade Qin Shuang, there is a saying, leave a line for others, so that we may meet again in the future. I do have connections in the province. Secretary Zhou, are you threatening me? Qin Shuang suddenly laughed, a smile that sent a chill down Zhou Jingheng's spine. No, it is not a threat. Zhou Jingheng hastily waved his hand, his tone softening, merely hoping you could comprehend the sentiments of an old comrade. Qin Shuang rose from her seat, advancing to the window, her back turned to Zhou Jingheng. Secretary Zhou, there's a matter I have long wished to inquire about in person. What matter? Zhou Jingheng's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. 3 months ago, regarding Lin Yi's accident, Qin Shuang turned to face him, her gaze sharp as a blade. Were you aware of it? Zhou Jingheng's complexion paled instantaneously, the teacup in his hand crashing to the floor, tea splattering everywhere. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly know about such a thing? I am merely asking. Qin Shuang's tone was eerily calm, considering that Lin Yi was investigating Shen Mingzhang at that time. I had no knowledge whatsoever. Zhou Jingheng abruptly stood, his voice trembling with agitation. That was purely an accident. Mayor Qin, such baseless accusations are outrageous. Qin Shuang observed him quietly, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul. Is it? Then how do you explain that the driver responsible for the accident mysteriously died the following day, and his family abruptly moved away? How would I know? Zhou Jingheng's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. The public security department found no issues. On what grounds do you suspect me? The atmosphere in the office was tense, as Zhou Jingheng's breathing grew heavy, his chest rising and falling violently, while Qin Shuang remained as still as a statue. Secretary Zhou, do not be agitated. Qin Shuang finally broke the silence. I was merely inquiring casually. Since you claim ignorance, I shall temporarily believe you. Zhou Jingheng retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, feigning calmness as he returned to the sofa. Mayor Qin, it is prudent to tread carefully on such sensitive topics. We are all party cadres and must adhere to political decorum. Qin Shuang approached the sofa, yet refrained from sitting. Secretary Zhou, you mentioned the need for a smooth resolution. She paused, her gaze deepening. I fear it may not be so simple. Zhou Jingheng suddenly looked up, a flicker of fear in his eyes. What do you mean? Nothing. Qin Shuang adjusted her suit. It is getting late, and I have a meeting to attend. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Zhou Jingheng's response, she turned and strode toward the door. Qin Shuang, Zhou Jingheng called after her, a hint of panic in his voice. What exactly do you want? Qin Shuang paused at the doorway, not looking back. I merely desire a clear conscience for Zhao Ning. With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. Upon exiting, Lin Yi immediately approached, noticing the tension in Qin Shuang's jawline, understanding that the conversation had not been pleasant. Let us go, Qin Shuang succinctly stated, striding towards the elevator. Only when the elevator doors closed did Qin Shuang exhale deeply, her shoulders relaxing slightly. He denied it. Lin Yi's heart tightened. About the accident? Qin Shuang nodded, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. But I can sense he is lying. She turned to Lin Yi, her voice low. Zhou Jingheng thinks denial will absolve him. How naive. As the elevator reached the first floor, the two emerged from the municipal building, early summer sunlight flooding the square, blindingly bright. Mayor Qin, what shall we do next? Lin Yi inquired, sensing that a far greater storm was brewing. Qin Shuang halted her steps, gazing at the distant municipal government building. Guminghui is merely the beginning. Does Zhou Jingheng truly wish for a peaceful retirement? A cold laugh escaped her lips. It shan't be so simple. She turned to Lin Yi, her eyes resolute. Prepare yourself. We must delve deeply into the case involving Gu Minghui and the Qiao Group. This time, we shall uproot it entirely. Lin Yi nodded, his heart a tumult of anxiety and anticipation. He understood that the forthcoming struggle would be even more brutal. Yet for the future of Zhao Ning, for that failed assassination, they had no alternative. The pair made their way toward the municipal government building, their figures appearing particularly upright under the sunlight. The sky over Zhao Ning was a brilliant blue, as if heralding the imminent arrival of a profound transformation. Meanwhile, Qiao Group's general manager, Qiao Jimu, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the headquarters, surveying the throngs gathered below. The workers, once submissive to the Qiao family, now brandished placards demanding the return of their hard-earned wages, angrily striking the glass doors of the building. Security personnel formed a human barrier, yet their defense was precariously wavering. Manager Qiao, the finance department, just called. The bank has rejected our loan extension request. Secretary Wang Li stood at the door, her voice trembling. They said we have been classified as a high-risk client. Qiao Jiamu did not turn. He merely drained the whiskey from his glass. The icy liquid slid down his throat, failing to extinguish the inferno of rage within his chest. Just days prior, the image of his father, Qiao Si, being led away by the police, still haunted him. The once mighty Qiao Si, who had dominated Zhao Ning for 20 years, was now being carted off like a stray dog. What does the legal department say? Qiao Jiamu finally spoke, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. The lawyer indicated the situation is rather grim. Wang Li cautiously approached. The police have amassed considerable evidence, including ledgers, recordings, and witness testimonies. She hesitated before adding, I've heard that Secretary Gu has confessed everything. The glass in Xiao Jimu's hand shattered, blood mingling with the remnants of whiskey, dripping onto the opulent Persian carpet. Yet he felt no pain, only an overwhelming fury at being betrayed by the entire world. Manager Xiao, your hand, Wang Li exclaimed, rushing to fetch a first aid kit. Get out, Xiao Jimu coldly commanded. Once the office door closed, he violently swept the document from his desk onto the floor. Demand letters, court summonses, and project termination contracts. In the span of a mere week, the Qiao Empire had toppled like a house of cards, spiraling uncontrollably. He seized a phone and dialed a seldom-used number. It's me. Xiao Jimu lowered his voice. What progress have you made on the matter I requested? A somber male voice responded from the other end. I've uncovered the truth. The entire affair was orchestrated by Qin Shuang. Her secretary, Lin Yi, is the key executor, reportedly enjoying her utmost trust. Xiao Jimu's pupils narrowed. Lin Yi. He recalled the name. Months prior, it was this very Lin Yi who had aided Qin Shuang in ensnaring the city's deputy secretary, Shen Mingzhong, clearing her path of political adversaries. Unexpectedly, they now turned their attention to the Qiao group. Young Master Qiao, there's another piece of news. The voice on the other end interrupted Xiao Jimu's thoughts. It is said that Qin Shuang shares a unique connection with this Lin Yi. Someone has spotted them meeting frequently in private, displaying a close relationship. Oh, the corners of Xiao Jimu's mouth twisted into a sinister grin. He had finally found a breakthrough. I want all the information on Lin Yi. The more detailed, the better. Also, contact Lao Dao and inform him that I have a significant business deal to discuss. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jimu approached the window, observing the crowd below growing larger. Enraged workers began hurling stones, and the sound of shattering glass echoed all around. Yet, he was no longer concerned. A mad scheme began to take shape in his mind. If Qin Shuang were to destroy the Qiao family, he would ensure that Qin Shuang met a similar fate. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi exited the municipal government building, darkness had enveloped the city. The early summer night breeze carried a hint of chill, prompting him to instinctively tighten his suit jacket. His phone lit up. It was a message from Qin Shuang. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., officials from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission will visit the municipal government to gather information. Be prepared. After a brief reply, he slipped the phone back into his pocket. Since Gu Minghui had been placed under investigation, the atmosphere in the Zhaoning political arena had turned tense, and he found himself working late into the night almost every day, sorting evidence and preparing materials. Lin Yi opted to walk rather than call for a car. His apartment was not far from the government building, and the 20-minute stroll allowed him to collect his thoughts. As he turned a corner, he instinctively scanned his surroundings, a habit formed after that fateful car accident. Under the streetlight, a shadow darted swiftly into an alley, and Lin Yi's steps faltered momentarily before returning to normal. He feigned looking at his phone, but in truth, he activated the recording function and adjusted his grip on the umbrella, positioning its metal tip forward. After traversing 2 more blocks, the sensation of being followed intensified. Something felt amiss, Lin Yi thought, and he decided to alter his route, veering towards a more bustling commercial street. On this weekend night, the throngs of people offered him a modicum of comfort. Just as he neared his apartment building, a black van suddenly screeched to a halt in front of him. The door swung open with a clang, and 2 burly men wearing masks leaped out, lunging directly at him. Chapter 52. A deadly threat. Lin Yi reacted swiftly, thrusting the umbrella's tip forcefully into the eye of the nearest assailant, while sidestepping the grasp of the other. Help! Someone's trying to rob me, he shouted. The pedestrians on the street were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. Some began to scream, others pulled out their phones to record. Yet no one dared to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi dashed toward the opposite side of the road, only to be blocked by a motorcycle that abruptly veered into his path. The rider, clad in a helmet obscuring their face, brandished a gleaming machete that glinted ominously under the streetlight. One more move, and I'll sever your legs, the rider threatened in a low voice. Lin Yi froze in place, his mind racing. These individuals were clearly after him and appeared to be well-trained, not mere common thieves. He needed to buy time. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps behind him, followed by a sharp pain as someone struck him on the back of the head with a hard object. Lin Yi felt darkness envelop him, the last sensation being the jarring force of being dragged into a van, followed by an abyss of unconsciousness. When Lin Yi regained awareness, he was first assailed by a searing pain at the back of his head, followed by the numbing sensation of his wrists and ankles bound. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes and discovered himself in a dimly lit warehouse, his hands tightly restrained to a metal chair. "Awake, Secretary Lin?" A chilling voice emerged from the shadows. Lin Yi squinted, adjusting to the dim light as a young man stepped forth from the darkness, impeccably dressed, yet unable to mask the madness in his eyes. Recognizing him from a photograph, Lin Yi immediately identified Qiao Jimu, the son of Qiao Si. What does young Master Qiao mean by this? Lin Yi forced himself to remain composed. Despite the painful dryness in his throat, kidnapping a government official was a grave offense. Qiao Jimu let out a piercing laugh. Grave offense? My father now faces the death penalty. You have destroyed my family, and you dare speak of laws? He roughly seized Lin Yi's hair, forcing him to look up. Listen closely, little secretary. I will only say this once. You will call Qin Shuang immediately. Instruct her to cease the investigation into the Qiao group and release my father, or else. Qiao Jimu produced a folding knife from his pocket, the cold blade pressing against Lin Yi's cheek. I will carve you piece by piece. Lin Yi felt the sharpness of the blade, but did not flinch. Young Master Qiao, you overestimate my influence. I am but an ordinary secretary, unable to sway the mayor's decisions. Stop feigning innocence. Qiao Jimu bellowed, spittle flying onto Lin Yi's face. Who does not know you are Qin Shuang's confidant? She dares to confront Zhou Jingheng for your sake. Releasing Lin Yi's hair, he stepped back, suddenly wearing a twisted smile. Or should I say, you are her lover? A chill ran through Lin Yi, yet his expression remained impassive. Young Master Qiao, you have been misled. My relationship with Mayor Qin is strictly professional. Qiao Jimu scoffed dismissively and turned to the two burly men lurking in the corner. Search him. Rough hands began to rummage through Lin Yi's belongings, swiftly uncovering his phone, wallet, and identification. As Qiao Jimu scrolled through the phone, his eyes lit up. Look, a dozen missed calls from Mayor Qin. How intimate. He attempted to unlock the device, but found it required a fingerprint or password. Unlock it. Lin Yi remained silent. Qiao Jimu's smile vanished. I will say this once more. Unlock it. Noticing Lin Yi's continued inaction, Qiao Jimu signaled to the burly man. In the next moment, a heavy fist struck Lin Yi's abdomen, causing him to gasp for breath and nearly lose consciousness. For every refusal, you will receive another punch, Qiao Jimu said coldly. Unlock it. Lin Yi coughed violently, struggling to raise his bound hand. I need my finger. Qiao Jimu hesitated before loosening the ropes on his right hand. Yet the two burly men immediately held Lin Yi's shoulders in place. Lin Yi slowly extended his thumb and gently pressed it against the key. The moment the phone unlocked, he mustered all his strength and smashed the device against the ground. With a sharp crack, the screen shattered. You seek death. Qiao Jimu roared, kicking Lin Yi's chair over. Bang! Lin Yi fell heavily to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his shoulder. Qiao Jimu's face contorted with rage as he seized Lin Yi by the collar, yanking him to his feet and bellowing at his subordinates. Hold him down. Two burly men immediately advanced. One twisted Lin Yi's arms behind him while the other firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Lin Yi struggled momentarily, but outnumbered, he was swiftly subdued. Qiao Jimu grasped Lin Yi's right hand, forcibly bending his thumb to press it against the fingerprint recognition area of the phone. With a beep, the phone unlocked successfully. A satisfied smile crept across Qiao Jimu's face as he navigated to the contacts, locating Qin Shuang's number and dialing it, activating the speakerphone simultaneously. At that moment, Qin Shuang was typing the final document on her keyboard, the lights of the municipal government building still ablaze in the deep of night. Outside the window, the nightscape of Zhao City twinkled like a myriad of stars, yet she was too preoccupied to admire it. Suddenly, her phone screen illuminated, displaying Lin Yi's call. She frowned slightly, sensing the unusualness of the hour. Lin Yi, she answered, her voice laced with curiosity. However, the voice that emerged from the other end was not Lin Yi's familiar tone, but a chilling male voice. Mayor Qin, I have long admired your name. Qin Shuang's fingers instinctively tightened, her body stiffening as if struck by lightning, yet her voice remained eerily calm. Who are you? I am Xiao Jimu, son of Xiao Si. A harsh laugh echoed from Xiao Jimu. Mayor Qin, your little secretary is in my grasp now. Would you like to hear his voice? A cacophony of noise came through the phone, followed by Lin Yi's muffled groan of pain. Qin Shuang's pupils dilated, her heart gripped by an invisible hand. What have you done, Lin Yi? Her voice was low, nearly inaudible, yet each word was as sharp as ice. Nothing much, just teaching him the consequences of noncompliance. Xiao Jimu replied dismissively. Mayor Qin, my father is now in prison, and the Qiao group is on the brink of bankruptcy. All thanks to you. Qin Shuang sprang to her feet, moving to the window as her mind raced, seeking to buy time. Xiao Jimu, your father's problems are of his own making. They have nothing to do with Lin Yi. Enough of your nonsense. Xiao Jimu's fury erupted. I give you 1 hour. Come alone to the abandoned textile factory in the western suburbs. If I see a hint of police, be prepared to collect your little lover's corpse. On the other end, Lin Yi's muffled shout broke through. Don't come. It's a trap. His voice was abruptly interrupted by a dull thud and a pain groan. Qin Shuang's nails dug deeply into her palm, the pain keeping her alert. I need to confirm Lin Yi is still alive, she commanded. Xiao Jimu let out a cold laugh. The sound of fabric rustling followed by Lin Yi's labored breathing reached her ears. Mayor Qin, don't. Enough. Xiao Jimu's voice returned. 1 hour. Qin Shuang, remember. It's just you. Chapter 53. A perilous journey alone. The call was abruptly terminated. Qin Shuang stood frozen in place. The phone still pressed to her ear as if that could reconnect her to the severed conversation. 3 seconds later, she sprang into action as if a switch had been flipped. She first dialed the number of Director Shun Chuan of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Director Shun, Lin Yi has been kidnapped. She spoke directly to the point, her voice unnaturally calm. Xiao Jimu is behind it, and the location is the abandoned textile factory in the western suburbs. On the other end of the line, Shun Chuan clearly took a sharp breath. Mayor Qin, I will immediately dispatch the SWAT team. No, Qin Shuang interrupted him. Xiao Jimu demands that I go alone, or he will kill Lin Yi. However, I need you to deploy covertly. We must not alert them. This is too dangerous. Shun Chuan's voice rose an octave. If anything happens to you, Shun Chuan. Qin Shuang called him by his name directly. Lin Yi possesses all the evidence of Gu Minghui colluding with the Qiao group. If he suffers harm, the entire case will be compromised. Moreover, she paused unusually. He saved my life. Shun Chuan fell silent for a few seconds. I understand. I will secretly surround the factory with SWAT and snipers, but you must wait for our deployment to be complete before entering. I will do my utmost to delay time. Qin Shuang hung up the phone, grabbed her coat and car keys, and quickly exited the office. In the corridor, the staff on duty looked on in astonishment as the mayor hurriedly departed late at night. Mayor Qin, do you need me to notify the driver? No need. Without looking back, Qin Shuang walked towards the elevator. The black official vehicle drove out of the municipal government compound, merging into the night. Qin Shuang gripped the steering wheel tightly, the cold light of the dashboard illuminating her tense jawline. She continually replayed Lin Yi's agonized groans in her mind, her chest feeling as though it were burdened by a colossal weight. Hold on, Lin Yi, she murmured to herself, unconsciously pressing harder on the accelerator. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned textile factory in the western suburbs, Lin Yi was roughly thrown to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Jimu crouched down, gently tapping his cheek with a folding knife. How touching. Qin Shuang is willing to risk her life for you. Lin Yi struggled to lift his head. You have no idea who you were provoking. Mayor Qin will not let you go. Huh. Xiao Jimu laughed heartily. Once she arrives here, I am in control. He stood up and ordered his 2 subordinates, tie him to that pillar over there and check the surroundings. Qin Shuang is not someone to be underestimated. We cannot afford to be careless. Lin Yi was dragged to a cement pillar in the center of the factory, coarse hemp rope digging deeply into his wrists. He took advantage of the dim light to observe his surroundings. This was a textile factory from the 1990s, the high-ceilinged space filled with rusty machines and discarded fabrics, with a few dilapidated windows allowing faint moonlight to filter in. Xiao Jimu moved aside and made a phone call. Old Dao, are the people in position? Good. Remember, notify me immediately if you see any suspicious vehicles. Lin Yi's heart sank. Xiao Jimu had evidently made meticulous preparations. If Qin Shuang truly came alone, he could not bear to imagine the consequences. Xiao Jimu. Lin Yi gritted his teeth against the pain and spoke. There is still room for negotiation regarding your father's matter. But if you harm Mayor Qin, there will be no turning back. Xiao Jimu turned around, madness flickering in his eyes. Room for negotiation? The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission already has all the evidence. Qin Shuang intends to eradicate our Xiao family. He abruptly kicked over an empty oil drum beside him, thinking, if she wishes to play, then I shall indulge her in a grand affair. Lin Yi noticed that as Xiao Jimu toppled the drum, dozens of similar containers lay piled in a shadowy corner of the workshop. A dreadful suspicion began to take shape in his mind. Xiao Jimu might be contemplating a mutual destruction. The distant roar of an automobile engine caught Xiao Jimu's attention, prompting him to signal his subordinates to conceal themselves. Lin Yi's heart raced, torn between hoping it was Qin Shuang arriving and praying she would not come at all. Qin Shuang parked her vehicle by the edge of the woods, 500 meters from the textile factory. She retrieved her phone, where a message from Shun Chuan awaited. The sniper is in position. The SWAT team is surrounding the factory, requiring 10 minutes for deployment. She replied, I will proceed first to buy some time. Taking a deep breath, she approached the ominous, abandoned structure. The factory's entrance stood ajar, resembling a dark maw eager to devour its prey. Qin Shuang called out at the threshold, Xiao Jimu, I have arrived. After a brief silence, Xiao Jimu's voice emerged from the darkness. Mayor Qin, you are indeed punctual. Do come in, but remember to raise your hands. With deliberate slowness, Qin Shuang lifted her hands and stepped into the factory. In the dim light, her eyes first fell upon Lin Yi, bound to a pillar. Blood marred his face. His shirt was torn, yet his gaze remained alert. Their eyes met, silently conveying their thoughts. I have come alone, as you requested. Qin Shuang's voice echoed through the cavernous space. Now, release Lin Yi. Xiao Jimu emerged from the shadows, idly playing with a folding knife in his hand. Do not be hasty, Mayor Qin. We have yet to discuss the terms. Qin Shuang noticed two burly men standing behind Xiao Jimu, while further back, shadows seemed to shift, indicating more figures lurking. She needed to buy more time. What do you desire? She inquired deliberately, all the while discreetly assessing the factory's layout and potential escape routes. First, release my father immediately. Second, withdraw all investigations against the Qiao group. Third, Xiao Jimu's smile twisted into a sinister grin. I wish to sample your essence. Qin Shuang remained silent, her gaze swiftly sweeping over the rusted machinery, piles of discarded fabric, and the suspicious oiled drums in the corner. Finally resting on Lin Yi, bound to the concrete pillar. The blood at the corner of his mouth appeared dark red in the dim light, and a tear in his shirt collar revealed a fresh bruise at his collarbone. Lin Yi, are you all right? Qin Shuang's voice was unnaturally calm, though only Lin Yi could detect the subtle tremor beneath. Just as Lin Yi opened his mouth to respond, Xiao Jimu strode forward, skillfully flipping the knife in his fingers. What a touching display of loyalty between superior and subordinate, he remarked sarcastically, the blade's tip deliberately aimed at Qin Shuang. Alas, Mayor Qin has arrived too late. Your little secretary is rather uncooperative, so I must teach him some manners. Qin Shuang tightened her jaw, forcing herself to divert her gaze from Lin Yi and meet Xiao Jimu's frenzied eyes. I have heard your conditions, but releasing Xiao Si requires judicial procedure. It is not within my power to decide. Utter nonsense. Chapter 54. Counterattack in desperation in a sudden fit of rage. Xiao Jimu thrust the tip of his knife menacingly towards Qin Shuang's nose, exclaiming, Who in Zhao Ning does not know that you, Qin Shuang, wield absolute power? The Provincial Disciplinary Committee's investigation team was summoned by you. His breath was heavy, and blood vessels were engorged in his eyes. On the day my father was taken away, do you have any idea how the reporters portrayed the Chiao family? They claimed the criminal forces were finally eradicated. Huh. How many lives has the Chiao group supported in Jiaoning? Now it is all gone. Qin Shuang noticed that Xiao Jimu's hand, gripping the knife, trembled slightly. A clear sign of emotional instability. She knew she had to buy time. I can see that the Chiao group has indeed contributed to Jiaoning, she said, deliberately slowing her pace. But your father is implicated in murder, bribery, and illegal operations. These are not matters I can. Silence. Xiao Jimu interrupted harshly. Turning to signal two burly men, seize her. The two muscular men immediately restrained Qin Shuang's arms, one on each side. She instinctively struggled, but their strength was astonishing, wrinkling her suit jacket in the process. Xiao Jimu approached leisurely, the knife's tip gently lifting Qin Shuang's chin. The dignified mayor of Jiaoning must now look up to me, he taunted. His thumb roughly brushed against her cheek, leaving a red mark. Since childhood, I've heard my father say that women in the political arena rise through the bed. How many men do you suppose our young Mayor Qin has entertained to attain her position? The air in the factory seemed to solidify. Lin Yi's pupils constricted, and blood began to seep from his wrists, bound tightly behind him. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Shuang laughed, her smile as cold as ice. Xiao Jimu, you are as foolish as your father, she articulated with deliberate emphasis. This is precisely why the Chiao family will meet its demise. Xiao Jimu's expression twisted in fury, and he raised his hand to slap her. Qin Shuang swiftly turned her head to evade the blow, simultaneously spitting a mouthful of saliva that struck him squarely on the forehead. Dream on. Qin Shuang's voice was sharp as a blade. I, Qin Shuang, have reached this point by sending parasites like you to prison. The factory fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Jimu slowly raised his hand to wipe away the spit from his face, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Very well, he hissed, his voice dangerously low. Today, you shall learn the consequences of crossing the Chiao family. He seized Qin Shuang's hair, forcing her head back, while the tip of his knife pressed against her carotid artery. Suddenly, Lin Yi's roar erupted from behind Xiao Jiamu. In a flash, the ropes binding Lin Yi snapped. No one noticed when he had used a sharp stone hidden in his palm to sever the bindings. Like a cheetah, he lunged forward, crashing into Xiao Jiamu and sending him sprawling to the ground. Mayor Qin, get down, Lin Yi shouted amid the struggle. Qin Shuang reacted with remarkable speed. Seizing the moment when the two burly men were distracted, she kneed one in the groin. As he recoiled in pain and released her, she swiftly dropped to the ground. Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire erupted within the factory. Xiao Jimu's movement to stab Lin Yi abruptly halted as a bullet pierced his forehead. His expression froze in disbelief before he collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. In nearly the same breath, the sound of shattering glass echoed from all directions of the factory as heavily armed special police swiftly descended through the broken windows. Police, do not move. The command reverberated throughout the space. Two burly men, caught off guard, were swiftly subdued to the ground. Qin Shuang scrambled to her feet, and upon her first glance, she saw Lin Yi kneeling beside the lifeless body of Xiao Jimu, his chest rising and falling violently, a deep gash on his right arm bleeding profusely. Lin Yi, she rushed over, disregarding her image as the mayor, and knelt on the dusty floor, enveloping him in her embrace. Lin Yi's body temperature seeped through his torn shirt, and she could feel him trembling slightly. You're all right, thank goodness. Lin Yi's voice was weak yet laced with a sense of relief as his forehead rested against Qin Shuang's shoulder, his breath warm and damp against her neck. Qin Shuang's hand brushed against the back of Lin Yi's head, encountering a sticky patch of blood that made her heart clench as if gripped by an invisible hand. Ambulance! Arrange for an ambulance immediately. She shouted to the approaching special police, her voice sharp and foreign to her own ears. Director Shun Chuan hurried over, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two in an embrace, but quickly regained his professionalism. Mayor Qin, both you and Secretary Lin require medical examination. An ambulance is ready outside. Qin Shuang nodded, yet she hesitated to release him. Lin Yi's blood stained her white shirt, resembling red plums blossoming in the snow. In that moment, all notions of her mayoral image and bureaucratic decorum were cast aside. She was acutely aware that this man, who had shielded her from harm, had nearly perished before her eyes. "Can you stand?" she softly inquired, her fingers gently smoothing Lin Yi's damp hair away from his forehead. Lin Yi attempted to rise, but as he stood, darkness clouded his vision, and he stumbled forward. Qin Shuang swiftly supported him, allowing his weight to rest upon her. "I'm Fine." Lin Yi managed a weak smile, just a bit dizzy. Qin Shuang pressed her lips tightly together. Without further ado, she looped his arm around her shoulder, half supporting, half carrying him toward the factory's exit. Director Shin wished to assist, but was halted by a single glance from her. Under the moonlight, their shadows intertwined, elongated behind them. The cacophony of sirens, voices, and footsteps intertwined. Yet all Qin Shuang could hear was Lin Yi's labored breathing. Instinctively, she tightened her grip around his waist. "Do you know," Lin Yi suddenly murmured, his voice wavering with pain, "I truly thought I would die there." Qin Shuang's steps faltered momentarily, the moonlight casting a glow upon her slightly reddened eyes. "You will not die." Her voice was low yet resolute. "I won't allow it." The blue lights of the ambulance flickered nearby, and medical personnel rushed over with a stretcher, hastily transporting Lin Yi and Qin Shuang to the hospital. Days later, at the municipal hospital, the scent of disinfectant lingered in the air as Lin Yi leaned against the head of the bed, gazing at the sunlight filtering through the sycamore leaves outside, illuminating them brilliantly. The wound on his right arm had scabbed over, yet every movement still sent sharp pangs of pain, reminding him of that harrowing night. Outside the door, familiar footsteps approached, steady and rhythmic. Lin Yi instinctively adjusted the collar of his hospital gown, his fingers brushing over the bruise on his collarbone. The door was gently pushed open, revealing Qin Shuang at the entrance. Today, she was not clad in her signature tailored suit, but rather a simple light blue shirt paired with beige trousers. Her hair loosely gathered at the back, exuding less of the mayor's authority and more of a gentle warmth. It seemed she was recovering quite well. Chapter 55. Between advances and retreats, Qin Shuang's voice was softer than usual as she held a fruit basket, placing it on the bedside table with a faint sound. Lin Yi noted that her nails were neatly trimmed, yet her index finger bore a fresh scar, as if it had been grazed by paper. "What brings you here?" He attempted to sit up straight, but was halted by a gesture from Qin Shuang. "Don't move." She pulled up a chair and sat down, her gaze sweeping over the bandages on Lin Yi's arm. "What did the doctors say?" "Nothing serious, just a couple of days of observation before I can be discharged." Lin Yi replied with a smile, "Merely superficial injuries." Qin Shuang's brow furrowed slightly as she retrieved an apple from the basket and began to peel it. The fruit knife danced skillfully in her hand, the red skin cascading down in a long strip. "The Qiao group has been completely sealed off," she suddenly spoke, her tone calm. "All involved parties have been detained, including several local enablers." Lin Yi watched the profile of Qin Shuang as she focused on peeling the apple, sunlight streaming through the curtain slits and casting delicate shadows on her eyelashes. "So soon? The evidence is irrefutable." Qin Shuang handed him the peeled apple, and during the brief moment their fingertips touched, it was gone in an instant, sufficient to ensure that the scoundrels from the Qiao family would remain imprisoned for a lifetime. Lin Yi took a bite of the apple, the sweet and crisp juice bursting in his mouth. He noticed a fleeting chill in Qin Shuang's eyes as she spoke, a familiar glint he recognized from her encounters with adversaries. "And Guminghui?" "Double dismissal," Qin Shuang replied succinctly, retrieving a document from her bag. "This is the latest update on the case. You have a right to know." Lin Yi accepted the document, the rustle of the pages echoing distinctly in the quiet hospital room. He observed that Qin Shuang's gaze remained fixed on him, seemingly awaiting a reaction. "More successful than I anticipated," he remarked, closing the file and meeting her eyes. "Thank you for your hard work." Qin Shuang gently shook her head, a stray lock of hair escaping her bun and falling beside her ear. "This is an account for you." She paused, her voice dropping lower, "and also for myself." The room fell into silence, broken only by the rhythmic beeping of the monitoring equipment. Lin Yi could detect a faint scent of perfume emanating from Qin Shuang, softer than her usual crisp, woody fragrance, reminiscent of a delicate floral scent, as if she had chosen it specifically for this visit. Mayor Qin, Lin Yi began, but was interrupted by Qin Shuang raising her hand. I have another matter to discuss with you today. Her fingers unconsciously tapped twice on her knee, a habitual gesture when she was deep in thought regarding your work arrangements. Lin Yi felt an inexplicable palpitation, setting aside the half-eaten apple as he awaited Qin Shuang's continuation. You've been working by my side for quite some time now. Qin Shuang's gaze drifted past him, fixated on the window. Your abilities and qualifications are sufficient. It is time for you to stand on your own. The sunlight suddenly became blinding, prompting Lin Yi to squint. What do you mean? Two options. Qin Shuang's voice regained the formal tone of a mayor. The positions of deputy director of the municipal bureau or secretary of the township party committee. She turned her gaze back, locking eyes with Lin Yi, presenting him with a choice, though the latter position offers a more promising future. Lin Yi felt a tightening in his throat, taken aback by Qin Shuang's sudden proposal. Is this a transfer? It is a form of training, Qin Shuang corrected, her fingertips tightening on her knee. You're still young and require grassroots experience. She paused momentarily, a subtle tremor in her voice. I cannot keep you by my side indefinitely. Lin Yi suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, as if struck heavily in the chest. Is it because of this incident? Qin Shuang did not respond immediately. She stood and walked to the window, her back turned to Lin Yi, the sunlight outlining her poised silhouette. You nearly died, Lin Yi. Her voice was soft yet distinctly clear. Because of me. That was my own choice. Lin Yi struggled to rise from the bed, only to be met with a jolt of pain that drew a sharp breath. Qin Shuang swiftly turned, crossing the distance to his bedside and pressing down on his shoulder. Do not move. Her palm was warm and strong, a flicker of panic in her eyes. The wound might reopen. The two shared a close gaze. Lin Yi able to see his reflection in the depths of Qin Shuang's pupils, alongside the concern hidden within. Her breath brushed against his cheek, carrying a faint scent of mint toothpaste. Mayor Qin, Lin Yi spoke softly, I do not regret it. Qin Shuang's hand trembled slightly before she quickly withdrew, stepping back to adjust her shirt collar, donning her composed facade once more. This is not a matter of regret. Her voice regained its steadiness. It is about being responsible for your career. Lin Yi leaned against the headboard, fatigue washing over him. I need to think it over. Of course. Qin Shuang paused. Regardless of which position you choose, I will support you. Lin Yi suddenly realized that Qin Shuang was paving the way for him, just as she had always done. Thank you, he murmured, his heart a tumult of emotions. Qin Shuang glanced at her watch, a subtle motion, yet Lin Yi understood it was her signal to depart. I have a meeting to attend. She picked up her bag. Take care of yourself. My Yorin. As she turned to leave, Lin Yi called out to her suddenly. I wish to ask you a question. Disregarding everything else, if you were to follow your own heart, would you want me to stay by your side? The air in the hospital room seemed to freeze for a moment. A complex emotion flickered in Qin Shuang's eyes, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly, revealing a smile that Lin Yi had never seen before, one that was almost tender. Guess. With that, she turned and walked away, her footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Lin Yi gazed at the empty doorway, words unspoken, caught in his throat. The leaves of the parasol trees outside rustled softly in the wind, while the sunlight remained brilliantly bright. Lin Yi understood that regardless of the choices he made, some things had irrevocably changed. On an afternoon a few days later, the curtains of the hospital room were bathed in a soft golden hue by the afternoon sun. Lin Yi leaned against the head of the bed, his fingers unconsciously stroking the personnel transfer document left by Qin Shuang. The corners of the document were slightly curled, clearly having been perused multiple times. The wound on his right arm itched intermittently during its healing process, reminiscent of countless ants crawling beneath his skin. Xiaoyi, your father and I have gone to buy some food. What would you like to eat? The voice of his mother, Mu Gili, interrupted his reverie from the doorway. Lin Yi looked up to see his mother standing at the entrance, clutching the well-worn fabric wallet that had served her for many years. His father, Lin Shengbin, stood behind her, his gaze filled with concern. Since they had rushed from their hometown 3 days prior, This couple nearing 60 had remained steadfastly by their son's side, as if he were still the little boy in need of care. "Anything is fine, Mom," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "The hospital food is too bland. I crave something with flavor. Then I'll go to that Sichuan restaurant outside and get you some boiled fish." Mu Gili's eyes brightened. "It was your favorite when you were a child." Lin Shengbin furrowed his brow. "Didn't the doctor say to avoid spicy food during the healing period? An occasional indulgence, one tea hurt." Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Just ask them to use less chili." Triumphantly, Mu Gili shot a glance at Lin Shengbin, taking his arm and leading him out. "Come on, old man. We'll be in line if we delay any longer." Once the door of the hospital room closed, Lin Yi exhaled deeply and picked up the document once more. The two positions proposed by Qin Shuang were indeed enticing. The deputy director of the municipal bureau would allow him to remain within the core power circle of Jiaoning, while the township party secretary, though requiring a move to the grassroots level, served as a golden stepping stone for advancement. Yet, regardless of the choice made, it meant leaving Qin Shuang's side. He recalled her expression when she had asked him to guess, that rare, almost gentle smile. It was the first time he had seen this iron-willed female mayor reveal such warmth after being with her for so long. A light knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Lin Yi said reflexively, sitting up straight, assuming it was the doctor on rounds. The door opened, and a young woman in a light blue dress peeked in, her long, dark hair tied back in a ponytail, her face radiating a bright smile. "Jiang Sini?" Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here? I heard that our esteemed Secretary Lin was injured valiantly. How could I not come and check on you?" Jiang Sini cheerfully waved the fruit basket in her hand as she stepped into the room. "Stop teasing me." Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, gesturing for her to sit down. "How did you find out I was here?" "Reporters have their own channels." Jiang Sini winked playfully, placing the fruit basket on the bedside table, right atop the personnel transfer document. "So, how serious is the injury?" "Just superficial wounds. I should be discharged in a few days." Lin Yi instinctively tried to downplay his condition, but as he moved his right arm, he inadvertently tugged at the wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Jiang Sini immediately frowned. "And you say it's not serious?" She reached out to examine his injuries, hesitating in midair for fear of causing him pain, before gently placing her hand on his bandage. What exactly transpired? The news merely reported that Xiao Jiamu was shot dead due to a kidnapping, without delving into the details. Lin Yi offered a wry smile. "It's just as you suspect. After the Qiao father and son were apprehended, Xiao Jiamu, in a desperate bid, resorted to kidnapping me as an act of vengeance. And then Mayor Qin came to your rescue?" Jiang Sini's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "How remarkable that a mayor would personally come to save you. I'd be utterly moved if it were me." Lin Yi felt his ears grow warm. "Don't be ridiculous. That was merely the mayor showing concern for his subordinate." Oh, Jiang Sini elongated her tone, clearly skeptical, yet she refrained from pressing further. "By the way, I'm currently working on a major story regarding government tenders. Could you help me assess whether this lead is worthwhile?" She pulled a notebook from her bag and leaned closer to Lin Yi, their heads nearly touching as they engaged in discussion. A faint scent of jasmine lingered around Lin Yi, emanating from Jiang Sini. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, her enthusiasm causing her to gesticulate animatedly, and Lin Yi, caught up in her fervor, momentarily forgot the pain from his wounds. "Don't move, there's something in your hair." Suddenly halting mid-discussion, Jiang Sini reached out to brush Lin Yi's forehead. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, unable to react before the hospital door swung open. "Shall we bought." His mother's voice abruptly ceased. Turning his head, Lin Yi saw his parents standing in the doorway, his father holding a takeout box, while his mother's eyes widened at the sight of Jiang Sini's hand still resting in his hair, causing the air to freeze momentarily. Jiang Sini withdrew her hand as if shocked, her cheeks flushing visibly. "Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Jiang Sini, a friend of Lin Yi's and a reporter for the provincial newspaper." Hello. Mu Gili quickly donned a warm smile and stepped inside, her gaze flitting between the two. "Are you here to see Xiao Yi?" "Yes, aunt. I heard he was injured, so I came to check on him." Jiang Sini stood up awkwardly, her fingers entwined nervously. Lin Shengbin silently placed the takeout on the table, looking inquiringly at his son. Lin Yi understood the unspoken question in his father's gaze and hastily clarified. Dad, Mom. Jiang Xini is a friend I met through work. She happened to pass by and came to see me. How wonderful, how wonderful. Mu Guidi beamed, lifting the lid of the takeout box. Have you eaten yet, Xiao Jiang? Come, let's share a meal. We bought plenty. No, thank you, and I. Don't be shy. Lin Shengbin interjected, his tone unusually gentle. The food here isn't palatable. We specifically brought this from outside. Jiang Xini hesitated, glancing at Lin Yi, and upon seeing him nod, she bashfully replied, Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. Mu Geely immediately brightened, setting out extra bowls and chopsticks, even offering her chair to Jiang Xini. Here, sit here, closer to Xiao Yi. Lin Yi watched helplessly as his mother's matchmaking intentions became glaringly evident, yet he felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. At the dining table, his parents took turns inquiring about Jiang Xini's work and family background, resembling an informal matchmaking session. Although Jiang Xini blushed, she responded with grace and poise, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she spoke of her career as a journalist. Being a reporter must be quite tough, right? Mu Geely placed a piece of fish into Jiang Xini's bowl as the young girl busily scurried about. Though the task was somewhat arduous, I find joy in this vocation, Jiang Xini replied with a smile, for it allows me to expose injustices and aid the vulnerable, which is profoundly meaningful. Lin Shengbin seldom nodded in agreement. It is commendable to possess ideals. Xiao Yi has always been drawn to such girls. Dad, Lin Yi nearly choked on his food. Jiang Xini's face flushed deeper, and she lowered her head to conceal her embarrassment. Lin Yi stole a glance at the transfer documents on the bedside table, and for some inexplicable reason, he thought of Qin Shuang. What would his parents' reaction be if it were her sitting here? The thought flitted through his mind, leaving him feeling absurd. After the meal, Jiang Xini proactively assisted in clearing the dishes, and Mu Geely regarded her with a hint of satisfaction. As they were about to leave, the mother even warmly invited her to visit often. Your parents are truly kind, Jiang Xini whispered to Lin Yi in the corridor, though perhaps a tad too enthusiastic. Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. They've always been like this. Please don't take offense. Suddenly, Jiang Xini's demeanor turned serious. Have you genuinely considered why Mayor Qin suddenly decided to transfer you? Lin Yi hesitated. Perhaps it was a necessity for work. I have interviewed numerous officials. Jiang Xini locked her gaze onto his. Such abrupt transfers seldom occur without personal motives. Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words, and Jiang Xini did not press further. She merely patted his shoulder gently. Take good care of yourself, and feel free to reach out if you need anything. Upon returning to the hospital room, he found his parents engaged in hushed conversation. The moment he entered, they ceased, with Mu Geely's eyes sparkling with anticipation. That Jiang girl is quite commendable, beautiful and diligent in her work. Mom, we're truly just friends, Lin Yi interjected helplessly. Friends can develop into something more? Mu Geely persisted. You are nearing 30. It's time to consider lifelong commitments. Lin Shengbin, unusually, chimed in. Your mother is right. No matter how busy you are with work, you must contemplate your personal matters. Exhausted, Lin Yi leaned against the pillow, the wound beginning to throb again. Enough. I only wish to focus on my work for now. Everything else can wait. Mu Geely seemed poised to say more, but a glance from Lin Shengbin silenced her. They tacitly gathered their belongings, stating they would return to the hotel to rest, urging Lin Yi to have a good sleep. At last, the ward fell silent. Lin Yi picked up his phone, hesitating for a long while before opening the chat window with Qin Shuang. Their last conversation had been 3 days prior, where Qin Shuang inquired about his wound, to which he had replied that it was improving, thanking the mayor for her concern, and then the dialogue had ceased. His finger hovered over the screen for an extended moment, contemplating sending a message of goodwill, yet feeling it inappropriate. After much deliberation, he tossed the phone aside. Days passed, and the morning sunlight filtered through the gauzy curtains of the hospital room, casting a mosaic of light spots on the floor. Lin Yi stood by the window, stretching his arm, which had been freed from its bandage. The wound had healed well, leaving only a faint pink scar, resembling a tiny centipede crawling along his skin. Director Lin, here are your discharge papers. The nurse entered, presenting him with a stack of documents. The director had specifically instructed that he could voice any needs he might have. Lin Yi accepted the papers, his fingertips delicately grazing over the name Qin Shuang. Since their last conversation, she had not returned to the hospital, merely directing the staff to call daily for updates on his condition. The transfer document still lay in his briefcase, unanswered. "Thank you, I have no needs." Lin Yi smiled at the nurse, beginning to gather his personal belongings. His parents had left early to pack their luggage at the hotel, promising to pick him up in half an hour. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, revealing his father's name on the screen. As Lin Yi answered, he heard Lin Xingbin's urgent voice. "Xiao Yi, your mother received a call from the village. Our land has been occupied." "What?" The towel in Lin Yi's hand fell to the floor. "What happened?" "I'm not sure. Village head Lao Zhou just called, saying Lu Dafu brought people to fence off our 2 acres by the river, claiming it's for some factory." His father's voice was laced with suppressed anger. "Your mother and I are heading to handle the eviction. We must hurry back." Upon ending the call, Lin Yi's fingers instinctively tightened around his phone. Lu Dafu was notorious in the village, a bully who had tormented the locals for years, bolstered by his brother-in-law's position in the county. Yet, this was the first instance of outright land occupation. 20 minutes later, his parents rushed into the hospital. His mother, Mu Geely, had red eyes, clearly having cried. "Mom, don't panic," Lin Yi comforted, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Let's return and assess the situation. It might be a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" Mu Geely's voice trembled. "Lao Zhou said Lu Dafu has already flattened the corn seedlings. Those were your father's hard-earned crops." Lin Xingbin silently gathered his son's belongings, his expression ominously dark. The trio hurried onto a long-distance bus back to their hometown, Hong'an County. The bus jostled along the rugged mountain roads for 4 hours. As Lin Yi gazed out at the familiar scenery, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. Since working with Qin Shuang, his visits home had dwindled significantly, with his parents always urging him to focus on his job, assuring him not to worry about matters at home. Little did he expect to return to such turmoil. "Xiao Yi," his father suddenly spoke, "when we get back, don't act impulsively. Lu Dafu is not to be trifled with. Let us first clarify the situation." Lin Yi nodded but recalled Qin Shuang's words. "In the face of injustice, yielding only emboldens the wicked." He touched the transfer document in his briefcase, suddenly realizing that if he chose the path of village party secretary, he would possess greater authority to advocate for his hometown. As the bus halted at the entrance of Dahuang village in Yunfeng town, dusk was settling in. The trio had just disembarked when they spotted village head Zhou Jiangwo jogging towards them. "Old Lin, you finally returned." Zhou Jiangwo wiped the sweat from his brow. "Lu Dafu and his gang are staking out your land. I tried to intervene, but they pushed me aside." Lin Yi noted the abrasions on Zhou Jiangwo's arm, his brow furrowing deeper. "Uncle Zhou, do they have any legal documents? They claim to have approval from the county, but doesn't it look authentic to me?" Zhou Jiangwo lowered his voice, revealing that he had secretly contacted an old classmate from the County Land Bureau, who assured him that there was no such matter. Lin Xingbin's expression darkened further. "Let's go take a look." A group of them hurried towards the riverbank, where Lin Yi spotted 2 excavators and a dozen workers measuring the land in their field. A burly middle-aged man in a floral shirt stood at the edge of the field, gesturing with authority. It was Lu Dafu. "Lu Dafu!" Lin Xingbin bellowed angrily as he rushed forward. "Who gave you permission to tamper with my family's land?" Lu Dafu turned around, a feigned smile plastered on his face. "Uncle Lin, you're back. I was just hoping to discuss something with you." His gaze flicked to Lin Yi, momentarily revealing a hint of wariness. But he quickly resumed his arrogant demeanor. "This land has already been approved by the county for Hongfa building materials to construct a factory. I have the compensation funds prepared." As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of documents and an envelope. "Here is the approval, and here is the compensation. 5,000 per acre, totaling 10,000 for 2 acres. 10,000? Mu Geely's voice trembled with rage. "The current market price is at least 50,000 per acre. Moreover, we never agreed to sell the land." Lu Dafu's smile vanished. "Aunt Lin, this is a key project for the county. Whether you agree or not, it's happening." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Don't make me resort to harsher measures. My brother-in-law holds a significant position in the county. Your brother-in-law is Deputy Director Zhao Jiming of the County Land Bureau, correct? Lin Yi interjected, his tone chillingly calm. Lu Dafu was taken aback, clearly surprised that Lin Yi was aware of this connection. Since I don't care who your family is, Lin Yi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his parents. You will immediately order your workers to vacate my family's land, or I guarantee your brother-in-law will be summoned by the Discipline Inspection Commission for a chat tomorrow. Chapter 58. The Unveiling of Deceit. Lu Dafu's expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. What are you? Who are you trying to intimidate? He waved the documents in his hand. These are official procedures. Lin Yi took the documents and quickly skimmed through them, soon discovering a flaw. The approval lacked an official seal and was clearly forged. He pulled out his phone. Shall I call the County Discipline Inspection Commission right now? The villagers who had gathered nearby began to murmur amongst themselves, and Lu Dafu's facade crumbled. He snatched the documents back. Stop pretending to be a big shot. I'm telling you, this factory will be built. Your land is as good as mine. Let us see about that. Lin Yi retorted coldly as he began recording. Fellow villagers, bear witness. Lu Dafu is unlawfully occupying my family's land and has forged government documents. I will send this evidence directly to the City Discipline Inspection Commission. Lu Dafu's demeanor shifted completely. He glared at Lin Yi with malice. Fine, we shall see. He waved his hand at the workers. We're done for today. As Lu Dafu and his crew departed in disgrace, the villagers erupted in cheers. Zhou Jiangwo patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Shout, Yi, you've done well. But he glanced worriedly at the damaged crops. This matter is far from over. Returning home, Lin Yi observed the troubled expressions on his parents' faces. A wave of sorrow washing over him. Once a pristine courtyard, it is now overrun with weeds, and the furniture inside is cloaked in a fine layer of dust. In their effort to avoid disrupting his work, Lin Yi's parents have kept these difficulties from him. Father, mother, rest assured, I shall resolve this matter, Lin Yi declared resolutely. Mu Gili wiped her eyes and said, Xiaoyi, I know your capabilities, but Lu Dafu is not to be trifled with. You are on the verge of a promotion. Do not offend anyone over this issue. Lin Yi shook his head and replied, Do not worry. Mother, I am well aware of my boundaries. He lit a cigarette and gazed towards the direction of the Yunfeng town government, lost in contemplation. The following morning, a thin mist enveloped Yunfeng town as Lin Yi walked alone along the stone-paved path leading to the town government. His parents had intended to accompany him, but he firmly dissuaded them, not wanting his elderly parents to witness any potential conflict. The town government was a modest 3-story building, its exterior weathered, with a sign proclaiming it as the People's Government of Yunfeng Town. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi pushed open the door to the office of the town party secretary. Chen Haitao was reclining in a genuine leather swivel chair, sipping tea. Upon noticing Lin Yi's abrupt entrance, he furrowed his brow and asked, Who are you? Why didn't you knock? Secretary Chen, I am from Linjia village. I wish to discuss the matter of Lu Dafu unlawfully occupying my family's land and seek your intervention for justice. Lin Yi suppressed his anger, striving for a calm tone. Chen Haitao, in his 50s, had a shiny face and small eyes. He leisurely set down his teacup and scrutinized Lin Yi from head to toe. Oh, this matter? Lu has reported it to me. It is a key investment project sanctioned by the county, and all procedures are in order. All procedures in order? Lin Yi scoffed. Is forging documents from the County Land Bureau considered proper procedure? Chen Haitao's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. Young man, one must speak with evidence. Lu is a legitimate businessman, and his investment in building a factory stimulates the local economy. You villagers should possess a broader perspective. A broader perspective is simply condoning the unlawful seizure of farmers' land. Lin Yi's voice rose slightly. Secretary Chen, is this how you serve the people in your capacity as a local official? Impudence. Chen Haitao slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? The price Lu offered is already quite generous. Do not be ungrateful. Lin Yi remained composed, stating, according to national regulations, land compensation should be based on local market prices, starting at 50,000 per acre. Lu Dafu is offering only 5,000. This is outright robbery. Chen Haitao circled around the desk, closing in on Lin Yi, reeking of tobacco and alcohol. Listen here, I call the shots in Yinfeng Town. If you know what's good for you, just sign the papers and take the money. Otherwise, he grinned ominously. You won't know what hit you. Or what? Lin Yi met Chen Haitao's gaze defiantly. Are you threatening to abuse your power for retaliation, Secretary Chen? Who do you think you are? Chen Haitao sneered. A mere youth, daring to challenge me? Let me be frank, this project is personally overseen by Director Zhao. No matter where you report it, it will be futile. Lin Yi finally confirmed the collusion of interest between Chen Haitao, Lu Dafu, and Zhao Jimin. He ceased his idle chatter, took out his phone, and dialed a number from his contacts. Pretentious. Chen Haitao scoffed. Calling for help? Go ahead, see who dares interfere in my affairs. The call connected, and Lin Yi succinctly spoke. Hello, County Chief Ding, this is Lin Yi. I am currently at the Yinfeng Town government and encountering some trouble regarding illegal land requisition. On the other end, the voice of Hong'an County Chief Ding Yandong immediately grew tense. Secretary Lin, what are you doing in Yinfeng? I will come over with my team right away. Thank you, County Chief Ding. Lin Yi hung up the phone and coldly regarded Chen Haitao, Secretary Chen, hoping that he could maintain his bravado for a while longer. Chen Haitao's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his arrogance. Quite the performance, aren't we? Calling him County Chief. Who are you trying to intimidate? He turned back to his seat and commanded, Come, get this troublemaker out of here. Two staff members rushed in to seize Lin Yi. Just then, the sound of urgent brakes echoed from the town government courtyard. Chen Haitao approached the window, and his face drained of color as he saw 3 official vehicles parked outside, with County Chief Ding Yandong striding in, accompanied by personnel from the Land Bureau and the Discipline Inspection Commission. County Chief Ding? Chen Haitao's legs weakened, hurriedly adjusting his tie as he met them. What brings you here? You didn't notify us in advance. Ding Yandong did not even glance at him, walking straight to Lin Yi. Secretary Lin, are you all right? The title Secretary Lin struck like thunder, causing Chen Haitao to lose all color, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. I am fine. Thank you for your concern. County Chief Ding. However, the issues in Yinfeng Town are quite significant. Ding Yandong turned to glare at Chen Haitao. You have some nerve. You dare to bully even the family of a city leader? City leader? Chen Haitao stammered, suddenly recalling, You mean this is Secretary Lin Yi, comrade of Mayor Qin. Ding Yandong barked. You colluded with Lu Dafu to illegally occupy Secretary Lin's land and forged official documents. It is utterly outrageous. Chen Haitao's legs buckled, nearly collapsing. Secretary Lin, I failed to recognize your stature. Please forgive my ignorance. Lin Yi coldly interrupted. Secretary Chen, weren't you just saying that you were in charge in Yinfeng Town? Didn't you say I would regret this? Chapter 59. The law cannot tolerate this. Ding Yandong erupted in fury. Chen Haitao, you are hereby suspended. Discipline inspection, comrades. Immediately investigate him. The accompanying staff from the Discipline Inspection Commission stepped forward to restrain the ashen-faced Chen Haitao. Ding Yandong then ordered the head of the Land Bureau. Immediately freeze all projects related to Hongfa building materials and thoroughly investigate the illegal land requisition issues. County Chief Ding. Lin Yi added, Lu Dafu has forged government documents and is implicated in criminal activities. Understood. Ding Yandong promptly instructed police comrades, arrest Lu Dafu at once. The news spread like wildfire throughout the town. As Lin Yi exited the town government, the courtyard was filled with villagers who had come to hear the news, many of whom cheered and applauded with excitement. Secretary Lin, Ding Yandong, said quietly, I will handle this matter seriously and provide an explanation to you and the villagers. Do you have any further requests? Lin Yi looked into the hopeful eyes of the villagers and solemnly stated, I have 3 requests. First, to legally punish all involved parties. Second, to disclose the compensation standards for land requisition and ensure full compensation for affected farmers. Third, to thoroughly investigate similar issues throughout the town to prevent future problems. Very well, I shall comply. Ding Yandong nodded repeatedly. I am personally overseeing this case. Secretary Lin, do you think you should take a rest in the county? Not necessary. Lin, he shook his head. I still need to return home to accompany my parents. Director Ding, grassroots work is not easy, but we must never condone illegal activities. Indeed, this time it is our negligence, Ding Yandong said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I will immediately arrange for corrective measures. Upon returning to the village, Lin's courtyard was already filled with villagers come to express their gratitude. Lin Shengbin stood at the doorway, watching his son disembark from the county chief's official vehicle, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Father, the issue has been resolved. Lin Yi briefly explained the circumstances. Mulguidi vipit hartius. Xiaoi, I knew you would achieve great things, but haven't you offended anyone? Mother, please do not worry, Lin Yi reassured her. There is a saying, righteousness will prevail over evil. That evening, news arrived that Lu Dafu had been taken away by the police. While the county announced the establishment of a special task force to re-examine all land acquisition projects in the town. In the stillness of the night, Lin Yi sat alone in the courtyard, gazing up at the myriad stars, lost in thought. This incident illuminated the persistent issues in grassroots governance and prompted him to reconsider the position of Township Party Secretary proposed by Qin Shuang. Early the next morning, Ding Yandong stood in the courtyard of the Yunfeng town government, beads of sweat glistening under the sunlight. He had just ordered the suspension and investigation of Chen Haitao, and the disciplinary inspection staff had already escorted the town party secretary away. The onlookers murmured among themselves, some even applauding. Director Ding, we owe you our gratitude for upholding justice this time. Lin Yi stood nearby, his tone calm, yet scrutinizing. Ding Yandong wiped his sweat and forced a smile. Secretary Lin, you exaggerate. This is my duty. The issues in Yunfeng town certainly require thorough rectification. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. When he looked at the screen, the name Liang Wenjing caused his expression to freeze. Apologies, I need to take this call. Ding Yandong quickly stepped aside, instinctively bending slightly as he pressed the answer button. Secretary Liang, you are looking for me? On the other end, a deep and authoritative voice resonated. Old Ding. I hear you've made quite a stir in Yunfeng town. Ding Yandong's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively glanced at Lin Yi, lowering his voice. Yes, Secretary Liang. There have been reports of illegal land acquisitions and forged government approvals. The situation is quite severe. I am aware of the matter, Liang Wenjing interrupted. Chen Haitao has his issues with work methods, but he is not a bad person at heart. That building materials factory in Yunfeng town is a key project for the county, affecting hundreds of jobs. Ding Yandong's grip on the phone began to sweat. But Secretary Liang, this involves the mayor's secretary's family. Liang Wenjing's tone suddenly turned cold. However, work must be conducted with proper methods. Your high-profile approach to arrests. How can county operations proceed? Will entrepreneurs still dare to invest? Ding Yandong felt a wave of suffocation. So, Secretary Liang's stance is to release the individuals first, withdraw the investigation team, and let the county hold a meeting to discuss the specific issues without escalating them unnecessarily? Liang Wenjing paused for a moment, his tone softening somewhat. Old Ding, you have been a veteran in the county. You must consider the broader picture in your actions. Ding Yandong swallowed hard. I understand, Secretary Liang. After hanging up the phone, Ding Yandong remained motionless for a full half-minute, staring at the weathered exterior of the town government building. Suddenly, he felt that the cracks in the wall resembled a mocking face. In just a few brief sentences, Liang Wenjing had unmistakably conveyed his intent to protect Chen Haitao. Ding County Head? Lin Yi's voice came from behind. Is something wrong? Ding Yandong turned around, his expression already adjusted. Yet the turmoil in his eyes was keenly detected by the perceptive Lin Yi. Secretary Lin, may I have a word with you? Ding Yandong gestured for him to follow, and the two retreated to a secluded corner. The situation has changed somewhat, Ding Yandong said, carefully choosing his words. Secretary Liang just called, requesting a suspension of the investigation. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. What is the reason? He mentioned the need to consider the county's economic development as a whole. Ding Yandong let out a bitter laugh. Secretary Lin, having worked in the county for so many years, I'm all too familiar with Secretary Liang's style. His personal call indicates that the forces behind Chen Haitao are not to be underestimated. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Is it Zhao Zhiming? Ding Yandong did not respond directly, merely sighed. Secretary Liang has a close relationship with Director Zhao. Last year, when the county's Land and Resources Bureau expanded its office building, exceeding the budget by over 3 million, Secretary Liang approved it with a single word. Lin Yi took out a cigarette box, offered one to Ding Yandong, and lit one for himself. They silently inhaled a few puffs, the smoke swirling in the sunlight. Ding County Head, what do you plan to do? Lin Yi finally spoke. Ding Yandong took a deep drag from his cigarette. I can only act according to Secretary Liang's instructions. Secretary Lin, you may not be aware of the county's dynamics. Liang Wenjing has been entrenched in Hong'an County for over a decade, rising from deputy county head to his current position, with a deeply intertwined network of connections. Last year, when the city wanted to transfer him to the Municipal Housing Bureau as director, he resolutely refused. Is it because he is reluctant to part with the county foundation? Not merely that. Ding Yandong lowered his voice. I have heard that he shares a significant rapport with the former mayor, who is now serving at the provincial level. Liang Wenjing is biding his time for a chance to step directly into the city's leadership team. Chapter 60. A network of power. Lin Yi extinguished his cigarette, his expression resolute. Ding County Head, I appreciate your candor. I will report this matter to Mayor Qin. Ding Yandong's face flashed with a hint of panic. Secretary Lin, rest assured, I will not mention your name. Lin Yi patted his shoulder. However, illegal activities cannot simply be overlooked. Ding Yandong hesitated, ultimately nodding gravely. That afternoon, Lin Yi drove back to the city. On the way, he sent a message to Qin Shuang, indicating that he had important information to report. Qin Shuang replied, instructing him to go directly to the municipal government. The government building was ablaze with light when Lin Yi entered Qin Shuang's office, where she was reviewing documents. Qin Shuang glanced up at Lin Yi and gestured to the chair opposite her. Please sit. I heard you've stirred up quite a commotion back in your hometown. Lin Yi succinctly recounted the events, emphasizing Liang Wenjing's interference. After listening, Qin Shuang set down her pen and clasped her hands on the table. Liang Wenjing. I recall he is a local cadre from Hong'an. Indeed, he has served in Hong'an County for 12 years, rising from a position of town party secretary to county party secretary. Lin Yi opened his notebook, noting Liang's close relationship with Zhao Zhiming, the director of the County Land Bureau, who, in turn, had financial dealings with Lu Dafu, the land usurper. Qin Shuang pondered. What is the background of Lu Dafu's building materials factory? On the surface, it appears to be an ordinary private enterprise, but upon investigating the business registration, I discovered that one of the shareholders is an offshore company. Lin Yi handed over a document, adding, strangely, this building materials factory was only registered last year with a capital of 500,000, yet it secured a gravel mining right worth 20 million from the county. Qin Shuang quickly perused the materials, her brow furrowing deeper. There is evidently a problem here. Why is Liang Wenjing so protective of them? I suspect it is not merely economic interests, Lin Yi cautiously replied. Ding Yandong hinted that there might be a higher-level protective umbrella behind Liang Wenjing. A brief silence enveloped the office. Outside, the city lights twinkled like stars. Qin Shuang rose and approached the window, her back to Lin Yi. Do you know what position former Mayor Li Zhengkong holds in the province now? Lin Yi's heart raced. Director of the Provincial Development and Reform Commission. Exactly. And he oversees the approval of key projects. Qin Shuang turned, her gaze piercing. Liang Wenjing was nurtured by Li Zhengkong himself. The highway and water conservancy projects Hong'an County acquired in recent years were all approved during Li Zhengkong's tenure. Lin Yi suddenly grasped the complexity of the situation. So Liang Wenjing feels emboldened? Not only that, Qin Shuang returned to her seat. The provincial leadership is about to undergo adjustments, and Li Zhengkong is one of the candidates for vice governor. At this juncture, anyone attempting to move against him would face significant resistance. Lin Yi felt a wave of powerlessness. So this matter, of course, it must be investigated. Qin Shuang asserted decisively, but not now, nor in this manner. She picked up the phone. Tomorrow, I will have Secretary Xie from the Discipline Inspection Commission come over. We need to first ascertain this network of interests. Lin Yi nodded, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Mayor Qin, what about Ding Yandong? He must be in a rather awkward position in the county. Qin Shuang understood. Liang Wenjing had him firmly under control. However, the fact that he can speak candidly with you indicates he still possesses principles. He is someone we can cultivate. Lin Yi exhaled in relief. I think so too. Qin Shuang abruptly shifted the topic. Lin Yi, are you interested in grassroots work? Lin Yi was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the position of party secretary in Yunfeng Town will soon change? Qin Shuang replied meaningfully. Having been in the city for so long, it is time for you to gain some practical experience. Of course, this is merely a thought. The specifics will depend on organizational arrangements. Lin Yi's heart raced. He understood Qin Shuang's subtext. If a thorough investigation into Hong'an County's issues was to be conducted, the most effective approach would be to place someone deep within the den of tigers. I will comply with organizational arrangements, Lin Yi said earnestly. Qin Shuang nodded in satisfaction. Good. Let us conclude here for today. Return and prepare a detailed report on this matter. But remember, it is for my eyes only. Leaving the municipal government building, Lin Yi stood on the steps, taking a deep breath. The night breeze caressed his cheeks, carrying the gentle warmth of early summer as he gazed towards the direction of Hong'an County, aware that a greater storm was brewing. On the morning of a few days later, Lin Yi stood before the municipal government building, holding a simple briefcase. The early summer sun had begun to blaze, casting a soft halo on his impeccably pressed white shirt. He raised his hand to check the time. There were still 10 minutes until the appointed hour. Secretary Lin. A resonant voice called from behind. Lin Yi turned to see Bao Li-sin, the deputy minister of the municipal organization department, striding toward him, accompanied by 2 staff members. Bao, in his early 50s with a robust build, possessed a pair of piercing eyes beneath thick brows. Minister Bao, you are too kind. Just call me Shaolin. Lin Yi replied quickly, extending his hand for a shake. Bao Li-sin grasped Lin Yi's hand firmly and chuckled. That won't do. As of today, you are the party secretary of Yunfeng Town. You must be addressed appropriately. He appraised Lin Yi from head to toe, affirming Mayor Qin certainly did not misjudge. You are indeed a promising young talent. Lin Yi humbly smiled, all thanks to the cultivation of the organization. Let's go. The car is ready, Bao Li-sin said, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. We can chat as we walk. A black Passat was parked at the roadside, with the driver already holding the rear door open. Bao Li-sin gestured for Lin Yi to enter first before taking his seat. The car slowly departed from the municipal compound, heading towards Hong'an County. Shaolin. Bao Li-sin retrieved a document from his briefcase. This is your appointment letter and the materials for the transfer of organizational relations. Upon arriving in the town, you must convene the party committee meeting to announce it at the earliest opportunity. He paused, adding, Mayor Qin specifically instructed me to personally escort you to your position. Such an honor is rare. Lin Yi accepted the document, feeling its weight. I understand. This represents the trust and challenge from the organization. Bao Li-sin nodded and lowered his voice slightly. The situation in Hong'an County. Mayor Qin should have briefed you somewhat? I have a general understanding, Lin Yi replied cautiously. Allow me to clarify further. Bao Li-sin adjusted his seating position. The county party secretary, Liang Wenjing, has been in Hong'an for 12 years, rising from the position of town mayor. His network of connections is intricate. The county mayor, Ding Yandong, has partnered with him for many years, but their relationship has soured somewhat in the past 2 years. Lin Yi recalled Ding Yandong's anxious demeanor during a phone call with Liang Wenjing, deep in thought. The most crucial department in the county is the Land Bureau, Bao Li-sin continued. Director Zhao Zhiming is Liang Wenjing's trusted confidant. It is said they are related by marriage. The illegal land acquisition concerning your Yunfeng town is orchestrated by Zhao Zhiming. As the vehicle entered the highway, the scenery outside whirled by, and Lin Yi diligently noted every detail Bao Li-sin shared. The current town mayor, Zheng Guohua, is Zhao Zhiming's cousin, Bao Li-sin added, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yi. Your visit is akin to directly poking a hornet's nest. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the document. I comprehend. This will be a formidable battle. However, you need not worry excessively, Bao Li-sin smiled. Mayor Qin has already spoken with Secretary Xie of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Support will be provided when necessary. The crux of the matter lies in his lowered voice, seeking to uncover irrefutable evidence. 2 hours later, the vehicle entered the courtyard of the Yunfeng town government. Through the car window, Lin Yi observed over 20 individuals already gathered, with the mayor, Zheng Guohua, a man in his 40s, slightly plump, and smiling outwardly, yet exuding an air of caution, at the forefront. Bao Lisin was the first to disembark, and Zheng Guohua immediately approached him, exclaiming, "Minister Bao, welcome. I hope your journey was not too arduous." "Mayor Zheng, allow me to introduce our new party secretary, Comrade Lin Yi," Bao Lisin formally announced. Secretary Lin is a young cadre cultivated by the municipal committee, having previously held significant positions in the municipal government office, and he possesses exceptional capabilities. Zheng Guohua warmly grasped Lin Yi's hand, stating, "Secretary Lin, it is an honor to have you visit Yinfeng town." His palm was thick and damp, with a grip deliberately moderated to a neutral strength. Lin Yi smiled in response. "Mayor Zheng, you are too kind. I will rely on everyone's support in the work ahead." Following a brief welcoming ceremony, Bao Lisin presided over a meeting of all town cadres, formally announcing Lin Yi's appointment. The conference room was filled to capacity, and Lin Yi sensed dozens of eyes scrutinizing him, some curious, others skeptical, and a few overtly hostile. "Comrades," Bao Lisin's voice resonated. "The municipal committee places great importance on the work in Yinfeng town, especially in selecting Comrade Lin Yi to serve as party secretary. I hope everyone will extend their full support to his efforts." Lin Yi surveyed the assembly and noted the varied expressions of several town leaders seated in the front row. Zheng Guohua wore a smile, though his gaze flickered. Deputy Secretary Li Jianjun remained expressionless, and Deputy Mayor Wang Li occasionally scribbled notes in her notebook. After the meeting concluded, Bao Lisin pulled Lin Yi aside, remarking, "I can only escort you this far. The rest is up to you." He spoke with significance, adding, "Remember, Mayor Qin is observing your every move." After bidding farewell to Bao Lisin, Zheng Guohua took the initiative to familiarize Lin Yi with the office environment. The town government resided in a modest 3-story building, with Lin Yi's office located at the eastern end of the second floor, spacious, bright, and offering a view of the distant mountains. "Secretary, your office has been prepared," Zheng Guohua said with a smile. "Please feel free to let me know if you need anything." Lin Yi noticed the neatly arranged documents and pristine office supplies on the shelves, evidently arranged with care. "Thank you, Mayor Zheng. I would like to first understand the basic situation in the town." A flicker of wariness crossed Zheng Guohua's eyes. "Of course, I have prepared detailed materials." He retrieved a folder from his briefcase, containing last year's work summary, this year's plans, and a list of department heads. Lin Yi accepted the folder and casually flipped it open. "By the way, what is the current status regarding the illegal land acquisition by Hongfa Building Materials?" Zheng Guohua's smile faltered momentarily. "The county has already established an investigation team and is currently addressing the matter. As the new party secretary, it is my responsibility to gain a clear understanding," Lin Yi stated, meeting Zheng Guohua's gaze directly. "I intend to convene a party committee meeting this afternoon specifically to discuss this issue." Zheng Guohua's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. "Secretary Lin, this matter is rather complex and involves multiple departments within the county." "Precisely because it is complex," Lin Yi replied, "it requires collective deliberation by the party committee." Lin Yi's tone was calm, yet unwavering. 3 o'clock, in the conference room. The atmosphere during the afternoon's party committee meeting was tense. 9 committee members gathered around the oval table, with Lin Yi seated at the head and Zheng Guohua right beside him. "Comrades," Lin Yi began directly, as a newcomer, "I am aware that the issue of illegal land acquisition in Yinfeng town has garnered significant attention from the municipal committee. As the newly appointed party secretary, I believe we must immediately establish a special task force to thoroughly investigate this matter." The room fell silent. Zheng Guohua cleared his throat. "Secretary Lin, there is already an investigative team from the county. Shouldn't we have the county investigate county matters and the town investigate town matters?" Lin Yi interrupted him. "That is our responsibility." He surveyed the room and proposed, "I suggest that I take on the role of team leader, with Mayor Zheng as deputy leader and Deputy Secretary Li Jianjun overseeing the specific tasks. Does anyone have any objections?" Li Jianjun, an elderly cadre in his 50s with graying hair, suddenly spoke up, "I support Secretary Lin's proposal. This matter has stirred significant public concern. The other committee members, seeing this, expressed their support, while Zheng Guohua's expression darkened. Yet he had no choice but to nod in agreement. After the meeting concluded, Lin Yi called Li Jianjun aside. Secretary Li, may we have a moment to speak privately? Following Lin Yi into his office and closing the door, the elder's demeanor relaxed considerably. Secretary Lin, I know what you wish to inquire about. Pouring him a cup of tea, Lin Yi said, You are a veteran in the town. Your understanding of the situation surpasses mine. Li Jianjun sighed. Zheng Guohua has an unusual relationship with Lu Dafu. The land acquisition procedures for Hongfa building materials were all handled by Zheng Guohua himself. He lowered his voice. The county's land bureau sends someone each month to inspect the work, and each time, it is Zheng Guohua who personally receives them. Is there any evidence? Lin Yi sit. Li Jianjun shook his head. They are very cautious and have left no incriminating evidence. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that the murky waters of Yinfeng town would indeed be challenging to navigate. That same evening, after the town government meeting, Zheng Guohua did not return home, but drove to a secluded private club on the outskirts of town. Hidden within dense woods, only familiar patrons knew the entrance. Upon entering the private room, he found 4 individuals already seated: Deputy Mayor Wang Chong, Police Station Chief Xie Zhao, Land Bureau Chief Ma Bongda, and the owner of Yinfeng Coal Mine, Yu Dihai. The table was laid with several bottles of Mao Tai and a heap of leftover dishes, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and alcohol. Mayor Zheng, you finally arrived. Yu Dihai stood up, his beard belly protruding, his face glistening. What's the situation? What about that new secretary? Zheng Guohua, with a grim expression, sat down and poured himself a drink, downing it in one go. Damn it, the newcomers are not friendly. In the very first meeting, they brought up illegal land acquisition and want to form a special task force. What? Xie Zhao dropped his chopsticks onto the table. He dares to act on this right after arriving? Chapter 62, Refusal of Gifts. He comes armed with the Emperor's decree. What is there to fear? Zheng Guohua scoffed. Do you know who sent him? Qin Shuang. Upon hearing the name, the room fell into an immediate silence, and the flesh on Yu Dihai's face trembled slightly. Is it the beautiful Mayor Qin Shuang? Who else could it be? Zheng Guohua, agitated, loosened his tie. Today, the Deputy Minister of the Municipal Organization Department, Bao Li Xin, personally escorted him to his new post, a clear indication that he had significant backing. Ma Bongda stroked the stubble on his chin and inquired, What shall we do then? Engaging in a head-on confrontation is certainly not an option. A head-on confrontation? Are you out of your mind? Zheng Guohua glared at him. Secretary Liang had specifically called to instruct that they should remain low profile during this period and avoid giving anyone a handle to grasp. Suddenly, Zhao Ming, who had remained silent, spoke up. Mayor Zheng, will the land acquisition matter come back to haunt us? A flicker of panic crossed Zheng Guohua's eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure. What is there to panic about? The land acquisition was entirely handled by Chan Haitao. It won't trace back to us. Yu Dihai, rolling his eyes, leaned closer to Zheng Guohua. Mayor Zheng, I have an idea. Officials universally adore wealth and women. This Lin Yi, being young, is surely susceptible to temptation. I shall pay him a visit tomorrow and probe his intentions. Zheng Guohua pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well, give a try. Remember, do not reveal your hand too soon. Observe his reaction first. Rest assured, I, Yu Dihai, have navigated through so many years in this circle. I have encountered all sorts of people, he declared confidently, patting his chest, assuring that he would handle it smoothly. The following morning, Lin Yi was engrossed in reviewing the financial statements of the town in his office when a knock resonated at the door. Guomin. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, grinning broadly as he entered, carrying 2 exquisite gift boxes. Secretary Lin, pardon the interruption. I am Yu Dihai from Yinfeng Coal Mine, here to pay my respects. Lin Yi looked up to assess the visitor. Yu Dihai appeared to be around 50, portly in stature, with slicked-back hair glistening, and a golden watch on his wrist sparkled under the sunlight. Mr. Yu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Lin Yi closed the file, but did not rise. What brings you here? Yu Dihai, at ease, approached the desk and set down the gift boxes. Just a small token of appreciation, a gesture of goodwill. These are cigars and red wine, brought by a friend from abroad. I have heard that Secretary Lin appreciates culture and surely knows how to savor them. Lin Yi glanced at the gift boxes adorned with foreign writing, recognizing their considerable value. He smiled faintly. Mr. Yu, you are too courteous. However, I cannot accept these items. It is against organizational regulations. Oh, what does it matter? Yu Dihai waved his hand dismissively. They are merely local specialties, not worth much. Secretary Lin, as you are new here, it is customary for the entrepreneurs of Yinfeng Town to extend their goodwill. Lin Yi's smile faded. Mr. Yu, if this is a matter of work, let us discuss the work directly. Please take these items back. Yu Dihai's smile froze, clearly taken aback by the rejection. He chuckled awkwardly. Secretary Lin is indeed commendably upright. I admire that. With a quick shift in topic, he continued, in fact, I came today to invite Secretary Lin to inspect our coal mine. Yinfeng Coal Mine is a pillar enterprise in the town, a significant taxpayer, and was even recognized by the county last year as an advanced unit in safety production. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Oh, how many workers does the coal mine currently employ? What is its annual output value? Upon noticing Lin Yi's interest, Yu Dihai immediately perked up. We currently have 586 miners, having produced 820,000 tons of coal last year, generating a value of 3.6 billion. He puffed out his chest, asserting, I'm not boasting. Our coal mine is among the best in Hong'an County in terms of both efficiency and safety. Is that so? Lin Yi replied with a smile that barely concealed his skepticism. Then why does the safety production report I reviewed indicate that last year, Yinfeng Coal Mine experienced 3 accidents, one of which resulted in a fatality? Yu Dihai's expression shifted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Well, those were minor incidents that have been properly addressed. In coal mining, a few bumps and scrapes are inevitable. Lin Yi stood and walked to the window. Mr. Yu, safety in production is no trivial matter. Especially in a high-risk industry like coal mining, an incident can cost lives. Yes, Secretary Lin is absolutely right, Yu Dihai exclaimed, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. That is why we are particularly eager to invite Secretary Lin for an on-site inspection to offer us some guidance. Lin Yi turned around and gazed at Yu Dihai for several seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. All right, since you have so graciously invited me, I shall come take a look. Yu Dihai visibly relaxed, his face beaming with joy. Wonderful. Shall I send a car to pick you up tomorrow at noon? Although our mine's cafeteria is modest, the chef has been specially hired from the provincial capital, and his skills are absolutely top-notch. No need for such trouble. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. I will make my own way there tomorrow. It will be an opportune moment to observe the true conditions of the mine. As for meals, let us keep it simple with a working lunch. Yu Dihai intended to say more, but upon seeing Lin Yi's resolute expression, could only nod in acquiescence. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Secretary Lin. After bidding farewell to Yu Dihai, Lin Yi stood by the window, watching the rotund figure of Yu Dihai disappear into a Mercedes-Benz. He took out his phone and dialed Li Jianjun. Secretary Li, I plan to visit Yinfeng Coal Mine tomorrow. How familiar are you with the coal mining operations? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Secretary Lin, Yu Dihai is quite a character. He has strong connections in the county and is said to be on very friendly terms with Secretary Liang. Is that so? A cold smile crept across Lin Yi's lips. Then I must see for myself. After hanging up, Lin Yi gazed out the window, observing several staff members in the town government courtyard huddled together, whispering while occasionally glancing toward his office. Meanwhile, as soon as Yu Dihai got into the car, he called Zheng Guohua. Old Zheng, this Lin is no ordinary man. What's wrong? Did you not manage to convince him? Zheng Guohua's voice was tinged with anxiety. Damn it. Not only did he refuse my gifts, but he also lectured me. Yu Dihai gritted his teeth. Nevertheless, he has agreed to inspect the mine tomorrow. Zheng Guohua let out a sigh of relief. That's good. At least there's an opportunity for interaction. Make sure to arrange everything meticulously tomorrow and remind everyone at the mine to be on their best behavior. Rest assured, I have a plan, Yu Dihai replied with a sinister grin. If he wishes to act high and mighty, I have my methods to reveal his true nature. Chapter 63. Investigating the coal mine. The following morning, Lin Yi declined the government vehicle arranged by the town and rode his bicycle to Yunfeng coal mine alone. The mine is located 5 kilometers northwest of the town, nestled in a valley. Lin Yi stopped his bicycle, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and surveyed the dilapidated outer walls and rusted iron gate of the mining area. Secretary Lin, why did you come here on your own bicycle? The voice of Yu Hai emerged from behind me. A black Mercedes came to a slow stop. The window rolled down to reveal Yu Hai's face, adorned with a facade of forced smiles. I was just about to come and meet you. Lin Yi responded with a faint smile. No need for such formalities. Riding my bike is a good way to stay fit. The flesh on Yu Hai's face quivered slightly, clearly taken aback by Lin Yi's unexpected arrival. He hurriedly exited the vehicle, dabbing at his perspiration with a handkerchief, and jogged to catch up with Lin Yi's pace. Secretary Lin truly stands out. Before the entrance of the mining area, more than 20 miners clad in pristine work attire stood in formation. Upon noticing Lin Yi's approach, they collectively shouted, "Welcome, Secretary Lin, to provide your esteemed guidance." Their voices boomed yet lacked harmony, clearly a result of last-minute rehearsals. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of this? Shouldn't the workers be attending to their duties? This is merely a sign of respect towards Secretary Lin. Yu Hai rubbed his hands together. Gulme, let me introduce you to our leadership team. Lin Yi waved his hand, interrupting him. No need for that. I wish to first assess the actual conditions of the mining site. His gaze traversed the welcoming crowd, landing on a few raggedly dressed workers making their way towards the mine entrance. Are those the workers descending into the mine? Yu Hai's expression shifted, but he quickly recovered, responding with a smile. Those are merely support staff. Secretary Lin, shall we head to the conference room? I have prepared detailed reports. The reports can wait. Lin Yi asserted, striding towards the mine. I would like to first inspect the working environment of the frontline workers. Yu Hai hastily followed. Secretary Lin, the conditions underground are complex, dirty, and hazardous. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Is there a restriction against viewing the mine? Lin Yi halted, his piercing gaze locked onto Yu Hai. Is there something you do not want me to see? No, not at all. It's just that for safety's sake, some preparations are required. Just then, a small figure dashed past, nearly colliding with Lin Yi. It was a boy, appearing no older than 15 or 16. His face smeared with coal dust, clutching a battered lunchbox. Stop! Yu Hai barked. Have you no eyes? The boy, startled, trembled and dropped the lunchbox, causing several coal buns to roll out. He hurriedly crouched to retrieve them, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Lin Yi bent down to assist him with the buns. Are you a worker here? The boy lowered his head, too afraid to respond, merely nodding slightly. How old are you? Lin Yi's tone softened. 17, came the quiet reply. Yu Hai interjected, Secretary Lin, he is a miner's family member, just here to lend a hand. Disregarding Yu Hai, Lin Yi continued to question the boy. Have you ever gone down into the mine? The boy cast a furtive glance at Yu Hai, hesitating before shaking his head, and no. Lin Yi noticed a fresh scar on the boy's wrist, as though it had been scraped by something. He stood up and turned to Yu Hai. I recall that the labor law stipulates that those under 18 are prohibited from engaging in underground work. Of course, we strictly adhere to laws and regulations. Yu Hai asserted vehemently, simultaneously glaring at the boy. Why don't you hurry along? The boy, feeling a sense of relief, snatched up the lunchbox and fled. This way, Secretary. Yu Hai attempted to redirect the conversation. I shall escort you through our safety equipment room, where our protective gear has been newly acquired. The room indeed houses several rows of pristine safety helmets, respirators, and first aid kits, while the walls are adorned with neatly displayed safety regulations. Mr. Yu, is this equipment utilized regularly? Inquired Lin Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor. Of course, every day before entering the mine, we must inspect our gear, assured Yu Hai, thumping his chest. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, May I see the usage records? The logbook was just sent to the county for reporting, Yu Hai replied. At that moment, the door to the equipment room swung open, and a middle-aged miner, his face smudged with coal dust, rushed in. Mr. Yu, there's water seeping into shaft number 3, and old Zhang and the others. Yu Hai's expression darkened, abruptly cutting him off. Silence. Do you not see that I'm hosting a leader? Get out. The miner, now aware of Lin Yi's presence, exhibited a flicker of panic before bowing his head and retreating. Lin Yi astutely noted this detail. Water seeping into shaft number 3? Is it serious? Just a minor issue. A mere trifle. Udihai chuckled nervously. In a coal mine, a bit of seepage is quite normal. Our drainage system is very efficient. Take me to see it, Lin Yi commanded, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Udihai's jowls quivered slightly. Secretary Lin, the path there is rather treacherous and lead the way. Lin Yi had already stepped outside. At the entrance of shaft number 3, several miners were busily operating a water pump. Upon noticing Lin Yi and Udihai approaching, they immediately halted their tasks and stood awkwardly to the side. Lin Yi observed several conspicuous cracks in the support structures near the entrance, propped up precariously by a few wooden rods. How long has it been since this support was last inspected? Lin Yi inquired, pointing at the fissures. It was just checked last week. Udihai hastily explained, these are recent geological shifts. We are in the process of replacing them. Lin Yi crouched down, running his fingers along the wall of the shaft, his fingertips instantly becoming coated in a slick layer of mud. The seepage is quite substantial under such conditions. You allow workers to descend? Work is already halted. We take workers' safety very seriously. Indeed, Lin Yi rose, gesturing toward the nearby group of workers preparing to enter the shaft. What then are they doing? Just then, Udihai's phone rang. Hello. Ah, yes, very well. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, he forced a smile. Secretary Lin, I sincerely apologize. An inspection team from the county has unexpectedly arrived, and I must attend to them. I will have the head of safety accompany you for the remainder of the tour. Lin Yi cast a penetrating glance at Udihai. Mr. Yu, please do as you must. I am capable of exploring on my own. After Udihai hastily departed, Lin Yi adjusted his collar and approached the group of workers preparing to descend into the mine. Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Yi, the newly appointed secretary of the town committee. Lin Yi endeavored to infuse his voice with warmth and friendliness. The workers, upon hearing this, set down their tools and water bottles. Please, do not be alarmed. I simply wish to understand the conditions of our coal mine. Lin Yi took a few steps closer. At Yinfeng coal mine, are wages disbursed punctually? What are the benefits and welfare provisions? The workers exchanged glances, the air seeming to freeze for a few seconds. Finally, an older miner cleared his throat and replied in a gravelly voice. Leaders, there's an old saying, the coal mine is my home, and everyone loves it, as wages are disbursed punctually. Other workers nodded in agreement. Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, is that so? Chapter 64. The Beautiful Companion. That indeed sounds favorable. Lin Yi feigned ignorance of the underlying tension and continued his questioning. The mine has provided all of you with workers' compensation insurance, hasn't it? What about medical benefits? Yes. A slender miner stammered. Last month, I had an injury and the mine provided me with compensation. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the group of workers, noticing that most of them appeared sallow and gaunt, clearly suffering from malnutrition. What time does everyone usually descend into the mine? How long is the workday? Lin Yi posed another question. We go down at 6 or 7 in the morning. An older miner quickly responded, with an 8-hour work system, strictly adhering to national regulations. Lin Yi glanced at his watch. It was now 9:30 in the morning, and it was evident that this group of workers had been laboring for quite some time. There were clothes soaked with sweat. He nodded impassively. Are safety training sessions conducted regularly? Regularly. Especially regularly. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Lin Yi turned to see Udihai approaching with several individuals in uniforms, gesticulating animatedly. Secretary Lin, here you are. Udihai greeted enthusiastically from afar. Allow me to introduce you. This is Section Chief Wang Yongnian from the County Safety Supervision Bureau. They are here for a routine inspection. Hello, Secretary Lin. I have long admired your reputation, Section Chief Wang remarked, arriving at an opportune moment. Lin Yi similed. I was just discussing the safety production conditions of the coal mine with the workers. Wang Chief chuckled softly. Yinfeng coal mine is indeed an advanced unit in our county for safety production. All indicators are compliant. Is that so? Lin Yi glanced at the group of workers. They must be well-versed in safety operating procedures, I presume? Well-versed. especially well-versed. The workers chorused in unison, their voices harmonizing as if rehearsed countless times. Yu Dihai beamed with pride. Secretary Lin, you see, our workers possess exceptional quality. Wang Chief, since you are here for inspection, why don't we descend into the mine together? Lin Yi suggested suddenly. Today's schedule is a bit tight. We still need to visit other enterprises. Wang Yongyan explained. Indeed, Yu Dihai's smile widened, his hands rubbing together as his gaze flitted between Lin Yi and Wang Yongyan. Secretary Lin, Chief Wang, today is truly a rare opportunity. How about we converse over a meal? I've arranged for the cafeteria to prepare a local specialty. Wang Yongyan immediately caught on, stepping forward to pat Lin Yi on the shoulder. Secretary Lin, I have long heard of your talents from the provincial level. I have always wanted to consult you on grassroots work experience. Today, by chance, we meet. Let's exchange ideas. Oh, Chief Wang, you're too kind. Lin Yi replied with a slight smile. I have only recently taken office. I should be the one seeking your guidance. Oh, let us not engage in mutual modesty, leaders. Yu Dihai interjected, sensing the atmosphere had lightened. Let us dine and converse. I've arranged for some local delicacies. Secretary Lin must be quite fatigued from cycling over. And it is no small feat for Director Wang to have rushed here from the county early this morning. Wang Yunyan lowered his voice, hinting that his visit was also in accordance with the directives from the county leaders. The Yunfeng coal mine is a significant taxpayer, and the county places great importance on its development. Lin Yi discerned the underlying suggestion in Wang's seemingly casual remarks, which served as a reminder to exercise caution. He recalled the admonitions from his former superior prior to his departure. In grassroots work, the approach is paramount. Sometimes, taking a step back is a strategy for advancing 2 steps forward. Given the warm invitation from Director Wang and Boss Yu, Lin Yi finally acquiesced, stating that he would graciously accept. However, he requested that the meal be kept simple, avoiding extravagance. Yu Dihai's face immediately brightened, his eyes squinting with delight. Rest assured, Secretary Lin, it will be nothing but ordinary home-cooked dishes. Director Wang, please follow me this way. The trio proceeded towards the office building of the mining area. Along the way, Yu Dihai enthusiastically recounted the coal mine's illustrious achievements, while Wang Yunyan nodded in agreement from time to time. Lin Yi remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the rusting machinery, the rudimentary workers' dormitories, and the towering piles of coal slag surrounding them. As they rounded a corner, Lin Yi abruptly halted. In the shadow of the wall, the young miner who had nearly collided with him that morning was hunched over, ravenously devouring a cold steamed bun. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, Yu Dihai swiftly stepped forward, obstructing his view. Secretary Lin, the cafeteria is this way. Yu Dihai's voice suddenly rose, simultaneously signaling to the security personnel behind them. Wang Yunyan pretended not to notice this scene, cheerfully steering the conversation elsewhere. Secretary Lin, I've heard you previously worked in the Provincial Policy Research Office. That is indeed a place that cultivates talent. Indeed, Lin Yi continued the dialogue. But grassroots work offers even greater personal development. How long has Director Wang been with the Safety Supervision Bureau? Almost 10 years. Wang Yunyan sighed, reflecting on how safety standards in coal mining have become increasingly stringent over the years, providing a stronger foundation for inspections. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the restaurant on the top floor of the office building. Upon pushing open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, Lin Yi's footsteps faltered ever so slightly. The light refracted from the crystal chandelier was almost blinding. Inside the nearly 200-square-meter private dining room, European-style genuine leather sofas encircled a central rotating dining table, while a small artificial waterfall flowed melodiously outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Several exquisitely framed oil paintings adorned the walls, and Lin immediately recognized one as an authentic piece by a contemporary master. Secretary Lin, please take a seat. Yu Dihai bowed slightly, pulling out the chair at the head of the table. Lin Yi noticed that 6 cold dishes were already arranged on the table, with silverware gleaming coldly under the lights. What made him frown even more was the presence of 2 young women flanking the main seat, one in a red qipao, heavily made up, and the other in a pure white dress, exuding an innocent charm both wearing trained smiles. This is Lin Yi turned to UD High. Oh, these are our promotional staff members, Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang, from the mine. They insisted on coming to learn from your leadership style upon hearing that Secretary Lin was visiting. The woman in red stepped forward, a wave of perfume enveloping him. Hello, Secretary Lin. I am Li Yuan. It is an honor to finally meet you. As she spoke, her body leaned slightly forward, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster chest. The woman dressed in white shyly offered a cup of tea, saying, Secretary Lin, you must be weary from your ride. Please have some tea to soothe your throat. Wang Yunyan chuckled from beside her. Boss, you has truly arranged everything with great care. Lin Yi accepted the teacup, deliberately avoiding contact with the woman's fingers. Chapter 65. A lavish feast. He sat down with an air of composure, his gaze sweeping over the exquisite dishes laid before him. Steamed grouper, braised abalone, and Buddha jumps over the wall. This was hardly a mere home-cooked meal. It was an extravagant banquet of rare delicacies. Boss, you. Lin Yi placed the teacup on the lazy Susan. Is this the standard fare at the mine? UD High, busy uncorking a bottle of Matai, trembled slightly at the question. Certainly not. This feast is specially prepared for the leaders. The workers are dining on communal meals in the cafeteria downstairs. Is that so? Lin Yi glanced out the window, which afforded a view of the rudimentary cafeteria below. Workers were lined up, each receiving a stainless steel tray. It seemed the workers' meals could indeed use some improvement. Absolutely. UD High quickly shifted the topic. Come, Secretary Lin, allow me to toast you. Thank you for taking the time to guide us in our work. The crystal glasses clinked, producing a crisp sound. Lin Yi took a modest sip, while UD High downed his drink in one go, his plump face instantly flushing red. Secretary Lin, Wang Yunyan interjected. I heard you previously worked on energy policy research in the city. You must have considerable insights into our coal mining industry. Lin Yi noticed a flicker of scrutiny in Wang Yunyan's eyes. He set down his glass. I know a little, but there is always a gap between policy research and on-the-ground realities. Director Wang frequently inspects the mines. His experience is undoubtedly more profound. Oh, come now, gentlemen. Let's not just talk. Li Yuan suddenly leaned closer, nearly resting half her body against Lin Yi's shoulder. Secretary Lin, I raise a toast to you. You've become a secretary at such a young age. You must have many stories to tell. The fragrance of her perfume made Lin Yi's temples throb slightly. He subtly shifted away, raising his glass. What is the primary focus of the mine's publicity work? Li Yuan was taken aback, not expecting such a question about work from a leader. UD High quickly interjected. It's mostly about taking photos and writing articles. Little Li is a university student with excellent writing skills. That's perfect. Lin Yi retrieved a notebook from his briefcase. I am currently researching safety production in coal mines. Comrade Li, could you assist me in organizing the safety training records from the past 3 years? Well, UD High rubbed his hands together. The materials are in the archives and quite disorganized. That's all right. I can wait. Lin Yi closed the notebook, his tone gentle yet firm. By the way, I noticed water seeping at shaft number 3. How is the emergency situation there? Wang Yunyan suddenly cleared his throat. Secretary Lin, since we are in such high spirits today, why don't we eat first? We can discuss work in the afternoon. Yes. UD High clapped his hands eagerly. A server promptly brought forth a plate of Australian lobster. Secretary Lin, you must try this. It was airlifted this morning. The woman in white, Xiao Zhang, timely picked a piece of lobster meat and placed it on Lin Yi's plate. Secretary Lin, this should be enjoyed while it's hot. Lin Yi did not reach for his chopsticks. Instead, he inquired, what is the average wage for the workers at the mine? Ah, Secretary Lin, look at you. Still preoccupied with work, even during dinner. He swirled his wine glass, the amber liquid catching the light. Come, let's toast first. I shall report to you slowly. With that, he cast a knowing glance at the woman in red, Li Yuan. She immediately understood, leaning almost against Lin Yi. Secretary Lin, she elongated her tone, her crimson lips nearly brushing against Lin Yi's earlobe. You seem so serious. It makes it hard for anyone to speak up. Lin Yi, maintaining his composure, discreetly shifted to the side, raising his glass but not drinking. Mr. Yu, is it necessary to drink to answer questions? Ha ha ha. Secretary Lin is indeed straightforward. Yi suddenly burst into laughter and tilted his head back, swallowing the wine with a loud gulp. He set his glass down heavily, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Wages at the mine range from 7 to 8,000 for the higher positions, and 3 to 4,000 for the lower, depending on the job type. Lin Yi noticed that as he spoke, Wang Yunyan subtly poked Yi under the table. Is that so? Lin Yi pretended not to see the gesture and opened his notebook. Then I would appreciate it if Mr. You could provide me with a detailed salary breakdown for my research. The smile on Yi's face froze, and he turned to Wang Yunyan. Wang Yunyan quickly intervened. Secretary Lin, all these documents are in the finance office. It may take some time to retrieve them. How about this? Tomorrow, I will have Mr. You organize everything and personally deliver it to your office? Yes, yes. Yi poured himself another full glass. Secretary Lin, I toast to you. Your concern for the workers truly makes you a commendable leader. Secretary Lin Yuan leaned in again, this time grasping Lin Yi's wrist. Why aren't you drinking? Do you think my toast lacks sincerity? As she spoke, she attempted to sit on Lin Yi's lap. He abruptly stood up, nearly toppling his chair. I need to use the restroom. The atmosphere in the private room instantly froze. Yi's expression darkened, while Wang Yunyan awkwardly cleared his throat. In the restroom, Lin Yi splashed cold water on his face vigorously. His reflection in the mirror revealed a flushed countenance, uncertain whether it was due to the alcohol or his anger. Upon returning to the room, Lin Yi wore a smile. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. Yi's eyes lit up, and he quickly resumed his cheerful demeanor. Not all. Secretary Lin is too courteous. Here, try this matsutake, flown in from Yunnan. During the remainder of the dinner, Lin Yi deliberately relaxed his posture. He refrained from probing sensitive topics and even raised his glass, engaging Wang Yunyan in conversation about personnel changes in the county. Seeing this, Yi grew increasingly self-satisfied. Secretary Lin, you truly understand. Yi's face was now beet red, his tie askew. In our Yinfeng town, we all prosper together. Rest assured, as long as you, Mr. You. Wang Yunyan suddenly raised his voice. Secretary Lin has just arrived. Why bring this up? Yi waved his hand dismissively. What are you afraid of? Secretary Lin is one of us. He leaned closer to Lin Yi, his breath reeking of alcohol. To be honest with you, there's an official in the county who is my cousin. This coal mine, whether it's inspected or not, isn't it all just a matter of words? Lin Yi's heart jolted, yet his expression remained impassive. Oh, is that so? Indeed. Yi pounded the table, causing wine glasses to topple over. Last year, when the city came for an inspection, it was merely a phone call from my cousin that resolved everything. Mr. Yu, you've had too much to drink. Wang Yunyan interjected sternly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Secretary Lin, yes, speaking nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. Lin Yi offered a slight smile. Words spoken under the influence of alcohol should not be taken seriously. He proactively poured Yi a cup of tea. Say, Mr. Yu, have some tea to sober up. However, Yi forcefully pushed the teacup away, exclaiming, I'm not drunk. Secretary Lin, I am speaking from the heart. He let out a belch. You just arrived and are unfamiliar with the rules here. In Yinfeng town, Yi am a law. Those workers can do as they please. If they don't want to work, they can leave. There are plenty waiting in line to go down the mine. Wang Yunyan turned pale, desperately signaling to Yi. Yet, Yi had completely let loose, even propping his leg up, the tip of his polished shoe nearly touching Lin Yi's knee. Secretary Lin, you are young and accomplished, with a boundless future ahead. Yi squinted, adding, tomorrow, I will have the finance department prepare a card for you as a gift for our meeting. From now on, every month. Wang Yunyan abruptly stood up. Have you lost your mind? Chapter 66. A frenzied drinking session. Lin Yi also rose, maintaining a gentle smile. It seemed evident that Mr. Yu had indeed overindulged. Let us call it a day. Thank you for your hospitality. Don't go, Secretary Lin. Yi wobbled after him, grabbing Lin Yi's arm. Let Shally drive you back. Her driving skills are exceptional. Li Yuan immediately approached, her chest nearly brushing against Lin Yi's arm. He suppressed his distaste and gently pushed her away. No need. I'm accustomed to riding my bike. As he exited the restaurant, Lin Yi glanced back. Through the crack of the door, He saw Yudahai pointing a finger at Wang Yunyan, berating, "What are you afraid of? I've seen plenty of bookworms like you. Just throw some money at them." The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly upon the mining area as Lin Yi wandered alone through various spots of the coal mine. He removed his safety helmet to wipe the sweat from his brow, his gaze sweeping over the brand-new safety slogans and freshly painted equipment. "Secretary Lin, why are you here alone?" A security guard hurried over, wearing an ingratiating smile. "Mr. Yu specifically instructed me to accompany you." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I'm just taking a casual look around. You all carry on with your duties." "That won't do." The guard rubbed his hands together. "The terrain here is complex. What if you get lost?" "I want to get lost," Lin Yi replied, his tone amiable yet firm. "You go ahead and attend to your work." The guard hesitated briefly before finally nodding and retreating. Lin Yi approached a mine entrance where several workers were servicing the elevator. Upon noticing his approach, the workers immediately halted their tasks and stood at attention. "Please continue working. You need not concern yourselves with me." Lin Yi smiled and gestured. The workers exchanged glances, none daring to move. A foreman hurried over. "Hello, Secretary Lin. We are conducting routine maintenance to ensure the equipment operates safely." Lin Yi nodded. "Excellent safety awareness. How deep is this mine?" 320 meters. The foreman replied swiftly and accurately, as though he had recited the answer countless times. "We employ the latest support technology. It's absolutely safe." Lin Yi crouched down, touching the steel frame at the mine entrance. The paint is fresh, yet the inner steel frame bears conspicuous rust. He stood up calmly. "What procedures are necessary for entering the mine?" The foreman's expression shifted slightly. "A safety training certificate and approval from the mine are required." "Secretary Lin, do you wish to descend into the mine?" "I shall arrange it immediately." "No need. Perhaps another day." Lin Yi waved his hand and turned towards the other side of the mining area. Upon reaching a secluded pile of coal cinders, Lin Yi suddenly heard a rustling sound. Following the noise, he spotted a slender figure crouching behind the coal heap, munching on a bun, the very young miner who had nearly bumped into him earlier that morning. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the boy was so startled that the bun slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He attempted to flee, but Lin Yi caught hold of him. "Do not be afraid. I'm not here to apprehend you." Lin Yi lowered his voice. "What is your name?" The boy trembled, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a response. Lin Yi released his grip and withdrew a packet of biscuits from his pocket, offering it to him. "You must be hungry. Here, take it." The boy stared at the biscuits, swallowed hard, and ultimately accepted them, devouring them ravenously. "Eat slowly, do not choke." Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention. "How old are you?" 16, the boy mumbled, his mouth full of biscuits, his words muffled. Lin Yi's heart sank. This was clearly child labor, which the state strictly prohibits. "Why are you not attending school?" The boy's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. "My parents died in a mining accident last year, my grandmother is ill, and my younger siblings need to eat." A wave of discomfort washed over Lin Yi. He crouched down to meet the boy's gaze. "Why did you run so quickly this morning?" The boy became anxious, biscuit crumbs falling from the corner of his mouth. I cannot say. They will kill me." "Who?" "Yudahai." The boy shook his head in terror, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Please do not ask. I must support my grandmother." Lin Yi pulled several bills from his wallet and pressed them into the boy's hand. "Take this, buy your grandmother some medicine." Rising, he brushed the coal dust off his trousers. In the distance, a security guard approached. "Secretary Lin, Mr. Yu is looking for you." The guard wore a beaming smile, mentioning that he would treat Lin Yi to dinner that evening as an apology. Lin Yi nodded, understood. He took out his phone to find 3 missed calls, all from Yudahai. Just as he was about to return the call, his phone vibrated again. "Secretary Lin, I'm so glad to reach you." Yudahai's booming voice came through the receiver. "I had a bit too much to drink at noon and spoke some nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. I have reserved a private room at Shanghai Tower tonight, specifically to apologize." Lin Yi pondered for a moment. "Mr. Yu, you are being overly courteous, but Secretary Lin, if you do not come, it means you refuse to forgive me, old Yu." Yudahai's voice took on an exaggerated, tearful tone. "I will wait for you kneeling at the town government's entrance." A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth. "Very well, see you tonight." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yi rode his bicycle to Shanghai Tower. This was the most luxurious restaurant in Yunfeng Town, filled with an array of extravagant cars. Just as he secured his bicycle, a hostess clad in a Chong Sam approached him. "You must be Secretary Lin, right? Mr. Yu is waiting for you in room 888. The hostess's smile was overly sweet, her name tag reading Zhou Li, the head hostess. Lin Yi nodded slightly, following her through the opulent hall adorned with golden embellishments. The light refracted by the crystal chandelier illuminated the walls, which were plastered with photographs of renowned personalities, prominently featuring Yu Dihai alongside various leaders. Lin Yi pushed open the intricately carved wooden door of the private room 888 in Shanghai Lu, and was immediately enveloped by the heavy scent of smoke and alcohol, accompanied by Yu Dihai's exaggerated laughter. "Ah, Secretary Lin has finally arrived." Yu Dihai sprang from his seat, hastening towards Lin Yi with a few quick strides, his plump hand seizing Lin Yi's wrist. Come, we have been waiting for you to begin the feast." Despite the presence of only Yu Dihai in the room, the table was lavishly set with 12 dishes, the centerpiece being a colossal king crab, surrounded by abalone and sea cucumbers, among other exquisite seafood. 2 bottles of Maotai were already uncorked, the aroma of the liquor mingling with the fishy scent of the seafood, fermenting in the air-conditioned room. Chapter 67, Sudden Attack. "You are being too extravagant, boss Yu," Lin Yi remarked, subtly withdrawing his hand, his gaze sweeping over the lavish array of delicacies. "Is it just the two of us?" "Ah, this is specifically to make amends with Secretary Lin." Yu Dihai's jowls quivered in a sycophantic grin as he personally pulled out the chair for Lin Yi. "I may have spoken foolishly over drinks at noon. I hope you can overlook my indiscretions." As Lin Yi took his seat, he noticed a glint of cunning in Yu Dihai's eyes. Heightening his vigilance, he discreetly retrieved his phone and activated the recording function. "Secretary Lin, let's start with 3 glasses of apology wine," Yu Dihai insisted, pouring 3 full glasses of Maotai without allowing for refusal. "If you don't drink, it implies you refuse to forgive this unrefined man." Lin Yi raised his glass, the amber liquid glimmering enticingly under the light. Taking a sip, the sharpness of the alcohol surged down his throat. Such a remarkable capacity for alcohol. Yu Dihai guffawed, slapping the table, and served Lin Yi a piece of abalone. "Try this, flown in from Japan. It costs over 2,000 per pound." Lin Yi refrained from using his chopsticks, instead locking eyes with Yu Dihai. "Boss Yu, let us get straight to the point. The issues observed at the mine today." "Oh, my Secretary Lin." Yu Dihai suddenly raised his voice to interrupt. "Today, we shall discuss only personal matters, not work. Come, let us have another drink." As the drinks flowed, Lin Yi's face flushed, and his speech began to slur. Deliberately, he knocked over his glass, spilling wine across the table. Has Secretary Lin had too much to drink? A spark of cunning flickered in Yu Dihai's eyes as he leaned in for a closer look. "Shall I assist you to the adjoining lounge to sober up?" Feigning drunkenness, Lin Yi nodded, allowing Yu Dihai to support him. As they passed the doorway, he noticed Yu Dihai discreetly signaling to a waiter. The adjacent lounge was furnished like a luxurious hotel suite, with a large bed dominating the center. Lin Yi was guided onto the bed, pretending to succumb to drowsiness as he closed his eyes. He sensed Yu Dihai quietly exiting the room, ensuring to check the door before leaving. 5 minutes later, the door creaked open gently. An intoxicating scent of perfume wafted in, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels striking the floor. "Secretary Lin," a sultry voice whispered near his ear. "You seem to have indulged too much. Allow me to refresh your face." Lin Yi slightly opened his eyes, catching sight of a heavily made-up young woman leaning in closer. She donned a low-cut, strapless dress, her alabaster skin bared to the air, with the contours of her cleavage subtly revealed. "Who are you?" Lin Yi feigned drunkenness as he inquired. "I am Lily, sent by Mr. Yu to take care of you." The woman giggled, her fingers already teasingly resting on the buttons of Lin Yi's shirt. "Are you feeling hot? Shall I help you remove your clothing?" Startled, Lin Yi jolted upright, evading her touch. "No need, I just need to rest for a moment." Yet the woman persisted, pressing herself closer. "Don't be shy, Secretary Lin." She suddenly pulled down her shoulder strap, exposing half of her bosom. Feel how fast my heart is racing. Just at that critical moment, the door was flung open with a force. Police, don't move. The officers burst into the dimly lit room, the flash of their lights slicing through the darkness like lightning. Don't move. We're here to crack down on prostitution. At the forefront, Officer Xie Zhao, with his beer belly and tightly buttoned uniform, wore a self-satisfied grin on his face as if he had caught a mouse. Two accompanying officers brandished a recording device. The lens aimed directly at the disheveled Zhou Lily on the bed and the half-seated Lin Yi. Zhou Lily let out a shriek, hurriedly tugging up her dress, but deliberately exposing more of her fair skin to the camera. Secretary Lin? Xie Zhao feigned recognition, taking an exaggerated step back. How could this be you? He turned sharply to his subordinate, barking, "Turn off the recording." "Leave it on." Lin Yi's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Since Officer Xie has responded to a report, protocol must be followed. What swift response you have, Officer Xie. Lin Yi's tone remained unervingly calm, as though he were not the one caught in a compromising situation. From the moment the report was made to your arrival, it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. Could it? For a brief moment, the flesh on Xie Zhao's face stiffened before he regained his composure. Secretary Lin, please cooperate with our investigation. Xiao Zhang, take photographs for evidence. The young officer raised his camera, snapping a flurry of shots of the disordered bedclothes and the two disheveled individuals. I can accompany you. Lin Yi calmly fastened the last button of his shirt. But this lady appears to have been coerced. You ought to investigate her situation first. At his words, Zhou Lily's head shot up, a flicker of panic in her eyes. I didn't. Xie Zhao impatiently waved his hand to interrupt. Take her back to the station. Secretary Lin, as a leader, you should be aware of your obligation to cooperate with the investigation. The interrogation room at the police station was more rudimentary than Lin Yi had anticipated, yet was remarkably clean, as if recently tidied. The paint on the iron chair was still fresh, while the table bore evident signs of wear from frequent use. Xie Zhao personally conducted the inquiry, opening his notebook with an exaggeratedly respectful tone. Secretary Lin, according to protocol, we need to take a statement. Could you recount the events of this evening? Lin Yi leaned against the back of the chair, his gaze sweeping over the blinking red dot of the surveillance camera actively recording. Mr. Yu invited me to dinner. I had too much to drink, and he arranged for me to rest next door. Then this lady came in uninvited, and shortly after, you arrived. He paused, timing his words impeccably. Secretary Lin, are you insinuating that we set a trap? I am merely stating the facts. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Officer Xie, how long have you known Mr. Yu? Xie Zhao abruptly slammed his notebook shut. Secretary Lin, I am the one inquiring about matters now. His voice suddenly escalated. The photographs were vividly clear, the evidence indisputable. To downplay this situation, one might refer to it as a mere issue of conduct. However, on a grander scale, it could be construed as solicitation. What does Director Xie desire? Lin Yi directly confronted him, stating that Yu Dihai sent him not merely to capture a few images. Did he? At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open abruptly, and an officer poked his head in. Director, a call from General Yu. Before Xie Zhao exited, he shot Lin Yi a significant glance. Secretary Lin is an astute individual. He should be aware that in Yunfeng Town, certain rules hold more weight than the law itself. Once the door closed, Lin Yi swiftly assessed the room. The camera was directly aimed at him. Yet the recording device seemed inactive. Was this an oversight on Xie Zhao's part, or a deliberately left loophole? He felt the phone in his pocket, the recording function still operational. 10 minutes later, when Xie Zhao returned, his demeanor was markedly more relaxed, even exuding a hint of triumph. He poured a glass of water and placed it before Lin Yi, his tone suddenly warm. Secretary Lin, this matter is quite resolvable. General Yu stated that if you simply sign this document, ensuring future tranquility among us, the photographs and records will vanish. He extracted a contract from his folder and slid it across the table. Lin Yi glanced at it. The primary content pertained to the approval of the coal mine expansion project and the confirmation of safety standards in the mining area. What if I refuse? Chapter 68, Imminent Collapse. Lin Yi refrained from touching the document. Xie Zhao's smile froze upon his face. Then the entire county will know that the newly arrived Secretary Lin was apprehended for solicitation. Such a scandal at the onset of your tenure could jeopardize your career, though he intentionally left the statement unfinished. Lin Yi soudain laughed, the sound reverberating clearly in the confined interrogation room. Director Xie, do you know why the city assigned me to Yinfeng Town? Xie Zhao paused, taken aback. Because I cannot abide individuals like you. Lin Yi's voice turned icy. The death toll was concealed, compensation was embezzled, and safety records were fabricated. Xie Zhao's complexion began to pale. You! How could you? The door to the interrogation room swung open once more, this time revealing Yu Dihai himself. He wore a broad smile, holding a thick envelope. Secretary Lin. A misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. He placed the envelope on the table, pushing it toward Lin Yi. A small token. Consider it a means to alleviate your distress. That girl Lily is rather thoughtless. I've already reprimanded her. Lin Yi did not even glance at the envelope. General Yu, your methods are quite adept. First, intoxication, followed by setting a trap, and ultimately coercion and inducement. Such a procedure is executed with remarkable finesse. Yu Dihai's smile contorted into a grimace. Secretary Lin, do not mistake courtesy for weakness. In Yinfeng Town, my word is law. You, an outsider, truly believe you can stir up trouble? Lin Yi had been awaiting this very proclamation. He retrieved his phone and pressed the pause button. Yu Dihai's earlier threats echoed clearly throughout the interrogation room. Secretary Lin, should you insist on pursuing this matter, your position as town party secretary may become precarious. Xie Zhao narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on the table. The depths of Yinfeng Town's waters are far more profound than you might imagine. Unperturbed, Lin Yi extracted a pen from his inner pocket, gently twisting the end to reveal a miniature recording device. Director Xie, your recent remarks, along with the splendid performance of General Yu, have been transmitted in real time to the computer of Director Zhang Lafafa at the County Police Bureau. The air in the interrogation room felt as if it had solidified. On Lin Yi's phone screen, the recording duration continued to flicker with Yu Dihai's declaration in Yinfeng Town. I, Yu Dihai, speak with authority, resonating clearly in the confined space. Yet, unexpectedly, Yu Dihai burst into laughter, his hefty palms slapping the table with a resounding thud. Ha ha ha. Secretary Lin, do you truly believe such trivial antics could intimidate me? He leaned in abruptly, the scent of alcohol wafting over to Lin Yi. The county bureau chief is nothing. My cousin is in the city, and I have General Yu at the provincial level. Xie Zhao hastily interjected, casting a frantic glance at the camera in the corner. With disdain, Yu Dihai waved his hand dismissively. What is there to fear? That wretched device has long been turned off. He turned his gaze toward Lin Yi, a predatory glint flashing in his eyes. You boy, would be wise to sign the papers and take your money and leave. Otherwise, he made a slashing motion across his throat. It's not uncommon for a few accidents to occur at the mine each year. Xie Zhao abruptly stood, the chair screeching against the floor. Secretary Lin, what do you mean by this? Yu Dihai's face displayed an arrogant smirk. Recording? Ha ha! Secretary Lin, you are far too naive. In Yinfeng Town, such things never leave the precinct. Unfazed, Lin Yi returned his phone to his pocket, retrieving an exquisite pen from his inner lining. He gently twisted the cap, revealing a miniature camera within. Director Xie, this pen was specially crafted by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. From the moment we entered Shanghai Building, all visuals and sounds have been transmitted in real time to Director Zhang's computer at the County Police Bureau. At this revelation, Xie Zhao's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Trembling, he pointed a finger at Lin Yi. You said a trap? Not a trap, but law enforcement. Lin Yi's voice was calm and resolute. Suddenly, Yu Dihai surged forward, his corpulent figure resembling a small mountain as he bore down on Lin Yi. I'll take care of this ignorant bookworm first. In that moment, Lin Yi's phone vibrated, displaying an unknown number. He glanced at it and pressed the answer button. Lin, Secretary Lin. A voice on the other end broke through with intermittent sobs. It was the young miner. Help, help! The shaft. It's going to collapse. They're down there. Lin Yi sprang to his feet. Location? How many people? Zone 3, over 20. Please. The call abruptly ended, replaced by a busy signal. Yu Dihai's expression shifted dramatically as he reached for Lin Yi's phone. You little brat. Are you looking for death? Lin Yi sidestepped and dashed to the door. Director Xie. Organize a rescue immediately. A collapse may occur in Zone 3. Xie Zhao stood in shock, looking toward Yu Dihai for guidance. Nonsense. Where would a collapse come from? Yu Dihai's forehead bulged with veins. That's an abandoned mining area. There's no one there. Lin Yi had already flung open the interrogation room door. As alarms blared in the corridor, a panicked officer rushed in. Director Zhang from the county has arrived, along with the Municipal Safety Supervision Bureau. Finally, panic set in for Yu Dihai, who frantically dialed a number. Brother Wang. Something has happened. The newly arrived Lin Yi disregarded them, bursting out of the police station and leaping onto his bicycle, speeding towards the mining area. The night was as dark as ink, and the floodlights of the mine resembled the cold, watchful eyes of a beast, observing this perilous race against time. 15 minutes later, panting heavily, Lin Yi arrived at Area 3. At first glance, everything appeared normal, with a few security guards loitering at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Yi, they immediately crowded around him. Secretary Lin, what brings you here for an inspection so late? The head of the security team forced a smile, his hand resting on the baton at his waist. There are people working underground. Stop all operations immediately and evacuate everyone. Lin Yi commanded citerne. The guards exchanged glances. The captain chuckled awkwardly. Who told you that? This has been shut down for maintenance since last week. Lin Yi ceased to engage in further dialogue and strode directly towards the wellhead. The captain hastily intervened. Secretary Lin, you cannot approach without safety gear. Then provide me with the gear. Lin Yi pushed him aside. There are more than 20 lives at stake. Amidst the argument, the sound of police sirens echoed from a distance. The guards panicked, and the captain gritted his teeth. Secretary Lin, please don't make this difficult for us. Mister, you said, to hell with Mr. Yu. Lin Yi exclaimed, uncharacteristically using profanity. Seizing the moment while the guards were distracted, he grabbed a nearby safety helmet and miner's lamp, dashing towards the lift. Stop him, the captain shouted. Lin Yi had already activated the lift, and the iron cage began its slow descent. Two security guards lunged to pull the emergency brake, but were subdued by the arriving police. Director Zhang, leading a team of special police, rushed over. Old Lin, what's the situation below? There may be a risk of collapse. Over 20 people are trapped. Lin Yi's voice echoed from the depths, growing fainter. Contact the ambulance. The lift emitted a piercing screech as it delved more than 300 meters underground. Lin Yi's miner's lamp cast a trembling beam against the pitch-black walls of the mine, the air thick with coal dust and damp mildew. The deeper he descended, the heavier his heart felt. The cracks in the mine walls were alarming, and the support beams were visibly deformed. Is anyone there? Chapter 69. Life and Death Rescue. Lin Yi's voice reverberated within the shaft. A faint tapping sound emanated from below. He hastened his descent, finally reaching the mine's bottom. Lin Yi's lamp traced a slender beam of light in the inky darkness, coal dust swirling in the beam like black snow. The tapping from deeper within the tunnel grew increasingly feeble, each sound striking like a hammer on his heart. Hold on, we're coming, Lin Yi shouted, his voice echoing through the narrow passage. He quickened his pace, his boots crunching on the cold debris. As he turned a corner, the sight before him caused Lin Yi's breath to catch. A dozen miners were trapped in a section of the tunnel that had not fully collapsed. The outermost among them were barely clinging to life, their faces thickly coated in coal dust, with only their eyes glimmering faintly with the light of survival. Secretary Lin, one youth recognized him, his cracked lips trembling. Please save us. Lin Yi swiftly surveyed the surroundings. The support beams above were twisted and deformed, with debris and coal chunks intermittently falling. He took out his phone. There was still no signal, but the recording function was operational. Everyone listen to my commands. Lin Yi's voice resonated with calm authority as he urged the robust young men to assist the injured and move towards the elevator in an orderly fashion. No pushing. The miners' eyes ignited with hope as they began to support one another to stand. Lin Yi noticed a series of numbers chalked onto the tunnel wall. 1123, 6 people, 1207, 3 people, each date followed by a figure. What is this? He inquired, pointing at the wall's grim tally. Tears welled in the boy's eyes as he replied. These are the numbers of the lives lost in previous collapses, recorded by the foreman who urged us never to forget. Lin Yi's fists clenched with a cracking sound. But now was not the time for anger. He grasped a broken support beam and braced it against the most precarious section of the ceiling. Hurry, I will cover your retreat. The miners began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Standing in the trembling tunnel, Lin Yi felt the increasing pressure of the ceiling against his shoulder. Cold dust cascaded down from the crevices, blurring his vision. Secretary Lin, you go first. A middle-aged miner called back. Forget about me. Keep moving. Lin Yi commanded with urgency. The boy, supporting two younger miners, brought up the rear when a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the tunnel, shaking the entire mine. Another collapse. Run! Someone screamed. Lin Yi saw a massive coal block plummet from above, heading straight for the boy. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, shielding them with his own body. The coal struck him heavily on the back, pain overwhelming him, yet he held firm. Secretary Lin. The boy gazed at him in terror as blood seeped from the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. I'm fine. Keep moving, Lin Yi gritted through clenched teeth, urging them onward. With each step, a searing pain engulfed his back as the tunnel behind them continued to crumble, the rumbling akin to the roar of death itself. Lin Yi felt his consciousness fading, yet he fought to remain alert. The elevator lay just 50 meters ahead, the beams of rescue team's flashlights flickering in sight. Director Zhang. Over here, Lin Yi shouted with his last ounce of strength. Just as they were nearing the elevator, another violent tremor struck. He witnessed the overhead supports twisting and breaking, large chunks of coal raining down like a tempest. Get down! He threw himself over the three youths, creating a shield with his body. A sharp coal fragment struck his head, plunging him into darkness. In his final moment of awareness, he heard Director Zhang's frantic voice and the chaotic sound of footsteps, followed by an engulfing silence. The acrid scent of antiseptic was the first sensation Lin Yi experienced upon regaining consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes to see a white ceiling swaying in his vision. He is awake. Secretary Lin is awake. A familiar voice exclaimed. Lin Yi struggled to turn his neck, finding Director Zhang's bloodshot eyes and unshaven stubble. He attempted to speak, but found his throat parched as if scorched by fire. Water, he rasped. Director Zhang hurriedly propped him up, carefully offering him a few sips. The warm liquid coursed down his throat, providing a modicum of relief. Did everyone make it out? Was his immediate question. Director Zhang's expression froze, his gaze wavering. He placed the cup down, his voice low. The emergency exit was opened too late, and due to water seepage, only 3 people were rescued. 3 people? Lin Yi shot up abruptly, gasping sharply from the searing pain. Only 3 out of over 20? Including that young boy, who wasn't gravely injured. Director Zhang added, unable to meet Lin Yi's gaze. Lin Yi's mind went blank. Then his fury erupted like a volcano. He yanked the 4-needle from the back of his hand, blood streaming down his wrist. Yudi Hai, that beast. Lin Yi's voice trembled with rage. He knew the mine was perilous, yet allowed people to descend. He concealed so many mining disasters. The chalk-written records on the wall. Calm down, Lin Yi. Your injury. Calm down. Lin Yi's eyes were bloodshot. 18 lives. How can you expect me to remain calm? He suddenly grasped Director Zhang's arm. Where's the evidence? The records from the mine. Director Zhang's expression was complicated. Evidence has already been collected. Old Zhang, do me a favor. Lin Yi's voice was eerily calm. I want to meet the families of the deceased miners. And also, Lin Yi turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. I demand all documents related to you, Di Hai's mine, from its inception to the present, every single file, every sign name. Director Zhang hesitated. This may provoke certain individuals. The hospital room door swung open, and a tear-streaked peasant woman rushed in, kneeling before Lin Yi. Secretary Lin, please seek justice for my husband. He died such a tragic death. Lin Yi quickly helped her up, noticing that a dozen equally grief-stricken family members stood outside. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. Rest assured, sister, Lin Yi's voice was firm and heavy. I, Lin, swear here to ensure that you Di Hai pays with blood for his transgressions, to bring justice for your husband and all the miners who perished. Chapter 70. Settling with money. Director Zhang stood aside, watching Lin Yi surrounded by the grieving families, his expression complex. He quietly exited the ward and dialed a number. Mayor Qin, yes, he has awakened and is very resolute. Good, I understand. The sunlight outside remained bright. Yet Lin Yi was acutely aware that a storm far darker than the mine was brewing over Yinfeng town. He caressed his pen, recalling the nameless heroes who recorded the truth with chalk in the darkness, murmuring softly, "Your lives will not be lost in vain." Lin Yi withdrew the needle. Droplets of blood rolled from his hand onto the pristine sheets, blooming into a striking red flower. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up, a wave of dizziness crashing over him, the pain in his back akin to tearing. But compared to those miners eternally buried in darkness, what was this pain worth? "Secretary, you cannot get out of bed yet," the nurse exclaimed, panic-stricken. "Where's that child's ward?" Lin Yi steadied himself against the wall, his voice hoarse yet resolute. The nurse hesitated. 318, but you need to rest. Lin Yi was already unsteadily making his way out of the ward. The harsh corridor lights stung his eyes, and the scent of disinfectant mingled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Passing a mirror, he caught a glimpse of his pale face and the bandage-wrapped head, resembling a soldier returning from the battlefield. The door of Ward 318 was slightly ajar. Lin Yi gently pushed it open and beheld a solitary youth lying on a hospital bed by the window, his right leg encased in plaster and suspended in midair, with traces of cold dust injuries marring his face. The boy was staring vacantly outside when he suddenly turned his head upon hearing the sound, his eyes instantly sparkling with recognition. "Secretary Lin," he exclaimed, struggling to sit up, his voice tinged with a sob. "I'm so glad you're all right." Lin Yi swiftly approached and pressed his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Don't move. Be cautious of your leg injury." He sat down beside the bed and noticed a corner of a photograph peeking out from beneath the boy's pillow. The image depicted a weary middle-aged woman, her features strikingly similar to those of the boy. "That's my mother," the boy remarked softly, noticing Lin Yi's gaze. "She passed away last year in the mine." A pang of sorrow struck Lin Yi's heart as he recalled the chalked dates and numbers on the mine's walls, his throat tightening. Was it a collapse? The boy nodded and suddenly grasped Lin Yi's hand tightly. "Secretary Lin, you must capture Yudi Hai. He has caused the deaths of many." My mother and the uncles from yesterday. His nails dug painfully into Lin Yi's palm, tears cascading onto their clasped hands. "Everyone says you are an honest official. You want to ignore this, will you?" Lin Yi tightened his grip on the boy's trembling hand, feeling the thick calluses that should not belong to a child. "I don't even know your name," he said gently. "Zhang Xiaoming," the boy replied, wiping his face with his sleeve. "Everyone calls me Xiaoming." "Zhang Xiaoming." Lin Yi murmured the name, suddenly recalling someone. "Is your uncle Zhang Laolu from the mine?" "Yes, he is my uncle." Zhang Xiaoming's expression dimmed. "He didn't come up yesterday." A weight akin to a boulder settled in Lin Yi's chest. How tragic it was for a family to lose two members in a mining disaster. Zhang Xiaoming lowered his head. "Our family owes you Dihai money." "My uncle said we must descend into the mine more quickly owe money. What's going on?" Lin Yi seized upon this information with keen interest. Zhang Xiaoming bit his lip, suddenly lowering his voice. "Secretary Lin, can I trust you? Yu Dihai's men are here in the hospital, and they said if I speak out." He cast a terrified glance toward the door. Lin immediately rose to lock the door, drew the curtains, and returned to the bedside, retrieving a pen from his pocket. "Do you see this red dot? It's recording. Tell me everything you know, and I assure your safety." Zhang Xiaoming stared at the pen for several moments before lifting his hospital gown and pulling out a crumpled little notebook from the pocket of his tattered undershirt. "Secretary Lin, this is what I've secretly noted down. Whenever there's an incident in the mine, Yu Dihai pays hush money to the families, making them sign some voluntary agreements." Lin Yi opened the notebook, his hands trembling slightly. The yellowed pages contained scrawled dates, names, and amounts. March 12th, 2019 Wang, Taiju 50,000. July 8th, 2020 Li Dashan 450,000. November 23rd, 2021 Zhang, Suihua, my mother, 30,000. Each entry was marked with a blood-red cross. The latest page bore yesterday's date and 18 names. The amounts column left blank. Yet 15 crosses were already drawn. What do these crosses signify? Lin Yi inquired, pointing at the symbols. A glimmer of coldness, surpassing his years, flickered in Zhang Xiaoming's eyes. Once Yudihai received the money, he instructed his thugs to keep watch over their departure. For those who did not, he made a gesture as if to slit his throat, reminiscent of Uncle Liu, who insisted on reporting the matter, only to find himself tumbling into an abandoned well. Lin Yi closed the notebook, his temples throbbing. This was no ordinary notebook. It was evidently Yudihai's ledger of bloodshed. He cautiously secured the evidence. Xiaoming, can you read? My mother taught me. Zhang Xiaoming replied proudly, puffing out his chest, only to soon slump his shoulders. She said studying could change one's destiny, but Your mother was right, Lin Yi said, patting his shoulder. Focus on your recovery. I will find you a school. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? But my family still owes those debts. Those debts are illegal. You need not repay them, Lin Yi asserted firmly. Just concentrate on healing. I will handle everything else. Suddenly, footsteps and hushed voices echoed outside the door. Zhang Xiaoming's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped Lin Yi's wrist. It's the security chief from the mine. They've come for me. Lin Yi swiftly tucked the notebook into the hospital gown. Just as he stood, the door was violently thrust open. 3 burly men barged in. The leader, with a scarred face, paused upon seeing Lin Yi, then forced a smile. Oh, Secretary Lin is here too? We came to check on Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming curled up, resembling a frightened creature. Lin Yi positioned himself in front of the bed, coldly stating, The patient requires rest. Please leave. The scarred man narrowed his eyes. President, you specifically instructed us to take Xiaoming to the major hospital in the city. That won't be necessary, Lin Yi retorted, pulling out his phone. Director Zhang, send someone to room 318. There's an important witness being harassed. The scarred man's expression darkened. Secretary Lin Yi. The sound of hurried footsteps and the clatter of police equipment resonated in the corridor. The scarred man shot Zhang Xiaoming a venomous glare before hastily departing, deliberately bumping into Lin Yi's shoulder on the way out. Lin Yi stifled a grunt as pain flared in his back. Chapter 71. Undercover Investigation Director Zhang burst in with 2 officers. Old Lin, what's going on? Lin Yi pointed toward the corridor. Yudihai's men are attempting to take Xiaoming. Immediately enhance security at the hospital. This child is a crucial witness. Director Zhang's face darkened. Yudihai has already been released on bail. His cousin is the deputy mayor of the city. I care not who stand behind him. Lin Yi interjected sharply. 18 lives were lost. Director Zhang, can you wear that uniform and still face your conscience? Director Zhang's face flushed red as he turned to instruct his subordinates. Assign 2 officers to guard this floor. No one is to approach this child without my permission. Once the police left, Zhang Xiaoming timidly peeked from under the covers. His face pale. Secretary Lin, will Yudihai really go to prison? Lin Yi gazed out at the darkening sky, heavy clouds creeping over the peaks of Yinfeng Mountain. He recalled the despairing eyes of the victims' families, the chalked words on the mine's walls, and the blood-red crosses in Zhang Xiaoming's notebook. Yes, he whispered, more a promise to himself than to the boy. No matter how difficult it may be, I will ensure he pays the price. In the interrogation room of the county police department, the fluorescent light buzzed ominously, its glaring brightness illuminating the oily visage of Yudihai. Zhang Difu, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Yudihai kicked over the interrogation chair, the metallic legs screeching against the tiled floor. Do you know who I am? Do you believe I won't have your skin removed by tomorrow? Director Zhang stood behind the one-way glass, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He loosened his collar, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. A young officer beside him whispered, Director, should we go in? Wait a moment, Director Zhang replied, pulling out his phone to glance at a message from Director Wang of the Municipal Police Department. Know when to stop. Inside the interrogation room, Yudihai paced back and forth like a caged beast, his leather shoes thudding dully against the floor. Suddenly, he turned and raised his middle finger at the surveillance camera. Lin Yi, you coward. What kind of skill is hiding behind the scenes? If you have the guts, confront me face to face. Saliva is splattered from his mouth, staining the collar of his shirt. He continued to shout, "It's just a few dead miners. I'll compensate. 100,000 is not enough. I'll give you 200,000. They will never earn that much in their lifetime." In the adjacent room, Xie Zhao sat, as still as a statue. "Mayor Xie, would you like some water?" A female officer offered, handing him a disposable cup. "Thank you," Xie Zhao replied, accepting the cup and gently rubbing his fingers along the rim. "Young comrade, could I borrow a charger? My phone is dead." The female officer hesitated, glancing at the one-way glass. Director Zhang abruptly entered the room. "Xie Zhao, don't play tricks." Xie Zhao adjusted his glasses, his smile unwavering. "Director Zhang, you exaggerate. Cooperating with the investigation is a civic duty. I merely paused to report safety to my family." Yu Dihai's roar pierced through the walls. "Xie Zhao, you coward. Why didn't you keep quiet when it was time to collect your dividends? Now you're pretending to be righteous." Director Zhang slammed the table. "Enough. Bring Yu Dihai over here for confrontation." As Yu Dihai was ushered into the room, he paused for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of laughter. "Ha ha! Old Xie, you look like a lost dog. Truly spectacular." He broke free from the officer's grasp and leaned in closer to Xie Zhao. "What's wrong? Are you scared now?" Xie Zhao slowly lifted his gaze, the reflection from his glasses concealing his eyes. "Mr. Yu, please watch your language. I'll watch your mother." Yu Dihai spat a glob of phlegm onto Xie Zhao's polished shoes. "Last year, during the safety inspection, who signed the report? And who personally collected the dividends every month? And now you play the saint?" Xie Zhao produced a handkerchief, methodically wiping his shoes. "Mr. Yu, emotions do not resolve problems." "Bah!" Yu Dihai turned to Director Zhang, the flesh on his face quivering. "Listen well, Zhang. Just because you're a mere county police chief," he suddenly lowered his voice, hissing like a serpent. "Your wife teaches at the experimental elementary school, right? Your son has the high school entrance exam this year?" Director Zhang's pupils constricted sharply. The young officers in the surveillance room exchanged glances, and someone quietly switched off the recording device. Xie Zhao suddenly spoke up. "Director Zhang, I just remembered something." His voice was as gentle as casual conversation. "The special funds for safe construction declared by the county last month should be approved by the provincial department soon, right? I recall it was 2 million. The air in the room seemed to freeze. In the meeting room of Yinfeng Town Government, smoke swirled around. The long conference table was filled with members of the investigation team from various departments, such as the County Safety Supervision Bureau, Coal Supervision Bureau, and Public Security Bureau, each person surrounded by a thick stack of documents. Lin Yi occupied the principal position. The wound on his back throbbed faintly, yet he sat up straight, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. According to preliminary investigations, the direct cause of the mining accident was the illegal use of inferior support materials underground. Deputy Director Liu from the County Safety Supervision Bureau adjusted his glasses. But curiously, the safety inspection report for the mine had only been approved last month. Lin Yi opened the folder in front of him, lightly tapping his fingertip on Xie Zhao's signature. Who was responsible for the inspection of this report? The meeting room fell abruptly silent, with several department heads exchanging glances. Chief Ma from the Coal Supervision Bureau cleared his throat, according to regulations. This type of inspection is initially reviewed by the town's Safety Supervision Station, with the County Bureau conducting random checks. Xie Zhao, as the director, indeed signed it. In other words, Xie Zhao could not evade responsibility. Lin Yi closed the document, his voice eerily calm. "I recommend that immediate organizational measures be taken against him." Director Zhang tapped his fingers on the table. "Secretary Lin, this may require going through the procedures." "Procedures?" Lin Yi suddenly stood up, the sharp pain from his wound causing darkness to cloud his vision. Yet he held firm and did not falter. Can 18 lives afford to wait for procedures? The door of the meeting room swung open, and a young cadre hurriedly entered, leaning close to whisper a few words in Lin Yi's ear. Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he nodded. "Please wait a moment. I need to take a call." In the corridor, Lin Yi retrieved his phone, the screen displaying the name Secretary Liang Wenjing. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. "Secretary Liang. Shaolin, how is your recovery coming along?" The gentle voice of Liang Wenjing came through the line. "I've heard you insisted on working. I'm very touched, but do remember to take care of yourself." "Thank you for your concern, Secretary Liang." Lin Yi's tone was steady. The investigation into the mining accident is progressing, and we have uncovered numerous issues. Regarding this matter. Liang Wenjing paused, his tone turning serious. I just returned from a meeting in the city. Udihai's coal mine is a major taxpayer for the county, providing employment for thousands. This incident must be handled appropriately. Chapter 72. Apparent compromise. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the phone, knuckles whitening. Secretary Liang, are you implying? What needs to be dealt with must be addressed. Compensation must be made where due. Liang Wenjing's voice carried an undeniable authority. But be mindful of the repercussions. We don't want to incite public panic. By the way, I've instructed the Internet Information Office to address those false statements online. Lin Yi's heart jolted. No wonder there had been no news online about the mining accident 3 days after it occurred. Secretary Liang, I understand your considerations. But 18 lives. Shaolin. Liang Wenjing interrupted him. You are a young cadre, and your enthusiasm is commendable, yet you must also prioritize political considerations and the bigger picture. Here's what we will do. There will be a county committee meeting tomorrow, and you will report on this matter. Upon returning to the meeting room, the investigation had reached its final stages. The heads of various departments expressed their commitment to handle matters in accordance with the law and regulations. The meeting concluded for the day. Lin Yi closed his notebook and requested that each department submit a written report by tomorrow. As the crowd dispersed, Director Zhang lingered until others had moved away, lowering his voice to say, Old Lin, may I have a word? The two retreated to Lin Yi's temporary office. Director Zhang shut the door and ensured the windows were tightly closed before speaking. Did Secretary Liang call you? Lin. He nodded, pouring a cup of tea for Zhang. How did you know? Just a guess. Zhang replied with a wry smile. Director Shun also called me earlier, stating that Xie Zhao can be dealt with, but we must approach Udihai with caution. Caution? Lin Yi Sikofud. What kind of caution? Director Zhang produced a disc from his briefcase and slid it across the table to Lin. Udihai's background is quite formidable. Secretary Liang has a deep connection with him. Lin Yi took the disc, feeling its weight like 1,000 pounds. Why reveal this only now? Director Zhang rubbed his face. My wife is a teacher, and my son is taking the high school entrance exam this year. I'm not cowardly, but I must consider my family. Lin Yi recalled Udihai's threats in the interrogation room and understood Zhang's predicament. He patted Zhang's shoulder. I comprehend. This disc contains records of the dividends Udihai has distributed to various leaders and the truth behind the mining accident from 3 years ago. Director Zhang's voice trembled. 12 lives were lost then, and it was suppressed. Old Zhang, I need you to do me a favor, Lin Yi suddenly said. What is it? On the surface, act according to Secretary Liang's wishes. Release those who should be released. But secretly, assist me in protecting a few witnesses and pieces of evidence, especially that child, Zhang Xiaoming. Director Zhang remained silent for a long while before finally nodding. All right, but I have a condition. If this matter reaches higher authorities, it must be completely uprooted, or else my family and I will be done for. I assure you, Lin Yi extended his hand. No matter who is involved, we will investigate thoroughly. As they shook hands, Lin Yi felt the sweat in Director Zhang's palm. The following morning, the county committee's standing committee convened at the county government building. When Lin Yi entered the meeting room with the investigation report, he found Liang Wenjing chatting amicably with several committee members. The atmosphere surprisingly relaxed for a discussion regarding a significant mining disaster. Xiao Lin is here. Take a seat. Liang Wenjing warmly invited him. Are you feeling better? Lin Yi politely nodded in gratitude and took a seat at the end of the table. Once the meeting commenced, he succinctly reported the investigation findings, emphasizing the safety hazards and management flaws present in the mine. Thus, we believe Xie Zhao bears direct supervisory responsibility and recommend that the matter be handed over to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Lin Yi closed a folder. As for Udihai, he is suspected of major liability in the accident and should be. Shaolin, Liang Wenjing interrupted. The committee has already deliberated on Xie Zhao's situation, and indeed, he should be dealt with seriously. However, Udihai's circumstances are more complex. He surveyed the room. If the head of a key enterprise in the county is arrested, what will happen to the thousands of workers? How will we repay the bank loans? Several committee members nodded in agreement. Organizational Minister Li Weiming interjected. Secretary Liang is young and capable, and his diligent work is commendable. However, grassroots work requires a focus on methods and approaches. We cannot be reckless. Lin Yi clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Secretary Liang, what do you mean? My meaning is to handle matters according to the law and regulations. Liang Wenjing replied with an unwavering smile. Compensation must be made where due, and rectifications must be implemented. However, one must be cautious in approach, ensuring the stability of society. After the meeting concluded, Lin Yi was left alone. This time, you have greatly disappointed me. Liang Wenjing turned to the window, his back to Lin Yi. Do you comprehend the relationship between Deputy Mayor Wang and Yu Hai? Are you aware of how many people would be implicated if this escalates? Secretary Liang, all I know is that 18 miners have lost their lives, Lin Yi stated calmly. Their families are still awaiting an explanation. Liang Wenjing abruptly turned around, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Do you think you alone possess a sense of justice? I have worked at the grassroots level for 30 years, encountering more deceased than you have living. Some matters are not merely black and white. Lin Yi remained composed and unyielding. Secretary Liang, I understand your difficulties. However, if we can compromise even on human lives, what then can we say about serving the people? Naive, Liang Wenjing slammed his hand down, yet quickly suppressed his fury, lowering his voice. Listen, Xie Zhao can be subjected to double regulation, Yu Hai can be fined, and compensation for the families can be doubled. This matter ends here, understood? Lin Yi recognized that resisting at this moment would be futile, so he nodded. I comply with the organization's decision. Liang Wenjing's expression softened slightly as he patted Lin Yi's shoulder. That's right. You are still young, with a bright future ahead. Do not let such matters ruin your prospects. Upon returning to the town, Lin immediately contacted an old classmate from the provincial newspaper. Over the phone, he briefly outlined the situation, and the other party agreed to conduct a discreet investigation. But old Lin, you must be psychologically prepared, his old classmate cautioned. Cases like this have wide implications, and without solid evidence, it is challenging to make an impact. I have evidence, Lin Yi replied, glancing at the locked drawer containing the disc and Zhang Xiaoming's notebook, but it required an opportune moment. That night, Lin Yi burned the midnight oil in his office, organizing materials. At 2 a.m, his phone suddenly vibrated. A message from an unfamiliar number read, "There's a situation at the hospital. Come quickly." Lin Yi's heart raced, and he promptly drove to the county hospital. As he entered the inpatient department, he spotted Director Zhang anxiously pacing at the end of the corridor. What's going on? Lin Yi quickly approached. Director Zhang pulled him into the fire escape. Half an hour ago, someone impersonated a doctor to take Zhang Xiaoming away, but was recognized by the on-duty nurse. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his back. Is the child all right? He was a bit frightened, so I had someone move him to another floor. Director Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Old Lin, something feels off. Yu Hai has already been released on bail. Why would they take the risk of targeting a child? Chapter 73. Seeking the ledger. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Unless Zhang Xiaoming knows more than we imagine. The two fell silent for a while. Suddenly, Director Zhang said, by the way, Xie Zhao confessed to some matters today. He admitted to accepting bribes from Yu Hai, but claimed that most of the money was transferred to Secretary Liang. Lin Yi's pupils constricted. Is there evidence? There is a ledger in Xie Zhao's safe at home. I have already dispatched someone to retrieve it. Director Zhang glanced at his watch. They should be back soon. Just then his phone rang. After the phone call, Director Zhang's complexion turned ashen. The dispatch personnel had met with an accident, and the account book was missing. Lin Yi exchanged a glance with Director Zhang, both apprehending shock and dread in each other's eyes. This was no mere accident. Someone sought to obliterate the evidence. Director Zhang's words struck Lin Yi's chest like a heavy hammer. The account book was gone. The critical evidence vanished. Old Zhang, are you certain that what Xie Zhao said is true? Lin Yi inquired in a hushed tone, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the wall. Director Zhang wiped his face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening under the light. That coward Xie Zhao confessed when he was terrified out of his wits. He claimed that every time Yu Hai sent money, he had to personally hand it over to Secretary Liang, and he kept a record of it. Lin Yi felt a throbbing in his temples. He recalled Liang Wenjing's hypocritical demeanor during the standing committee meeting and his cryptic remark that some matters were not strictly black and white. So that was it. Where is Zhang Xiaoming now? I must see him, Lin Yi insisted. Director Zhang hesitated, then replied, "Follow me." They traversed 2 corridors and turned into an employee elevator. Director Zhang swiped a key card for the 5th floor, and the elevator ascended slowly. Lin Yi noticed that his hand trembled. "Old Zhang," Lin Yi suddenly spoke. "It's not too late for you to withdraw." Director Zhang offered a bitter smile. "It's too late. That so-called accident was a warning for me." He touched his waist. "I brought a weapon." The 5th floor housed the hospital's ward for former officials, eerily quiet at that moment. Director Zhang guided Lin Yi to the innermost room and gently knocked 3 times on the door. A young police officer cautiously peered through the crack, visibly relieved upon seeing Director Zhang. Inside the room, Zhang Xiaoming curled up in the corner of the bed, his frail body engulfed in an oversized hospital gown, resembling a frightened little beast. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the boy's eyes briefly lit up before dimming once more. "Uncle Lin," he spoke, his voice barely a whisper. Lin Yi crouched beside the bed, meeting the boy's gaze. "Xiaoming, don't be afraid. Do you remember what you saw that day at the mine?" The boy's lips trembled, fingers gripping the bedclothes tightly. I saw Uncle you arguing with several people, and then they pressed that red button." "Red button?" Lin Yi inwaited. "The alarm in the mine," Director Zhang explained quietly. "According to regulations, if gas levels exceed safety limits, immediate evacuation is mandatory. But they often ignore the alarms to boost production." A heaviness settled in Lin Yi's chest. 18 lives lost, all for the sake of extracting a few more loads of coal. "What else did Xiaoming see?" he asked gently. Suddenly, the boy grasped Lin Yi's hand tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. "Uncle said they caused many deaths. He has a little notebook." Lin Yi and Director Zhang exchanged a glance. "Another account book? Where is your uncle's little notebook?" Lin Yi pressed. "It's buried beneath the big tree in the yard." The boy burst into tears. "They said Uncle fell into the mine pit because he was drunk, but he never drinks." Lin Yi embraced the trembling child tightly, feeling something hot welling up in his eyes. He recalled his initial ambitions upon arriving at this impoverished county, remembering his father's words as an old discipline inspector before his death. In governance, one should not seek to be remembered in history, but rather to have a clear conscience. After soothing the boy to sleep, Lin Yi and Director Zhang stood by the window at the end of the corridor. "Where is Xie Zhao now?" Lin Yi suddenly asked. "The disciplinary committee's reception center, ostensibly a place for cooperating with investigations, harbored individuals intent on silencing dissent." Lin Yi gazed out into the pitch-black night, his fist gradually tightening. "I will see him." "Are you out of your mind?" Without Secretary Liang's nod, no one can enter. "Then we will find a way." Lin Yi turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Yu Dihai was scheduled to attend a business seminar in the city tomorrow. This was our last opportunity." Director Zhang remained silent for a long moment before finally retrieving a key card from his inner pocket. "I have an apprentice on duty there." "But Lin Yi, think carefully. Stepping out like this, I know the consequences." Lin Yi accepted the card, saying, "Old Zhang, please protect that child." Outside the suite at the end of the corridor, a young officer was visibly taken aback upon seeing Lin Yi. "Director Zhang said the situation has changed. I need to ask a few questions." Lin Yi displayed his work ID, his voice leaving no room for argument. The door swung open. Xie Zhao slumped on the sofa, his suit wrinkled like a pickled vegetable, bruises still visible on his face. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he sprang up as if electrified. "Lin, Secretary Lin?" Lin Yi locked the door behind him and got straight to the point. "Where's the ledger?" Xie Zhao's face drained of color. What ledger?" "Stop feigning ignorance. The records of Yu Dihai delivering money to Liang Wenjing." Xie Zhao's pupils dilated in panic. I don't know. How did Zhang Xiaoming's uncle die?" Lin Yi suddenly shifted the question. The direct blow caught Xie Zhao off guard. It was an accident." "An accident?" Lin Yi scoffed. "Those 12 people 3 years ago were also accidents? And this time, 18 more accidents?" "Xie Zhao, do you truly believe Yu Dihai will protect you? The people he sent to silence you are already on their way." Xie Zhao trembled violently, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Suddenly, he collapsed to the floor in despair. The the study. In a hidden compartment of the records of the grand historian, Secretary Lin. Save me. Just as Lin Yi reached for his phone, footsteps echoed from outside the door. He quickly darted behind the door, hearing Director Zhang's apprentice deliberately raise his voice. Leader. This way, please. As the doorknob turned, Lin Yi leapt out through the window on the opposite side. He grasped the drain pipe and slid down to the ground, his heart pounding like thunder. In the morning mist, a black sedan glided silently into the courtyard. At 9 in the morning, the venue for the city entrepreneur seminar was abuzz. Yu Dihai, beaming with joy, shook hands with the deputy mayor, the golden buttons on his tailored suit glinting brightly. Before the cameras, he spoke eloquently about corporate social responsibility. Lin Yi stood in a corner of the venue, watching this perpetrator responsible for 30 lives perform, while churning in his stomach. Secretary Lin? A rare visitor, Yu Dihai approached, seemingly out of nowhere. I heard you've been quite busy lately? Lin Yi met his hawkish gaze. Not as busy as you, digging coal while burying people. Chapter 74. The leads of dried up. Yu Dihai's smile remained unchanged as he leaned in and whispered, Young man, don't take things too seriously. This place is deep water. Be careful not to drown. He paused, then added, By the way, I heard there was a burglary at the county hospital last night. That little brat, try touching him. Lin Yi's voice turned icy. Yu Dihai, you laugh now, but the day will come when you'll pay for your deeds. Yu Dihai erupted in hearty laughter, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder, raising his voice intentionally. Secretary Lin is quite humorous. And remember, we simply have more money. What do you do about it? The word struck like a spark, igniting Lin Yi's pent-up fury that had been simmering for days. He grasped Yu Dihai's wrist tightly, demanding, 30 lives, how much is each worth? Lin Yi's voice was not loud, yet it pierced through Yu Dihai's hypocritical smile like a sharp blade. The flesh on Yu Dihai's face twitched slightly as he slowly withdrew his wrist from Lin Yi's grip, adjusting the expensive platinum cufflinks on his sleeve. Secretary Lin, he said in a hushed tone, each word squeezed out as if through clenched teeth. One must speak with evidence. The mining accident was an unforeseen event. The investigation report is clearly documented in black and white. Lin Yi fixed a cold smile upon this wolf in sheep's clothing. Rest assured, Mr. Yu, he replied, taking a step back, his voice deliberately pitched to be overheard by those nearby. The net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing escapes it. When walking the night roads, remember to bring a few more bodyguards. Without waiting for a response, Lin Yi turned and strode towards the exit of the conference hall. He could feel the venomous gaze behind him, akin to a poisoned arrow, eager to pierce through him. As he stepped out of the hotel, the early summer sun was harsh, causing Lin Yi's eyes to sting. He took out his phone and dialed Director Zhang's number. Old Zhang about Xie. Lin Yi. Director Zhang's voice was taut with an unusual tension. Something has happened. Xie has committed suicide at the guest house. Lin Yi's steps abruptly halted, a chill coursing up his spine. When did this happen? Half an hour ago. The guard, Xiao Wang, said he heard a muffled sound from inside and found him hanging from the bathroom pipe. Director Zhang panted, but something's off, Lin Yi. How could that coward Xie secure the scene? I'm on my way, Lin Yi interrupted, ending the call and hailing a taxi. The cityscape raced past the taxi window as Lin Yi's temples throbbed. It was too coincidental, occurring just after his meeting with Xie, right when he had obtained crucial leads. This was not suicide. It was a meticulously orchestrated murder. Driver, step on it, he urged. A perimeter had already been established outside the guest house. Director Zhang stood at the entrance, his complexion ashen, resembling a figure coated in ash. He swiftly approached Lin, pulling him into a corner. The scene has been tampered with, he whispered, his voice barely audible. The disciplinary inspection team arrived before us, claiming it was a routine check, but the surveillance shows they entered Xie room. Lin, he clenched his jaw. Where's the body? Still in the bathroom. I prevented them from moving it, insisting we wait for the forensic team from the city bureau. The cramped bathroom was permeated with the stench of urine. Xie body hung from the pipe, his tongue protruding grotesquely, eyes bulging, and face a mottled blackish purple. His toes barely grazed the floor. A plastic chair toppled nearby. Secretary Lin, a cold voice emanated from the doorway. You are overstepping your authority. Zhou Yang, Secretary Liang Wenjing's aide, stood at the entrance, flanked by two stern-faced disciplinary officers. Secretary Zhou, Lin Yi rose, discreetly positioning himself in front of the corpse. Xie Zhao is a key witness. The cause of his death must be thoroughly investigated. Suicide. Plainly evident. Zhou Yang adjusted his glasses, stating Xie Zhao was acutely aware of his grave sins and took his life in despair. Secretary Liang has already issued directives. This case ends here. Lin Yi felt a surge of anger rising to his head. 18 lives, 30 families, is it to be dismissed so easily? A hint of derision flickered across Zhou Yang's face. Secretary Lin, you are too young. Some matters are not merely black and white. He paused momentarily, then continued. By the way, Secretary Liang asked me to inform you that there is a poverty alleviation meeting at the provincial level tomorrow, specifically requesting your attendance. A cunning diversion. Lin Yi mused coldly. He glanced at Director Zhang, who imperceptibly nodded. Very well, I shall attend. Lin Yi removed his rubber gloves, but before that, he wished to take another look at Xie Zhao's belongings. Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside. Please, but do be swift. The body must be sent to the funeral home soon. Xie Zhao's personal effects lay haphazardly piled in a cardboard box, a wallet, a phone, keys, and a worn copy of the Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Government. Lin Yi pretended to casually sift through the items while meticulously examining the book's binding. On the inner spine, he discovered a faint cut. Something had been removed from within. What are you searching for, Secretary Lin? Zhou Yang's voice echoed from behind. Lin Yi closed the book and nonchalantly placed it back in the box. Nothing of importance, just bidding farewell to an old colleague. Upon exiting the guest house, Lin Yi's phone vibrated. It was a secure message from Director Zhang. Uncle Xiaoming's ledger has been found in the team. Yous people are watching the hospital. I have dispatched someone to relocate the child. Lin Yi raised his gaze to the darkening sky, his thumbs swiftly gliding across the screen. Xie Zhao was murdered. After sending the message, he hailed a taxi to the county hospital. Halfway there, large raindrops pelted the windshield. Lin Yi gazed out at the blurred scenery, his thoughts swirling. What emboldens these vermin so? Wealth? Power? Or the intricate web of relationships? His phone vibrated again, this time from an unfamiliar number, with a multimedia message. The photo depicted a deformed police car, overturned in a roadside ditch, the very vehicle that had been used to retrieve Xie Zhao's ledger yesterday. The text was succinct. Who will be next? Lin Yi's fingers tightened around his phone. This was not a threat. This was a declaration of war. Driver, he suddenly spoke. We're not going to the hospital. Reroute to the county police station. The death of Xie Zhao. The arrogance of Yudi Hai. The cover-up by Liang Wenjing. All pointed to a darker truth. At this moment, the only leverage he possessed was the ledger left behind by Uncle Zhang Xiaoming. The rain intensified, the streaks on the window distorting the outside world, much like the case itself, where truth and falsehood had long intertwined. Upon arrival, the fare was $38.50. The taxi halted before the entrance of the police station. Lin Yi settled the payment and dashed through the rain towards the dimly lit office building. Director Zhang's office was at the end of the third floor, the plaque already worn and faded. Lin Yi did not knock. He simply pushed the door open. Inside, smoke swirled as Jean Lafafa stood by the window, a cigarette burning down to the filter between his fingers. You have arrived. Chapter 75. The last volume, he extinguished the cigarette, and retrieved a brown paper folder from the drawer. Its seal affixed with an official stamp from the county police department. Lin Yi accepted the folder, its weight causing a tightening sensation in his chest. This was the ledger of Zhang Xiaoming's uncle. Jean Lafafa lowered his voice, his atoms apple-bobbing, stating that the original document was inside, along with a scanned copy on the disk. The ledger from Xie Zhao's household had been taken. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, exclaiming that this occurred right after the disciplinary committee personnel entered. Suddenly, Director Zhang began to cough violently. I suspected as much, he gasped. Zhou Yang led a team in and, in less than 5 minutes, declared it a suicide. Liang Wenjing has overreached. Are you injured? Lin Yi frowned. Jean Lafafa waved him off, retrieving a bottle of painkillers from the drawer and swallowing 2 dry. Just a minor injury. I encountered some trouble while checking the ledger last night. He lifted his shirt slightly, revealing a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his waist. UDI's men are more vigilant than we anticipated. A chill ran through Lin Yi. The coal mine had been completely sealed off by UDI's men, ostensibly for an accident investigation, but in reality, it was to destroy evidence. On the day of the mining disaster, Zhang Lefafa lowered his voice, revealing that Zhang Xiaoming's uncle was the safety officer underground. He had discovered issues with the mine support structure and intended to report them. But Zhang Lefafa's hand trembled as he spoke. This ledger documented his daily safety inspections and included invoices for substandard materials used by UDI to cut costs. 30 lives. Lin Yi's voice caught in his throat. Now, only this remains. Suddenly, Zhang Lefafa grasped Lin Yi's wrist with surprising force. Secretary Lin, too many people have already been sacrificed in this case. Xie Zhao, the Zhang family, and he swallowed hard. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door, and both men fell silent. Director Zhang quickly shoved the ledger into Lin Yi's briefcase and gestured for silence. Come in. The door opened to reveal Zhou Yang, accompanied by 2 disciplinary committee officials, their faces adorned with perfunctory smiles. Director Zhang, Secretary Lin, I apologize for the intrusion. His gaze swept over Lin Yi's soaked coat and bulging briefcase. Secretary Liang has asked me to collect supplementary materials regarding the Xie Zhao case. Unfazed, Zhang Lefafa replied. The materials have been organized and sent to the archives. Secretary Zhou can retrieve them directly. Zhou Yang did not budge, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi. Secretary Lin. The provincial meeting has been moved up. There's a flight at 7 tonight, and Secretary Liang specifically instructed me to take you to the airport. Lin Yi understood that this was an attempt to divert him. He tightened his grip on the briefcase, maintaining a calm facade. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Liang, but I can manage on my own. I'm afraid that's not possible. Zhou Yang's smile cooled by 3 degrees. This is an organizational arrangement. Suddenly, Zhang Lefafa stood up, his tall figure blocking Lin Yi. Secretary Zhou, Secretary Lin is currently cooperating with our investigation into an assault on police officers and cannot leave at this time. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes. What assault case? The incident at the coal mine last night, Zhang Lefafa replied, unbuttoning his police uniform to reveal the blood-stained bandage beneath. Lin immediately grasped the implication and interjected, Yes, I happened to pass by and saw the suspect's vehicle. Zhou Yang's expression shifted, and the 2 disciplinary committee officials exchanged a glance. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yang stiffly nodded. In that case, I shall report to Secretary Liang. However, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yi's briefcase, reminding him to take care of his belongings while Secretary Lin is out. Once the door closed, Zhang Lefafa immediately locked it, turning to retrieve a black backpack from behind the bookshelf. The account book goes in here. The briefcase is for me. His words raced out, and without surveillance on the back stairway, they descended directly into the underground garage, where my car is parked in Zone 17. Lin Yi stuffed the account book into the black backpack, his fingers brushing against the cold metal of the car keys Zhang Lefafa handed him, causing a shiver to run through him. Lao Zhang, let's go together. Lin Yi lowered his voice, his gaze sweeping over the closed office door, warning that they would not spare him. Zhang Lefafa shook his head, pulling a service weapon from the drawer and placing it on the table, the gun glinting coldly under the lamp. I have been a police officer for 28 years. I have seen my share of turmoil. As Lin Yi was about to say more, Zhang Lefafa was already pushing him towards the side door of the office that led directly to the archives. Remember, Zhang Lefafa cautioned in a hushed tone, the account book must be protected. His hand pressed firmly on Lin Yi's shoulder, and he added, that boy Zhang Xiaoming registered at Old Lu's clinic in the east of the city using my niece's name. The moment the door closed, Zhang Lefafa let out a long breath. He picked up the service weapon from the table, ejected the magazine to check the bullets, and then clicked it back into place. He then grabbed the landline and dialed the duty room's number. Xiao Chun, it's me. Have all the criminal investigation team members withdraw. Tonight's patrol is canceled. Just say it's my order. After hanging up, he lit a cigarette, waiting in silence. The cigarette was only halfway burnt when the phone on the table lit up with Zhou, Secretary S. incoming call. Zhang Lefafa took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Zhou, Secretary, is there something you need at this late hour? Director Zhang. Zhou Yang's voice transmitted through the airwaves, cold as metal, cut straight to the chase. Where is the account book? Jean Lefaffa exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze sweeping over the banner on the wall that proclaimed the law serves the people. What account book? Don't play dumb. Zhou Yang's voice suddenly sharpened. The account book of Zhang Xiaoming's uncle, which you just retrieved from the coal mine. Secretary Liang's patience is limited. Jean Lefaffa extinguished the cigarette, but in the already overflowing ashtray. Zhou's secretary, as a county committee office member, it is inappropriate for you to meddle in criminal case evidence. Don't you think? The sound of papers rustling came from the other end of the line. Jean Lefaffa, 58 years old, has been in the force for 28 years. With a wife, Li Hongmei, a nurse at the county hospital, and a son, Zhang Hao Jr. at the Provincial Police Academy, Zhou Yang recited leisurely. Residing at Unit 502, Building 2, Public Security Compound, West City. Am I correct? Director Zhang's hand clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Yo Yang, his voice thundered. Do not dare to threaten my family. You speak too harshly, Director Zhang. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly, merely reminding you to be mindful of what actions are appropriate. Secretary Liang stated, as long as the account book is handed over, you will remain our esteemed director. Jean Lefaffa loosened his tie, suddenly laughing. Zhou's secretary. The account book is indeed in my possession. But do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to keep such a crucial item in the office? Chapter 76. Not an accident. Jean Lefaffa deliberately allowed his voice to sound weary. I will go alone. Do not attempt any tricks. All right, very well. Zhou Yang appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Director Zhang was indeed a perceptive individual. At 7:30 in the morning, Jean Lefaffa stood before the mirror in the police dormitory, meticulously fastening his tie. His deep blue uniform was crisply pressed, the four-pointed star insignia on his shoulder gleaming in the morning light. He inhaled deeply, inserting his service weapon into its holster, his fingers lingering momentarily on the cold metal. His phone screen lit up with a message from his wife. Lao Zhang, remember to buy some antihypertensives on your way back. A subtle smile graced Jean Lefaffa's lips as he replied, with a simple acknowledgement. He took one last look around the dormitory. The single bed neatly made into a standard tofu block, documents on the desk arranged in perfect order. The only eyesore being the ashtray, overflowing with cigarette butts. At 7:45, Jean Lefaffa drove the aged black Santana out of the police compound. The car radio was broadcasting the morning news. The investigation into the coal mine collapse in our county has entered its final stages. Initially determined to be a natural disaster caused by geological structural changes, Jean Lefaffa scoffed, turning off the radio. His gaze swept through the rearview mirror, noticing a silver van that had been tailing him since he exited the compound, maintaining a steady distance. Quite persistent, he muttered to himself, steering onto Binha Road. People's Square was merely 2 kilometers away. By continuing straight along Binha Road and turning left at the third intersection, he would reach his destination. Deliberately, Jean Lefaffa slowed his speed, creating an illusion for his pursuer. Approaching a fork in the road just 500 meters from the square, he suddenly wrenched the steering wheel, veering into a narrow alley. In the rearview mirror, the silver van evidently did not anticipate this maneuver, slamming to a halt at the intersection. A triumphant smile curved Jean Lefaffa's lips as he pressed the accelerator, speeding through the alley and emerging onto the parallel Jiefeng Road. You wish to follow me? He chuckled softly, glancing at his watch. It was 7:55, perfectly timed. As traffic on Jiefeng Road began to thicken, Jean Lefaffa relaxed, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. In another 5 minutes, he would reach the square, intending to arrive early and secure a vantage point to observe Zhou Yang. As the traffic light ahead began to flash green, he gently pressed the brake to prepare for a stop. Just then, a red heavy truck, laden with sand and gravel, suddenly barreled out from a side road, hurtling towards him at an utterly unreasonable speed. Jean Lefaffa's pupils constricted. Years of instinct as a criminal investigator instantly informed him that this was no accident. It was an assassination. In a split second, he jerked the steering wheel, the Santana screeching in protest as it veered sharply to the left. But it was already too late. The massive front of the truck crashed into the right side of the police car with the ferocity of a beast. With a deafening clang of twisted metal, the sound reverberated through the street. The Santana was spun violently, careening off the road and crashing through the guardrail, tracing a parabolic arc before plummeting into the nearby Mirror Lake. Water erupted in a spray several meters high, and then the lake's surface returned to tranquility, save for a few bubbles gurgling to the surface. Lin Yi received the call in the storage room of Old Lu's clinic in the east of the city. He sat vigil by the slumbering Zhang Xiaoming, perusing the alarming entries in the ledger. When his phone vibrated, he nearly leapt from his seat. The caller ID revealed an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" A young woman's voice on the other end trembled, tinged with sorrow. "Is this Secretary Lin? I'm Xiao Chun from the police station's duty room. Director Zhang. He was in a car accident." Lin Yi's fingers instinctively clenched the phone, knuckles paling. "What? When did this happen?" "Just now. At the intersection of Jiefeng Road and Binhai Road," Xiao Chen's voice quavered. "A truck ran a red light and crashed into Director Zhang's car. The fire brigade is currently retrieving it." A deafening buzz filled Lin Yi's ears, as if someone had struck a heavy gong within his mind. He mechanically hung up, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Uncle Lin?" Zhang Xiaoming had awakened unbeknownst to him, gazing with his strikingly clear eyes. "Why are you crying?" Lin Yi raised a hand to his face, only then realizing it was wet with tears. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. His throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton. I need to step out for a moment." He finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, thrusting the ledger into Zhang Xiaoming's embrace. "You must keep this safe. No matter who asks, do not give it away, understand?" Zhang Xiaoming nodded earnestly, clutching the ledger tightly. "Just like my uncle said." Lin Yi stumbled out of the clinic and hailed a taxi. "To Mirror Lake. Quick!" Throughout the ride, his temples throbbed. Vivid images of Zhang Lafafa from the previous night flooded his mind, the officer boasting about the chaos he had never witnessed. Before the taxi had come to a complete stop, Lin Yi tossed a bill and bolted out. The accident scene was cordoned off with the flashing lights of fire trucks, police vehicles, and ambulances intertwining in a blinding spectacle. A large crowd had gathered by the lakeshore, murmuring anxiously. "I heard it was a director." The car sank too quickly. They surely couldn't save him. Lin Yi pushed through the throng, rushing toward the barricade. A young officer intercepted him. "Comrade, you cannot." "I am Lin Yi, the town party secretary," he nearly shouted, his voice hoarse and foreign to his own ears. The barricade was lifted, and Lin Yi staggered to the water's edge. Several firefighters emerged from the water in diving suits, their faces etched with exhaustion and helplessness. In the center of the lake, a crane was slowly hoisting a severely mangled black Santana, water cascading from its every crevice like a waterfall. "Where is Director Zhang?" Lin Yi grasped a firefighter's arm with such intensity that it drew a frown. The firefighter shook his head. There was only the driver in the vehicle. "He shows no signs of life." Suddenly, Lin Yi's legs betrayed him, and he collapsed onto the muddy shore. His vision blurred, fixating on the contorted door of the lifted police car, Zhang Lafafa's daily vehicle, in which they had sat just last week discussing case details. "Secretary Lin." Someone steadied his shoulder. It was Deputy Director Wang Ji from the police department. "Please accept my condolences." Lin, he shot his gaze upward, the bloodshot whites of his eyes startling Wang Ji. "What about the truck driver?" "He fled the scene. We are currently pursuing him." Wang Ji lowered his voice. Yet the surveillance revealed that the truck had deliberately accelerated out. This was no accident. Lin Yi repeated this phrase in his mind, unable to utter a sound. Chapter 77. A Day of Intoxication. His chest felt as though a massive stone were pressing down upon it, each breath bringing with it a tearing pain. Director Zhang's mobile phone locator indicated he was supposed to be at People's Square, Wang Ji remarked. Lin Yi clenched the note tightly in his palm, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his hand, yet he felt no pain. The crane set the Santana down on the vacant ground by the shore. The car door pried open by hydraulic pliers. When a stretcher was brought out, Lin Yi, disregarding the obstruction, rushed forward. Zhang Lafafa lay quietly on the stretcher, his police uniform soaked through with lake water. His eyes were half open, as if there were words left unspoken, yet his lips bore a peculiar calm. Most striking was his right hand, clenched into a fist with a hint of metallic sheen visible between his fingers. The coroner attempted to pry open that hand, but it remained unyielding. Strange, corpses usually do not. The coroner mumbled, applying more force. Don't touch him, Lin Yi suddenly shouted, startling the coroner into retreat. He gently grasped Zhang Lefaf's icy wrist, whispering, Old Zhang, it's me. Miraculously, that rigid hand relaxed, and a police badge slipped from his palm, a badge belonging to Zhang Lefafa, inscribed on the back with the words, enforcing the law for the people, even unto death. Lin Yi picked up the badge and finally broke down. He knelt beside Zhang Lefafa's body, sobbing uncontrollably like a child. All reason, all restraint crumbled in that moment. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. He kept repeating this phrase, his forehead pressed against the cold stretcher. If I hadn't come to find you, if I hadn't taken that ledger. Wang Ji attempted to help him up, but was forcefully pushed away. Lin Yi staggered to his feet, his gaze vacant. I caused his death, it was me. He turned away from the accident scene, ignoring the calls from behind. The street before him twisted and warped, the faces of passers-by morphing into the final visage of Zhang Lefafa. Lin Yi could not recall how he returned to the dormitory. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in the bathroom, cold water cascading over him. The man in the mirror had bloodshot eyes, a haggard face, trembling like a madman. Lin Yi struck the mirror with his fist, the sound of shattering glass echoing harshly in the cramped bathroom. Blood oozed between his fingers, dripping into the sink, blooming into small red flowers. Why? He slid down to the floor, allowing the water to beat against his back. What significance remained in pursuing the investigation? Xie Zhao was dead. Old Zhang was dead. Who would be next? Zhang Xiaoming? Me? His phone on the bed vibrated incessantly, but Lin Yi ignored every call. He tossed the phone into the drawer and collapsed heavily onto the bed, covering his head with the blanket. For several consecutive days, Lin Yi remained indoors. The dormitory curtains were tightly drawn, blocking out the sunlight, and the room was suffused with a heavy stench of smoke and sweat, littered with empty bottles and a pile of cigarette butts. Lin Yi lay on his back on the bed, his eyes hollow, staring at the ceiling. A patch of dark stubble had grown on his chin, and his lips were cracked, oozing traces of blood. The phone in the drawer vibrated once more, its buzzing sound piercing the silence of the room. Lin Yi turned over, burying his ears beneath his pillow. He had no desire to answer anyone's calls, nor to hear any words of consolation. Those voices merely served to remind him of a harsh reality. Zhang Lifa was dead, and he was still alive. Old Zhang. Lin Yi's throat emitted a hoarse call, as rough as sandpaper. He reached for the bedside table, where Zhang Lifa's police badge lay. The cold metallic touch evoked memories of that day by the lake, of Zhang Lifa's stiff fingers. You are nothing but a coward, Lin Yi suddenly shouted into the emptiness, his voice echoing in the desolate room. He had boasted of facing any situation, yet here he was, unable to continue, his eyes moistening once again. The images of that day by the lake replayed in his mind. The distorted police car, Zhang Lifa's half-open eyes, and the badge slipping from his palm. Each detail felt like a dagger, piercing his heart. A gentle knock resonated from outside the door. Secretary Lin, are you there? It was the voice of the dormitory administrator. Old Li, you haven't left your room for 4 days. Everyone is quite worried. Lin Yi remained silent, merely pulling the blanket over his head, curling into a ball. He felt a twisting pain in his stomach, but the thought of food repulsed him. The agony of hunger oddly brought him some solace, as if it were a form of self-punishment. Secretary Lin, I brought you some food. I've left it at the door, Old Li sighed. Please accept my condolences. His gaze fell upon the calendar on the wall. 5 days had passed since Zhang Lifa's sacrifice. For these 5 days, Lin Yi had existed as a mere shell of a person, rarely leaving his bed and neglecting even basic hygiene. Footsteps echoed outside, followed by another knock. Lin Yi did not stir. The knocking persisted for a while before fading away. He turned over, burying his face in his pillow, which carried a musty scent mingled with sweat and tears. He had not attended Zhang Lifa's funeral, unable to confront the figure lying in the coffin, nor face Zhang Lifa's wife and daughter. It was he who had drawn Zhang Lifa into this vortex, he who had caused his friend's demise. It's all my fault, Lin Yi murmured, his voice a hoarse whisper, unrecognizable to him. The phone in the drawer vibrated again. Lin Yi covered his head with the blanket, attempting to shut out all sound. Yet this time, The vibration did not cease. Instead, it grew more urgent. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the dormitory door was flung open. Lin Yi sprang up from his bed in shock, squinting at the blinding light flooding in from the doorway. A slender figure stood silhouetted against the brightness, their outline obscured. Lin Yi, are you out of your mind? Jiang Xinyi's voice sliced through the room's silence. I've called you so many times. Why didn't you answer? Lin Yi lifted his eyelids slightly, saying nothing before lying back down. Jiang Xinyi strode into the room, yanking the curtains open, and the blinding sunlight instantly filled the space. Lin Yi instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. Look at yourself. Jiang Xinyi's voice was laced with anger and heartache. Just a few days after Director Zhang's passing, were you truly prepared to send yourself to the grave as well? Lin Yi slowly lowered his arms, adjusting to the light. Jiang Xinyi stood by the bedside, clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, her hair casually tied back. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying, yet at that moment, they blazed with fury. Leave, Lin Yi murmured, his voice barely audible. Chapter 78. The despondent one. Jiang Xinyi's chest heaved violently as she gazed at the despondent man on the bed, barely recognizing the once vibrant Lin Yi. She suddenly stepped forward, raising her hand. Slap! A resounding slap struck Lin Yi's face. What have you become? Jiang Xinyi's voice trembled with unshed tears, her fingers shaking as she pointed at him. Director Zhang is dead, and you intend to lie here until you perish? This is not the Lin Yi I knew. Lin Yi's face turned to the side, a crimson imprint rapidly appearing on his cheek. Yet, he merely turned back slowly, his vacant gaze fixed on Jiang Xinyi, the corners of his mouth twisting into a bitter smile. And what was the Lin Yi you knew like? His voice was as raspy as sandpaper. The same foolish man who brought ruin to his friend? Tears finally spilled from Jiang Xinyi's eyes as she grasped Lin Yi's collar. Get up, she tugged insistently. But Lin Yi remained as unmoving as a lump of clay. Zhang Xiaoming is still waiting for you at Old Lu's clinic. Jiang Xinyi nearly shouted this. The child asking daily, when will Uncle Lin come? Did you not know? A flicker of emotion crossed Lin Yi's eyes, but it quickly faded into a chilling silence. He slowly closed his eyes. Let him forget me. It will be better for him. Jiang Xinyi released her grip, stepping back in disbelief, shaking her head. How can you say such a thing? The evidence Director Zhang sacrificed his life for. Are you really willing to let it rot in a drawer? The room fell into an oppressive silence. Sunlight streamed onto Lin Yi's disheveled hair, casting a grayish halo around him, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Jiang Xinyi took a deep breath, abruptly turning toward the drawer and yanking it open. Lin Yi's phone lay inside, the screen displaying 27 missed calls. She picked it up, swiped the screen, and opened the latest voicemail, cranking up the volume. Uncle Lin, came Zhang Xiaoming's innocent voice from the speaker, thick with tears. When are you coming to see me? I'm scared. Uncle said you would protect me. Lin Yi's body stiffened, yet he still did not open his eyes. Jiang Xinyi hurled the phone onto the bed, her voice frigid as ice. Listen, is this what you call better for him? To let a child who has just lost his uncle lose the only person he can rely on? She strode to the window and flung it open. Fresh air flooded the room, dispelling the stale atmosphere. Director Zhang's memorial service is this afternoon, Jiang Xinyi said, her back to Lin Yi. If you possess even a shred of conscience, rise and face it like a man. After speaking, she strode towards the door, pausing briefly before crossing the threshold. I will wait for you downstairs for 10 minutes. If you do not come down, consider that I have never known you. The door slammed shut, causing dust to fall from the walls. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the police badge on the bedside table. The sunlight illuminated the metallic surface, reflecting a blinding glare. He reached out to grasp the badge, his fingertips tracing the engraved words, to serve and protect, even unto death. A choked sound escaped his throat. Outside, the sound of a car horn blared, sharp and urgent, as if urging him on or delivering a final ultimatum. Lin Yi took a deep breath, gradually propping himself up. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he steadied himself against the bedside table to avoid falling. The badge felt scorching in his palm, as if it possessed a life of its own. He gripped it tightly until its edges bit into his skin. I truly am a bastard, he muttered to himself, swaying as he made his way to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, when Lin Yi pushed open the door of the dormitory building, the glaring sunlight forced him to squint. Jiang Xinyi leaned against the car door, visibly relieved upon seeing him, yet her expression quickly hardened again. Lin Yi's hair was still dripping wet, his face clean-shaven, and although his complexion remained pale, he at least appeared somewhat human. He wore a crumpled shirt and trousers, tightly clutching the badge in his hand. "First, to Old Lu's clinic," he said, his voice still hoarse but imbued with newfound determination. "And then take me to buy a new suit." A flicker of appreciation crossed Jiang Xinyi's eyes, but she merely nodded coldly and opened the car door. "Get in." Lin Yi settled into the passenger seat, the sharp edges of the badge pressing deeply into his palm. The scenery outside the car window raced past, the familiar streets now appearing strangely alien. Jiang Xinyi drove with focused intent, occasionally glancing at him from the corner of her eye. "How has Zhang Xiaoming been these past few days?" Lin Yi finally spoke, his voice seeming to echo from a distant place. Jiang Xinyi tightened her grip on the steering wheel. "That child is very resilient, but he cries every night. Old Lu mentioned he hasn't eaten properly for 3 consecutive days." Lin Yi swallowed hard, clutching the badge even tighter. The car came to a halt in front of Old Lu's clinic. Lin Yi took a deep breath and opened the car door. A sign on the clinic's glass door read "temporarily closed," and through the glass, he could see dim lighting within. When the doorbell chimed, Zhang Xiaoming burst out from the back room like a startled deer. Upon recognizing his visitor, tears immediately streamed down his face. "Uncle Lin," he exclaimed as he sprinted over, throwing himself into Lin Yi's embrace, his small frame trembling like leaves in the wind. Lin Yi crouched down, tightly holding the child who had lost his closest kin. Zhang Xiaoming still carried the scent of hospital disinfectant, his hair disheveled, and a scabbed scar marred the back of his neck, an indelible mark from the mining disaster. "I'm sorry," Lin Yi's voice cracked. "I'm late." Zhang Xiaoming lifted his tear-streaked face. "Will Uncle really not come back?" The question struck Lin Yi's heart like a knife. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Jiang Xinyi approached an opportune moment, gently caressing Zhang Xiaoming's hair. "Your uncle is a hero. He has traveled far to fulfill his duty." Lin Yi turned his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoming. "Today, we are to bid farewell to your uncle for the final time. Would you like to join us?" The atmosphere at the memorial service was solemn and reverent, with a portrait of Jean Lafafa in his police uniform prominently displayed in the center of the hall. His gaze was resolute, and a faint smile graced his lips. Lin Yi stood at the entrance, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. Secretary Lin, Wang Ji, approached, hesitating to speak. "The family is inside." To the left of the hall, a woman with graying hair stood precariously, supported by friends. Beside her stood a girl of 17 or 18, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Jean Lafafa. That was Jean Lafafa's wife and daughter. Lin Yi's breath quickened, cold sweat soaking his back. Jiang Xinyi gently nudged him. "Go on." Chapter 79, to the memorial service. 1 step, 2 steps. Lin Yi moved forward mechanically, the thunderous beat of his heart echoing in his ears. When he finally stood before Jean Lafafa's wife and daughter, his throat felt as though it were constricted by an unseen hand. "Auntie," he stammered. I know who you are," Zhang's wife interrupted, her voice unexpectedly calm, her swollen eyes fixed on Lin Yi. "Old Zhang often spoke of you." This statement became the final straw that broke Lin Yi's composure. Suddenly, his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold marble floor. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Tears blurred his vision as he wept uncontrollably like a remorseful child. If it weren't for me, if it weren't for that ledger." The hall fell silent, all eyes turning to the man weeping on the ground. Zhang's wife reached out trembling and placed her hand gently on Lin Yi's shoulder. Old Zhang said, her voice soft yet clear, "Once you don this uniform, you are always prepared to sacrifice for justice." Lin Yi lifted his gaze and saw the near-sacred calm on Zhang's wife's face. The girl, Jean Lafafa's daughter, approached and handed him a tissue. "Dad said you were the bravest person he has ever known." Her voice trembled with emotion, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. "Please do not betray his trust." Lin accepted the tissue, and as he did, his police badge slipped from his fingers, clattering onto the marble floor. Bending down to retrieve it, he noticed the words "dead, but not forgotten" glimmering under the light on the back of the badge. He slowly rose, wiping away his tears, and bowed deeply before Jean Lafaffa's portrait. On the way back from the memorial, Lin Yi remained silent. The black car provided by the town government jolted along the rural road, raindrops slanting against the glass, obscuring the outlines of the distant mountains. Jiang Sini grasped the steering wheel, catching a glimpse of Lin Yi's fingers unconsciously stroking the armrest, the very spot where Jean Lafaffa had last rested his hands in this car. "Xiaoming can stay in my place tonight." Jiang Sini broke the silence, her voice softer than usual. Lin Yi swallowed hard. "Yes, thank you." His voice was rough, rasping from the tears shed at the memorial. As the car entered the town government compound, the rain had finally ceased. The setting sun filtered through the gaps in the clouds, tinting the rain-soaked pavement a crimson hue. As Lin Yi alighted from the car, he stumbled slightly, prompting Jiang Sini to instinctively reach out and steady his arm, only to have him gently pull away. A damp, musty odor pervaded the dormitory building. Lin Yi fished out his keys, the metallic clatter echoing sharply in the desolate corridor. Upon opening the door, he strode directly to the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed without even removing his coat. Jiang Sini stood in the center of the living room, surveying the once tidy dormitory, now cluttered with empty beer cans on the coffee table, a cigarette ashtray overflowing with butts, and several tea-stained reports on the floor regarding mining accidents. Taking a deep breath, she approached the window and abruptly drew back the curtains. "Damn!" Lin Yi exclaimed, yanking the blanket over his head. "Close it." "No," Jiang Sini firmly countered, pushing the window open. Fresh air rushed in after the rain, mingling with the fetid stench of alcohol and sweat that hung in the room. "You need fresh air." Lin Yi poked his head out from under the covers, squinting as he adjusted to the light. The setting sun illuminated his face, accentuating the hollows of his eyes and the dark circles beneath them. Jiang Sini felt a pang in her heart. The once commanding Lin secretary, who had been so decisive during the flood inspection, now appeared as haggard as a vagrant. "I'll see what there is to eat," she said, turning towards the kitchen, deliberately avoiding Lin Yi's gaze. The refrigerator door emitted a dull groan. Inside, it was nearly barren, containing little more than half a case of beer and a few boxes of expired milk. "You have nothing in your fridge but beer." Jiang Sini's voice called from the kitchen, accompanied by the rhythmic thud of a knife striking the cutting board. "I'll make you some porridge and stir-fry a couple of dishes. I'll run to the market," she added as she returned to the bedroom doorway, her tone intentionally calm. "You better take a shower before I get back." Lin Yi remained silent, rolling over as the sofa creaked under his weight. The sound of the door closing roused Jiang Sini from her daze. She hurried downstairs, allowing herself to shed tears only once she settled into the car. Her eyes were red in the rearview mirror. She had already wept at the memorial service today, mourning director Zhang, who always referred to her as Little Jiang, the reporter, and for the self-punishing Lin Yi before her. The market was nearing its closing time. Jiang Sini hastily selected ingredients: green peppers, tofu prepared in Lin Yi's hometown style, and honey to alleviate the effects of alcohol. The proprietress scrutinized her as she rang up the items. "Young lady, aren't you that reporter from the town's television station?" Jiang Sini managed a strained smile, quickly departing with her plastic bags. Upon returning home, the kitchen was suffused with the aromatic scent of scallions and ginger sizzling in the pan, the sound of the spatula clanging rhythmically. Lin Yi vaguely recalled the last time someone had cooked in his home. "Get up and wash your face," Jiang Sini said, appearing by the sofa at some point, holding a steaming cup of water. "You look no different from beggar." Lin Yi slowly sat up and accepted the cup. The water was at the perfect temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. Taking a sip, he found it to be honey water, sweetened just right. "Thank you," he rasped, suddenly aware of how parched his throat felt, as if scorched by fire. Jiang Sini sat across from him, her gaze falling upon the police badge in his hand. "Is this Director Zhang's?" Lin Yi nodded slightly, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the edge of the police badge. "It was given to me by his daughter. She said it was his most cherished possession." Jiang Sini remained silent for a moment before suddenly stating, "I have already entrusted someone to handle the custody procedures for Zhang Xiaoming. He has no immediate relatives on his uncle's side, So according to regulations, it should be your responsibility. I know, Lin Yi interrupted her, placing the badge on the coffee table. I will take responsibility. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he scrutinized the unfamiliar reflection staring back at him. The hot water washed away the surface grime, but could not cleanse the shadows lurking in his eyes. He reached out to wipe the fog from the mirror, yet the face remained pale and haggard. Only the freshly shaved stubble along his chin lent him a semblance of humanity. It's time for dinner, Jiang Xinyi's voice called from outside, accompanied by the gentle clinking of dishes. Lin Yi donned a clean shirt, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately tucked the badge into his pocket. The chill of the metal pressed against his thigh, serving as a silent reminder. Chapter 80. A drunken conclusion. The dining table was adorned with 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, mapo tofu, and a steaming bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Simple, home-cooked fare, yet it caused Lin Yi's stomach to involuntarily tighten. He could scarcely recall the last time he had a proper meal. Jiang Xinyi served the rice, her movements fluid and assured, as if in her own home. She had changed into a loose-fitting outfit, her hair casually tied back, with a few stray strands cascading by her ears, glinting softly under the light. "Please sit down," she said without looking up. "The food will get cold." Lin Yi pulled out a chair, the wooden legs scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. He fixated on the bowl of white rice, the steam rising obscuring his vision. "Is there any alcohol?" he suddenly inquired. Jiang Xinyi paused momentarily. Lin Yi braced himself for her refusal, even preparing a retort. But unexpectedly, she set down her utensils and walked towards the refrigerator. "Beer or liquor?" she asked, her voice calm and devoid of emotion. Lin Yi was taken aback. "Beer will suffice." Jiang Xinyi retrieved 2 cans of beer from the fridge, the sound of the tab popping open releasing a frothy surge. She slid one can towards Lin Yi and returned to her seat with the other. "I'll join you," she said, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi. His fingers drummed absent-mindedly against the aluminum can, producing a dull thud. He had not anticipated Jiang Xinyi's acquiescence, nor her willingness to drink with him. This woman, who always deterred him from drinking excessively, was now the one raising a can. Why? He could not help but ask. Jiang Xinyi took a sip of her beer, a bit of foam lingering at the corner of her mouth. "Because you need this today," she replied, setting down her can. "To Chairman Zhang." Jiang Xinyi lifted her can in a toast. Lin Yi's throat tightened. He grasped his can and lightly clinked it against hers, to old Zhang. The icy liquid slid down his throat, igniting a sharp sting. Lin Yi gulped down half the can in one go, the alcohol surging to his head, granting him a long-lost sense of ease. Jiang Xinyi sipped delicately, yet her eyes never strayed from his face. "Eat your vegetables." She delicately placed a pair of chopsticks filled with shredded pork and green peppers in a Lin Yi's bowl, reminding him that drinking on an empty stomach could harm his stomach. Lin Yi mechanically pushed around the food on his plate, pleasantly surprised by the flavors that surpassed his expectations. Jiang Xinyi's culinary skills were unexpectedly impressive. The green peppers were crisp yet not raw, the pork tender rather than tough, and the spicy, fragrant taste blossomed on his palate, awakening his dulled taste buds. "Is it delicious?" Jiang Xinyi inquired, her tone laced with a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Lin Yi nodded and picked up a piece of tofu. The tofu was crispy on the outside and tender within, enveloped in a glossy red sauce that melted in his mouth. "Shall I open another can?" Jiang Xinyi suggested, shaking the empty beer can, her cheeks already flushed with a subtle rosy hue. Lin Yi stared at the empty can in his hand, droplets of condensation trickling down its aluminum surface onto the table. He had not anticipated consuming the alcohol so swiftly, nor did he expect Jiang Xinyi to join him in drinking. This woman, who always deterred him from excessive drinking, was now proactively cracking open a second can of beer. "We agreed to indulge until inebriation," she declared, sliding the newly opened beer towards him, her eyes sparkling with an enigmatic light. "Today is an exception." Lin Yi accepted the can, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of Jiang Xinyi's hand, a sensation that sent a slight shiver through him. He tilted his head back and took a hearty gulp. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, alleviating some bitterness. "Drink slowly," Jiang Xinyi frowned. "It's not water." "Who are you to tell me?" Lin Yi instinctively retorted, though his tone softened slightly. Jiang Xini refrained from responding, merely placing a portion of mapo tofu into his bowl. The tofu exuded steam atop the rice, the crimson oil gradually seeping into the pristine white grains. Old Zhang used to love this, Lin Yi suddenly remarked, his voice low. Every time he worked overtime, his wife would bring him meals, and this dish was always included. Jiang Xini's chopsticks halted midair. I know, she replied. When I interviewed him, he always claimed that his wife's mapo tofu was the best in the world. Lin Yi swallowed hard and took another sip of beer. The alcohol began to take effect, blurring his vision while his mind remained astonishingly lucid, acutely aware of every pang of pain. That night Lin Yi's voice seemed to echo from afar. If I hadn't given him the ledger, Jiang Xini interrupted, her fingers gripping the beer kin tightly. It wasn't your fault. Then why did he have to die? Lin Yi abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot. Why not me? The restaurant's lighting suddenly felt blinding. Jiang Xini took a deep breath, setting her chopsticks down. Her hands folded neatly on the table. Her nails were impeccably trimmed, unadorned by polish, radiating a healthy pink hue. When I was 16, she spoke softly. My father died in a car accident. That morning, we had argued about my exam results, and I said some hurtful things. Her voice remained calm, as if recounting someone else's tale. For the next 3 months, I kept thinking if I hadn't fought with him that day. If he'd left the house 5 minutes later, Lin Yi was taken aback. He had never heard Jiang Xini speak of such matters. And then, he found himself asking involuntarily. Jiang Xini took a sip from her beer can. Then my mother slapped me and said, "Who do you think you are? God?" She offered a bitter smile. It was the first time my mother had struck me, and indeed the last. Lin Yi gazed at her for a moment, then suddenly raised his liquor jar and clinked it against hers, toasting to her father, to old Zhang. Jiang Xini responded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. They drank in silence, the room filled only with the sound of clashing dishes and the occasional chirping of insects from outside. Unbeknownst to them, the food on the table had diminished by half, and 4 or 5 empty liquor jars had accumulated. Lin Yi felt a wave of dizziness. He hadn't consumed this much alcohol in a long time. Under the warm glow of the light, Jiang Xini's face appeared particularly soft as she bent over to peel an orange, her slender fingers deftly tearing away the skin, meticulously cleaning the white pith. She divided the peeled orange in half, offering him a piece, a remedy for the intoxication. Lin Yi accepted the fruit, his fingertips coated with sticky juice. He bit into a segment, the sweet and sour liquid bursting in his mouth, alleviating the bitterness of the alcohol. Is it sweet? Jiang Xini inquired. Lin Yi nodded and took another segment. Observing him savor the orange, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She rose to clear the table, her movements slightly slower than usual, clearly affected by the alcohol. Let me help, Lin Yi insisted as he stood, but his sudden movement caused him to stumble. Jiang Xini quickly steadied him, exclaiming, "Careful!" Her palm was warm and dry, tightly gripping his arm. Lin Yi looked down at her, noticing the delicate shadows cast by her eyelashes in the light and a nearly invisible mole on her nose. He suddenly realized they were too close, the faint scent of her shampoo wafting towards him. "I'm fine," he murmured, gently extricating himself from her grasp, but he overexerted himself and fell back onto the sofa. Jiang Xini chuckled softly. "Lin, your tolerance for alcohol is rather poor." "Who says so?" Lin Yi retorted defiantly, sitting upright, though the world spun around him. "I could manage another can." Jiang Xini shook her head, continuing to tidy up the table. "Enough of that bravado. Just lie down on the sofa. I'll finish and then leave." Lin Yi remained still, watching Jiang Xini's busy figure in the kitchen, a peculiar emotion swelling within him. When did this journalist, who frequently appeared in his life, become so significant? After washing the dishes, Jiang Xini emerged to find Lin Yi asleep on the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed. She tiptoed over, hesitated for a moment, then gently nudged his shoulder. "Lin Yi, go sleep on the bed." He mumbled an indistinct response, but did not move. Sighing, Jiang Xini bent down to assist him. Half asleep, Lin Yi leaned against her, his breath mingling the scents of alcohol and orange. "You're heavy," Jiang Xini whispered in mild exasperation. Yet she supported him as they made their way to the bedroom. They stumbled into the room. Jiang Xini intended to set Lin Yi down and leave, but he unexpectedly turned and pulled her down onto the bed with him. She gasped, attempting to rise, only to find herself embraced unconsciously by Lin Yi. "Don't go," he murmured, his voice tinged with a vulnerability that Jiang Sini had never before encountered. "Don't leave me alone." Jiang Sini froze. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows upon Lin Yi's face. She could discern the glimmer of moisture at the corners of his eyes and the furrow in his brow. Eventually, she let out a gentle sigh, adjusted herself into a more comfortable position, and closed her eyes. "Sleep," she whispered softly, "I won't leave." The following morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating the bed. Lin Yi awoke first, his head pounding painfully. He blinked his dry eyes and suddenly realized a warm presence nestled against him. Looking down, he saw Jiang Sini curled against his chest, breathing steadily. Memories flooded back, drinking, confiding, stumbling. Lin Yi carefully withdrew his arm, but inadvertently roused Jiang Sini. "Good morning," she said, opening her eyes, her voice raspy from sleep. She did not leap up in alarm, but instead yawned calmly, as if this were the most ordinary occurrence. "Good morning," Lin Yi replied dryly, unsure of what to say. An awkward, yet inexplicably harmonious atmosphere enveloped them. Jiang Sini sat up, smoothing her tousled hair. "I should head back. I have work today." Glancing at her watch, she exclaimed, "Oh no, it's already 8. Observing her hurried demeanor, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Thank you." Jiang Sini paused, turning to him. "For what?" "For everything," Lin Yi replied, his gaze resting on the police badge on the bedside table. "Everything." Jiang Sini smiled, a warmth reminiscent of the morning sun, gentle yet uplifting. "You're welcome," she said, then turned to leave the bedroom. Lin Yi listened as the sounds of her morning routine filled the air, water running, doors closing, before plunging into a profound silence. He lay in bed, savoring the lingering essence of Jiang Sini in the room, the faint scent of her shampoo mingling with a hint of orange. He reached for the police badge, its metal gleaming in the morning light. The phrase "to die and be done" seemed to acquire a new significance. On the third evening, Jiang Sini's footsteps echoed punctually. Lin Yi was seated at his desk, sifting through a pile of documents, when he heard the sound of keys turning in the lock. His pen halted momentarily, leaving an ink blot on the page. "I brought dumplings," Jiang Sini's voice chimed from the entrance, the plastic bag rustling. "Celery and pork filling." Lin Yi set down his pen and turned to see Jiang Sini bending to change her shoes. She wore a light blue shirt, tucked neatly into her jeans, accentuating her slender waist. A thermos swayed in her hand, emanating an enticing aroma. "Did you make them yourself?" Lin Yi inquired, his tone sounding more natural than he had anticipated. Jiang Sini straightened, a smile gracing her lips. "My mother made them. She insisted I bring some." She paused, adding, "She said you're too thin." Lin Yi glanced down at his loose shirt, realizing it had indeed become quite baggy. He had barely eaten a proper meal in the past fortnight. The clatter of pots and pans wafted from the kitchen. Lin Yi rose and followed her, watching as Jiang Sini expertly heated the dumplings. Her movements were deft, as though she had been managing this kitchen for years. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden halo around her. "Where's the vinegar?" she inquired without turning her head. Lin Yi paused for a moment before opening the cupboard. "It should be here." As Jiang Sini took the vinegar bottle, their fingers brushed against each other once more. This time, neither of them recoiled. Lin Yi noticed her nails were neatly shaped, and the joints bore the faint calluses of years spent holding a pen. "Go wash your hands," Jiang Sini said. "It will be ready soon." 5 minutes later, they sat across from each other at the dining table. Steaming dumplings released their warmth, and the aroma of vinegar mingled with the spicy scent of minced garlic, filling the air. Lin Yi picked one up, and as he bit through the delicate skin, the savory broth flooded his mouth. "How is it?" Jiang Sini asked, her eyes sparkling. "Lin Yi nodded, delicious." Jiang Sini smiled, dipping a dumpling into the vinegar. "This is my mother's secret recipe. It has a hint of dried shrimp for added flavor." They ate in silence, occasionally clinking their chopsticks together, creating a crisp sound. "Did you go to the town government today?" Jiang Sini asked suddenly. Lin Yi's chopsticks halted midair. "Yes, I dealt with some town documents." "How did it feel?" "Better than I expected." He chewed slowly on the dumpling. Jiang Sini lightly tapped the edge of her bowl. Zhang Xiaoming starts school next week. Thank you. Her voice was low. Jiang Sini shook her head and added 2 more dumplings to his plate. Eat more. After the meal, Jiang Sini did not rush to leave. She turned on the television to a cooking show, keeping the volume low. Lin Yi sat at the other end of the sofa, holding a report, yet unable to focus on a single word. In his peripheral vision, he saw Jiang Sini curled up in the corner of the sofa, hugging a cushion, occasionally laughing softly at the jokes on the show. Chapter 82. Coexisting in one room. This atmosphere was peculiar, neither intimate nor distant. It felt like 2 old friends, at ease in each other's company without the need for words. Would you like some tea? Jiang Sini suddenly asked during a commercial break. Lin Yi closed the document. Sure. Jiang Sini got up and headed to the kitchen. He heard the kettle whistle, the clinking of teaware, and her humming a little tune. These sounds strangely soothed his taut nerves. When Jiang Sini returned with 2 cups of green tea, he realized his shoulders had relaxed. Here, she offered the cup, her face appearing exceptionally gentle amidst the steam. Lin Yi accepted it, feeling the warmth of the ceramic against his fingertips. Thank you. They returned to their quietude. The flickering light from the television danced across their faces. Lin Yi sipped his tea, tasting the bittersweetness that mirrored the flavors of this period. At 10:30, Jiang Sini turned off the television and stretched. I should be going. Lin Yi set down his cup. I'll see you off. No need, she replied, picking up her bag. I drove here. They stood at the door for a moment. Jiang Sini bent to adjust her bag strap, while Lin Yi observed the crown of her head, where a small whirl of hair formed. Tomorrow, Jiang Sini looked up. Would you like to go to the supermarket? Your fridge has nothing but beer. Lin Yi nodded slightly. All right. See you tomorrow. Jiang Sini turned to leave, but paused. Oh, remember to take your medicine. You still look a bit unwell. The door closed behind her. Lin Yi stood still, listening to the sound of her footsteps gradually fading away. Upon returning to his bedroom, he noticed that the sheets had been changed, and the crumpled, dirty clothes were nowhere to be seen. In the bathroom, the washing machine's indicator light was illuminated, producing a gentle hum. Let's take a stroll in the garden today. Jiang Sini suggested on the afternoon of the 5th day. You should bask in the sun. Lin Yi did not refuse. In the small garden behind the town hall, the gentle autumn sunlight bathed the 2 of them. Jiang Sini walked beside him, occasionally pointing out a flower or a tree and saying something. Most of the time, Lin Yi simply listened, responding now and then. Look, Jiang Sini suddenly crouched down, pointing at a cluster of wildflowers, dandelions. Lin Yi looked down to see several yellow blooms swaying in the breeze. Jiang Sini plucked a flower that had turned into a white puffball and gently blew on it, causing countless tiny parachutes to drift away with the wind. Make a wish, she said, her eyes reflecting the sunlight. Observing her childlike action, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Jiang Sini stood up, brushing off the grass clippings from her skirt. Nothing. Lin Yi shook his head, though he couldn't suppress his amusement. I just think you could be quite childish at times. Jiang Sini pretended to be annoyed, shooting him a glare. This is called maintaining a childlike heart. Do you understand? She turned and walked ahead, ignoring him. After 2 weeks of daily interactions, Lin Yi stood before the bathroom mirror, his fingers tracing over his once prominent cheekbones. Jiang Sini's consistent meals and unwavering supervision had led him to gain 5 pounds, restoring color to his previously sunken cheeks. He turned on the faucet, cold water splashing against his face, attempting to wash away the last remnants of confusion. When he looked up, droplets cascaded from his chin, and the man in the mirror no longer bore a vacant expression. From the living room, the sounds of Jiang Sini arranging dishes and her humming tune filled the air. This melody had become the backdrop of his life over the past month, like a ray of sunlight piercing through heavy curtains. Lin Yi, the food's getting cold. Her voice called from outside the door. Lin Yi dried his face with a towel and slipped on a clean shirt that Jiang Sini had insisted on placing in his wardrobe last week. As he entered the dining room, he saw Jiang Sini setting the last plate of stir-fried vegetables on the table. We have fish today, she said without looking up. My mom says fish is good for the brain. Lin Yi sat down at the table, gazing at the array of dishes. Jiang Sini's bangs were slightly damp with sweat, clinging to her forehead, clearly a result of rushing over to cook after work. You don't have to come every day, Lin Yi said, picking up his chopsticks, his tone softer than he had anticipated. Jiang Xinyi pushed a bowl of soup towards him. "What? Are you tired of me?" "No." Lin Yi accepted the soup bowl, the steam revealing her subtly upturned lips. "I just don't want to waste your time." Jiang Xinyi placed a piece of fish in his bowl. "Hurry up and eat. I have something to discuss with you afterward." After dinner, Jiang Xinyi did not turn on the television as usual. Instead, she retrieved a folder from her bag, her expression suddenly turning grave. "I have compiled all the interview records from Lao Zhang's life." She placed the folder on the coffee table, along with the materials you previously provided me. Lin Yi's fingers hesitated for a moment on the folder before he opened it. Inside were Jiang Xinyi's elegant handwriting and neatly arranged clippings, each piece of information marked with a date and source. A tightness gripped his chest. These were the very things he had deliberately avoided over the past month. "Why do this?" Lin Yi's voice was slightly hoarse. Jiang Xinyi sat beside him, close enough for him to catch the faint scent of her shampoo. "Because you need to start anew." She pointed to a highlighted document. "Look here." The coal miner interviewed 3 days before Lao Zhang's death stated that the safety equipment underground was merely for show, only installed temporarily before inspections. Lin Yi's fingertips trembled slightly. He recalled that night when Lao Zhang excitedly called to say he had found a breakthrough, while he had merely responded absent-mindedly, preoccupied with trivial reports assigned by Liang Wenjing. In this, Jiang Xinyi turned to the next page. "The county's financial allocation for the Coal Mine Safety Special Fund exceeds the actual expenditure on equipment by 2 million. Lin Yi abruptly closed the folder. "Do you know what this implies?" "I do." Jiang Xinyi met his gaze directly. "Liang Wenjing is taking kickbacks, and the lives of the coal miners are being priced." Silence enveloped the room. Outside, dusk gradually cloaked the town, and distant barks of dogs echoed. Lin Yi rose and walked to the bookshelf, retrieving a dusty brown paper bag from the top shelf. This was left by Lao Zhang. He placed the bag on the coffee table, the real ledger. Jiang Xinyi inhaled sharply, her fingers gently brushing the edge of the bag. "You've kept it all this time." The safest place to hide was right under Liang Wenjing's nose. Lin Yi smiled wryly. "Ironically, he came to my home last week to extend his condolences." Chapter 83. The shock of hidden accounts. Jiang Xinyi cautiously opened the paper bag, revealing what appeared to be an ordinary ledger. However, upon turning to the 7th page, the numbers transformed into names and dates. "This is a record of bribery." Lin Yi sat beside her, their shoulders nearly touching. Liang Wenjing used the coal mine's funds to bribe safety inspection teams, the media, and even, his voice lowered, certain individuals in the city. Jiang Xinyi flipped through the pages, her eyes widening. "This could land him in prison for 20 years, provided we can survive long enough to deliver it to the right hands." Lin Yi's voice carried a long-lost sharpness. Jiang Xinyi looked up at him and noticed a change in his demeanor. The despondent Lin Yi was gone, replaced by the stubborn, disciplined secretary she had first known. "What do you intend to do?" she asked. Lin Yi took the ledger, flipping to the last blank page, where Lao Zhang's scrawled handwriting read, "The chain of evidence is still incomplete. We need the actual casualty records and bank receipts for the flow of funds from within the coal mine. I can find a way to contact the miners' families." Jiang Xinyi swiftly replied, "As a journalist, the pretext of an interview would not raise suspicion." Lin Yi furrowed his brow. "Is it not more perilous than hiding the account books at home?" Jiang Xinyi raised an eyebrow at him, her eyes glimmering with a defiant light. Suddenly, Lin Yi reached out and grasped her wrist. "I am serious, Jiang Xinyi." Lao Zhang's voice faltered. "I cannot continue." Jiang Xinyi did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she placed her other hand over his. "Lin Yi, look at me." When he lifted his gaze, she spoke deliberately. "I am not Lao Zhang, and you're not alone in this fight." Her palm was warm and resolute, and Lin Yi felt a surge of warmth radiate from their point of contact. For the first time in half a month, they spoke so candidly about danger in the future. "We need a plan," Lin Yi finally murmured. His fingers gently tapped on the craft paper bag, the rhythm synchronizing with the quickening beat of his heart. The study was illuminated only by a dim desk lamp, casting their shadows on the wall, intertwining into an indistinct pattern. Lin Yi softly reiterated Jiang Xinyi's proposal, noting that Liang Wenjing had connections in the province, and ordinary reports would likely be suppressed. Jiang Sini tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes shimmering with determination under the light. This is not an ordinary report. I have a university classmate working on the in-depth investigation program at the provincial television station. They have been focusing on such public welfare supervision reports. If we can provide them with a complete chain of evidence. That's too slow. Lin, he shook his head. From topic approval to broadcast. It takes at least 2 weeks. Once Liang Wenjing catches wind of it, the evidence may never reach the television station. Then we should ignite the internet first. She turned, leaning against the bookshelf. In this era of social media, a video of the miners' families lamenting, coupled with a few authentic photos of the mining disaster and the manipulated safety inspection records, would be sufficient to incite a storm within 24 hours. Lin Yi looked up at her, noticing her slightly raised chin and clenched fists. This was the stance Jiang Sini took when she prepared for battle, one he had witnessed on numerous reporting occasions. UDI will go to great lengths to suppress the news. Lin Yi approached the window, gazing in the direction of the town government. Last year, a miner attempted to leak information to the media. The next day, his entire family moved away, and no one knew their whereabouts. Jiang Sini stepped closer to him, their shoulders nearly touching. Therefore, we need to disseminate the information widely, allowing it to scatter like dandelion seeds, irretrievable once airborne. She paused. Lin Yi, this is the truth that Lao Zhang sacrificed his life for. Tomorrow, I will visit the coal mine. Lin Yi suddenly declared, his tone low and resolute under the guise of safety inspection. Jiang Sini abruptly grasped his arm. Are you mad? Liang Wenjing is watching you. Precisely because of that, my presence will not raise suspicion. Lin Yi turned to face her, noticing the flicker of concern in her eyes. Rest assured, I am merely going to verify some matters. I will not raise any alarms. Jiang Sini's fingers tightened slightly, her nails almost embedding into his shirt. I will go with you. No. Lin Yi gently extricated his hand from hers. The presence of a reporter in such a setting was too conspicuous. A brief silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the ticking of the clock on the wall. Suddenly, Jiang Sini approached the coffee table, retrieving her bag and extracting a compact black device from within. Put this on, she instructed, handing Lin Yi a miniature camera that could be discreetly attached to his tie. Lin Yi accepted the device, which was scarcely larger than a button, raising an eyebrow. Do you typically use this for interviews? A faint smile graced Jiang Sini's lips. It's essential gear for dealing with certain prominent figures. However, her smile quickly faded. Lin Yi, promise me that if anything seems amiss, you will withdraw immediately. Lin Yi placed the camera into the pocket of his shirt and nodded. His gaze fell upon the ledger on the coffee table, its thin pages bearing the weight of countless lives. We need more evidence, he stated. Casualty records, bank transfer receipts, original safety inspection reports from the miners' families. Jiang Sini continued, I will visit Liu Dashin's wife tomorrow. Her husband was one of the missing from last year's mining disaster. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. That's too dangerous. UDI's men might be monitoring her. Jiang Sini quickly typed a message on her phone. I will go under the pretense of a follow-up report from the county television station. She lifted her gaze. You should be more concerned about your coal mine visit tomorrow. As night deepened, Lin Yi suddenly realized how this apartment, filled with Jiang Sini's humming and the aroma of cooking, had transformed over the past fortnight. I'll brew some coffee, he said. It seems we have much to plan tonight. Jiang Sini nodded and followed him into the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe. She watched as Lin Yi skillfully operated the coffee machine. The steam rendered his profile strikingly resolute. Almost done, she remarked, closing her laptop and rubbing her tired eyes. I'll meet Liu Dajie tomorrow afternoon. Can you come pick me up after you're done? Lin Yi placed the final sheet into the folder. I'll wait for you at the coal mine junction at 4:30. He hesitated for a moment. If I'm not there, leave immediately and don't look back. Just as Jiang Sini was about to respond, Lin Yi's phone vibrated unexpectedly. They exchanged a glance. A call at this hour was certainly unusual. Checking the caller ID, Lin Yi's expression darkened. Liang Wenjing. Chapter 84. Inspection of the coal mine. Jiang Sini held her breath, watching Lin Yi answer the call while simultaneously activating the recording function. Secretary Liang, I apologize for bothering you at such a late hour. Liang Wenjing's voice came through the speaker, laced with insincere concern. I heard you've been feeling better recently? Lin Yi's tone was remarkably calm. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Liang. I'm much improved. That's good to hear, Liang replied, the sound of a lighter flicking on the other end. By the way, Director Wang from the Provincial Safety Supervision Bureau is coming to inspect the coal mine tomorrow. I thought since you were familiar with the area, you might want to join us. Jiang Xinyi's pupils dilated in alarm, her fingers instinctively gripping the edge of the sofa. Lin Yi maintained his composure. No problem. What time shall we gather? At 9 in the morning, in front of the town government. After the call ended, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. Jiang Xinyi was the first to break the silence. He is warning you. Lin Yi tossed his phone onto the sofa. He is also probing. He approached the window and abruptly drew back the curtains, allowing the cold wind of the rainy night to sweep in. What a coincidence that the Safety Supervision Bureau is conducting a surprise inspection. Jiang Xinyi joined him, the scent of rain mingling with the earthy aroma filling her nostrils. Do you think they have discovered something? Uncertain, Lin Yi closed the window, his expression grave. Tomorrow will be a tough battle. He turned to face Jiang Xinyi. You must not meet Lu Dazhao tomorrow. It is too dangerous. Jiang Xinyi shook her head, a flicker of stubborn resolve shining in her eyes. Precisely because of that, we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The more anxious Liang Wenjing becomes, the closer we are to the truth. Raindrops pelted the car window as Jiang Xinyi parked beside the road, 200 meters from Lu Dashan's home. She glanced at her watch, 2:15 p.m., with over 2 hours remaining until her appointment with Lin Yi. A follow-up visit from the county television station, she adjusted the fake journalist's identification in the rearview mirror, ensuring that the photograph and name bore no relation to her true identity. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Yi. Inspection has commenced. All is normal. Those 7 brief words eased her anxious heart slightly. She took a deep breath, grabbed her umbrella and interview bag, and set off towards the low, dilapidated housing area. Lu Dashan's home appeared even more run-down than she had imagined. The tin roof echoed hollowly in the rain, and the yard was flooded, with a few emaciated chickens huddled beneath the eaves. As Jiang Xinyi approached the door, she heard the sounds of a child crying and a woman scolding within. Is Lu Dazhao home? She knocked on the door, raising her voice deliberately. I am Xiao Wang from the county television station, here to conduct a follow-up visit with the families of the mining disaster victims. The door cracked open, revealing the face of a weary woman. Lu Dazhao appeared 10 years older than her actual age, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes etched with deep fatigue and weariness. What follow-up visit? Wasn't I interviewed last year? Her voice was hoarse, her fingers gripping the doorframe tightly. Jiang Xinyi offered a professional smile. The county has initiated a new support program and wishes to understand the current living conditions of the victims' families. She produced an envelope from her bag. This contains 500 yuan for your time. It won't take long. Lu Dazhao's gaze lingered on the envelope for several seconds before she finally stepped aside. The interior was dimly lit, furnished only with a peeling wooden table and a few plastic stools. A boy of about 5 or 6 years old hid behind his mother, peering timidly at the stranger. After sitting down, Jiang Xinyi quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of surveillance devices before taking out her recording pen and notebook. Lu Dazhao, regarding your husband Lu Dashan's accident at Yinfeng coal mine last year, do you recall the specific circumstances at that time? The woman's body stiffened noticeably. Was it not stated that it was a gas explosion? The compensation has already been received. Why ask these questions? I have heard that the actual number of fatalities at the mine exceeded the reported figures. Jiang Xinyi lowered her voice, subtly directing her phone's camera towards Lu Dazhao. Suddenly, Lu Dazhao stood up, her face pale. Who exactly are you? Jiang Xinyi was acutely aware that time was of the essence. She had to act swiftly. I am here to assist you. The deaths of your husband and the other miners were no accident. They were orchestrated. You falsified the safety inspection records. Those miners were buried alive. Lu Daseo's lips began to tremble as silent tears streamed down her face. They said if I spoke out, they would harm my son. She could not continue, clutching her child tightly. Jiang Xinyi hastily recorded the details, noting Lu Daseo dragging an iron box from beneath the bed. This is a relic of Dasha. I have kept it hidden. Inside are his work ID and She produced a coal-stained slip of paper, on which several lines were scrawled in a haphazard manner. The support structure in Zone 3 has collapsed. I have reported it 3 times, yet no repairs have been made. Today, the gas concentration exceeded safety limits. Liu Deseo wept uncontrollably, stating, "If anything happens, this is the evidence." Jiang Xinyi's hands trembled slightly as she photographed the note and the ID. Then she retrieved a miniature camera from her bag. "Liu Deseo, would you be willing to speak the truth for the camera? For your husband and for the other miners who lost their lives?" Outside, the sound of rain intensified. Lin Yi followed the Provincial Safety Supervision Bureau's Director Wang and Liang Wenjing through the administrative area of the Yunfeng coal mine. His shirt collar concealed the miniature camera that Jiang Xinyi had given him, but as they walked, all critical areas had been preemptively sanitized. Director Wang patted Liang Wenjing on the shoulder, saying, "Old Liang, you could be a model for the entire province." "Director, why not take a look underground?" Lin Yi suggested. Liang Wenjing interjected immediately. "Today, there is equipment upgrading taking place underground, for safety's sake." Director Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Safety first, then let's not go down. I believe this inspection can be deemed satisfactory." Before departing, Lin Yi excused himself under the pretense of needing the restroom and discreetly turned into a side corridor. He swiftly took photos of the miners' scheduling chart on the wall and several randomly discarded work orders. When he returned to the group, Liang Wenjing was gazing at him with a knowing look. "Lin's secretary, why were you gone for so long?" "My stomach wasn't feeling well," Lin Yi replied calmly. Feeling his phone vibrate in his pocket, an alert from Jiang Xinyi indicating she had safely completed her interview. When Jiang Xinyi parked at the designated location, the rain had ceased. She glanced at the time. It was 4:20, 10 minutes ahead of schedule. There were 3 unread messages on her phone, all from her classmate Zhang Ying at the provincial television station. "The video has been received. It's absolutely shocking. Our in-depth investigation will air tonight, and the online version is already prepared. Be careful. This may provoke a strong reaction." Just as she finished replying, she spotted Lin Yi's car slowly approaching. His complexion appeared even more fatigued than in the morning, and he exited the vehicle with a somewhat heavy gait. "How'd it go?" They both inquired simultaneously, sharing a rueful smile. Jiang Xinyi reported first. "I obtained Liu Dashin's suicide note and his wife's video testimony. Moreover," she lowered her voice, "Liu Deseo mentioned that after the mining disaster, Yu Dihai sent people to threaten the families, offering a sum for silence. But it was less than half of what had been promised." Lin Yi shook his head. "I have found nothing on my end." Liang Wenjing had long been prepared. All records had been tampered with, and even the inspection of the mine was obstructed. Chapter 85. Thorough investigation. He retrieved several photographs from his phone, though they seemed of little value. Jiang Xinyi quickly scanned through them, and her eyes sparkled. "No, this is crucial. This closure notice proves that they took urgent measures at the scene following the mining disaster." She excitedly grasped Lin Yi's arm, and combined with Sister Liu's testimony and video, the chain of evidence was now complete. However, Lin Yi's expression grew more serious. Liang Wenjing's probing today was evident. They may have already begun to suspect us. Once you release this evidence, they will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Jiang Xinyi had already opened her laptop, connecting to her phone's hotspot. "I will transmit the video and photos to Zhang Ying now. It will ignite the internet tonight." Lin Yi gazed towards the distant coal mine. "The sunset staining the horizon crimson. I will escort you back to the county. Do not return to the apartment tonight. Find a safe place." "And you?" "I must return to the town government." Lin Yi started the car. Disappearing suddenly would only alert the enemy. Jiang Xinyi's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, packaging and sending the video, photos, and textual explanations. At the moment she clicked send, a peculiar mixture of relief and fear washed over her. That night at 9 o'clock, the program In-Depth Investigation aired the mining disaster truths provided by Jiang Xinyi. Simultaneously, topics regarding the cover-up of the accident at Yunfeng coal mine and the criminal evidence against Liang Wenjing and Yu Dihai erupted on platforms such as Weibo and Douyin. Lin Yi sat in the apartment, watching the skyrocketing shares on his phone screen. The comments section was ablaze. "Shocking. Did these miners truly get buried alive? Wasn't Liang Wenjing just awarded Advanced Individual in Safety Production? The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection should intervene. On the night of the program's airing, Liang Wenjing was hosting several city leaders at the county's most luxurious cloud-top club. Beneath the sparkling crystal chandelier, amidst the clinking of glasses, his phone suddenly vibrated violently. Secretary Liang, something big has happened. The voice of the head of the county's publicity department on the other end was urgent and strained. The provincial station had just aired the report on Yunfeng coal mine, and the internet was in an uproar. Liang Wenjing's smile froze. He swiftly exited the private room and opened Weibo. The top 5 trending topics were all related to Yunfeng coal mine. Yunfeng coal mine cover-up. Criminal evidence against Liang Wenjing and UD Hai. Truth about miners being buried alive. His fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on the pinned video. On screen, Sister Lu wept as she recounted her husband's tragic fate, displaying a wool stained with coal dust. Next was a comparison of the miner's work schedule and the closure notice from the day of the accident, surreptitiously filmed by Jiang Xini. Finally, there were the forged safety inspection records provided by Lin Yi. Damn it! Liang Wenjing slammed his fist against the wall, blood seeping from his knuckles. He immediately dialed UD Hai's number. Didn't you say everything was cleaned up? What about that miner's wife? On the other end, UD Hai's drunken voice slurred. Secretary Liang? What wife? I'm in Macau. You better get your ass back here immediately. Liang Wenjing uttered these words with great difficulty. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee will send someone down tomorrow. We are both doomed. After hanging up the phone, Liang took a deep breath and dialed another number. Zhou, activate the emergency plan and dispose of all sensitive documents. Remember, from this moment onward, there has never been any private communication between us. Upon returning to the private room, Liang had regained his composure. Even wearing a slight smile, esteemed leaders, I sincerely apologize. An unexpected situation has arisen in the county, and I must attend to it. Secretary Li of the Municipal Political and Legal Committee cast a knowing glance at him. Old Liang, we have been following the events online. Secretary Wang from the province just called me, demanding a thorough investigation. Take care of yourself. Liang's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The following morning, as Lin Yi stepped into the courtyard of the town government, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Several colleagues, who usually paid him no heed, suddenly greeted him warmly, while Liang Wenjing's confidence avoided his gaze. Secretary Lin, the office director hurriedly approached, lowering his voice. Secretary Liang requests your immediate presence in his office. The door to Liang Wenjing's office was tightly closed, the curtains drawn. He stood with his back to the door, facing the window, and did not turn as Lin Yi entered. Lin Yi, Liang's voice was surprisingly calm. I always thought you were a clever man. Lin Yi remained silent, simply standing still. The provincial investigation team will arrive at 9. Liang suddenly turned, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Do you know what I despise the most? Betrayal. Lin Yi met his gaze. Secretary Liang, I have merely fulfilled my duties. If Yunfeng coal mine is without issue, the investigation team will naturally clear your name. Clear my name? Liang scoffed, tossing a file bag onto the table. Let us discuss your innocence after you've seen this. Lin Yi opened the file bag, revealing personal information and several photographs of Jiang Xini entering and exiting Lu Dashan's residence, meeting with provincial reporters at a CAF, and even checking into a hotel the previous night. You had someone follow her? Lin Yi's voice abruptly turned icy. Liang lit a cigarette and replied leisurely. I find it quite intriguing that a town party secretary and a journalist would take such an interest in my coal mine. Exhaling a smoke ring, he continued, Lin Yi, you now have 2 choices. First, tell the investigation team that all of this is your personal doing, unrelated to me. Second, watch as your little girlfriend meets with misfortune. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. You wouldn't dare. Want to test that? Liang smiled, adding, by the way, you might not know yet, UD Hai returned from Macau last night and is currently cooperating with the investigation at the county police department. Chapter 86. Sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. How ironic it is that a corrupt mine owner has become a whistleblower. Lin Yi felt a jolt. Liang was intent on shifting all blame onto UD Hai. In the county police interrogation room, UD Hai's eyes were bloodshot, his designer suit wrinkled. having lost all semblance of his former arrogance. That bastard Liang Wenjing, he roared at the camera, asserting that Yinfeng coal mine provided him with no less than 2 million each year. The safety inspection records were falsified at his behest. Suddenly, he realized the gravity of his words and abruptly fell silent. The provincial discipline inspection cadre seated across the interrogation table smiled amiably and said, "Mr. Yu, please continue. If you cooperate with the investigation, we may consider leniency." Yu Dihai's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. He recalled Liang Wenjing's phone call from the previous night. "We are both doomed." No, Liang Wenjing must have a backup plan. He would never resign himself to inaction. "I want to see my lawyer." Yu Dihai suddenly regained his composure, declaring, "I shall not utter a word until my lawyer arrives." Behind the one-way glass of the county police interrogation room, Liang Wenjing stood quietly, the tip of his cigarette reduced to ash. He gazed through the glass at Yu Dihai's contorted face, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Secretary Liang, Yu Dihai almost confessed completely just now," reported the deputy director of the county police cautiously. "Should we proceed according to standard protocol?" Liang Wenjing extinguished his cigarette and replied, "Remember, I have no personal dealings with him. Everything must be conducted in accordance with the law." Exiting the police station, Liang Wenjing dialed Zhou Yang's number. "Meet me at our usual place immediately." Half an hour later, an abandoned brick factory on the outskirts of the county. Liang Wenjing's black Audi sat quietly in front of a row of dilapidated brick kilns. Zhou Yang emerged from his car, his face as pale as parchment. "Secretary Liang, the public sentiment online has spiraled out of control. The provincial discipline inspection team has just arrived at the county party committee." Liang Wenjing raised his hand to interrupt him. "Zhou Yang, how long have you been with me?" 8 years and 4 months. Zhou Yang's voice trembled. "Your wife works as a nurse at the county hospital, and your son just started at the experimental primary school this year, correct?" Liang Wenjing produced a photograph from his pocket, depicting a woman holding a child's hand at the school gate, the child delightfully adorable. Zhou Yang's knees weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Secretary Liang, what? What are your instructions?" Liang Wenjing handed him a thick envelope. "Inside are your new identification card, passport, and a Swiss bank card containing $5 million. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, you will voluntarily report to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee and confess that all dealings with Yunfeng coal mine were conducted under my name. I, Yo Yang S. Leaps Kui Fred, your wife and child will board a flight to Singapore tonight." Liang Wenjing patted his shoulder, assuring him that they would live well there. "If you behave properly, you could reunite with them in no more than 10 years. Tears streamed silently down Zhou Yang's face as he clutched the envelope tightly, his knuckles turning white. "Remember," Liang Wenjing's voice grew chillingly cold, "if you dare to utter even a single extra word, the safety conditions in Singapore are not particularly favorable." Meanwhile, Lin Yi anxiously awaited news from Jiang Sini in the town government office. Since the broadcast of the program last night, her phone had remained switched off. Outside, several unfamiliar black sedans slowly entered the courtyard of the town government, adorned with the insignia of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee. Suddenly, Lin Yi's phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number read, "Safe. Meet at the usual place. Do not return the call." He swiftly deleted the messages and organized the documents on his desk. A knock sounded at the door, revealing 2 men clad in dark suits. "Comrade Lin Yi, the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Team requests your assistance in an investigation." The interrogation lasted a full 3 hours. Lin Yi presented the evidence he had meticulously prepared, the clandestinely recorded work schedule of the miners, his communication records with Jiang Sini, and the audio of Liang Wenjing's threats. "When was this recording made?" inquired Yin Feng, the head of the investigation team, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi. "This morning, in Liang Wenjing's office," Lin Yi replied, his voice calm and resolute. "I anticipated that he would threaten me, so I activated the recording on my phone in advance." Yin Feng exchanged a glance with his colleague. "Comrade Lin Yi, we appreciate your cooperation. However, for your safety, please refrain from leaving the county for the next few days." As he exited the interrogation room, Lin Yi noticed that dusk had fallen. He borrowed a colleague's car and, after ensuring he was not being followed by taking several back roads, drove towards the Yulai Hotel in in the eastern part of the city, their usual rendezvous point with Jiang Sini. The door to room 308 was ajar. Upon entering, Lin Yi was met by Jiang Sini emerging from behind the curtains. A fruit knife clasped in her hand. Only when she recognized him did she exhale deeply, the knife clattering to the floor. "Are you all right?" They both uttered simultaneously, followed by a shared, weary smile. Jiang Sini's eyes were shadowed, clearly indicating a sleepless night. "Liang Wenjing sent someone to follow me. My hotel room was ransacked last night. I suspect my phone is being monitored as well." Lin Yi briefly recounted the situation regarding the provincial disciplinary inspection. "Liang Wenjing will undoubtedly seek a scapegoat. I suspect it will be either Yu Hai or his secretary. Zhou Yang. Yu Hai won't easily accept being the fall guy," Jiang Sini remarked, opening her laptop. "A classmate just informed me that Yu Hai has a mistress in Macau, who might possess significant insider knowledge." Lin Yi furrowed his brow. "Liang Wenjing will act first. We must." His words were abruptly interrupted by a jarring ringtone. Jiang Sini glanced at the caller ID, her expression shifting dramatically. "It's Zhang Ying from the provincial station." As she answered the call, Zhang Ying's urgent voice crackled through the receiver. "Sini, something has happened. Yu Hai's mistress fell from a hotel in Macau half an hour ago. The police preliminarily suspect suicide." Within the temporary office of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Team, Yin Feng's ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts. He scrutinized Zhou Yang's interrogation records, his brow furrowed in concentration. Zhou Yang's demeanor was surprisingly cooperative, confessing to nearly all allegations regarding the Yunfeng coal mine accident, and even voluntarily divulging details not yet known to the disciplinary committee. "It's too perfect," Yunfeng remarked to his colleague, as if he were reciting a script. His colleague nodded in agreement. He recalled the exact number of fatalities and compensation amounts down to the last decimal point. Flipping to the final page of the record, Yunfeng noted Zhou Yang's signature, a shaky scrawl that appeared to have been written with great effort. He recalled Zhou Yang's peculiar question at the end of the interrogation. "Director Yin, if I cooperate with the investigation, will my family be safe?" At the time, Yunfeng assumed it was merely a concern about familial repercussions. Reflecting now, the statement seemed to carry a deeper significance. "Investigate the recent movements of Zhou Yang's family." Yunfeng extinguished his cigarette. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Jiang Sini were intently focused on the computer screen in their hotel room. Jiang Sini's journalist friend had just sent an encrypted file containing the VIP client records from a casino in Macau. "Found it," Jiang Sini exclaimed, pointing at a record on the screen. Last March, Liang Wenjing had lost over 4 million under the alias Liang Hai at the casino, which had granted him a credit line. Lin Yi quickly took a photo for documentation. This explains the financial shortfall at the coal mine. He embezzled public funds for gambling and then forged documents to cover up the mining accident. Suddenly, Jiang Sini grasped Lin Yi's arm. "Wait, look at this date. He was in Macau just last week, the day before the broadcast." They exchanged a glance, realizing the implications. Liang Wenjing wasn't gambling. He was dealing with Yu Hai's mistress, the woman who might know his secret. Lin Yi's phone vibrated suddenly. It was a message from Yunfeng. "Zhou Yang has confessed, but there are many doubts. Do you have new evidence?" Lin Yi swiftly replied with their discovery from the Macau casino, adding, "Liang Wenjing may be preparing to flee. I suggest monitoring the airport." Jiang Sini had already begun to pack. "We need to change locations. It's no longer safe here." Just then, a breaking news alert interrupted the television broadcast. According to our latest news, Zhou Yang, the primary person responsible for the Yunfeng coal mine accident and former deputy director of the county committee office, surrendered to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission today, confessing to charges of concealing the accident and forging documents. The footage switched to Zhou Yang being escorted into a police vehicle, his face pale and expression vacant, resembling a walking corpse. Lin Yi murmured, "Liang Wenjing must have threatened him." Jiang Sini shut down the computer. "We must stop Liang Wenjing. Otherwise, Zhou Yang will become a scapegoat, and the truth will remain forever obscured." The next morning, the atmosphere in the meeting room of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team was tense. A mountain of documents piled before Yunfeng, Zhou Yang's bank statements, record from the Macau casino, and Liang Wenjing's immigration records. We have clarified everything, one investigator reported. Zhou Yang's wife and son flew to Singapore yesterday afternoon, and the tickets were purchased using an anonymous black card. We traced the funds back to a shell company in the Cayman Islands. Another investigator added. Liang Wenjing's Audi A6 was spotted on the airport expressway this morning, and a license plate recognition system confirmed he was the driver. Yin Feng immediately picked up the intercom. Attention airport team. The target is en route to the airport. Prepare for interception. He turned to his colleagues. Apply for border control procedures immediately. Liang Wenjing must not be allowed to leave the country. Inside the airport terminal, Liang Wenjing, wearing sunglasses and dragging a small carry-on suitcase, walked leisurely towards the boarding gate. He had booked a first-class ticket to Hong Kong, from where he could connect to any country. Mr. Liang, in such a hurry to leave? Liang Wenjing stiffened and slowly turned around. Yin Feng stood behind him with 4 plainclothes officers, a cold smile on his face. Group leader Yin? What a coincidence. Liang Wenjing feigned calmness. I'm heading to Hong Kong for an investment conference. The county is well aware. Yin Feng presented his credentials. I am afraid you will need to reschedule. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission requires your assistance with an investigation. Liang Wenjing's smile froze upon his face. There must be some misunderstanding. Hasn't Zhou Yang already confessed regarding the Yunfeng coal mine incident? Yin Feng stepped closer, lowering his voice. He has revealed many intriguing details, such as how you coerced him by threatening his family to take the fall, your debts at Macau casinos, and the suicide of Yu Dihai's mistress. Liang Wenjing's complexion shifted from red to pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I need to call my lawyer. Of course, Yin Feng gestured graciously. But I suggest you take a look at this first. He handed over a document, which was a travel restriction and search warrant. Liang Wenjing's hands began to tremble, and his suitcase thudded to the ground, bursting open to reveal bundles of U.S. dollars and several passports under different names. Yin Feng bent down to pick up one of the passports, a cold smile playing on his lips. You are quite well prepared, Secretary Liang. Or should I address you as Mr. Liang Hai? Suddenly, Liang Wenjing erupted, shoving Yin Feng aside in an attempt to flee, only to be swiftly subdued by plainclothes officers. His face pressed against the cold marble floor, his expensive suit now dust-laden, he shouted, Do you know who I am? Yin Feng crouched beside him, whispering in his ear, You may not be aware, but before confessing, Zhou Yang left us a little gift, a detailed record of all your bribery activities over the years. Liang Wenjing's body went limp, the light in his eyes extinguishing as if his very soul had been siphoned away. As Yin Feng escorted Liang Wenjing out of the terminal, Lin Yi and Jiangxini stood just beyond the security line. Liang Wenjing caught sight of them, a flicker of malice in his gaze, quickly replaced by despair. Jiangxini raised her camera, capturing the most humiliating moment of the once mighty county party secretary. Lin Yi nodded at Yin Feng, their silent understanding palpable. At 7:30 p.m., the provincial television station's news broadcast commenced punctually. The anchor's solemn voice resonated through countless households. This morning, former Hong'an County Party Secretary Liang Wenjing was intercepted by staff of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission while attempting to leave the country. Investigations reveal that Liang Wenjing is suspected of serious disciplinary and legal violations and is currently undergoing organizational scrutiny. The scene shifted to the airport capture. Liang Wenjing being escorted by 2 inspectors, his hair disheveled, suit askew, utterly devoid of his former authority. The camera lingered on a close-up, capturing his ashen complexion and vacant stare. Meanwhile, the anchor continued. Families of the victims from the Yunfeng coal mine accident will receive fair compensation. Lin Yi pointed at the television mounted on the restaurant wall with his chopsticks. Look, it's on air. Jiangxini set down her beer glass and turned to the screen. The footage transitioned to interviews with the families of the deceased miners. An elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, said, After waiting for so long, we have finally reached this day. Other patrons in the restaurant looked up at the television, some whispering among themselves, It serves him right. Such corrupt officials should have been apprehended long ago. I heard over a dozen miners died just to cover up the incident. In Chapter 88, Industrial Transformation, Zhou Yang exhibits a semblance of conscience. He lowered his voice, revealing that the funds vanished from the coal mine's accounts were sufficient to initiate the first phase of the project. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Jiang Xinyi's complexion paled at the thought of utilizing those embezzled funds. Not utilizing, but recovering, Lin Yi stated resolutely, his eyes gleaming with determination. The money laundering routes established by Liang Wenjing in the casinos of Macau had already come under the scrutiny of Yinfeng. With the cooperation of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, these assets could be frozen entirely for local development. Jiang Xinyi suddenly realized that the man before her intended not merely to investigate a corrupt official, but to fundamentally reshape the economic lifeblood of Yinfeng Town. Will Mayor Qin support you? At 6:40 in the morning, Lin Yi stood before the municipal government building, its silhouette shrouded in morning mist, resembling a silent fortress. He tightened his tie, the weight of the briefcase in his hand grounding him with the results of 2 years of covert research. Taking a deep breath, he halted his hand just before knocking, overhearing a low conversation within. This matter must be suppressed, at least until the provincial investigation concludes, a man's voice intoned. Mayor Wang, I am well aware of my limits, responded Qin Shuang, her voice calm and measured. The door swung open abruptly, and Lin Yi collided with Deputy Mayor Wang Defa. Secretary Lin? Up so early? Wang's gaze swept over the briefcase in Lin Yi's hand. I've heard you've been performing admirably in Yinfeng. The Liang Wenjing case was handled splendidly. Lin Yi stepped back nonchalantly. Good morning, Mayor Wang. It's merely my duty. Wang Defa smiled knowingly, whispering as they passed. It is commendable for a young man to be ambitious, but the waters of Yinfeng run deeper than you might imagine. Qin Shuang stood by the window, the morning light accentuating her poised silhouette. As she turned, Lin Yi noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Please take a seat, she gestured to the sofa, remaining standing herself. Your call last night deprived me of sleep. Lin Yi promptly opened his briefcase, laying documents across the coffee table. My Yorin, here is the casualty statistics and financial anomaly report for Yunfeng coal mine over the past 5 years. Liang Wenjing's embezzlement is merely the tip of the iceberg. The entire extraction system is riddled with issues. Qin Shuang picked up the foremost casualty list, her finger pausing on the name Zhang Jingguo, age 32. Was he involved in last year's October 23rd incident? Not just him, Lin Yi replied, flipping to another page. Liang Wenjing disclosed that the actual death toll is 3 times that which was reported. Many families received only 50,000 as hush money, lacking even recognition of workplace injuries. The sound of a watering truck echoed from outside, as Qin Shuang's fingers tapped a rhythmic pattern on the windowsill, a habit she resorted to when contemplating. Lin Yi. She suddenly turned. You've been in Yinfeng for some time. Haven to you? You've handled 7 collective incidents and cracked 2 corruption cases. Minister Li from the Provincial Organization Department mentioned you specifically during his last visit. Lin Yi felt a tightening in his chest. This was not the direction he had anticipated for their conversation. Following Liang Wenjing's double regulation, the position of party secretary of Hongyan County had become vacant. Qin Shuang retrieved a red-headed document from her drawer, stating, I have recommended you to the municipal committee. The document reflected the morning light on the coffee table. But Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the calligraphic banner on the wall, proclaiming governance for the people. From his initial position as the secretary to the mayor to becoming the party secretary of Yinfeng Town, he had, in this very office, pledged a solemn oath to Qin Shuang. At that moment, the banner had just been hung, and the scent of ink lingered in the air. I am grateful for the organization's nurturing, Lin Yi spoke with a dry voice, but I wish to see the industrial transformation of Yinfeng completed. Qin Shuang raised an eyebrow. Do you understand what this entails? The county party secretary holds a position of a certain rank. I am aware, Lin Yi replied, meeting her gaze directly. But the children of the Lao Zhang family cannot afford to wait, nor can old Lady Li. For each additional day, the coal mine remains operational. It can mean one more widow. The office fell silent, the sound of the cleaning lady pushing her cart down the corridor, grinding on their nerves. Suddenly, Qin Shuang laughed. You are indeed still the Lin Yi I know. She put away the documents. Now, tell me your specific plan. Lin Yi immediately unfolded a map. Yinfeng lies at the convergence of 3 provinces, with 3 highways intersecting, fully qualifying it as a logistics hub. This barren land in the southern mining area has sunlight intensity that meets the standards for photovoltaic power generation. What about funding? Qin Shuang interjected sharply last year. The county's finances derived 63 from coal mining. Liang Wenjing has over 40 million in illicit funds being pursued abroad. Lin Yi lowered his voice. If we could secure a special return. Qin Shuang's finger paused over a bank statement from Macau. You even investigated this? The clues were provided by team leader Yin Feng. Lin Yi refrained from mentioning that this information was obtained through covert surveillance of Liang Wenjing's mistress's apartment. Moreover, the current residual value of the mining equipment is approximately 200 million, and land exchange could yield. Do you know why Vice Mayor Wang came earlier? Qin Shuang suddenly interrupted. He brought insights from the Provincial Energy Bureau, demanding the resumption of coal production in Yinfeng. Lin Yi's pen left a long mark on his notebook. The director of the Provincial Energy Bureau is a classmate of Liang Wenjing from the party school. Hence, we must act decisively. Lin Yi turned to the final page of the document. It contained letters of intent from 27 enterprises willing to settle in the development zone, including 2 Fortune 500 companies. I need 3 days. Qin Shuang locked the documents in a safe. During this time, you are not to meet with any media. She pressed the intercom button. Xiao Chun, bring in 2 cups of coffee. Turning to Lin Yi, she added, Wang Defa has a cousin with a stake in the coal mine. Lin Yi's pupils constricted suddenly. This explained much regarding the repeated delays in the safety inspections and the sudden change of heart from the families of the deceased miners. I will provide you with a response in 3 days. Qin Shuang lifted her coffee cup. Now, tell me, why did you refuse the promotion? Lin Yi traced the rim of his cup. Do you recall our first meeting? His voice trembled. Mayor Qin, you once said that some positions in government can be passed over, but certain matters cannot be neglected. Chapter 89. The Black Gold Conundrum. Lin Yi filled a glass for Jiang Sini with beer, then poured himself another. This time, I owe it all to your friend in Macau. Jiang Sini shook her head. If it weren't for your insistence on investigating, we would have been easily deceived by Liang Wenjing's smokescreen. She took a sip of her beer, foam clinging to her lips. However, what surprised me most was Zhou Yang. I never expected him to hold back until the end. People often find ways in dire situations. Lin Yi picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork. How are his wife and child doing now? Team leader Yin said they have already sent someone to Singapore to bring them back. Jiang Sini retrieved her phone and revealed a message she had just received 10 minutes ago. The security department had located them and was arranging their return flights. Lin Yi nodded, then suddenly lowered his voice. Do you think Liang Wenjing has anyone backing him? Jiang Sini's expression sharpened. Are you suspecting he has higher-ups? A county party secretary who has managed to conceal his misdeeds for so long must surely have a protective umbrella. Lin Yi traced a circle on the table with his chopsticks, adding, moreover, the sum he lost at the Macau casino is not insignificant. As they conversed, the restaurant door swung open, and Yin Feng strode in, exuding an icy demeanor. He removed his coat and draped it over the back of a chair, unapologetically pouring himself a glass of beer from Lin Yi's table. Finally able to eat after such a busy day, Yin Feng remarked as he gulped down half a glass and exhaled deeply. Liang Wenjing has been taken down. Jiang Sini's eyes sparkled with interest. So soon? Yin Feng smirked. Such corrupt officials display their arrogance until they are caught. Then they cower. Once we presented the account books provided by Zhou Yang, he began to deflect responsibility, claiming he was acting under instructions from above. Lin Yi and Jiang Sini exchanged glances, each reflecting the realization that they had indeed suspected as much. Who? Lin Yi inquired. He never disclosed that, only stating that the individual concealed their identity, and he was unaware of who it was. Yin Feng replied, tossing a peanut into his mouth. However, this is merely Liang Wenjing's side of the story. The evidence remains insufficient. A special task force has been established at the provincial level to conduct a thorough investigation. Jiang Sini pondered. So the account books recorded by Zhou Yang not only document Liang Wenjing's bribery, but also detail his bribery of superiors. Yin Feng lowered his voice, indeed. Lin Yi whistled softly. This could stir up a hornet's nest. Not only that, Yin Feng said, pulling a folder from his briefcase and handing it to Lin Yi. Liang Wenjing confessed that Yu Dihai's mistress did not commit suicide. He had her killed. Jiang Sini gasped. So Liang Wenjing's trip to Macau last week was twofold: to deal with that mistress and to repay debts to the casino. Yin Feng nodded, explaining that he had embezzled safety funds from the coal mine for gambling, resulting in a spiraling debt that ultimately led him to orchestrate a mining disaster to balance the books. The restaurant owner brought forth a steaming plate of fish in chili oil, the aroma filling the air. The three paused their discussion to eat. After a few bites, Lin Yi suddenly asked, "Will the families of the deceased miners truly receive compensation?" Yin Feng set down his chopsticks, his expression grave. "A special task force has been established at the provincial level. All illicit gains from Liang Wenjing and Zhou Yang will be allocated for compensation. More importantly," he glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, "the safety issues revealed by this incident will be thoroughly investigated across the province." Jiang Xini raised her glass. "Then let us toast to the miners who were unable to see this day." The three clinked their glasses and drank heartily. The bitterness of the beer spread across their tongues, mirroring the complex emotions this case evoked. A blend of victorious joy, tinged with sorrow for the deceased and concern over systemic flaws. As the sound of the television news faded into the background, Lin Yi stood by the window of the guest house, the cigarette between his fingers already burnt to its end. Outside the window, the silhouette of Yunfeng coal mine loomed in the darkness like a colossal beast, with several solitary mining lamps resembling the eyes of predator. Liang Wenjing had fallen, yet the coal mine persisted. Lin Yi extinguished his cigarette, his voice raspy. Jiang Xini closed her laptop and rubbed her weary eyes, remarking that at least the victims' families would receive compensation. Team leader Yin mentioned that the provincial government had established a special task force. Compensation? Lin Yi suddenly turned, his eyes ablaze with fury. The two children from the Laozhang family had dropped out of school to work in a mine. One perished in last year's accident, while the other succumbed to pneumoconiosis. The elderly matriarch of the Li family had lost all three of her sons underground, now surviving by scavenging refuse. Can money truly mend these wounds? His fist struck the windowsill with a resounding thud, causing the glass to vibrate ominously. The images from the afternoon visit to the mining area lingered in his mind. A 12-year-old child rummaging through piles of coal for recyclables, a 60-year-old miner hunched over, each step accompanied by violent coughing. Jiang Xini silently offered him a cup of tea. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Yi retrieved his phone, locating Mayor Qin Shuang's name in his contacts. "I aim to shut down Yunfeng coal mine." His thumb hovered over the dial button, envisioning the site transformed into a high-tech development zone. "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Xini grasped his hand firmly. The coal mine was the lifeblood of the county's finances. "Do you comprehend the multitude of interests at stake?" Liang Wenjing's case remains unresolved. Precisely because of that, action is imperative now. Lin Yi broke free from her grip. Liang Wenjing had fallen. Yu Dihai had been punished. The forces behind them were momentarily leaderless, presenting an opportune moment. When the call connected, a weary yet still clear female voice came through. "Secretary Lin, is there something urgent at this late hour?" "Mayor Qin, I have a crucial suggestion regarding Yunfeng coal mine." Lin Yi gazed into the enveloping darkness outside. "I wish to completely close the mining area and pivot towards developing a green industry." Sounds of a chair shifting could be heard on the other end, followed by Qin Shuang's lowered voice. "Do you realize what time it is? Is this the sort of conversation suited for a phone call?" "Precisely because it is of grave importance. I must report it to you immediately." Lin Yi opened the notebook on his desk. Liang Wenjing's case had unveiled the pervasive corruption within the coal mining system. Continuing to mine would only result in more casualties among the miners. Qin Shuang's breathing became discernible. "Tomorrow morning at 7, come to my office. Do not inform anyone." The call abruptly ended, leaving behind a tone of busy signals. Jiang Xini frowned. What kind of attitude is that? Cautious. Lin Yi set down his phone. If Liang Wenjing could operate with impunity in Yunfeng for so many years, surely someone in the city was shielding him? A message from Yunfeng suddenly appeared. Liang disclosed that the death toll from the mining accident was concealed by nearly half. "The joint investigation team will enter the mining area tomorrow morning. You must accompany us." Lin Yi showed the message to Jiang Xini. "It seems we will need to split our efforts tomorrow. You go to discuss the transition with Mayor Qin, while I head to the mine with the investigation team." Jiang Xini hurriedly gathered her camera and recorder, but cautioned Lin Yi. Have you considered that shutting down the coal mine means thousands of workers will lose their jobs? The county's finances could collapse. Thus, we must simultaneously advance the development zone's construction. Lin Yi extracted a stack of documents from his briefcase, a covert research report he had diligently compiled over the past 2 years. Yinfeng, situated at the confluence of 3 provinces, boasts convenient transportation, rendering it well-suited for the development of logistics and manufacturing industries. As Jiang Xini perused the report, she was astonished to discover a list of potential investors included within. Have you been planning this all along? I began preparations last year when addressing the first concealed mining accident. Lin Yi responded, indicating the red-marked location on the map. Here, we could establish a photovoltaic power station, and the abandoned tunnels of the mining area could be transformed into underground energy storage facilities. Chapter 90. Qin Shuang's presence. Qin Shuang's coffee cup hovered in midair. Outside, the morning sun finally pierced through the clouds, casting a vibrant glow on the word's governance for the people. It's time for the investigation team to head to the mining site, she declared, pressing the guest bell. Remember, you have not entered my office for the past 3 days. As Lin Yi rose, Qin Shuang suddenly added, by the way, I have instructed Old Wang to handle matters regarding Hong'an County. Their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Just before the elevator doors closed, Lin Yi caught a glimpse of Qin Shuang standing by the window, her silhouette resembling a sword drawn from its sheath. In the third conference room of the Yinfeng County government, the oval mahogany table was filled with attendees. As the town party secretary, Lin Yi was not typically qualified to attend the county committee's standing meeting. However, today he was present as a special reporter. He felt the weight of the video interviews with the families of the mining accident victims nestled in his briefcase. Esteemed leaders, regarding the transformation plan for the Yunfeng coal mine, Lin Yi had just begun when the conference room door swung open. County Mayor Ding Yandong strode in, flanked by his secretary and 2 staff members. I apologize. I just received a call from the provincial office. Taking his seat at the head of the table, Ding Yandong nodded at Lin. Secretary Lin, please proceed. Lin Yi stood, distributing the prepared materials to each committee member. He noticed Executive Vice County Mayor Lu Maokai toss the document onto the table without even glancing at it. According to our investigation, the Yinfeng coal mine has concealed the death toll from mining accidents over the past 5 years, which amounts to 47 individuals, with safety investments falling short of national standards by 30%. Lin Yi projected the findings, revealing more alarming details. Moreover, the recoverable coal reserves have dwindled to a mere 52%, rendering continued mining economically unviable. Secretary Lu Maokai interjected abruptly, his pudgy fingers tapping on the table. Do we have provincial certification for these figures? Liang Wenjing may have engaged in corruption, but that does not diminish the overall value of the coal mine. The atmosphere in the conference room thickened with tension. Lin Yi observed Ding Yandong lift his teacup, yet his gaze remained fixed on the documents, as if they contained something irresistibly intriguing. County Mayor, this is last year's exploration report from the Provincial Geological Bureau, Lin Yi stated, flipping to page 8 of the document. Additionally, the coal mine currently employs 873 workers, with an average age of 6 years, and 90% suffer from varying degrees of pneumoconiosis. That only heightens the urgency to address the workers' resettlement issue, interjected Deputy Secretary of the County Committee Ma Mingyuan, his neatly trimmed buzz cut complementing a smile that danced at the corners of his mouth. What will happen to these thousands of workers and their families if we hastily shut down operations? The county's finances rely on over 60% of revenue from coal mine taxes. Secretary Lin, do you have an alternative plan? Lin, he felt a fine sheen of sweat form on his back. Although Ma Mingyuan's inquiry appeared gentle, it was laced with sharpness. Taking a deep breath, he opened his laptop. This is the transformation plan I devised in collaboration with the Provincial Industrial Research Institute. Yinfeng is situated at the confluence of 3 provinces, presenting an opportunity to develop a logistics hub. The southern region of the mining area enjoys abundant sunlight, making it suitable for the establishment of photovoltaic power stations. The existing miners can merely engage in idle talk. Lu Maokai slammed the table, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how much it costs to build a logistics park? Photovoltaics?" Last year, the losses among photovoltaic enterprises in the province reached a staggering 70. A low murmur of discussion filled the conference room. Lin Yi observed several committee members exchanging glances. Some shook their heads, while others scoffed. Only Ding Yandong remained fixated on the documents before him. Although Lin Yi noticed his fingers lightly drumming on the table, a habitual sign of his impatience. "Esteemed leaders," Lin Yi raised his voice. "I have a video I wish for every one of you." He inserted the disc, and on the projection screen appeared a weathered old woman, her face etched with wrinkles, cradling a black and white photograph. "All three of my sons worked in the mines. The eldest perished in the landslide of 2018. The second developed pneumoconiosis last year and now lies in bed awaiting death, and the youngest." The video abruptly cut off, plunging the conference room into darkness. Moments later, the lights flickered back on, revealing a screen filled with static. "What is happening?" Ding Yandong furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the staff. "It could be a device malfunction," they replied, flustered as they scrambled to check the connections. Lin Yi clenched his fists. This was no mere coincidence, as he had tested the equipment the day prior. Scanning the room, he noticed Ma Mingyuan engrossed in his phone, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. "Given the equipment issues, let us bypass this segment for now," Ding Yandong suggested, glancing at his watch. "Secretary Lin, please share your specific recommendations." Lin Yi understood that he had but one final opportunity. He rose decisively. "I propose the immediate initiation of the closure procedures for Yunfeng coal mine, coupled with the simultaneous advancement of industrial transformation. The initial transformation plan has already received preliminary approval from the Provincial Development and Reform Commission." "Comrade Lin Yi," Lu Maokai interrupted sharply. "As a town party secretary, what qualifications do you possess to propose such a sweeping recommendation at a county committee meeting? The closure of the coal mine is a significant matter for the county and must undergo thorough research, expert verification, and risk assessment." County Mayor Lin Yi met his gaze directly. "In the wake of last year's mining disaster, I accompanied town officials to console the bereaved families. An elderly woman, Zhang Guifang, clutched her son's photo and asked me why we knowingly allowed individuals to descend into the perilous depths. I had no answer then." His voice began to tremble. "Now I comprehend the answer. It is because we as officials care more about figures than the sanctity of human life." The conference room fell into a profound silence. Lu Maotsai's face reddened with indignation, poised to erupt, when Ding Yandong unexpectedly cleared his throat. "Secretary Lin's intentions are commendable, yet the methodology warrants further deliberation. The issues surrounding the coal mine are interconnected. I propose the establishment of a special task force, led by Secretary Ma." The door swung open once more. All eyes turned towards it, and they rose in unison. Mayor Qin Shuang, attired in a deep gray suit, stood at the entrance, flanked by the Secretary of the Municipal Government. Her gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on Lin Yi. "I have heard that today we are discussing the matter of Yunfeng coal mine. I happen to be passing by and would like to hear everyone's opinions." County Mayor Ding Yandong promptly vacated the main seat. "Mayor Qin, please take a seat. We are currently listening to Comrade Lin Yi's report." However, Qin Shuang did not sit. Instead, she approached the projection screen. "Is the equipment repaired?" "I wish to view the video," Secretary Lin prepared. The staff hurriedly connected the lines. The tear-streaked visage of the elderly woman reappeared on the screen. "Last month, my third son went down the mine again. He said if he doesn't go down, our whole family will starve. My 3 sons." As the video concluded, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room, punctuated only by the hum of the air conditioning. Qin Shuang turned around, her gaze sharp as a blade. "I just returned from a provincial meeting where Secretary Zhao emphasized the need to decisively eliminate outdated production capacities and promote the transformation of resource-dependent cities." She paused. "The issue with Yunfeng coal mine is not whether to close it, but rather how and when to do so." Lu Maokai opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Ma Mingyuan bowed his head, diligently noting something, his pen etching deep lines on the paper. Director Ding. Qin Shuang addressed Ding Yandong. The city has decided to designate Yunfeng as a pilot for the transformation of old industrial bases, with an initial special fund of 50 million arriving next week. The Provincial Development and Reform Commission has already given preliminary approval to Comrade Lin Yi's plan. Lin Yi looked up in surprise. Just 3 days ago, Qin Shuang had said more time was needed for consideration, yet now. Of course, the specific implementation will require the county to draft a plan. Chapter 91. To act is to be resolute. Qin Shuang's tone shifted abruptly. I propose to establish a transformation leadership group, with Director Ding as the head and Comrade Lin Yi as the office director, reporting directly to me. This was a clever arrangement, granting the county some face while also allowing Lin Yi to wield actual executive power. Ding Yandong quickly nodded. We will resolutely implement the city's directives. Then it's settled, Qin Shuang said as she picked up her bag. I have another meeting to attend, so I must take my leave. Secretary Lin, please come to my office after the meeting. Once Qin Shuang departed, the atmosphere in the conference room noticeably relaxed. Lu Maokai remarked sarcastically. Secretary Lin certainly has a deft hand, bringing in the mayor to pressure us. This is all for the sake of work, Ding Yandong interjected, urging silence as they proceeded to discuss the candidates for the leadership group. An hour later, Lin Yi exited the county government building, squinting against the blinding sunlight. His phone vibrated, revealing a text from an unfamiliar number. Secretary Lin, if the coal mine closes, what will those miners eat? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Afraid of lightning striking? Lin Yi clenched his phone and gazed back at the county government building. Behind one of the windows, it seemed as though someone was watching him. After the standing committee meeting concluded, the crowd ebbed away like a receding tide. Lin Yi gathered the scattered documents, his fingertips brushing against the crumpled transformation plan that Lu Maokai had wrinkled, and he couldn't help but sigh. Secretary Lin, hold on a moment. Ding Yandong's voice came from behind. Lin Yi turned to see the county head standing by the window, his silhouette appearing particularly gaunt against the light. Now, only the two of them remained in the conference room, the air thick with a lingering scent of smoke and tension. Ding Yandong pulled up a chair and gestured for Lin Yi to sit as well. He unfastened the button of his suit jacket, an unexpectedly casual gesture in this formal setting, where he usually maintained a meticulous demeanor. Would you like some tea? Ding Yandong retrieved a thermos from his briefcase, homegrown Longjing, free of pesticide residues. Lin Yi accepted the cup, warmth radiating through the ceramic into his palm. He noticed a fine crack running along the cup's surface, as if it had been broken and carefully mended. You performed commendably today. Ding Yandong took a sip of tea, its potency nearly overwhelming him, causing Lu Maotsai's old face to nearly falter. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the cup. Director Ding, please call me Lao Ding. There are no outsiders present. Ding Yandong waved his hand dismissively. At your age, I was even more impetuous. Back in '98 during the flood relief, I pointed at the county committee secretary and berated him for his bureaucratic tendencies, nearly facing dire consequences. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting mottled shadows across Ding Yandong's face. It was then that Lin Yi noticed the deep lines etched around the eyes of this usually decisive county chief. Mayor Qin's timely arrival today is noteworthy. Ding Yandong suddenly shifted the topic, but she won't always appear so conveniently. Lin Yi's heart sank. Are you implying? I have said nothing, Ding Yandong interjected, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his inner pocket. He tapped one lightly against the table. Lin Yi, do you know what is paramount in the political arena? Lin Yi shook his head. Preserving evidence. Ding Yandong lit the cigarette, inhaling deeply. Meeting minutes, signed documents, recordings. The more significant the decision, the more crucial it is to leave a trace. Amidst the swirling smoke, Ding Yandong's eyes narrowed. Lu Maotsai's cousin is the deputy director of the Provincial Energy Bureau, and Ma Mingyuan and Wang Defo were classmates at the party school. These networks are far more intricate than you might imagine. Lin Yi felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He suddenly understood why the video had been abruptly cut off and why Lu Maokai dared to be so brazen. I am, in principle, supportive of the transformation plan. Ding Yandong flicked the ash from his cigarette. But remember 3 points. First, major decisions must be discussed in meetings. Second, funding usage requires collective signatures. And third, a caw of crows outside pierced the air, chilling and unsettling. Ding, County Chief. Lao Ding. Lin Yi altered his address. If I encounter a critical decision, I would like to consult you first. Ding Yandong laughed. It was the first time Lin Yi had witnessed his genuine smile. You are quite the quick learner. He stood, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. Let us proceed. I'll back you up. This simple promise held more value in the political realm than gold. Lin Yi felt a tightness in his throat. Thank you for your trust, leader. Don't be so quick to express gratitude. Ding Yandong retrieved a document from his briefcase. This is last year's audit report for the county's finances. Pay close attention to the highlighted sections. The disappeared funds from the coal mines did not merely vanish into Liang Wenjing's pockets. Lin Yi opened the document, gasping as he saw the highlighted portions revealing that over 20 million in safety equipment procurement funds had flowed to 3 shell companies over the past 3 years. These copies are here. The originals reside in my safe. Ding Yandong fastened his suit jacket, reverting to his stern county chief demeanor. By the way, next Monday, the provincial television station will be coming to interview about the mine area's transformation. Prepare accordingly. Lin Yi instantly understood. I will ensure that the families of the mining disaster victims and those suffering from pneumoconiosis just happen to appear on camera. Ding Yandong nodded in satisfaction, turning back at the door. Lin Yi, remember, in politics, either refrain from action or commit wholly. Half-hearted measures are the most perilous. Once the conference room door closed, Lin Yi sat alone for a long while. The sun had begun its descent, elongating his shadow. He took out his phone and sent a text to Jiang Sini. The provincial station is coming for an interview next week. I need your assistance in arranging a few interview subjects. A prompt reply arrived. I have already prepared 32 oral accounts from the families of mining disaster victims, ready for use. As he exited the conference room, he overheard Lu Moutsai's booming voice from the adjacent office. Amir Town's secretary dares to act presumptuously. Let us see how long he can prance around. The window at the end of the corridor reflected the crimson hues of the sunset. Lin Yi touched the documents in his briefcase and strode purposefully toward the main entrance. Ding Yandong was right. If one must act, one should do so decisively. Chapter 92. Unforeseen developments. The establishment of the Transformation Committee unfolded more smoothly than Lin Yi had anticipated. At the county mayor's office meeting, Ding Yandong, against the tide of opposition, prioritized the transformation of the mining district as a key project for the entire county, personally taking the helm as the committee leader, while Lin Yi assumed the role of the office director responsible for its implementation. The office was situated on the easternmost side of the 3rd floor of the county government, originally an archives room, now temporarily repurposed as the command center for the Transformation Committee. Standing before the window, Lin Yi observed the old locust tree swaying in the wind, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Director Lin, here are today's meeting minutes. The newly assigned young staff member, Xiao Wang, respectfully presented a document. Lin Yi accepted it and glanced over. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, the experts from the Provincial Environmental Protection Bureau will be visiting for an on-site inspection tomorrow. Please coordinate with them. Understood, Director Lin. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment. Deputy County Head Lu just called, expressing a desire to review our funding utilization plan. Lin Yi paused, his pen hovering, a slight smile gracing his lips. Inform him that, according to protocol, the funding utilization plan must be reviewed by the full committee before it can be disclosed. Mayor Ding will return next week, and it will be discussed at that meeting. Xiao Wang nodded and departed. Lin Yi approached the planning map on the wall, marking several key areas with a red pen. Since the Transformation Committee's inception, Lu Moutsai's subtle and overt attempts to obstruct progress had been relentless. Yet all were deftly neutralized by Ding Yandong's foresight and the principle of documentation. His phone vibrated, and the screen illuminated with the name Xini. Lin Yi's expression softened instantly. Hello, he answered, unconsciously lowering his voice. Director Lin, are you coming home for dinner tonight? Jiang Sini's voice was laced with cheerfulness. I bought a sea base and plan to showcase my culinary skills. Yes, of course. Lin Yi glanced at his watch, estimating he would be home by 7. Is there anything you need me to bring? Just bring yourself. Jiang Sini paused. Oh, I made some mung bean soup, and it's chilling in the fridge. It's so hot today, it'll be perfect for you to enjoy when you return. After hanging up, Lin Yi retained a smile. Since old Zhang's passing, Jiang Sini had practically taken up residence in his quarters. Since that day, Lin Yi's life had undergone a subtle transformation. Each morning, someone would help him straighten his tie before he left, and each evening, a warm meal awaited him at home. Occasionally, when he worked late into the night, Jiang Sini would quietly bring him a cup of honey water. On weekends when he had to work overtime, she would appear unexpectedly in the office with her camera, ostensibly for an interview, but in reality to ensure he ate on time. Lin Yi had never imagined that amidst the calculating world of politics, he could find such a warm haven. As the workday concluded, Lin Yi organized his documents, declined the driver's offer for a ride, and opted to walk home. The setting sun bathed the entire county in golden light as pedestrians hurried along the streets and vendors began to pack up their stalls. As he passed by a flower shop, he hesitated briefly before stepping inside to purchase a bouquet of white baby-s breath, which was Jiang Sini's favorite. Just as Lin Yi fished out his keys, the door swung open from the inside. I heard your footsteps, he remarked. Jiang Sini, clad in an apron with her hair casually tied in a ponytail, a few stray strands framing her face, brightened at the sight of the bouquet. Is this for me? She inquired. Who else could it be? Lin Yi replied, handing her the flowers while effortlessly shutting the door behind him. Jiang Sini accepted the bouquet and leaned in to inhale its fragrance, exclaiming, "It smells wonderful." She turned to seek out a vase, her silhouette slender and upright. Lin Yi lingered at the entrance, suddenly gripped by the illusion that they had been living this way for many years. The scene felt so natural, so instinctive, that it sent a tremor through his heart. Dinner was more sumptuous than he had anticipated. Steamed sea bass, garlic water spinach, tomato, and egg soup, and a small dish of Jiang Sini's homemade pickles. Lin Yi devoured his meal with gusto while Jiang Sini rested her chin on her hand, occasionally offering him more food. Slow down. No one is competing with you, she laughed. With his mouth full, Lin Yi mumbled, It's too delicious, 100 times better than a cafeteria. Of course. Just look at who made it, Jiang Sini said, her chin held high with pride. Suddenly, she remembered something important to share. Oh, I have something to tell you. Lin Yi looked up. My workplace has sent me on a business trip. I leave tomorrow. Her tone was calm as she explained that she would be traveling to a neighboring province for an exclusive interview, which would likely take around 2 weeks. Lin Yi's chopsticks froze mid-air as an inexplicable discomfort washed over him, as if something precious was being abruptly snatched away. So sudden? He managed to sound composed. I received a notice just this afternoon, Jiang Sini replied, rising to serve the soup. The editor-in-chief mentioned that the situation there is quite complex and requires an experienced reporter. Lin Yi nodded, mechanically chewing his food. 2 weeks might not be long, yet it felt substantial. He realized, with a pang of clarity, that he had grown accustomed to returning home daily, to see Jiang Sini, to hear her voice, to witness her smile, and even to endure her occasional temper. When will you be back? He inquired. The specifics are uncertain. It depends on the progress of the investigation. Jiang Sini placed the soup bowl in front of him, teasing. What's the matter? Are you going to miss me? Lin Yi lowered his gaze to the soup, remaining silent. The broth was delicious, yet he couldn't quite savor its essence. After dinner, Jiang Sini began packing her luggage. Lin Yi sat on the sofa, watching her busy figure flit between the bedroom and the living room. Do you need to take any regular medication? He asked. I packed it, she replied without looking up. What is the weather like there? I heard there's been heavy rain lately. I checked. I've packed an umbrella, she assured him. Do you have enough money? Jiang Sini paused, turned to him, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Director Lin, are you worried about me? Lin Yi felt a bit flustered. Just checking, he replied. Jiang Sini approached and sat beside him, gently leaning her head on his shoulder. I will miss you. The simplicity of her words ignited warmth in Lin Yi's heart. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, inhaling the sweet scent of her hair. Me too, he whispered softly. Chapter 93. Mutual affection outside. The night deepened, and the city lights flickered on one by one. Lin Yi suddenly wished that time could slow down. Just a little bit more. Jiang Sini's suitcase lay open on the bed, with several articles of clothing neatly folded beside it. She bent down to retrieve a coat from the wardrobe, her ponytail swaying gently with the motion. Lin Yi sat on the edge of the bed, watching her busy silhouette, suddenly feeling a constriction in his throat. Over the past 2 months, their lives had intertwined seamlessly, like pieces of a puzzle. Jiang Xini knew that Lin Yi preferred 3 sugar cubes in his coffee. Lin Yi remembered that Jiang Xini detested coriander. They shared a toothbrush holder in the bathroom, and their clothes hung intertwined on the balcony. Even the old lady downstairs selling breakfast assumed they were a couple. Yet, they still lacked an official title. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the can of cola on the bedside table. The aluminum pull tab glimmered under the lamp, resembling a makeshift ring. A sudden thought struck him. If he did not speak now, when would he? Xini, he called, his voice raspier than he had anticipated. Jiang Xini replied without turning, busy packing her toiletries into a transparent bag. Lin Yi rose to his feet, his fingers trembling as he pulled off the tab. The sharp edge left a faint white mark on his fingertip. Taking a deep breath, he stepped behind Jiang Xini and grasped her wrist. Ouch! Startled, Jiang Xini turned, nearly colliding with him. What are you doing? You scare me. Her words trailed off. Lin Yi knelt on one knee, gazing up at her, the absurd tab held high in his hand. His ears burned crimson, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. I know this is foolish. Lin Yi's voice quivered. There are no flowers, no candlelit dinner, not even a proper ring. He swallowed hard. But I cannot wait any longer. Jiang Xini, will you officially be my girlfriend? The room fell silent, the ticking of the clock audible. Jiang Xini stood frozen, her lips slightly parted, eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Yi could see his own reflection in her pupils, a foolish boy holding a pull tab. Then, large tears cascaded down Jiang Xini's cheeks. You, she choked, unable to articulate her thoughts fully. You silly boy. Lin Yi's heart sank. Just as he was about to rise, Jiang Xini suddenly threw herself into his arms, the force causing him to stumble back onto the bed. Her tears stained the collar of his shirt, warm and damp. I have waited for this day for so long. Jiang Xini buried her face in the crook of his shoulder,